Hey, you little sleepyhead.
You've been begging us to put together a list of the softest, sweetest, sleepiest Reddit stories on the planet.
So we're going to tuck you in with some of our best. I hope you enjoy. Here's the first one. My sister's insane $200,000 surrogacy bombshell left me speechless, and I don't know what to do.
Take the 200 grand and run.
For most of my life, my sister Alice has been wanting kids, but has been unable to carry a baby to full term, in part due to endometriosis. She was in a lot of pain and had to have a hysterectomy. Alice and her husband Ben have fostered 5 children and have adopted 2 children with autism and are great parents. That is a handful.
I mean, pretty good, I would say. Seem
5
like good
kids,
Samaritans.
damn. They have a great home environment and are financially very well off. But recently, Ben, and after a while, Alice, were bitten with the urge to have a kid biologically related to them because they wanted a chance to, quote, do things right and provide the best start in life. We've helped all of these foster kids.
But we really want to do it right this time. You know, we don't want to.
All these kids that we have are really f***ed up. All this baggage, who's got time for it? So they came to me. They asked me to be their traditional surrogates. And they said they would cover all costs, legal, medical, etc. associated with it. They would also be paying off my student debt. Pretty good.
That sounds great.
Renting a 2-bedroom apartment for 3 years, plus giving me a substantial amount of cash. Yo, that's pretty great.
Hard to beat.
I said, sure. It'll be 9 months of my life in exchange for being set up for quite some time. And my immediate family thinks it's a great idea. So everyone's on board.
Get that baby, get that money.
However, when I said sure, I was expecting something along the lines of in vitro fertilization, IUI, where we were going to go to the doctor, get Ben's sperm prepped, me getting shots, basically the whole artificial insemination package. But Alice and Ben, well, they've asked me to get pregnant the old-fashioned way.
Oh, dear.
The traditional way.
You know.
Sausage on
Sausage on.
So basically, Alice, OP's sister, wants her to f Ben.
Yep.
What do we think about this?
I love it. No, I'm just kidding.
Their rationale is 1, it's the cheapest way. They don't want to go to the hospital given the corona pandemic. And 3, they think babies conceived naturally are healthier / the pregnancy would be safer without the chemicals. But I can't just get over the extreme ick factor. And even if this was going to take place at home, I think a syringe would just be fine. Am I going loony for thinking of going back on my word? Is their request reasonable? My immediate family doesn't see anything wrong with it and has been congratulating my sister on her impending baby. On the other hand, if I do give it up, am I also mad for passing up what is essentially $200,000, especially in this economy? So John, go on, take a crack at answering OP's questions. Please put in the comments what you think. There's more to this story, by the way, but short break, what do you think?
I mean, again, if I'm OP, I'm taking it. But it sounds like OP not about that.
Hey, I mean, like, especially the turkey baster option.
You know?
If the turkey baste is on the table, why not? You know?
Gobble, gobble.
Gobble, gobble.
Turkey me, baby. Stuff me.
All right, update.
Oh.
All the comments in my previous post showed me that I'm way too young, dumb, and ignorant with what I signed up for.
Yikes.
I love how OP's like admitting like she's a little out of her depth.
Hey, there you go.
I started researching actual lived experiences, and I read so many
horror stories that I decided to not go ahead with being involved
in any way, shape, or form with helping them have kids. In fact, I'm not even sure I want to ever get pregnant after all the stories about 3rd and 4th degree tears, miscarriages. I'm clearly not in the right stage of life / maturity to even consider doing something of this magnitude.
Not a fun list.
I heard you could tear from the end of the vagina through the taint to the butthole. So it's just one big hole.
I like having wiener.
The difficult part was mustering up the courage to call my sister to tell her my decision. I really look up to my sister and love her lots, and her family and religion has always been about helping others out where we can. When I called her to tell her, we had a short convo at first where I basically said, sorry, can't do it, but that doesn't mean I don't love you any less. And she seemed sad, but she was happy to respect my decision. And I thought that was it.
There we go.
But it's never it. This is Reddit gas, darn it.
Of course it is.
Then just last night, sister and brother-in-law called me back over Zoom. My sister was crying and begged me to reconsider as both of them really wanted a biological child. Brother-in-law told me they were really disappointed in me and hoped I would find it within me to do this. When I told them my concerns, my brother-in-law just said pregnancy and motherhood is a beautiful and natural process and that I was made for this, and more importantly, that I was made for him to get down and dirty with.
Goodness.
I feel like Ben is like pushing a little too
Yeah,
hard
a
at this point.
little aggressive on it.
Yeah, he was like, hey, I really want to conceive with you the natural way.
It's meant to be.
It's only natural, baby, that we get together. I'm so glad I did this over video call instead of in person because I just hung up on them and faked having connection problems. I've been ignoring their text so far, and frankly, I don't know what else to say. Is there anything else to say? I want to know what everyone else thinks. Put it in the comments. What would you do in this situation? But John, like, what is there to say?
Nothing. At the end of the day, Opie doesn't want to do it. That's it. She should be left alone, not pressured into it. The end.
Yeah. And hey, if you want, like if there's even a small chance of my butthole tearing through my vagina, like I would have second thoughts too.
Not exciting.
Not exciting.
Prospects.
It's really not a thing that I would ever want to go through.
Same.
And again, I'm just glad I got a wiener.
That's right.
Wiener Club. Let's go.
Let's go. My sister, the heartless nurse, got fired after I exposed her darkest
Secrets.
Now she's at my doorstep and I'm terrified of what's about to happen.
Based on this title, this seems like an evil nurse is going to inject you with some poison and just murder you.
I'm going to make the hospital disappear. My 26 female, sister 29 female, and I got into a huge argument the other day, and I really need some perspective here. My sister has been working as a labor and delivery nurse for a few years now. She's always wanted to be a nurse and has even said that it was her calling. Lately, though, she's been making horrible remarks about the mothers that come to her.
Like, if you think that you were born for this job, you think you would be like
Excited
nice
to help them?
Yeah.
Like you're excited at the opportunity to I don't know. Now, I understand that every job is going to have its problems, and sometimes you need to vent about rude people, management pay, etc. However, this was not like that. For example, she talked about how one of her patients, which she referred to as a white whale.
Yikes.
My sister said that the white whale went into labor and brought her husband with her. She talked about how hot the husband was and how she could not understand how whale was able to pull someone like him.
Damn.
How about focus on the baby? She laughed when recalling the sounds she made when she was pushing out her child and said that she didn't look like the type of woman to be strong enough to go the natural route.
It's like someone going to a restaurant asking the chef for like a pizza. The chef is like, I mean, you can't make your own food, you fucking idiot.
In the past, she talked about how another mom-to-be defecated on the table, and she remarked that she wouldn't be surprised if her husband divorced her after seeing something so nasty.
That is pretty nasty, though.
It's nasty, but again.
Did the baby get in the poop? Is it a poop baby?
It might be a poop baby. Other stories included a teenage patient who just couldn't keep her legs closed. Isn't that how you deliver?
Yeah, it's like this. Wait, let me get
This is how you want the baby?
legs open.
Here, my sister claimed that she gave her some sound advice, and I'm honestly scared to know what she said to this young girl.
Also, to assume that like this teenage girl is like just because she's pregnant early, like you have no idea what her background is. No idea what happened.
With this girl, my sister laughed about how she gave her a nurse dose of pain meds to get her to shut up and refused to give her a blanket since if she wants to act like an adult, then she deserves to be treated like one. So the fight between her and I happened a few days ago due to her talking about a mother who delivered a premature baby. She admitted that she told this mother that she should have done a better job if she didn't want to have a baby born at 29 weeks.
Oh,
by doing
my
what?
God.
I blew up at my sister and asked how she could be so heartless. How could you be so heartless? My sister told me that she should have the right to vent about stupid mothers who don't know how to do the thing their body is designed for. She also said that I don't work in healthcare, so I have no right to remark on how she handles stress at work. I told her that if her way of handling stress is to be a misogynist, then she needs to find a different career.
Facts.
And I left. My other family members have been divided on this issue. My husband's on my side. My mom and brother think I was in the right to call my sister out, while my aunt, uncle, and dad are leaning towards my sister, saying that my sister shouldn't have to kiss up to her patients in order to do her job effectively.
But the thing is, it's not like she's kissing up.
She's not.
She's actively being abusive and rude.
Literally. I feel bad for some of the things I said, and I know that she needs to let off steam, but saying horrible things about women in their most vulnerable time is cutting for me. In addition, my family does not know this yet, but I'm pregnant.
So Opie's feeling it even more.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, it's like almost like the sister's talking about her.
After hearing about how my sister, a nurse, is treating pregnant women, it just scares me so much for labor and delivery. So am I the a-hole? There is an update here, but is OP
No,
the a-hole?
not the a-hole at all. Her
Right?
sister sounds like a piece of work. Kind of sounds like the sister is like a pregnant lady hater.
I don't know if she's going to change. I
I
really
don't know.
don't.
I don't know. I'm curious what this update is.
And we're curious, honestly, have you ever been in I'm sure like a bad delivery nurse, like probably somebody watching has had
Yeah, or just
an
any
experience like
pregnant
this.
belly haters.
Yeah, any pregnancy haters, where are you at? To sum it all up, crap hit the fan. This morning, my sister came over to where me and my husband live and started banging at our door. My husband opened the door and my sister barged her way in, screaming at us. I came into the living room where she was and she started screaming at me even more.
She sounds unhinged.
Very much so. My husband had to stand in front of me because he was worried that she was going to lunge at me. My sister was yelling about how she lost her job because of some BS reports and that she knows that it was me talking crap about her.
Did OP talk crap?
Maybe. She said because I just couldn't stay out of her business. I replied that it was my business if she was bullying pregnant women and then bragging about it. My sister told me to F off, and she said once again that she could talk about anyone any way she likes, as long as she gets her job done, because that's what she went to school for, and I don't know anything. I reminded my sister that I actually might know something, since, I don't know, a certain teenager's family had to say something about her behavior as well.
But someone else tattled first, and then she just kind of piled
Yeah.
it on.
Yeah. My sister proceeded to go on a rant about that and her family and how she was supposedly annoying her by giving birth.
A baby?
Having a baby? I had trouble processing what she said because it was honestly mind-boggling. And here's where things got even worse.
How does it get worse?
I thought my sister was saying horrible things about her patients who hadn't done anything wrong with me. I thought that the nicknames were cool. I thought that her telling laboring mothers that they weren't doing things right and dosing a teenager and slut shaming was vile. And yes, misogynistic. However, it was about to get even more atrocious.
How?
During my sister's rant, she said that she wanted to teach that brat a lesson and said that maybe if she gave birth when she was older, the child wouldn't have passed away.
Wow. Imagine saying that after like you just had a miscarriage, like so many emotions, and then some nurse says that.
My mouth dropped. I did not know this before. That poor girl, her baby effing died. I was horrified. I fell to the floor sobbing. Imagining that child in pain and my pregnancy hormones combined got to me, and I was on the floor having a panic attack. I told my sister to get the F out of my home, and my husband escorted her out. My husband held me for a good 15 minutes until I calmed down. So yeah, I'm recovering from all that now. I don't plan on talking to my sister for a while. I do plan on announcing that pregnancy soon, but I'm putting it off until later. Anyways, thanks for the advice, concerns, and well wishes. Peace. Oh my goodness.
Dude.
Help us make sense of this. I am a little bit lost for words. I don't know. What do you guys think? Have you been in something similar?
I would distance myself from the sister.
Yeah.
Like it sounds like they had a relationship where like the sister would vent and like OP would listen.
Cut it all
I
out.
say cut it out.
Everything.
you
Like
know?
just separate, at least for now, just have complete separation.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried. Like this sister does not seem fit to be a nurse.
Yeah, I think
I'm glad that she was fired.
Yes, that's actually
Like,
really good.
It's not often that I'm glad that someone's fired,
Yeah.
but fuck,
That's
this person
actually
deserves it.
One of the good things that happened. One of the very few good things that happened in the story. My goodness.
My sister blackmailed me, destroyed my marriage, made me homeless, and now she wants forgiveness? I was 21 when my fiance asked me to marry him. He doesn't have any siblings, but I have 2 older sisters, which is very important as he was also close with them. We grew up together. When we started dating, I don't think our parents stopped celebrating for weeks. He helped me deal with a lot of my anxiety, and even when I gained a little weight and my mother berated me saying he was going to leave me, he told her off and said he loved me for who I was, not what I looked like.
Hey, lady! Shut up!
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, I
Jeez.
know. We were only engaged 6 months before the incident. My middle oldest sister, let's call her Nikki, was a very cold person. She never showed any affection, and she only ever opened up to my fiance as she said she saw him as a brother, and he also helped her through a lot of dark times, such as battling drug addictions and breaking the law.
What kind of laws? Brother-in-law?
She and I never saw eye to eye. I loved her dearly because she was my sister, but didn't like her as a person.
Damn, son.
She sucks. Out of the blue, she tells me she wants to take me clubbing, as we had never been together before, and she felt bad that she was so distant to me. I agreed, and that night we went out. Clubbing wasn't really my style, but once I had a few drinks, I loosened up and began having a little fun. Yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. The night was going smoothly until Nikki spotted a guy across the room who she claimed she wanted to climb like a tree. She walked over to him, and within a few minutes, she was back, and she had a sour expression on her face. I asked her what was up, but she never said a thing. I kept pressing because I didn't want her night to be ruined. She then told me the guy didn't want her number, but he wanted mine instead. So OP's looking like a bigger snack.
Okay.
I told her he was a loser, and there was plenty of guys who would kill to be with a girl like her. She didn't budge, though. Also, OP, you don't need to lie. It sounds like your sister's a drag.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, she's super cold and no fun, and was addicted to drugs. She told me she needed to use the restroom, and then we would leave. I waited for an hour, and during this time I was sipping a lot of different cocktails, and then I started to feel really dizzy and lightheaded. I figured I'd just catch a cab home, as I was certain Nikki had left. On the way out, though, I bumped into a friend of Nikki's whom she had briefly dated. He asked me if I needed a hand to my car, and I explained I was getting a cab, and he said he was getting ready to leave and we could share one. I told him okay, and we walked into the club together and into the first cab we saw. I tried to find my phone in my purse, but I felt myself getting dizzier.
Oh, that's
I don't
bad.
remember what happened next as I blacked out.
Oh my God. Sounds like something else really bad is at play here.
Yeah, I feel like something slipped into her drink. The next morning, I woke up on a hard sofa with my head pounding. When I came to, I realized I was in Nikki's friend's house, and my phone was sitting on the glass table in front of me, but it was flat. When he noticed I was awake, he offered some tablets and water and explained that I had passed out in the cab and didn't remember my parents' address, so he just picked me up and took me back to where he was and laid me on the sofa. Sounds like a nice guy.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I pray so.
I told him I needed to go home as my fiance would be worried, which I'm sure he would be.
Totally.
He called a cab and I left. When I arrived at my parents' house, my mother, father, Nikki, my fiance, and his parents were all standing in the living room. I thought they were worried about me, but the instant I opened my mouth, my fiance asked, "How could you do this to me?"
Come home?
I tried to explain that my phone went flat, but he then went screaming on how I could cheat on him.
Okay, this is weird. This is really weird.
I was baffled. Why would he think that? I tried to explain the night's events, but I kept getting cut off. I guess I could understand maybe why he would think that, because like
If she's gone all night,
gone
I mean,
all
that's
night
like the
at some guy's place.
right.
It doesn't look great.
Right.
Doesn't look great.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
Nikki then chimed in and said I was a lying shit, and how could I be so heartless to a man who has been there for me through thick and thin?
What?
She went on to say I kept flirting with the random guys all night, and then when she went to the bathroom, she saw me leave with her friend.
What?
I told her what happened, and she showed me photos on her phone where, as we were leaving, his hand was on my back, ushering me outside. Yes, the photo did look horrible, and I was so drunk I didn't even realize his hand was on my back at all.
The optics are terrible.
The optics are pretty bad. Going home with some guy drunk. Yeah, not great. My fiance was so angry. He kept shouting, and his mom and mine were both crying. I then asked Nikki to call her friend, and he would confirm nothing happened. But when he called him, he told a completely different story. He said I begged him to take me back to his, and when we did, we slept together multiple times.
Oh my God.
Which is a totally different story than what he said.
To her.
To her.
To her face. Oh,
Also,
this is
makes
gross.
him look bad, though.
Super bad.
Because like
it's gross.
to hook up with like a drunk girl, like that's assault. I saw red and started crying and yelling at Nikki because I knew she had organized this whole thing to make me look bad.
Oh, jeez.
I wonder if she slipped something in her drink.
I mean, that's what it's looking like.
Yeah.
What a terrible sister.
I begged my fiance to believe me, but he just shook his head and left. When everyone had cleared out, my mother slapped me across the face and told me to get out. I understand the boyfriend being mad, but like, I feel like cheating's bad, of course, right?
Yeah.
But to
slap your child?
One, it seems like she was super drunk, which everyone knew.
Yeah.
And it seems like she got taken advantage of more than
right?
anything else.
Why
by
are
this
they not
dude.
thinking that happened and like consoling her?
But let's say even if she was sober, even if she fully consented to this experience, like I feel like cheating isn't like to disown to have your parents kind of slap you in the face in front of everyone for cheating seems like a mismatch,
an insane overreaction.
Yeah.
Like that is terrible parenting.
Yeah,
terrible parenting.
So yeah, I left and went to a friend's house where I stayed for a few nights. During those nights, I called my fiance crying crying and pleading with him to believe me that nothing happened. But it all fell on deaf ears as he never returned any of my calls or texts. My mom texted me and told me she was kicking me out and that she couldn't believe I would do such a thing, and a lot of other hurtful slurs I don't think I could repeat here. She didn't even give me time to get my things, and she threw everything out.
I'm getting really angry at the mom, honestly.
What a parent.
That is unacceptable.
I was homeless and single in less than a day and a half. My entire world had been taken away because of Nikki's lies. Nikki sucks.
Bro.
Nikki's evil.
To me, it's like seeing her get disowned. She doesn't step up and say like, okay, whoa, this has gone too far.
Too far, yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Now for weeks, I tried everything to get my fiance back and my family. The limit for me, though, was when Christmas time had come and I went over to my mother's house to try and reconcile. I was sleeping from couch to couch during this time. But when I got to my parents' house, I knocked on the door, but no one answered. My friends then called me and then told me they just saw on Facebook that my family was in another state celebrating Christmas and they had posted pictures online. Everyone was there. My sisters, parents, grandparents, and even fiance and his family. When I saw the photos, I couldn't stop crying as they all looked so happy. This sucks.
This sucks.
Nikki. I cried for days and days before deciding to block them all. I even returned my engagement ring. My friend knew someone a couple hours away who was looking for some help in his restaurant, and he even had living arrangements above where he worked so I could get rent at a cheap price and work at the same time. So basically, like, I feel like right now she's like, I just need to rebuild my life.
Yeah, from square one.
From square one.
It's all gone.
I wanted to start over with my life as it hurt me that no one took my side and they all left me to fend for myself. I was able to move pretty quickly and was doing well. The apartment was tiny and I had to work 10 plus hours almost every day, but I was able to save a lot of money. I'm not living in the apartment anymore. I was able to rent a much nicer condo, but I'm still working at the restaurant as assistant manager.
Man, good on you, OP, for
just like recreating your life.
Rebuilding.
I mean, a lot of people would just like fold.
100%.
Now it's been roughly 2 years since I left and I've still not spoken to any of my family. I have no idea what's going on with them until I got a knock on my door. It was my ex-fiance.
Oh my God.
I was shocked to say the least. All these feelings came rushing back and all I wanted to do was jump into his arms. Oh, that's heartbreaking. But then I remembered the pain I felt and tried to slam the door in his face, but he stopped it and asked that I let him explain. He said that Nikki had gotten married and she had confessed that she lied about the situation because she had found someone she loved so much and realized what a horrible thing she had done. A little bit too late though, right?
Literally a little too late, girl. Sorry, but you already ruined her life.
Her whole life.
And basically at 2 years out, she's probably gone through like a grief process of like losing her family.
Yeah.
Right? And that's has to be a tough process. And now, no.
So what do you think about the fiance though? Like what would you do in this situation? Because like of the people, like I feel like the fiance had the most like reasonable response because it's like if someone cheats on you, kind of like, hey, I don't want you in my life. You know, you leave the relationship.
He didn't slap her or like any of this.
He was just upset.
Ridiculous stuff.
Thought, I mean, it seemed like she cheated on him.
Yeah. That's probably a fair reaction. I think probably it's like just gonna take some time. I think you have to sit and process. Honestly, I don't know if has anyone been through anything similar like this, like in this realm. I mean, what do you do? I don't know.
I have no idea. What would you guys do? Let us know. But there's still more to the story. I asked him how he found me, and he said my friend told him. My entire family had been trying to get in touch with me and wanted to see me. I told him I needed time to see if I even wanted to have them in my life. He left, and I've been a mess since. I don't know what to do. I know I will never forgive Nikki, which you shouldn't. That girl.
Yep.
She could rot for all I cared, but it's hard for my other family and fiance because they didn't know she was lying. Even so, the parents' overreaction.
Yep.
Like, you don't disown your kid like that.
Yep.
But I also felt like they abandoned me too quickly without letting me explain my side. I don't know if I should forgive them. Any advice would be much helpful. Thank you for taking time to read. I think maybe you forgive the fiance. Maybe. I don't know. But maybe the parents, just because like you want your family back.
They have so much trust to build. I think with the fiance, the one really good thing about that is it's like now she can have support back in her, just emotional support back in her life after fighting for 2 years. You know, that would probably be pretty nice. But yeah, the family, I don't know.
What would you guys do? Put in the comments. Like, we're kind of at a loss here. Like, this is, I think if this was me, 2 years is a long time.
Yeah.
I probably would have moved on. I probably would have built a lot of hate, a lot of resentment.
A lot of resentment for sure.
Yeah, a lot of resentment, especially for maybe everyone. Because I'm like, hey, like, even my fiance, like, listen to me.
Yeah.
You know?
And didn't like, because the situation sounds fishy. Like, you don't, I feel like a reasonable person is like, wait, what's going on here? Is at least unsure. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I would have just investigated more. Like, I understand the fiance being mad and be like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
But like,
After a beat, like, okay, wait.
Yeah, let her hear her side out.
Yeah.
But yeah, the family and fucking Nikki, evil, like Satan. Satan.
Legit.
Terrible.
Legit. Disabled wife inherits over $100,000, but I refuse to let her spend a dime on herself. Am I the a-hole?
She doesn't need a wheelchair.
All that money in your bank account, you can't use it.
Can't use it.
You're not allowed.
I won't.
How dare you think just because it's in your bank account, then you deserve to spend that money? Before the birth of our daughter, my wife and I both worked full-time in low, middle-earning jobs, with my wife earning a bit more than I did, but not by much. My wife returned to work out of necessity when our daughter was 3 months old. Her mental health became pretty bad, and she has a minor disability that makes work life a little hard, and she found it a bit worse after having our daughter. But we had to do what we had to do.
I don't like how in these Reddit stories, they never say what the disability is. They always keep us guessing. I'm always guessing ADHD.
Which is funny because they're already sharing like such insanely personal details.
I know.
My wife's grandma, who sort of raised her and was her only family, passed away sadly when our daughter was 6 months old. But my wife inherited everything she owned.
From the aunt dying?
Big windfall. Now, it was a big inheritance. Not enough for both of us to immediately retire, but a lot. Enough for us to buy a decent house outright, a new car each, and to put some away for a comfortable retirement.
That's a pretty hefty inheritance.
Shortly after grandma died, my wife stopped working and became a stay-at-home mom, partially due to grief and struggles at her job, and a bit because she would have always preferred to stay at home with our daughter.
Yeah, she won the dead grandma lottery.
Like, come on, why not? Be what you want to be at that point.
Bing, bing, bing.
The thing is, though, I would rather not work and be a stay-at-home dad too, but I've been sucking it up because we all need an income to get by. Now, my wife spoke to me recently about how to budget so we can live off of my income. She's been dipping into her savings to pull her weight, but now that's all tied up in investments. I said if I'm the one who has to work, and I'd rather not, I don't think that I should have to spend my money funding her hobbies and spending money.
So your girl just inherited $500 million, which you're benefiting from
Yep.
the house and
New
the
house, new
cars
car.
and the investment.
His own new car, like specifically just for him.
And you're saying, I feel like you're not pulling your fair share here.
You know, that McDonald's, come on.
No, that gym membership,
What are you doing?
cut it out.
Get it out of here. If she chooses not to work, then she can buy clothes at the charity shop instead of new ones.
No.
And get a friend to cut her hair for free, etc.
Bro, you what?
All she has to do is wear a potato sack and cut her own hair and eat crumbs. Then everything is fair.
I have no idea why you would want your wife to like literally live in the sewer.
She can get a job working a night shift or start an online business or something to fund her spending money. Now, I'm happy to pay for stuff for our daughter, seeing as she's my responsibility, so I don't think I'm being unreasonable here. I work 36 hours a week, and I already pay for the bills and food.
That's low-key not a lot of hours.
She said that that's not fair, and if I get to enjoy my gym membership and hobbies like video games, but the difference is I'm paying for them with my money.
Where did you think you got this house and this car? I don't
Literally.
like.
It's so confused.
The pea brain on this guy. This is like his brain is like that big, bro.
Now, my wife said her inheritance was worth more than if she spent her whole life working. And without that, both of us would be working anyway and having higher expenses from paying a mortgage and car loans. So I should count that as her contribution and share my money with her.
Well, that's stupid.
Yep. That's
This
utterly
guy's an
ridiculous.
absolute, like numbnuts. I mean, all right. First, I want to know what everyone else thinks.
Yeah.
Like, please put it in the comments. I think this guy's being completely unreasonable.
Completely.
He's not taking into account that his wife, with the inheritance she got, invested in their life. I honestly think like a solution might be to have her charge him rent. So he feels
Yes.
like they're like if you want to keep the finances separate or something, or he's like feeling insecurity about that, like, all right, she owns this, charge him rent.
I mean, I think the best thing to split is them.
Honestly, this guy sounds like a nincompoop.
Literally, like
Nincompoop.
why would she continue to?
I mean, the kid makes it more complicated. Is crazy usually is like when people write these Reddit stories, they're writing from their perspective.
Yes.
Right. And so they're already biased and selecting information.
Yes.
And when someone looks so obviously like an asshole from their own point of view, cherry picking the information that that
Makes them
they
look
want in
best.
the story that makes it look best. Like, this guy's probably even
Yes. I was the last surviving employee in a toxic company. When they tried to extort me, I burned the company to the ground.
Yeah, screw capitalism. Burn it all. Burn the
Man.
I was working in an organization that was super toxic, so much so that we had a revolving door. Most employees only lasted a few months.
If that you have a crazy employee turnover, just don't take it.
To counter this, our management put a 3 months notice into everyone's contract, including the existing employees.
You know this company's good when they force you to stay after you want to leave.
Aha! Now, it's not strictly illegal where this happened, but it is very unusual. I believe the idea behind it was that it would make it harder for the employees to find a job outside, as potential employers didn't usually want to wait for 3 months.
Yeah, they want to just lock these people down so they basically have slaves.
This didn't work, as most people just simply quit and waited a month or two before starting their job hunt. Now, I was there for almost 4 years. I needed the money, so I put up with whatever abusive crap was thrown at me.
Sounds like a terrible company.
It doesn't sound fun.
Zero fun, sir. All right.
My boss was a guy we'll call Vince. Now, Vince was not particularly good, but he sometimes respected the fact that I was the most tenured grunt in this organization. Congratulations!
Put that on the placard.
Do note that after 2 years, I was doing a lot of additional work to my official responsibilities, primarily because I was the only one who knew how to do it. Everyone else who knew had already left. This will be important later. Enter Rajesh, also not his actual name. Rajesh was poached by a somewhat infamous company and was literally flown in from a different continent. Rajesh was brought into the company to strategically improve our division. This was quite strange given that our division generated the most profits. That is strange. Now, within months, Rajesh made the environment even more toxic. He pulled Vince's team under him and got Vince fired, and he actively encouraged us grunts to spy on each other.
It's bad enough being a grunt, but when you can't even trust your fellow grunts,
Your fellow gruntman?
like, who do you have but your fellow grunts?
But your grunthood. Rajesh also had it out for me from day one. He started making my life much harder than the others. This culminated in him taking me aside and telling me that I'm not pulling my weight. Now, at this point, I was doing quite well in the organization, and I had been doing a lot of additional work critical to our business since I only knew certain systems and processes. So I was quite angry. I started looking around, but fortunately, I was able to find a job that was willing to wait the 3 months.
Okay, so
this
he
is
has
good.
it out. Let's go.
So it was my turn to take Rajesh aside and tell him, I quit. Boy, Rajesh was pissed. He went from denial, you can't quit, to negotiation, what if I gave you a raise at the end of the year, before finally acceptance.
Like, give me a raise right now if you want me to stay.
Hey, in 12 months, we'll give you more money, but it's going to be worth the same amount of money. Thus, I was serving my notice and working away like an honest bee, my usual work and the additional work. At this point, I was called in by HR and told that Rajesh wanted me gone.
It's like, hey, I really think we should break up. And then the person you're breaking up was like, no, I'm breaking up with you.
The insane part was that they wanted me to pay the company the salary from the 2.5 months that I would be missing.
If they're firing.
They're firing.
Yeah, that's making sense.
It makes no sense. I obviously refused, then went back in to check the contract. Turns out both parties had to agree to leave early. Otherwise, the company would have to compensate the person leaving.
The company has to pay OP if they want to fire OP earlier than the 3 months.
Reverse Uno. The next day, I stopped doing almost all of my work. I logged in and logged out my hours and did jack diddly. I stopped doing any of the additional work I'd been doing as well and started taking it really slow on my primary job responsibilities.
I love this.
Since no one else understood the details of what I did, I knew it would be very hard for Rajesh or HR to prove that I was doing any of this on purpose. So I sat back with popcorn. Soon, there was a complete meltdown all around. Rajesh would pull me into meetings and scream and try to bully me, and I would say nothing but smirk in his face.
I gotta listen to you, Rajesh.
Take that. Next, they tried to have someone else learn the additional work I used to do from me so that way they could do what I was doing. Remember how I said earlier that I was the only one who knew some of these old systems and processes? Well, now I claim that I can't quite remember.
Yeah, it's really hard.
I got amnesia. Well, now that I claimed that I didn't remember any of them, there was obviously Gonna be no handover. Rajesh could do nothing as none of this had been my responsibility or part of my contract since the leadership had only been too happy to see me do this for free. Soon my workplace turned into a dumpster fire. HR and Rajesh smartened up and offered me to buy me out of my notice if I cooperated and helped my transition. But I refused.
Let's go, OP.
Then, to twist the knife further, I started having meetings with fellow grunts. Remember, everyone was always a newbie, and encouraging them to leave as well. Indirectly, though, so I couldn't be implicated. HR tried to get me to leave twice more, but I ended up serving the full 3 months. Remember the mutual consent from the contract. Wow. If you've been in a similar situation, I have to imagine one person watching this has been in,
I want to know your worst jobs.
Yeah, your worst job experience. Like, how did that go? What did you do to get out of it? But yeah, what do you think here? Is OP the a-hole?
No, I mean, it sounds like OP honestly is doing a good thing by preventing all these other workers from getting abused in the same way. Like, these sound like some pretty predatory business practices.
Very much so.
So read your contract.
Read them.
Right? Always read it. And people will be like, oh, like, I thought we were doing this in good faith. Don't matter.
Nope.
Have the contract there. You know,
Yes.
the contract is there when times are bad, not when times are good.
Exactly.
So that's what I learned from the story.
You know, that is a great lesson to take away.
Am I the a-hole for telling my boyfriend that I'm his mommy because he's a little boy that doesn't know how to fold his tidy whities?
Mommy, I want an apple juice.
I started seeing a guy about 3 weeks ago, and let me be clear, we have known each other for some time because he was a friend of my cousin. He asked me out a few weeks ago, and I said yes.
Very nice.
I've known him since I was like 15. I also know his family too because our moms were colleagues. So anyway, he came to my house 5 days ago to pick me up because we're having a picnic date, which is also cute.
I think a great idea.
I was in the living room watching a kids show called Phineas and Ferb. There's 148 summer vacation cooling on is the end it. This cartoon has had a huge impact on my life. I still watch it whenever my mood is off so that I can just cling to this innocent child inside of me. I was laughing at a part and he was standing next to me and he looked at me and was a little confused with this judging expression. He asked me if my nephew was in the house. I told him no. Then he asked me who's watching the cartoon since all my family members are adults. I told him, hey, I'm watching this cartoon. I really like this cartoon. I then proceeded to tell him that I still watch this particular cartoon because it was part of my childhood and I have some good memories linked to it. Like, she's like opening up. She's telling me, hey, this is like why this means so much to me.
Of course.
Yeah, just trying to like give a little insight into her childhood. He told me that's embarrassing and ridiculous. He told me that I'm a 24-year-old woman. Why am I watching something kids watch? I need to grow up.
He's literally like, you know how like 5 and 8-year-olds are like, I'm not a baby anymore.
Yeah.
This guy is like in his 20s, like, I'm not a baby anymore.
Yeah, I don't watch cartoons.
This is for babies.
I'm 24 and 3/4.
Come on. Yeah.
This really bothered me. It would bother me too. I don't think there is an age limit to watching cartoons. Since that day, he would make fun of me. Whenever we go to a restaurant, he would jokingly order from the kids menu. He would talk to me in a baby voice if I'm a kid. Whenever I would tell him to stop, he would say, "Aw, is your OP man? How cute." Dude, I'm literally cringing at this baby voice I'm making right now. And sometimes even using phrase like, young lady. It was really frustrating. And today we went to a party. His friends were there too. I was meeting them for the first time. He introduced me and said to his friends that he needs to be locked up because he's technically dating a minor.
Hi, 911. I have a child molester right
Chris
here.
Hansen, we've got him.
Get him.
He then tells them how I still watch cartoons and they all laughed. Now I'm like, OP's friends are kind of too. Yeah, some of them find it awkward. He also made fun of my height too. I'm 5'4", he's 6'1". He proceeds to shuffle my hair like most people do kids. And I got mad and told him, it's funny how he makes fun of me being a kid, yet he still needs mommy to do his laundry. His smile wiped off of his face. I further said, well, at least this kid knows how to keep herself clean and knows how to drive, unlike him who failed his driving test 2 times.
He's young and stupid.
The room was silent. Later, when I got home, I got calls from my cousin that I overreacted and embarrassed him in front of his friends. I think the clapback is deserved. She said he was right to make fun of me because who the hell watches cartoons when they are adults? I told her I am not interested in entertaining boys who feel like they can make fun of anyone they want, but when someone does the same to them, they act like little babies. I guess this is it. Probably the shortest relationship I have been to. And there's a little update.
Oh,
I want to know what John thinks, but also, hey, put it in the comments below. What do y'all think? We need to know. But John, tell us.
I think everyone here is the a-hole except OP. Not liking cartoons. I don't know what's wrong with all of you guys.
Yeah. Well, my cousin again texted me. She told me he was upset, and after the party, he went home with his girl best friend and spent the night there. She wants me to apologize because apparently I'm letting a good guy slip. Well, let him slip. Let him slip into a volcano. Pretty I feel like he maybe hooked up with his girl best friend.
Yes.
That's what it sounds like.
That's great. Like, literally.
And the
he's
fact that cousin is like,
still.
yeah, you're letting a good one slide.
How about someone who doesn't cheat on me and like mock
Insult
me endlessly?
me.
Literally.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah.
on.
Come on.
Come on. My husband wants to punish our daughter for cheating, but there's only one problem. She's only 7 years old.
What does she do? Hold the hands with another little boy?
My husband and I have a 7-year-old daughter together, Layla. A few months ago, Layla got a boyfriend, Lucas.
To have a quote unquote boyfriend at 7, that's early.
Some people had them when they were 5.
Did you have a girlfriend at 5?
May or may not had a shorty. They're both 7 years old, so this is obviously not a real relationship. Says you, mama. Now, these two just hold hands sometimes.
Scandalous.
And they drew each other hearts for Valentine's Day. This week, though, Layla was apparently holding hands with another boy. Sam is going hard. My God. And this other boy also sent Layla a Valentine's Day love letter.
Dang, Layla's like John when he was 5.
Lucas took offense to all this. We found out because Lucas's parents called us. They told us that Lucas won't be coming over this Saturday like originally planned because he is mad at Layla.
I can understand, Lucas, you know?
My husband wants us to punish Layla and wants me to have a talk with her about faithfulness.
Okay, I agree with half of that.
Yeah. Punish her. At first, I thought my husband was joking, but no, he was serious. He says that Layla cheated on Lucas and I, as her mother, should do something about it. I told my husband that Layla is 7, not a cheater, and I won't treat her as such.
I love how you have to say that. Layla is 7.
Come on. He then accuses me of raising a cheater and encouraging the bad behavior. So am I the a-hole for wanting to punish Layla? Ladies and gentlemen, I think you need to tell us what you think or if you've raised a cheater. But Sam, have you raised a cheater? What are your thoughts?
All right, well, first of all, twist. I think maybe the husband's cheating.
Oh,
Because they always say in a bunch of our stories, it's
Yes.
like the accuser who is accusing that person of cheating is usually self-conscious about their own cheating.
that
Okay?
is such I honestly totally think that's very, very possible.
I think that
Good
could be
catch.
the case.
Wow.
Second, though,
Yep.
second. I don't agree with punishment. I don't agree this person is a cheater. But what I do agree with is like just having this conversation, like I said.
Totally.
I think it's an a-hole to call the 7-year-old a cheater. A-hole move to like call the mom the raiser of a cheater.
Yes. I love
but
that
the
part.
fact that it happened, I think it opens up a conversation which I actually think could benefit the daughter. So I say OP, not an a-hole. Father, a-hole. 7-year-old daughter, also not an a-hole.
Case closed.
My mom forced me to stay infertile, and now I can't have kids. So I'm going to get my revenge.
By hiring an army of babies.
To invade her village and take her land.
Aha!
Control the fiefdom. My mom is forcing me to not have children. I'm in my early 30s. I got my first period when I was 9 years old, and they've always been gruesome. Imagining like The Shining, like the elevator doors opening
Just
and this blood rushing
Flooding
out.
out. Yoinks.
More blood than anyone could ever imagine. Cramping so bad that I had to miss school and couldn't eat or drink or do anything because the
Jeez.
pain was so bad.
Oh,
Damn,
man.
do periods get that bad?
I feel like I've heard of similar kind of situations.
That's crazy. Hey,
Ugh.
if you've had a crazy bad period, let us know. Put it in the
Drop
comments.
it in the comments. We know. We see you, ladies.
We see you, ladies. 70% of you watching OKOP.
Oh.
We love you. you, in my mother's eyes, I was a faker, making things up for attention or to get out of tests. She refused to take me to see doctors or anything.
Wow.
I wasn't even allowed pain meds. Well, when I moved in with my then boyfriend at 27, he convinced me to go see a doctor because that wasn't healthy, which, I mean, probably not to be just like gushing like the Red Sea, all the time.
At least doesn't hurt to check, honestly.
Yeah, especially if it's like hurting a ton. And I did. I later got diagnosed with a rare reproductive issue. I'm vague for privacy. That essentially could have been fixed if caught earlier. Also, if anyone has any ideas of what this rare thing is.
Sam always wants to know the
I
details.
want to know the details.
They're pertinent.
But the thing is, it wasn't caught. The issue had gone on for long enough that the damage was pretty much irreparable. In the end, I was basically given the choice of surgery A, which would leave me infertile with less complications and a lower fatality rate, or surgery B, which would leave me fertile but with a higher risk of complications/death due to the severity of my issue. So, John, and all of you, which surgery would you choose? Surgery A or surgery B?
Sam, I'm going to be honest here. I'm going to have a hot take.
Hot take.
I'm going with A. I want to keep living.
Okay, I would love to
personal
know what
preference.
everyone else would choose, but I think OP is with you. I chose surgery A. I can no longer have biological children. My then boyfriend and I are now married, and we're looking into other options to have a child. We're heavily leaning towards adoption, and I confided in my mother about this. Big mistake.
Oh.
Don't tell your mom anything.
Yep.
She started scolding me and basically told me that I had to have biological children. She told me that if I didn't have bio kids, then I was a failure of a woman, and how dare you let the bloodline die?
The audacity.
Or something like that. She told me that if we adopted, then she would do everything in her power to make me and my husband look terrible so the adoption fails. So she's trying to actively sabotage
Like,
them having kids.
what kind of mother would you possibly be to do this to your own child?
A bad one.
A terrible one.
The icing on the cake is she told me that I should just reverse a surgery. Well, I can't do that. It's physically impossible. It's not like just getting your tubes tied. I literally no longer have a uterus or ovaries or any of it. There is no way to reverse this surgery. I mean, what do you say to your mom? Like, what do you do?
You hire an army of babies and then
Yes, and take the fiefdom.
take the fiefdom.
I mean, I think you say, Mom, fuck off.
Yeah, for real.
And maybe like record her and say, I'm going to use this against you in court, bro.
Ooh.
I went off on her and I explained that, if she were a competent parent who actually did her job, then maybe I wouldn't be infertile. And
Facts.
like when she
Facts.
explained, like I feel like when OP was like, hey, like I have these super periods where I'm expelling more blood than a teenage boy expels blood into his dick when he's having boners constantly, then maybe I wouldn't have this issue. I called her a terrible mom and a terrible person. I told her that if I ever do adopt a child, she would never get to meet them. She went silent. Damn, that's like she's laying down the law. And then hung up. She hasn't said a word to me since. But now every woman in my family is calling me a useless bitch and a horrible daughter.
God.
Did she know what the mom said, though? Like, do all these people know? Do they know context?
I doubt it.
Even family I haven't seen since I was a baby are calling me a bitch. Now I'm wondering if I went too far.
It has to end at some point. And also think about this. This is just the tip of the iceberg for all the stuff. So like, I don't know. Does anyone have mothers like this? Like, I pray that you don't. But
Please don't. If you do, give us those juicy details.
yeah, let us
In
know.
the comments, please. So what should OP do?
You could argue that it's too harsh to completely cut her out. I think it's kind of tip of the iceberg. There's probably more that the mom did to her.
But I also think the threat to cut her out
The threat. Yeah.
is honestly all that is needed.
Yeah.
And then maybe if it continues, then
See if she
actually
fixes her
follow
act.
through.
I agree.
My psycho roommate cut my hair as revenge and is reporting me to the police. But it gets worse.
What more are you going to do? Steal all my money?
This happened maybe 5 minutes ago. I'm scrambling to try to figure out what to do before the police are called. I'm living off campus with a roommate that I was paired with through our college. We had a little bit of a disagreement about her paying her portion of the bills, as in, I guess she's not going to pay her portion of the bills.
Yeah, a disagreement.
And rent on time. And her boyfriend is basically living there without the landlord's permission, which violates the lease.
Wait, that's illegal.
That's double not rent paying.
Yeah,
You owe me
bro.
double, baby.
Well, everything seemed to be fine later on, so we're hanging out in my room, and she asks me to braid her hair. Afterwards, she offers to braid mine. She goes to grab hair ties or something. I'm not paying attention. I'm on my phone. Well, apparently, she grabs scissors and decided to cut my hair as revenge for pissing her off. Which I guess like pissing her off means like, hey, like, could you pay the rent on time?
How dare you ask for what you're owed? How dare you?
I'm expecting her to braid my hair when suddenly, right next to my ear, she cuts a huge chunk of my hair off. I freak out and instinctively turn around while batting her hand away like this. Right? Her hand flies into her face. And the scissors cut her cheek deep. And they're expensive shears, so they're very sharp. And now she's saying, "You assaulted me," and then threatened to call the police.
The tables that these people mentally flip is incredible.
How the turntables.
All right, they're still bored of this story, but what does OP do? All right, she's being accused of stabbing her roommate.
You finished your job. Time to catch these hands, baby. Catch these sizzies.
I told her I would give her the money she wanted and we didn't have to call the police, but I had to pawn some things, so I needed a minute to gather some stuff to sell to get the money, which this even makes less sense.
Makes no sense. What is going on?
I just did this to buy some time. I'm not giving her shit. Do I wait for her to call the police and explain when they get here? I considered calling the police first, but I don't want to incriminate myself. I really didn't mean for her to get hurt. All I did was turn around and push her hand away before I could even process that she had shears in her hand. Either way, I don't want to live with a psycho anymore. Is there anything I can do? I have a copy of her lease and I'm going to look it over. We're on the lease, but she's just a co-signer as she was 17 when we signed the lease, but has since turned 18. Our lease is up in August. Also, this might sound stupid, but she ran off with a chunk of hair. Can the police make her give it back to me? My hair is very long and I'd like to at least donate it, as I'll have to cut the rest of my hair to match since the psycho had a third of my hair in her hand. I love how OP is still thinking about like donating her hair.
A peculiarly empathetic thought to have at this very moment.
I need my hair back because I need to donate it. There's an update. There's more.
Oh.
We're getting some juicy updates
Yeah, we
too.
are.
But I don't know. What does OP do? Do
Your
you
boy
think?
loves going nuclear. I think we turn this into a true crime podcast.
Oh, so you think you stab?
I started the job. I'm not a quitter.
Yeah.
I'm a finisher.
Damn straight.
Hello.
General Kenobi.
Jack shit happened. I called the non-emergency line right after I posted this, and they sent out 2 officers. I made the mistake of telling my roommate that I had called the police and that she had committed assault.
Oh.
She must have realized that it looked pretty bad and rethought her strategy. She disappeared into the bathroom for a while until the police got here. And when she came out, what do you think happened?
She apologized and they hugged and everything was fine.
That's not what happens in these stories.
Ah,
She cut her hair to look like mine.
of course she did, bro.
Instead of doing a hack job, though, it actually looked pretty good.
yeah. Funny how mine is all crazy and yours is just like a cute little bob.
She told them that we had agreed to cut each other's hair and that she just pulled a little bit of a prank and decided to cut my hair a bit shorter than originally planned. I freaked out, and that's how she got cut.
Evil genius.
So smart.
4D chess.
She convinced them that she had apologized, but I was looking for a way to get her out of the house and was lying. She showed them our text where she asked if I want to do her hair without specifying what we were doing. So it's like, oh, you want to do your hair, meaning braiding, but it could be interpreted as
Wow.
like cutting the hair.
Dang.
She also showed all the earlier texts where we're fighting about money, and I threatened to get the landlord involved. She even showed them the hair in the trash can. I guess my story sounded less believable with all the evidence against me. In the end, they didn't seem to give a shit.
Dang.
They
Tough
said this was
break.
a civil matter, and as long as she didn't feel assaulted, that they were done. I didn't want to press my luck and get arrested, so I kept my mouth shut, and I was treated like a criminal. And now this insane girl is outside my room, threatening to destroy all my shit. Please put in the comments, have you ever dealt with a crazy roommate like this?
Oh my God.
There's an update. There's an update to be clear. We're not even close to done. But John, what would you do?
Leave as fast as you can.
I had a similar thing. We had this crazy girl living with us for like a month, and then she became like a stalker. Like she would like wake us up in the middle of the night by looking over us in our beds. It was so bad. She was crazy. I recorded some of her rampage to the door, and I'm collecting any messages that sound even remotely threatening that her and her boyfriend have sent me. I'm taking pictures of all of my stuff in case she destroys my property. The office for the apartment just closed, so I can't go to my landlord till tomorrow, and I don't have any way to contact him directly. What the hell do I do? Can I go to the police station and file a report, even though the police just came here and decided to believe her? And there's another update. Jane turned out to be scary good at lying and manipulating, which is like a roommate. So yesterday I got off Reddit and got collecting evidence and making a script so I knew exactly what to say when I went to talk to the police again. My neighbor that we share a wall with came over after hearing Jane flipping out, and I explained everything. The neighbor offered to watch my cat and said that she'd call me if it seemed like Jane was going to do anything crazy while I went to the station. I packed all my most valuable things in my car and then recorded a quick video of me telling Jane that I was going out and that she did not have permission to go into my room or touch my things, just in case she wrecked something and said I did it, because she's freaking manipulative. I told the police about everything and brought my copy of the police report, showed them harassing messages Jane had sent in the past, messages proving we often braid each other's hair, probably unnecessary, but I was trying to prove that I agreed to let her braid my hair, but I'd never let her cut it.
Now I'm going to be a little extra cautious.
Oh, yeah. No one's touching my hair.
Yeah.
Especially, with John's hair. It's so luscious and beautiful.
Not these years that I put in, though.
I also provided proof that I'm a cosmetology student, freelance makeup artist, and occasional hair model. So I would never let someone who isn't trained cut my hair, as it's an important part of my job/hobby.
Okay.
So literally, her hair is her job. The officers I spoke to this time took me seriously. But before I could even finish talking to them, my neighbors text me a video of Jane tossing my open train case onto the corner and stomping on some of my very expensive makeup as it falls out.
Oh my.
Jane is destroying everything.
Literally.
I'm an idiot and forget the one thing that is important to my livelihood right now in the bathroom. But I was in a hurry and grabbed my personal makeup without thinking. OP, this is not on you. This is on the crazy roommate destroying your shit.
Please.
Details aside, crazy bitch tossed out thousands of dollars worth of my property. Fuck, makeup is expensive.
It is.
2 new officers escorted me back to my apartment. And when we got there, Jane immediately turned on the waterwork. Manipulation activated. Surprisingly, she was cooperative and left with one of the officers to talk at the station, I guess, while the other helped me scare away the vultures trying to steal makeup off the street and bring it inside. I noticed my prescribed Wellbutrin and Xanax bottles were missing from the bathroom. I know, stupid place to keep them, but who the hell steals Wellbutrin? And the officer said they would question her. And then this morning, I looked at the public records for my county and saw Jane's mugshot with charges for assault with a deadly weapon and malicious mischief.
Wow.
So she's getting some charges.
She got it. She caught him.
And then there's one final update. Jane took a plea bargain and pled guilty to misdemeanor assault and destruction of property. I'm a bit upset that she pretty much got a slap on the wrist with a sentence and fine she received, but I suppose it's worth it because she cooperated in breaking our lease. I filed for a restraining order against her and filed a claim with my insurance company for my damaged and stolen makeup, which was thankfully covered by my renter's insurance. Jane's parents moved all of her stuff out of the apartment yesterday and gave me a little money to cover her portion of the rent that she owes me. It wasn't nearly enough, but they seem like surprisingly nice people, and I feel bad that they have to deal with such a nutcase of a daughter. Sheesh. All right. I want to know what all of y'all would do in this situation. Put it in the comments. Also, if you've dealt with any crazy roommates, we want to hear those stories.
Yeah, please.
But John, what do you have to say?
Look, obviously the roommate's the a-hole. Obviously. OP did nothing wrong. I feel bad for OP, how just manipulated she was this whole time. It was crazy. I'm glad that at least psycho roommate's out of the picture now. OP can kind of just move on from the situation. You know what I mean?
It also sucks how you just go to college and it's just, luck of the draw.
Truly.
It's you could get a great roommate that's your best friend, or you could get a literally batshit crazy roommate that makes your life miserable.
Pick a straw out of a hat. That's what it is. I'm deserting my grandmother for her birthday because what she did to me was way worse. Am I the a-hole?
You are done having birthdays. It's my time to shine, old lady.
So I am female, 17, and have a grandmother, 61, who is turning 62 very soon. I love my grandma very much and overall respect her until recently. A few months.
Now she's just an old hunk of bones.
Now she's just a fat sack of lard waiting to die. Now, a few months before this, she never sided with me or understood where I was coming from when she was all moody and whatnot. But when this happened, it didn't really bother me. I always seemed to ignore it and just let it go. And I knew she would always love me. But here's the backstory.
What's the backstory?
About 2 months ago, I turned 17. My mother begged me to spend time with my grandma on my birthday, which I did not want to do.
I want to do cool 17-year-old go to the mall.
Yeah.
Watch a movie.
Oh, that's what the kids are doing. I wanted to spend my weekend how I wanted to spend it, with a friend because it was my birthday and it was on the weekend, so I'd have school the next day.
That's completely fair.
Totally. With all her nagging, I finally decided to go to my grandmother's house anyways. Worst mistake I've ever made.
It smelled like death.
Prune juice.
Ew.
Drink it, sweetie. That day, I was supposed to get an Apple Watch, the one I wanted for my birthday. I didn't want to be in the car for much longer because I get car sick. But again, my mother was nagging me to go over to hang out with my grandma.
I feel like that's just what parents do, you know?
They nag.
You know, like they nag, and they also like they want you to have a connection to your grandparents.
Sure.
My parents like all the time like, hey, you should like really hang out with your grandparents. You know,
I like that.
There's not gonna be like they're old as heck, and they're not gonna be around much longer. So spend time with them if you can.
That's good advice if I've ever heard
It is. It is.
The worst part about all of this is that I've just gotten my period. That sucks.
Like in terms of like for the first time.
I don't think for the first time,
Okay.
but in general.
In general.
After being in the car much longer than I anticipated, I started crying and saying that I didn't feel well. Then, after my grandma came back, my mom told her. My grandma was mad at me the whole day after that, made it all about her, how I betrayed her, and that I am no longer...
It's her birthday. Yo, I feel like with all her grandma old wisdom, she would know not to be a
Well, you think that's bad. Opie says that the grandma then said that she is no longer her grandchild.
This seems like a disgusting overreaction.
This is just 1,000 out of 10 over here.
Wow.
Just way over the line.
Wow.
The reason why we originally deviated from getting the Apple Watch was to find something for her that she was missing. So the car sickness is kind of like all because of Grammy.
So it's like not only is OP not getting the present that she wanted, but she's not even get to celebrate how she wanted.
And she's sick, yeah.
And she's stuck with her
And
old
that's
ass
a period.
grandma. And that's a period, yeah.
Yoinks. I was so confused. I was crying. I didn't understand why she was so mad. Then they told me that she was missing something, so we went to the store to go find it. I didn't listen to the conversation because I had my AirPods on. The whole day of my birthday, she didn't really want to spend time with me or come to an understanding with me, which left me heartbroken. And I can never forgive her for that.
Okay, I'm not saying what grandma did was right, but it's really hard to have a conversation with a moody teenager who has their AirPods in.
It really is, though.
Yeah. But how do you know? Grandma might have been like, dearie, are you okay? And you're just jamming a Blink 182.
This is where the revenge comes in. My grandmother is turning 62 soon. Her birthday's coming up. My and her birthday is not that far apart. And me and my family like to spend our birthday together. And you know what? I'm going to make it all about me. I'm going to go out and pretend like it's my birthday. I couldn't enjoy my birthday because she wanted to ruin it for selfish reasons. So I'm going to ignore her the whole time. And if anyone stops me, I'll remind her of what she did on my birthday. I'm going to bring a cake of my own and light it with the number 18 on it.
I love how petty this is. This is classic teenage, like angsty revenge.
And this last part is like the petty
sauce.
bow on the box there. Even though I don't feel any emotional attachment to her, I do feel bad.
No emotional attachment to your grandma? Damn.
Zero. Even
also low key, bro, like grandma, like daughter, like grandma's like, I'm cutting you out.
Yeah.
And then daughters,
Literally.
like granddaughter's like, yeah, I'm cutting you out too.
The apple did not fall far from the tree here. Even still, I do feel bad for doing this. What do you say?
Do feel bad. So how about that last sentence where you're like, I don't feel bad at all?
How about that? What do you say? Is this too petty revenge or not? I need to know what you all think about the pettiness, if it's too far or not. Samuel, what do you think?
I think it's a little far.
I think both are a little too far.
Yeah, I think like
come
I would
on.
say both are a little bit the a-hole. I think grandma is way more the a-hole because it's a
She should know better.
She should know better.
Come on.
17-year-old turning 18, like, you know.
And why does she have to be in the car? Like, I believe it was her mom and the grandma. So it's like, why does she have to be there in the car when she gets car sick? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
I
it
just
doesn't
put that
make any
together.
sense. And also, you know, it's like her birthday. Like, let her have her birthday.
Come on.
She can hang out with grandma any other time.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd say grandma a-hole, granddaughter a-hole, but a little less because it's like a retaliation a-hole.
Yes.
You know? And I think like a retaliation a-hole is like maybe like 70% of a real a-hole.
Yeah.
Like that's a conversion factor.
Yep. The a-hole ratio.
I don't give an F if they're toddlers. I'm evicting them and kicking them to the streets.
Come on, little Timmy.
I, 23 female, and my roommate, 23 male, have lived in our apartment complex since July. It's a generally peaceful area, sort of between the suburbs and the city, and the place itself is rather nice. Good for you, OP, good for you. However, we are considering moving and even saving up to break our lease because of some absolutely terrible neighbors.
Sounds bad.
Sounds terrible. Our upstairs neighbors have 3 kids, and the youngest spends every moment screaming like this. Ah! I'm not talking just usual toddler cries. I mean, this kid is screaming like their arms are being ripped off. It's highly disturbing.
Ugh,
which
God.
now I'm like, yo, maybe you should check on that.
Check on them? I don't
Like,
know.
Is that toddler okay?
Literally.
Is that toddler getting its arms ripped off?
I don't know, bro.
Maybe we should check. I hear the 2 parents yelling / arguing at each other loudly at ungodly hours as well. So, like toddler, like parent, I guess. We have a noise rule at the complex. Quiet hours between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. These kids will be screaming full volume like they're in pain at like 12 to 3 a.m. every single night.
Jeez.
That's not normal.
No, it's not.
Also, like when are those kids getting sleep? 12 to 3?
Yeah.
And they're going to school?
Maybe.
Like,
I mean, if they're toddlers, they could be sleeping during the day. It's possible. Like a
I guess,
2-year-old.
yeah, toddlers.
3
They have
kids.
3 kids. I guess maybe all of them could be babies.
Yeah.
Damn, screaming bloody murder. That sucks.
That's a lot.
I live with chronic fatigue, probably because of the freaking screaming toddlers, as part of my disability. And having enough sleep is really important to me. Even if you didn't have a disability, I feel like it's important
real.
to everyone. I truly struggle to function at all if I miss lots of sleep. Their screaming is affecting my school, my work life, and my physical health. There's more to this story. I want to know what y'all would do in this situation. John, what do you think OP should do?
Scoop up the babies, fly to the Amazon rainforest, drop them in the jungle. They become Tarzan and get discovered by a scientist years later.
That's perfect.
It's kind of a solution.
On top of this, their kids will open other tenants' mail / packages and leave garbage, cups, waters, bottles, candy wrappers, tissues all over our grass and often throw it out their windows where it lands on my air conditioner.
Why?
Little like freaking what's that in Looney Tunes? The Tasmanian devil just tearing through everything. I've made at least 30 complaints to management. I swear I'm calling them all the time.
Ugh.
They
Man.
always say they'll send out a notice, but the problem never stops. It's crazy that like they can get away with this. I feel like most tenants is like, oh, dude, if you're it up for the community, like,
Don't you want to keep the other tenants?
Yeah, come on.
Like, what?
Last night, I took matters into my own hands. Around 11 p.m., I was getting ready for bed and trying to wind down after work, and then they started screaming right above my bedroom. I knocked the ceiling with a broom, and their father stomped back so hard the apartment shook and bits of my ceiling started falling out.
Jeez.
So they're kind of like having like, they're like, hey, you, like, or OP is like, hey, can you like quiet down? And he's like, oh, I can't quiet down. Boom, boom, boom. Fee, fi, fo, fum.
Taste my fury.
I went upstairs and knocked, and I couldn't even get a hi, I'm sorry to bother you, but do you mind? Before their father went absolutely nuclear.
Oh.
He started screaming in my face. This is a grown-ass man screaming, this is my house. I don't care. No sleep. No sleep to you. No sleep for you. My house. I love like the broken sentence
Can't
structure.
even, he's just caveman neighbor. My house, be loud, you take.
Before slamming the door in my face. At this point, I'm worried if I do call management and consequences do happen, that I'll face retaliation from my neighbors. I don't know. As a small, cute girl, I also didn't even realize that OP was a small, cute girl.
A lady.
A lady. Ooh. There's something about a much larger man raising their voice aggressively like that really scares me. And I can tell you, it's probably scary if you're a dude too.
Yup.
However, I feel guilty. These are 3 kids with their mom, dad, and grandmother in a tiny 2-bedroom apartment. I hate to be a snitch, and I hate the thought that if they get consequences like heavy fines or eviction, I'm effing up their life more. I don't know. Am I the a-hole?
I'm sure many people watching have run into this scenario before.
Oh yeah, I
for
mean
sure.
like noisy tenants are, you know, like it's just like a thing of living.
Yes. It is life.
Yes, and I am that noisy
Yeah,
tenant.
I was about to say, Sam's on the other side of the
Please
coin.
tell me what you would do in this situation. But in terms of the a-holes in this story,
Yep.
OP, not the a-hole.
Nope.
I mean, you're just trying to get some sleep.
Literally.
right? Children, I don't think the a-hole.
Big
They're too
a-hole.
young. Yeah,
Big a-hole.
a-hole.
Take it.
Parents, huge a-holes.
Definitely.
1, for not like, I guess, helping their kids not scream. And then 2, for yelling themselves.
Yeah.
Right. If
it's
they're
too much.
yelling all the time like that, they're contributing to the noise. So
100%.
I say OP has every right to complain and
That's right.
to also just see if those kids are okay.
Yeah, check in on him.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I told a client they are too fat for a massage. Am I the a-hole?
I'll be honest, Sam, it sounds like it. Seems pretty cut and dry.
It does, but it's like, what if they're too fat? I, 25 male, work as a masseur for a somewhat small spa and have been doing so for 3 years. This week, I had to do something that I had never had to do before.
Different kind of massage.
A happy ending massage. What happened was that we had a group booking for 4 people. As per usual, I grabbed the questionnaire and waiver for the client I was going to take. But then when I saw her, I became concerned.
Uh-oh.
She was clearly well over 400 pounds.
I mean, that's hefty.
That's hefty.
It is.
How much do you weigh?
I'm like was 160 or 170.
I'm around the same. That's like 3 of us. Aside from the weight capacity, 400 pounds, it's a lot of weight. I wasn't sure if she would have been able to fit on the table, but I put that concern aside.
Super quick solution. I recently watched a Nathan For You episode.
Yes.
He had overweight people on horses with helium balloons.
Is that true?
20 pounds off per balloon.
Wow. For the sake of safety, I decided to weigh her with the result being 465 pounds, with the table's capacity being 495 pounds. In the most polite way I could, I decided to not risk it. I told her that for her safety, I can't service her. As an alternative, I offered her other services where her weight wouldn't be an issue. Just put it on the ground. Like, what's the deal with, like, why can't, do you need to be in a massage table to have a massage?
Why do we got to be horizontal?
Yeah.
Why are these questions never asked?
I don't know if you've ever done a massage train, but like, you can do that standing, sitting,
You be vertical.
laying down on the floor. Unfortunately, she was too upset, embarrassed as a result. She and her group decided to cancel their appointments. And because of this, 3 of my colleagues absolutely hate my guts now. They all believe that I should have been more accommodating to her. Let me know what you think in the comments. Should OP have turned this this hefty lady away? Or should OP have done some kind of solution? John, what do you think?
So, look, we mentioned many solutions. Helium balloons, vertical massages, but I got an even simpler solution. Go to the person and be like, here's the deal. The table is $495. You're $465. Are you cool with that? If she's cool with it,
Yeah, just like have her sign an extra safety waiver.
extra safety, boop, 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 little signature.
Bada bing, bada boom.
And OP gets money. OP gets paid.
I think it's fun.
Let's do it.
I got a paternity test because I don't trust my wife anymore. We got the results back, and I fear our relationship is over. So I met my wife through a mutual friend. We were friends for a year or so before we both became single and decided we were compatible enough to date.
Very nice.
We were together 2 years before we got married. I do not know what got into me. My wife is loyal, faithful, but I had been reading statistics about how many men are raising children that aren't their own and had absolutely no idea around the time she found out she was pregnant. We both wanted children. We weren't actively preventing it. What is the statistic? 1 in 30 fathers is not related to the kid that they think they are related to. You probably know 30 fathers. One of them, and it could be you. It could be your dad.
Yeah, it could be your dad. Or
Yeah. Your dad might not be your dad.
Dun, dun, dun.
She told me she'd gladly give me my paternity test, but that she was moving back to her mother's until that time because she didn't know if she wanted to continue the marriage. She got an amniocentesis test about 20 weeks ago. I'm the father, and when she told me, I was so happy, but she wasn't. Of course she's not going to be happy that you question the paternity.
Idiot. God.
She told me that she felt like she fell out of love with me the minute I asked her and that she had no desire to reconcile. Our daughter was born July 10th. My wife has gone through a lawyer and has started through the motions of a divorce and issues of custody. She has since gotten her own apartment. She said she wants to keep this as amicable as possible for the sake of our daughter, but I just want to be a family. She doesn't want support or alimony because she makes more than enough to cover herself and our daughter's needs and live a comfortable life. It's taken since February to even get to her softening her stance and even think about counseling. She said she loves me, but she isn't sure she can get over this. Now I'm trying to think of how to fix this, and I'm just a broken mess. I want to prepare a list to talk about on Monday at counseling, but I just can't think of anything but apologizing, and that hasn't made any difference in the past months. I don't think it would now. TLDR, didn't suspect wife of infidelity, but paranoia made me ask for a paternity test. Probably listen to a couple OKOP episodes. After months of separation, she's agreed to counseling. What can I do to fix this? And there is an update.
Oh.
But John, what can OP do to fix the fact that he didn't believe his wife and got a paternity test?
How do we fix his marriage? He still kind of has the vibe like when he said, like, she doesn't want to like engage, but I just want us to be a family. It's like, don't you get it? Like,
I mean,
it's that behavior.
Yeah. I mean, it was the fact that you didn't trust her.
Yeah. Oh, God, what would I do if I was OP? I mean...
Don't be an idiot in the first place.
Yeah,
I mean, don't believe the fucking internet
yeah.
and statistics. But I mean, you can't rush it. Your questioning of her loyalty and honesty has crippled the relationship in her eyes.
Yeah.
But there is an update.
Oh, boy.
I got to sit down with my wife during my visit with my daughter while she was napping. She says that this was the straw that broke the camel's back. And here is why she went nuclear, as a lot of people said. And as much as this hurt, I needed to hear it. I had trouble trusting her our whole relationship, despite the fact she had never cheated on me or any exes. She's caught me snooping through her phone, email, work, laptop before, and because she deals with privileged information, she says I open her up to liabilities with her clients.
Oh.
And no, I have never found anything incriminating. She has never hidden anything except work-related things because of confidentiality. Her bank accounts, credit card information, phone records were always open to me because she's caught me snooping before and she wanted to assuage my fears.
Oh, boy.
I had recently installed Tinder on my phone and she caught me on OkCupid 6 months ago. Her best friend sent me my profile, so she thinks that this is me projecting.
This guy.
She got upset about the hypocriticalness of it all. While she had been fully open to me, she says I never showed her the same courtesy and always bitched at her about my privacy. I had my phone passcoded. I would get upset if she did the same, which, dude, if you're being hypocritical in your relationship,
bro,
you're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
You shouldn't expect someone to do something that you're not prepared to do.
Exactly.
I'd get angry with her if she went into my computer email for any reason, even if it was bill related. You sound like an asshole, bro. You're not making a good case for yourself. She said what really made her not want to work on it was some of the following. She felt no support from me at all before the test. She would come over every other day and talk to me, but I was cold to her, and she tried to work on it in the beginning. She said my aloofness made her not care. I refused to help her cover the copay for the amniocentesis. God, what a dick. She said this was pettiness that made her feel this way, but she was going to get an amniocentesis test anyway because she's paranoid about birth defects and her insurance didn't deem it a medical necessity. I went on a few dates after she moved out and she found out. She considered it cheating because she had been attempting to work on our marriage at that point and had even made counseling appointments.
Oh my God, bro.
That I refused to attend until she got the paternity test. Bro.
How do you fumble the bag so badly?
She was trying to meet you every which way.
Dude.
And you were like, no, I didn't remember this and didn't include it in my last post. She said she's willing to work on the marriage, but she said that it has to be open both ways and she isn't willing to move back with me right away. I have to give her the passcode to my phone and delete Tinder. I do not want to give her the passcode to my phone because I think I deserve my privacy. Bitch. Are you kidding me? If you expect her to give you her phone password, you should give her yours. Are you trying to work on this marriage or what, dude?
This is painful.
Her other condition is personal therapy as well as couples counseling, which he was much more reasonable on. He said, I don't want to do this either.
No.
Because as many of you pointed out, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be sure.
What does that have to do with your therapy? That has almost nothing to do with that.
And there is another update.
Oh, God.
There is another update. But John, so far, what are your thoughts on this dude?
My guy. This is just one of those, every once in a while, we just get those dudes that just like, he's just going to fumble the bag forever. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
you don't deserve to be in a relationship.
All right, hit me with it. I'm ready.
Okay. I realize now that I'm not exactly someone you want to sympathize with, and I'm sorry. I do love Marissa, and I want to be a better husband and father, but I will not get that chance. In therapy, our therapist had us lay everything out on the table, and I admitted that I was an unfair hypocrite. At least you can admit what
Good
you
step.
are. She admitted that she's happier without me, despite being a single mother for all intents and purposes. We attempted to talk it through, with her laying out her terms to re-enter the marriage. I still feel I did not cheat on her because she left me with no discussion of terms. She feels I cheated because we were still married and actively discussing her eventually rebuilding her trust in me and moving back home. We agreed to try another therapy session, but Tuesday morning she canceled it and filed for divorce. We had dinner that night. She told me she was so sorry, but she didn't think it would work because her trust at this point was irrecoverably broken. I told her it was okay. We sat down and talked about visitation until she leaves in January, when she will be moving to her home state with an opportunity that grants her more money and better benefits, including on-site daycare. She told me she harbors no hard feelings towards me, which I would harbor some big hard feelings against this douchebag, but she wishes it hadn't ended this way. I told her it didn't have to, but she disagreed and said it did. And it does. I told her I'd give her access to my phone and such. A little too late, buddy. A little too late.
Stop it.
But the fact that I did that to her left her with a sour taste in her mouth, and she doesn't want a relationship where it's considered normal to not share/rifle through the other person's things for no reason, as she put it. We agreed on child support and we will get it in writing. I make a comparable amount to what she will be making, so we agreed to split baby's expenses. Baby will be on her insurance. I gave her a check for the amount for the amino. Anything else we can think of? I know there's no chance of getting my wife back, but how can I be a good dad to a baby long distance? We talked about me eventually moving to be in proximity. She made sure to emphasize for baby and that we will not be getting back together, but I'm locked into a contract until December at least. So I guess what should OP do to become a better father? Change a lot of things about yourself.
Become a completely different person.
At least he's honest in his post.
It seems like he's becoming self-aware. I mean, hey, that's
a step.
A step in the right direction. At the end of the day, she's still co-parenting a child with a guy.
Yeah.
So better that he's kind of understanding now.
Yeah, but fuck, what an idiot. Bruh. I'm very curious. Have you ever been with a partner that has just been such a hypocrite? I would love to hear your hypocritical partner stories. All right. When Ariana comes over to my place, she will change and she'll borrow my sweatpants and a t-shirt.
Yep.
And maybe one of my hoodies.
Sure.
Classic girlfriend.
Of course.
Borrows your clothes thing, right? I went over to her place after a date. I didn't have any sweatpants or anything. I was cold and I'm like, hey, can I borrow some of your sweatpants? And immediately she said, no, you'll stretch them out. And yes, she is 5'0" and I have 100 pounds on her. But the fact that she wouldn't even think about lending me her sweatpants, I was taken aback. And I said, Ariana, that's hypocritical as fuck. Do you know how many times I've given you my sweatpants? And then she's like, fine, I'll go check. And I wore some of her sweatpants and I look fucking phenomenal in them.
Oh God.
Did not stretch them out because they're massively oversized on her. And now we're closer because of it. I think someone is living in my shed. I can't prove it yet.
Rent is too damn high. I'm about to find a shed to live in myself.
Title says it all, but it also doesn't say a thing.
Oh,
mysterious start. Lately, I've been noticing something off about my home. Like there's something else with me, my wife, and our 2 dogs, but I have not been able to put my finger on it until today. For some context, I live in a duplex. We share the property with another guy in his mid-20s. He has his own house and we have ours, but we share the laundry room that leads to our respective backyards that are separated by a fence. This all started 2 months ago when a guy sent me a text. Hey man, just a heads up, someone stole my bike out of the sunroom. This is extra creepy because to get to our sun/laundry room, you would need to hop the brick fence surrounded by shrubbery trees and then hurl the bike over, unless the thief had the most massive balls ever and walked through one of our front doors when we weren't home. Either way, I didn't feel right and made more of an effort to keep the door locked. Fast forward a couple of weeks ago, I let my dogs into the backyard and one of them starts sniffing at the shed. No big deal. The lizards are coming out, heating up. They probably just chased one under the door. Finally got them to come in, but didn't give it much thought. I hardly ever go in that shed. Nothing wrong with it. It's just kind of out of the way, and I'm not really a hang in the shed type of guy.
You don't like hanging in the shed with your boys?
Hey, knock back a couple beers in the shed. Maybe look at those tools. Maybe look at each other's tools.
Oh, God.
So we generally use it for storage, suitcases, furnitures that doesn't match and fit the house, camping stuff, boring suburban shit. We probably enter it maybe 3 times a year. After the 18th day in a row of my dogs being curious about the shed, I decided to give it a little look-see to see if maybe there's a Komodo dragon. Where are they living? A Komodo dragon?
What?
Or something in there. But what I did find literally made me piss myself just a little bit. Just a few drops.
Ooh.
Inside the shed was the bike that my neighbor had stolen a little while back. My first thought was, oh, fuck, my wife is a klepto. So
yeah,
it's like,
right.
Oh, my wife stole this guy's shit.
Who else could it be?
But quickly ruled that out. She doesn't even like the bike. Then I briefly worried that my neighbor thought that I was the thief. I mean, it's in my shed. I don't know how to explain that if he found out. Plus, I wanted to give him his bike back. I kept looking around and found that one of our sleeping bags unraveled but balled up behind a box. Inside of it was a sack of what looked like to be $20 in change in singles. There was also a bag for garbage that had lots of food wrappers inside. It was pretty clean.
I'm still freaked out. I am freaked out. He said wife, kids, and a dog.
Yeah.
I'm freaked out.
And
freaked
a
out.
new roommate. Eventually, my brain accepted what it was ultimately denying at first and put 2 and 2 together. Someone, I don't know who, is living in my shed.
I hate it.
Or at least was. Maybe my dog spooked them off, or maybe they sleep there every night and leave during the day. If they weren't coming back, why would they leave the change? I left everything how I found it and am thinking about what I should do next. Whoever did it must have gotten in through the spare set of keys I keep hidden in my backyard. I locked up and brought them inside with me tonight. Hopefully, whoever it is gets the message and moves on. I'm going to install cameras tomorrow. I will keep you guys updated if anything more happens. Please hope for the best, and let's hope this person isn't a lunatic. And there is an update.
Oh, no.
But John, if you thought someone was living in your shed, what do you do?
It could totally be just someone like, I found this random ass empty box and I'm living in it, right? That's probably what it is.
Yeah.
But my paranoid mind is like, is this person like trying to infiltrate my family and like do whatever else, you know?
Is he trying to hook up with my wife? Has my wife has been going to the shed more recently.
I mean, dude.
And she comes back with a smile on her face.
If someone is getting at your wife living in your own shed, you got to get your riz up, my dude. Like, you are just failing.
But have you ever found anyone sleeping in your apartment or shed or lawn? But there is an update, John.
Okay.
Right?
I feel like I know what it's going to say.
All right, guys, I've got some good news and I've got some bad news. The bad news is that for 3 nights now, my cameras have not picked up anything creepy, so no creepy footage for you guys. The good news is for me, no footage. But the story doesn't end there. A few people who read my post suggested I contact some local homeless shelters. After all, I didn't want to get the police involved and ruin someone's life potentially.
Yeah.
And this very well could have just been a person who hit rock bottom and needed any kind of shelter. So I called around these past few days and explained this story to people who knew the homeless population. The first few conversations went something like, this doesn't sound like anyone I know of, but let me hook you up with blank. And after about the 5th or 6th time of being told to hit up someone who may know, I got a bite.
Okay.
Susan has been working with the homeless community in my city for about 3 decades. She listened to what I said with eagerness, and I could tell she had a light bulb go off almost right away. The bag of food wrappers you found, were there a bunch of party mix little bite muffins? This was it. She was dead spot on.
Wow.
There were probably like 10 in there.
Wow.
And then she says, you got nothing to worry about. That's old man Dan.
So, old man Dan.
Old man Dan, he just sleeps in your shed every once in a
He's just
while.
slipping in and out and around.
Susan proceeded to tell me the brief version of Old Man Dan's life. Old Man Dan is a supposed Vietnam veteran who, like many of his peers, fell on hard times. She said he has probably lived more of his life homeless than he probably has functioning within society. They feel like he suffers from a multitude of mental health issues such as PTSD and multiple personality, but has never been a concern for violent outbursts. He's mostly kept his head low and just tried to hang out. He also has a habit of shoplifting boxes at a time of party mix little bites from the grocery store. I guess they're his favorite. But Old Man Dan is infamous for one thing.
Oh no.
Setting up little bases around town. Sometimes, they said, he's gone undetected for years. Other times, he's caught in a day. There are usually little bites wrappers found in these places. That's what usually gives his identity away.
His calling card.
Yeah, his calling card. It's like the Joker's Joker card.
Yeah, but it's muffin wrappers.
But it's muffin wrappers. They said he's really good about not going back to where he's not welcome. He's just trying to not draw attention. Some of his local hideouts include under the bleachers at a high school, the away team's bench, less security, abandoned swimming pools, like ones swim teams wouldn't practice at. He had a tent on a golf course. But his most common are a plethora of sheds and guest houses he can find a way into. So now that I know that my wife's life, my precious baby pups, my neighbors, and my life are not in any immediate threat, I took a moment to ponder and make my next move. I asked if Susan would come by and grab his stuff and track him down. She said she knew his usual spots. I tossed his trash. It was just wrappers, no cans or recyclables, but gave her the sack of cash and coins with a little extra money from my coin jar. I also let her give the sleeping bag. My neighbor kept the bike. Anyway, hopefully that's the end of the saga. I'm moving this summer anyway, so not really anything to worry about long term. But although I knew his intentions were malicious, part of me still feels violated that this was even happening. How many nights did he sleep out there without me knowing? I shudder at the thoughts. So Old Man Dan, if I see you on the street, I'll throw you a few bucks and a water, but let's not meet in my shed.
Ooh, wow. This is kind of like a wholesome ending.
Yeah, Old Man Dan. I love how there was like a Reddit post about this, but like every town has a like weird person that's unexplainable. It's like a guy like riding bareback on a horse with his shirt off with long hair.
Yeah.
And you're like, who's that guy riding bareback with his like, shirt off, like with long hair on the horse? And your friend's like, oh, like that's horseback Jesus.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, what would you do if
you found Old Man
found an
Dan
Old Man
living
Dan
in your shed?
I feel like I feel like I resonated a lot with OP, where I'm like a little bit hesitant to like call the cops just so you never know. But I'm also simultaneously like definitely freaked out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
It's
feel
kind
like
of a tough
OP
call.
made the exact right choice. Like, hey, let me call like these services and see what I can do.
Yeah, shout out to OP, honestly.
Shout out to OP. This
Good
is a
stuff.
real classy move.
Yeah. My husband is furious because of what I did at the engagement party, but I don't care. Am I the a-hole? So, my fiance, male 31, and I, female 26, got engaged several days ago.
Nice.
This is relevant. He's tall, and I'm in the 5-foot category. Pretty small compared to him and his family.
From 5 foot to 5'11".
I know, right?
Okay.
But
I'm guessing 5 flat.
He asked that I wear high heels at our engagement party since there was going to be photos. Although I wasn't comfortable and I'm also not a fan of high heels, I decided to wear them just for his sake since he begged and pleaded.
How tall is this guy?
I mean, my man is 7'8".
7 foot.
You know.
Yo, he's having to crouch.
And also, since he promised I would be sitting most of the time. But at the party, he made me stand for hours to welcome the guests. There were like 20 guests with him. I got so tired of standing and my feet and my legs were on fire. I asked if I could sit, but his mom said that I'm the fiance and I should stand next to my partner, not just sit down like the party had nothing to do with me.
Just let
Who
her
cares?
change into different shoes.
Who cares if she wants to sit? It's her party.
Yeah, bro.
What does this have to do with you, bitch? I told my fiance again that I was in so much pain, and he said, "Suck it up, babe. It's almost over."
Damn.
God.
Dick.
I hate these two people right now.
Dick.
I had enough of it. I took my heels off and I let my feet and legs cool off. Him and his mom looked at me in utter confusion. Several of his family and guests saw me barefoot as well.
Barefoot. I saw her toes.
He freaked out and asked me what I was doing.
How dare you, wench?
His mom asked that I put my heels on, but I said my feet were done and I couldn't do it anymore. My fiance begged me, please, my darling.
Please put your shoes on. The stench is overwhelming.
But I stood there till it was over like he wanted. The minute I got in the car, he flipped out, saying I embarrassed him in front of family and friends by standing there barefoot and refusing to put my heels back on, even after his mom repeatedly asked. I reminded him that he said I wouldn't be standing, but turns out that wasn't true. Yeah,
You lied.
you make me sick. He argued that for someone with a height like mine, that I should wear high heels more often, and said that I should have sucked it up for his sake. He went upstairs and he turned his phone off and refused to speak with me. I had no intentions of embarrassing him, and I do feel like I should have just sucked it up. But I think he wasn't truthful about how long I was expected to stand. Am I the a-hole? Quick edit. He doesn't usually care if I wear high heels and said I should start considering wear them from now on because most women wear high heels on big occasions like weddings and engagement parties. Ladies and gentlemen, your boy is pissed, but I want you to resolve my pissedness by sharing your thoughts in the comments. And I'm sure that there's been some controlling mother-in-laws and fiancés and all manner of that. I would love to hear your stories in the comments, or maybe your craziest high heel related story.
So Ariana, my girlfriend, is 5 flat. I'm like 6 foot. And yesterday we went out to watch The Little Mermaid. Lit, by the way.
Oh,
Lit.
yeah.
And she was about to wear high heels. And I'm like, oh, those look really good. Are you going to wear those? And she's like, nah, like they kind of make my feet hurt. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's wear other shoes. End of discussion, right?
Sam, are you telling me that you allowed her to do what she wanted to do?
I know. And not very manly of me.
You disgust
I know.
me.
Not very tatey of me.
Wow.
But yeah, I would love to hear everyone's high heel stories.
Yes.
And also, what is the highest heel that you've ever worn?
Ooh, competition time.
Competition.
Let's go. Hey, you're like 70, 80% women. We know who's watching.
We
so
know there's some high heel wearers in there.
let's see who wins.
I kicked a girl at my wedding because she was younger and hotter than me. The audacity. Am I the a-hole?
If anyone is more attractive than you,
Yep.
attack them.
I, 25 female, and my husband, 30 male, and I got married last Friday. Congrats. We planned our dream wedding down to the dream catering company. The wedding was beautiful. After the pictures, we headed to our cocktail hour, and that's when I saw her. My guests were all told to wear dark colors, so my husband and I stood out. I also asked my guests to wear minimal makeup. I had assumed that applied to the staff as well. The server, 19-ish female, had on clearly too much eyeliner.
Clearly.
This isn't a Green Day concert, you punk! She also had diamond studs on her ears, a flashy ring, and one of those ugly nose studs.
Oh, a nose stud. What is this? Is this a hot topic?
The staff's uniform was long black sleeve shirts, but on her, it was too low cut and her pants were far too tight.
That ass and those boobies were
goodness.
too bodacious.
They were busted out the
my
confines.
husband could not keep his eyes off her.
She was walking around serving drinks and talking to my guests.
How dare she?
You do your
Saying
job.
things like, would you like a drink?
Oh,
how dare you?
audacity.
Saying chicken or fish? Oh my goodness.
I asked another member of the staff to speak to their boss. When their boss came out, I pointed out the server and asked that she be dealt with because she was super distracting. Their boss apologized and called the server back into the kitchen. Oh, this poor server, man.
Bro, she's like, this happens every time, every wedding. They always kick me out because I'm too hot.
What can I do? Not even an hour later, the server was back out serving food for dinner. I called the boss over again and asked if the server could work in the back or go home.
Oh my God.
Her boss said they were short-staffed tonight, so she would see what can be done. After a few hours of not seeing her, I saw the server again
The
around
audacity.
the bar. Why do you continue to exist when I wish for you to vanish? I called the boss out one last time and told her if the server didn't leave, I would be calling the cops.
On what grounds?
Hey, my husband and mother-in-law said I was acting crazy. Yes. And that I probably got a poor college kid fired over nothing. My mother and maid of honor said it's my wedding, so I can do as I please.
I don't know if you getting married you have the right to just be a dick to everyone.
It's my wedding, and I don't want someone overshining me. And that server should know she's at work and not to dress up too much. I do feel kind of bad because she was pretty young. Am I the ass?
Hole. Yes, you are. Big, fat asshole. Just because someone's hotter than you doesn't mean they should go to jail.
Well, that's not what I told the cops when I said my co-host needs to be arrested because he's too fine. But
and that's what I told them when I saw John and his luscious mane, and I said, hair like that has got to be cut off because it makes me look bad. It's too beautiful.
Man, this is a very clear cut
asshole
to me.
Yeah,
that asshole is cut clear.
Perky.
Very, very, very perky.
I told my fiance her wedding dress was butt ugly, and I hate it. Am I the a-hole?
You know, he's just being honest.
Being honest.
He's trying to be a nice guy.
So my fiance and I are getting married in 9 months. She's been dress shopping with her girls for months now. She found the dress she loved and bought it and was too excited to keep it a secret. She told me pics of the bridesmaids' dresses, and I told her they were pretty. They matched the groomsmen's suits really well. Anyway, she brought her dress out and asked what I thought. I specifically asked if she wants the God's honest truth.
Oh no.
And wants me to critique the dress, or if she knows she loves it and just wants to show me.
I would probably go. I'll be honest. Those other ones over there were really catching my eye.
The old switcheroo. I don't hate that. She said she wanted my opinion. She put the dress on and came out of the bathroom, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed. She's a beautiful woman and looks incredible in anything, of course, but the dress completely dwarfed her and didn't really fit the wedding theme she has worked so hard for. She wanted a foresty, magical, and whimsical type theme.
Yeah, what does she got to do? Like wear a moss dress, like be a tree? Like
a white moss dress. Flower crowns on the bridesmaids, etc. But she chose a super sparkly dress with a huge skirt, which looked nothing like the simply body-hugging sexy dresses she had been repeatedly showing me. She picked basically a huge Disney princess dress, and I just didn't like how it looked at all. I was honest when I told her I didn't like it, and I was surprised she picked it because it just doesn't seem to match her, and I just thought it was too much poof and sparkle, which is a more laid-back opinion of this, I hate it. She got really quiet and stormed back upstairs, and then stormed out of the house and went to her mom's. She texted me saying she couldn't believe I would say I didn't like it and what a dickhead I am, and has blocked my number. This is our first major fight. I'm just so annoyed because I asked if she wanted a real opinion, and she said yes. So, am I the a-hole for telling her I don't like the dress? And there is an edit. I'll just read that first. I read my credit card statement. Guess how much the dress was. Also, I want to know in the comments how expensive your guys' dress were.
Yeah.
For those of you that are married or were about to be married and then like maybe ran off with another person or left the guy at the altar.
It happens.
It happens all the time. But John, guess.
I feel like the average it's in the thousands, right? It's not in the hundreds. Probably like 5 to 15, I guess, would be like maybe the median average range for like a non-budget dress.
Yeah.
Let's go 15.
$9,000.
I mean, that's still insane.
That's
still
a lot.
Freaking insane.
Might help explain the reaction. Oh, you don't like this $9,000 dress? Great, because I can't return it. Do you think OP's the a-hole?
Yes. You're not RuPaul, bro. Like this is not like some runway show. This is not
America's
Next in
Next Top
Fashion.
Model.
This is not America's Next Top Model. This is just your wife wanting to feel supported.
Like if someone asks your opinion on something that can be changed,
Yeah.
I think he's not out of place. If it's already at the other end and she can't return it, and he's saying like, I don't really like it, that's when he's the a-hole. But yeah, let us know, is OP the a-hole or not? And if you bought a wedding dress, or if your significant other had a wedding dress, how much did that thing cost? Because those things are expensive.
I have no idea what to do. I knocked up our cleaning lady's daughter, and my racist parents are not happy about it. But then there was something that made them change their mind.
Maybe OP's dad is Arnold Schwarzenegger, and so he's used to knocking up his cleaning ladies.
Some info. My parents for years had the same cleaning lady lady. I was somewhat friendly with her daughter, who was around my same age.
Oh, yeah, you were friendly.
Quite friendly. But it didn't become a thing until we were 20. I was back home from college for winter break. We got to spend some time together, and then I went back to school. Well, that time that we spent together resulted in her getting pregnant, only I didn't know it at the time. She didn't want to tell anyone who it was because she was scared for her mom's job and me possibly rejecting the baby. That is
a tricky situation.
Tough position to be in. After I finished college, I tried to reach out to her again, and that's when I found out. My son was 3 years old at the time. We did a paternity test to find out that I was indeed the father.
That's why you wrap it.
My parents showed their true colors after I told them. I should add that my son's mom's side is Cuban, so now our child is half Cuban. They always gave subtle racist stuff every now and then.
What would they say?
I guess we'll find out. But this was the first time I saw them as full-blown racist a-holes. They denied my son being family, even after the paternity test. They accused my son's mom of being a gold digger, tampering with paternity results to try to trap me into taking care of her kid.
Damn. I love how like OP doesn't think any of this though.
Yeah, they say all this as if a court DNA test was gonna lie. Unfortunately, they did fire her mom, but she did manage to find work. For all these reasons, I stopped having contact with my parents for 3 years.
Oh my God, that's a while. So now his kid's 6.
I'm with my son's mom now, and we've been living together for a while. A few months ago, I got a surprise visit from my grandma on my dad's side. She finally found out why I'm not in the family anymore, and she wanted to meet her great-grandson. Luckily, she is not like the rest of my family, and she was really mad when I heard the whole story.
Wow.
As she should be.
How could you just disown your own son and grandson?
My grandma ended up making lots of changes to her will, and she says that she wants my son to have a piece.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
It's big. No coincidence that once this happened, my parents were suddenly wanting to come around to reconcile.
Oh, now that you're getting cut from the will.
I have a feeling that she probably took them out of the will.
I'm with OP on this one.
And most of their wealth actually came from her. Because I'm rejecting them for being in our lives, my mom decided to post a pic of my son on Facebook recently to say happy birthday for his 6th birthday. You really think this is gonna work?
No.
One Facebook post.
Try 10.
I saw it because my sister sent it to me. It's her venting about not being in her grandson's life and to tell him happy birthday.
It's almost like your racism is affecting you negatively.
A lot of people were giving her sympathy on this post.
Oh, come on.
I could see her being able to bamboozle on Facebook pretty easily.
Of course.
So I commented, remember how you said you didn't want a brown baby in the family?
No, I did not say that.
Yup. Within an hour, got some reactions, and my mom ended up deleting the post. Some in our family say that I was an a-hole for embarrassing my mom online, where she was only venting her frustrations. And so I should have left it at that. My mom is mad too for using a mistake she made back then to humiliate her to her friends and other family who saw the post and are now being negative towards her. It's hard to feel like I am the a-hole when I just called her out when she tried to pull the victim card. So am I the a-hole? Ladies and gentlemen, you know the drill. Was OP the a-hole here? Would you have done anything differently in OP's shoes?
Well, it doesn't sound like the parents have actually made good. Show me that you actually freaking care.
Sam, she ended racism.
I don't think OP necessarily did anything wrong.
Handled
the only thing
well,
I would say is like allow them to show you that they've actually changed.
I would say, okay, like sit down. What is there? Go
What
beyond
do
your
you-
Facebook post.
Exactly. And like seems like they didn't care until money was involved. So I don't know. But what would you do?
Tell
Let
us what
know.
you think.
My mom stole $20,000 of my wedding money and gave it to my stepsister. The fallout is worse than I could have imagined. You don't need that much money for a wedding. Come on, just go to a courthouse, pay $60.
Piece of paper, come on.
My stepsister was going to get married this summer, but due to COVID, she had to postpone. Unfortunately, she ended up losing a lot of her deposits, and now her budget is less than half of what it used to be.
Ouch.
That sucks. She also has to buy a new dress/bridesmaid's outfit because she's now deciding to have a winter wedding instead. She's having to start from scratch.
Also, is this like a Jon Snow like wedding dress? Like what are we doing here for the
Yeah, like
winter
fur
wedding
coats,
dress?
like a polar bear.
The wedding is coming.
I am also engaged, but we're still in the early stages of planning and recently decided to try to figure out what our potential budget would look like. My mom and stepdad have saved wedding funds for each of us, which are $10K each.
rich.
This is money we've always known we'd receive for our weddings, and my siblings have already received all of theirs. I was FaceTime with my mom, and she asked me about the wedding planning, and I mentioned that my fiance and I had opened a separate bank account for our wedding funds. I asked her if she could directly transfer the wedding fund into it when she was free. She started being a little weird and avoided the question and then changed the subject. I got upset and asked her yet again. And she told me that they couldn't help with the wedding.
Excuse me?
You think you're getting that 10K? No way. I asked her what she meant, and she admitted my stepdad had given the money to my stepsister. I asked her why he would do that, and she mentioned how my stepsister had lost so much of her original budget due to the pandemic, and she would have to dramatically downsize her wedding. She came to them and begged to have my wedding fund, and my stepdad agreed, as my stepsister and her fiance both work low-paying jobs and wouldn't be able to save the money up themselves in time.
I could never imagine doing such a thing.
The stepdad wants her to have that wedding, give her different money.
Yeah. Well, where's your wallet,
Come on,
stepdaddy?
Stepdaddy? I thought you were filthy rich. My stepdad's justification is that my fiance comes from a quote-unquote filthy rich family, and that his family could make up the difference for what they would no longer be contributing. Apparently, he made a nasty joke about how fiance's dad was going to throw money at our wedding anyways, and that maybe they should ask him to pay for stepsisters too.
What
They're going all the way to the top. I was upset, and so I ended the call. My mom has been calling me nonstop since, and has even asked my other sister to call me and tell me to answer her calls. Also, move on the stepsister's part, I think, too.
For real?
When I told my sister what happened, she was angry but not surprised because my stepdad has done similar things in the past. You've always heard of the evil stepmother, but never hear about the evil stepdad until now. Example, he gave part of my sister's college fund to the same stepsister because she wasted her monthly allowance partying. My mom and stepdad have also sent me texts telling me I have no right to be upset over what they chose to do with their money. My stepdad even said that since I'm petty, he's glad he never gave me a cent for my wedding. The more I calm down, the more I'm starting to wonder if I'm being a childish asshole. It's not like I've booked anything yet and now we'll have to change plans. My dad also contributed to my sister's wedding, and I'm sure he'll offer to do the same for me. But then the other part of me wonders, if it had been my stepbrother's wedding fund, would my stepdad be so quick to give it to my stepsister? So, am I the a-hole? We want to know what you think right this second, so tippy tap in those comments. But John, what do you think?
I do kind of get what they're saying, where it's like, hey, ultimately this is our money that we were going to give this to you. But then it's just like, why make all these promises and then why rip it away at the last second? Ultimately, is OP entitled to the money? I would have to say no, probably. Yeah. But it's definitely an a-hole move to do what they did.
Yeah, to promise it and take it away.
Exactly.
I feel it's also showing massive favoritism from the stepdad.
My BFF just showed my husband screenshots of me cheating, but everything changed after the paternity test for our baby. I, 25 female, don't even know where to start because I am devastated. My friend, 25 female, and I were best friends for over 10 years before all of this happened. She was my sister, my friend, the person I trusted most. But to her, I was never anything, because if I had meant something to her, she wouldn't have stabbed me in the back because I married the man that she wanted.
This sounds like a rivalry.
This is very important because she did all this to me for that very reason. 8 years ago, we both met my husband, now 29 male, in college. We were in our first year and he was the assistant to one of our professors. The three of us became very good friends until he and I started dating. At that time, my best friend never told me that she had feelings for him, so I never questioned my relationship with him. During all these years, I trusted her with very important things about my husband and myself. However, the last thing was the most important thing that I ever told her, and that was that I got pregnant.
Yeah, why is it important? I don't get it.
I told her before I told my husband. I did this because I trusted her with my whole life. And when the test came back positive, we both cried because it was a planned baby. She seemed so happy, and now my chest hurts knowing that all of that was fake.
Wait, I I'm very confused where this is going to go wrong.
Now, 6 months have passed since that day, and my husband started acting weird. He was always mad at me for absolutely no reason until I'd had enough and I confronted him. He told me that he's mad at me because he knows the truth. I asked him what he was talking about.
You can't handle the truth.
And he showed me all of the infidelity evidence.
What?
There were chats from a dating app between a man and myself.
What?
And I use that in quotes because I never created this account. Someone else did and used my photos. Photos that I never posted publicly online, but I had on my phone.
Yikes. That looks pretty
Could you
bad.
imagine?
That looks pretty bad.
Now, in these chats my husband showed me, I told this man that I was pregnant, but I didn't know if it was his or my husband's baby. That is bad.
Oh, frick.
Yep.
Bro.
In those chats, there's even conversations talking to that man about recent hookups while I was pregnant and things like that no other husband or wife wants to read about their partner.
Oh.
Ouch.
How did he get these screenshots though?
I told my husband that everything was fake and that I wanted to know where he got those screenshots from. And he told me that they're screenshots from my old phone, a phone that I supposedly used to talk to other men. He told me and revealed that it was my best friend that had told him everything.
No way. Dude. After your friend is pregnant, you're going to try to sabotage her marriage?
She said she did it because she couldn't look him in the eye anymore, knowing the truth.
That also just looks so bad for OP.
Oh, it's like, what do you say? Like
It
you
looks
just look so guilty.
bad. You look so, it's like, why would your friend of 8 years turn against you unless it was really on
Right?
her conscience?
A
right?
friend, by the way, that the husband is equally like best friends with.
Yeah.
Like they're like a buddy group.
Yeah, like the Harry Potter squad.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Apparently, she knew about my infidelities and told him to look for evidence on my old phone, and he did, and that's why he's been acting weird for the past few weeks.
She planned this so well.
Dude,
honestly,
like-
if I'm seeing all that evidence, there's no way I'm believing my wife.
Of course, I told him that my friend is lying and that she probably used my phone without me knowing to do that, that I had never created any account, and that I
My
never
God.
slept with another man other than him my whole life. We had a fight, so we called her to confront her, but all she said was that she was sorry, but that she no longer wanted to keep lying to one friend to save the other's butt, aka throws OP right under the bus. We had a horrible fight, but she was calm as an effing psycho, insisting that I was a cheater. And I couldn't convince my husband that it was all a lie because the evidence indicates that I'm guilty.
It does.
It does.
It's very, very evidence stacked against you.
So he was furious and told me to pack my stuff and get out, that he wanted a divorce and a paternity
My dog
test.
stepped on a bee.
I went to my mother's house and we did the paternity test, which obviously indicates the baby is his. But still, he didn't believe me that I didn't cheat on him. We had a few more fights after we did the paternity test, and I ended up in a hospital because of the stress. My goodness.
Really?
And apparently that made my so-called friend see reason, because then she told my husband that everything he saw was fake and that it was she who made both accounts.
Wow.
She admits she did it.
That's
she
a
did
good
it.
friend.
So both mine and the man's account I was supposedly cheating with.
That's just so much work.
When you're a psychopath, it seems so easy.
Yeah. Well, do what you love.
She said that she did it because she was jealous, because since I'm pregnant and he doesn't pay attention to her anymore. She is very good friends with both of us since we all met him together. And that she lost her mind and acted in the worst way possible.
Yeah,
You
don't
think?
say.
You think that she never thought any of this would go this far, and that
What
she
do you mean you made it go that far?
What do you think would happen? She thought that he'd just get mad for a few days and then forgive me because he loves me too much and he'd forgive me for anything.
I am so glad she thinks that, because if she didn't, she probably wouldn't have said anything.
Since she confessed all of that, he apologized in 1,000 ways, and we've talked about what happened. And we decided to give ourselves the space we need, and we will start going to therapy, but I don't know if it's going to be enough now. Our relationship is at its worst. It's screwed up, and I'm afraid that we can't work this out. And how could we? We said and did horrible things. During a fight, he told me to pack my stuff. He refused and he grabbed me by the arm to do it. And he was hurting me, so I pushed him and he hit a piece of furniture. And that's when he took me by my arms again and was shaking me. But he's much stronger than me. Not only am I skinny compared to him, but he's also really tall. And when he did that, it hurt me. I don't know if we can be who we were in the past again. In the past, we almost never fought. And if we did, there was never anything like that involved. How can we fix this other than therapy? There is an update, but I have to check in with you really quick.
God.
And everyone in the comments. I mean, honestly, I guess my question is like, what do you do? Like,
well, I mean, I guess like I'm thinking like, all right, like in turn, I want to know your guys' like asshole angel order. For me, obviously the friend, psycho asshole.
Yeah, of course.
Psycho asshole.
Of course.
The boyfriend, I think he's innocent bystander. Same with OP. And I don't think you can blame the boyfriend for being like for thinking that she cheated. And also like his mind was just so fucked with. Like I would give it 3 months.
3 months?
3
time
months.
limit?
3 month time limit. Like commit to it for 3 months. See if you can bring it back.
Right.
And then if you can't, then wait. How many months would you give?
3 to 6 months. Probably.
I'd say 3 to 6 months.
Yeah.
3 to 6 months.
There
Or
we
maybe
go.
we can make a formula like amount of time in relationship divided by 6.
Things have gotten a lot better since then. We have talked to my now ex-friend and she
Wait. I wasn't fully in it. That's awesome.
We talked to my now ex-friend and she admitted to using my old photo to create the fake profile and also to message the other man. She used that phone when she came to my house every day since we had a business together.
No, they had a business together too. How were there no red flags? How?
And it's not like Ariana's going to come to you in a few days and be like, hey, John showed me this really weird thing. You know, don't worry. I'm not going to do that.
God, bro. Damn.
Oh, goodness.
Damn.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful for you.
I'm grateful for you too, buddy. She knew where the phone was and she also knew that no one ever used it. So she had everything perfectly planned out, which is scary because she really needs help. Yes, she does. I mean, with all this, it's more than clear that she is a psychopath and needs help. She said all the things she did. And she had even told my husband that she drove me to meet the man so many times. So she lied about like that she was driving her friend to hook up with this guy.
Oh my God.
And that I made her pay with her credit card for the hotel where I met the man. And the truth was that I had never actually even been in any of those hotels, but all of her evidence was right there and it looked so real that of course he believed her.
Wow.
It won't be easy, but we are willing to work hard so that everything will get better by the time our baby arrives in a few weeks.
Oh, wow.
And that's why we started individual and couples therapy.
That's good. That's good for the
Yeah.
baby too.
Yes. We promise each other that it will never happen again, and we will do everything possible so that it won't happen again. So that is all.
Holy, this
Yeah.
friend. Dude, I mean, when you have friends like that, why do you need enemies? Like, holy shit. Dude.
Literally, like, I mean, one of the most diabolical, evil, like most planned out, like attacks I think we've
and it's
seen.
like also kind of what's crazy is like these like psychopaths like live among us. It's like 1 in 20 people is a psychopath.
Really?
1% of the general population may have psychopathic traits. You know 300 people.
Yeah.
You know 3 psychopaths. Who's the most psychopathic person that you've met?
I won't say his name, but it rhymes with damn Sonner. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, actually, great question. 1 out of
Yeah.
every 100 people is a psychopath. Who in your life is the most psychopathic person that you've ever met? Or are you
the
one?
psychopath? I mean, we
Yeah.
have thousands of people watching right now. Let us know, guys. Drop your psychopaths in the comments. My girlfriend ghosted me, but turns out that she was forced into an arranged marriage. That won't stop my love. I have a plan. So, I, 26 male, was dating this girl, 25 female. We had been dating for over a year, but she came from a very, very strict Indian family. She said she was lucky that they allowed her to work.
Oh, shit.
And they would be extremely against her dating someone, that they wanted her to get married to a guy of their choice.
OP, you better get in with the parents or you're screwed.
Ooh.
Yeah, fuck your mom.
We met at college,
ended up at the same company, and we've done it several times.
OP, wow.
Whoa, hold your
Little bit
horses.
Too much several times. Oh my God.
Which she said was a big no-no, so she wanted to keep it a secret, which I did. 8 months ago, out of the blue, I received a message from her. It said we were done, and she didn't want me to contact her ever again.
OP, you saw this coming. You didn't f her mom fast enough.
Or your D game was just so trash. You just had to get out.
Two pump chump each time. Wait, just really quick. I feel like two pump chumps are evolutionarily advantaged because they can spread their seed in the quickest amount of time.
Now, we hadn't had a fight. In fact, we had a romantic dinner just the night before, and yet I still got this message. I called her several times, sent her texts and everything. I even planned to go to her house to talk to her, but decided against it due to her family. I even tried to call some friends of hers, but they just said that she had ghosted them too.
Oh, so she cut everyone off.
I was heartbroken, and after 2 months, I finally decided to get back out there. But I just couldn't find someone with the same spark. I had basically given up on dating and started focusing on my career. And I recently even landed a very high-paying job.
Hey, congrats. At least you got something to occupy your time in between crying.
Well, yeah, I was happy yet lonely.
How happy are you?
3 days ago, I got a message from one of her friends. She said my ex was at her place and had been there for nearly a week, and she was asking to meet with me.
Oh.
I was hesitant and asked her if she was playing a cruel joke on me after the way we broke up, to which the friend broke down crying to my surprise. And she said that she couldn't explain over the phone.
Curiosity is piqued, my dear.
I went there, and sure enough, my ex was sitting there. She looked thinner, a bit paler, and very sad. She saw me, started crying, and hugged me, and then we sat down to talk. She said her family had seen us together, and when she went home that night, she was yelled at. She lives in a big joint family, so her parents, grandma, 3 uncles, and aunts, and 13 cousins all lived under the same roof.
Wow.
She said that they took away her phone, prevented her from going to work or contacting anyone. That's gotta be
crazy.
That's gotta be
illegal,
kidnapping, right?
Yeah.
I have to imagine. She said they had pressured her into telling them how far our relationship had gone, and when it was revealed that she wasn't a virgin,
She got a high five. Hey, yo.
nice one. No, actually the opposite. Her family went berserk. They shifted her to their rural village and arranged her marriage with a family friend who is 60 to 65.
Yo.
Remember, she's 25 right now.
That sucks.
And when she tried to refuse, they threatened to kill her.
Oh, fuck. Okay, wow.
My God.
India be crazy.
Old guys are typically rich, can bring honor to their family, etc. It's their sick way of punishing their daughter. She said she played along for a month and that a week or so ago, the marriage date was decided to be in September. She said she told her family she wanted to spend time with her to-be husband and managed to slip away, after which she took a train to get back here. I had moved to a bigger house and wasn't on any social media, so she didn't know where I was and went to her friend. She stayed there for a few days, resting and crying, worried her family would find her before asking to meet me. My goodness. I have no idea what to do here and how to proceed. I love her and I am willing to be there for her, but I have absolutely no idea how. What legal steps can we take? There is an update to this, but
Holy shit.
my goodness. I mean, just like, I honestly, I'm kind of at a loss for words.
Wow.
I'm curious from anyone watching who has any insight on this kind of situation. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss, to be honest.
Well, I have to imagine there's something, I don't know the Indian legal system, but
Yeah.
I have to imagine there's something illegal going on here with like detainment, because she's 23. So
Yeah, I wonder 25, but
25.
still
it's crazy that
so evil.
how evil these parents are. Like, I will kill you.
There's like not loving your child and respecting your child. This goes like so many steps beyond it. It's unfathomable.
And I don't know what you do as OP. I mean, you take her in maybe, but it's like now you have these people that are out there trying to fuck some shit up.
I don't know. Should we just get into the update?
I want to hear the update.
Yeah.
Obviously, the parents are assholes.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, not even a question. Oh, wow. First line. We got married.
Congrats, OP.
Congrats. Wow. We married in an, and I'm going to completely butcher this, in an Arya Samaj Mandir, which is a way of saying that we got married the fastest way possible legally. We got the marriage certificate and made the legal adjustments, changing details on passports, cards, etc. She's seeing a therapist now and is mentally better and isn't that scared now. Her family did find out, and they did try to lodge a case that I was holding her against her will, or that she was brainwashed by me. Also, it's like literally the classic case of like literally everything you did to her.
Yeah, let's accuse you
My God.
of what we did.
But an affidavit, thanks to Soy Sue's fantastic advice, disproved all that. I think someone in
Reddit actually helped?
that is actually beautiful. Her brother did send me some threats, and her dad actually tried to enter my house. But in the end, they had no choice but to accept it and left to go back to their hometown. Me and my wife blocked them on everything, and we haven't had any contact with them for a while now. So we don't think there will be a problem anymore. Now that all the legal craziness and family drama has been dealt with, we're going to start adjusting as husband and wife. We're planning a proper wedding celebration with all of our friends who are basically our family. We'll also go on a honeymoon soon. I'm glad that things worked out as well as they could for us, and I'm going to look forward to spending the rest of my life with a fantastic woman.
Oh, I love happy
beautiful.
endings on Reddit.
We moved away, and I won't say where for obvious reasons, but we did, and we are not in the same country anymore. We settled down in this new place nicely and already made some new friends while keeping in contact with old ones. Her family called up some of my friends and asked where we were. I love this. They responded with a simple, I don't know. And they didn't at the time. One of my wife's cousins attacked someone I knew and ended up with a beating he will never forget. My goodness. Kids, it's never a good idea to attack someone who walks around with 3 bodyguards. Holy
Wow.
golly gee. Oh man, this one was a insane ride. I'm gonna say what I said earlier. I would love to hear the perspective of some of you all who have been in even a remotely similar situation, or have had friends
like
in a similar
arranged
situation,
marriage, or just like the family not liking you at all and making your relationship difficult. Like, I mean, obviously this is like the extreme of it.
the most.
Yeah, we would love to hear those stories.
Law firm does not want to pay me? Fine! I'll sue them for everything they've got. Am I the a-hole?
I feel like suing a law firm is like, I don't know if you're going to win this one, buddy.
So, some background. I mostly work in a niche area of law called discovery. Basically, when someone starts a legal proceeding, each party gets to ask the others for certain documents relevant to the case.
Riveting.
So one day I see a job board post from a local law firm looking for a research/writing position with required experience in discovery. Well, they're about to discover me. Now, this raises a red flag for 2 reasons. First, local law firms normally don't need to hire someone full-time for research and writing because a ton of the cases are very similar. They don't need it. For example, a personal injury firm normally only handles personal injury cases, so keeping a full-time researcher is not that worthwhile. When these local firms need something researched, they either just do it themselves or pay someone else for just a few hours of work. Second reason, this local firm hired a friend of mine by telling them, start here, work hard, and move up to senior associate in just a few years, before promptly letting them go after a few busy months.
Sell them on the dream and then take it away.
Oh, God. I go ahead and send my resume over and get scheduled for an interview pretty quickly. During that interview, I give them a fairly high salary ask, to which they agreed almost instantly. But OP says, it's a trap. Then the other partner hits me with the following. Partner, we ask all candidates to provide a writing sample before the final interview. Me, sure thing. I thought I attached one to the application, but let me grab my phone to double check. Partner, oh, not that writing sample. That is too generic for our evaluations. Here is a legal question that we want you to research.
I see you. Tricky law firm, men.
Put I see you in the comments if you know what's about to happen.
Put it right now.
I see you.
Me, I see. I'm more than happy to do that at an hourly rate. Partner, oh, it should be fairly quick work. No other candidate has asked us for writing sample compensation, and this makes it seem like you won't be a team player. If you're not interested in the position, just tell us. Me,
Let me think about it. So I go home and get to sleuthing. I search a couple of local court dockets, and wouldn't you know, this firm is involved in a case with the hearing set exactly the discovery question they want me to produce a free writing sample on. I send an email back saying, sure thing, I will make the writing sample, as long as it guarantees consideration for the research and writing position. They say yes. So I write a fantastic memo and then send it in. A few weeks go by and I email asking for an update on the final interview. No response. Then I check the court docket and wouldn't you know, they straight up copied and pasted parts of my memo in the response.
That's so fucked.
Wow. So I send a demand letter for payment plus my fees. No response. Then I file a lawsuit for fraud. And oh baby, then I got a response. A frothy, salty response. This sounds like a premium latte.
Frothy and salty, made with
Sea salt and cease and desist. I got called some names. Then they went on and on about how I was going to lose, and after I lost, how they were going to countersue me. I said, sounds good. Can't wait to lose. I guess you really did hire a full-time research and writing attorney. I mean, it would be like Baby Town Frolics easy to win if you never hired for that position. Actually, it would be even easier if you never even had sent a final interview for the spot. I'm sure you aren't that dumb though. I got the check 30 days later. Woo! Oh, baby.
Wow. OP sued the sewers.
You know, the Jedi becomes the master and sues their master.
Well, it's actually the Padawan becomes the master.
Okay.
Padawan becomes the Jedi. But hey, I'm just a Star Wars nerd over here.
School over here.
But let me know if you've ever been in a lawsuit. Has anyone ever been in a lawsuit?
Oh, we have got to get some good lawsuit stories.
We've talked about a couple of our lawsuits.
That's true. Yes.
We got rear-ended, and like the Lyft driver sued us for rear-ending us.
You gotta love it when they have the audacity to just
go
for it.
My parents want me to marry my sister. My sister is up for it, but that's not even the worst part.
Step sis minus the step.
Called a flat sis. When I was 5, my parents brought my dad's friend's daughter, about 3, to live with me, and sister, Y, 7. X's family was poor and couldn't support their children. They had 6. Damn. So they sent X here because they really trusted my parents. X and Y and I grew up together, and my parents were awesome to all 3 of us. I had a lot of fun growing up, and I'm extremely close to my family. I'm now 29. 3 years back, I went abroad for my master's and then went back to my country. There, I met girl P, and we fell in love, and she fell in love with my P.
Oh. God.
I'd like to propose soon, and it felt like this would be a good time to introduce P to my family. Y already knew of her, and P just graduated. So this weekend, I told my family that I would like for them to meet someone special and set up a video call.
Ooh.
No idea who they were expecting, but when they realized P was my girlfriend, everything blew the frick up. Apparently, they had already discussed and arranged my marriage with X years back, and she was the one that I would have to marry. X was aware of it, and her father told her. So he had no idea.
And they raised them together.
I know.
As siblings.
Cue lots of screaming and yelling, including some choice words from X to P about how she's a modern girl. Euphemism in my culture for slut. They said how this modern girl must be after me for my money, even though she comes from a much richer family. I was just too shocked to react initially. The next day, I told my parents that I look at X as family, which makes sense because they were raised as brother and sister. They started saying ridiculous things like, we've never let her into my room, which apparently Y was allowed, and drawing all sorts of other parallels between X and Y, trying to demonstrate why X wasn't like my sister.
It's not like she is your sister. We just raised her like your sister. Come on, 2 different things.
They also said stuff like, no one can understand me better than X, and that she will keep the family together, while P will alienate me from them. They also told me that I am ruining the family.
Yeah, he's really ruining the family.
Forgive me for being old-fashioned, but if you want your son to marry his sister, at least give him a head.
cock.
X also cried nonstop and then shut herself in the room, accusing me of not wanting her only because she was poor, amongst other things. She also said that no one from her village would marry her now because her family has told everyone back home that she's going to marry me. How does everyone know except OP?
Literally villages of people know it.
Maybe it's like a classic Redditor situation where they're like the Redditor's just not getting the social cues.
I thought our makeout sessions were just like playing around or
Super
whatever.
platonic.
You know? Yeah, dude, totally. You know, I keep it professional.
My sister was not aware of any of this either. Now, I told X I don't care that no one will marry her from her village.
Oh!
Which is likely a possibility. I don't care that her life is ruined. I also told my parents I won't ruin my life for them to be able to keep their word. X's father is coming to our house once he's able to. Transport restrictions are still in place, but he had a long phone call with my parents. I'm sure a lot of emotional blackmail is to follow, and I already feel really guilty about X because she's a nice girl. My sister is on my side, but even if my parents cut me off and at the risk of X ruining her life, I am not going ahead with this at all. So, am I the a-hole? What do you think? What would you do in this situation if you were supposed to marry your sister and you actually realized that maybe you wanted to marry the hottie that you met elsewhere outside of your family instead? And what would you guys do? Put it in the comments.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I might need y'all's help on this one in the comment section because I mean, I truly think that OP did everything that he could do, which is like, it's just so crazy how people have these wild scenarios that they're like, just do
this
it.
massive of
do it.
miscommunication.
And
you know?
it's like, I'm not gonna
marry my sister,
change the fabric of my life in this like unimaginably insane way just to appease you.
Absolutely an insane ask. I don't care. I mean, I guess cultural differences or whatever, but I don't really care what country you're from. Like, you shouldn't have to marry your sister.
How dare you, Sam?
All right, I'm gonna go.
All the people
I may get canceled
who are
Come
ready to
on,
marry their
pitchforks.
sisters, lift your voices up.
All of Alabama.
Yeah. Yeehaw! We heard you loud and clear, cowboy.
I don't know. What would you do if you were forced to marry your sister? Put your answers in the comments below.
I sold the family's prized heirloom to pay for my destination wedding. Now they're getting revenge, and I think my wedding might be ruined.
Hey, this is just a young budding entrepreneur trying to make it on Facebook Marketplace. It's like, yo, I got this very valuable thing. And then someone's like, all right, I'll pay $50 for it.
My fiance, 38 female, and I, 39 male, are planning to get married this summer. We both want to have quite a lavish wedding at a winery in another state.
Ooh.
Two of us agree that it's the most important occasion in our lives, so we should make it as memorable as possible.
I think most people would agree. I mean, some people do courthouse.
We both have stable jobs and a good amount of savings, but it's not quite enough for the admittedly ambitious plans we have in our heads. My father passed away in January, and in his will, he left me a very valuable, think 5 figures family heirloom. I'm not much for big family traditions, so although it's a nice thing to have, I'm not massively attached to it. I have plenty of other good memories of my father and I don't need a fancy heirloom to remember him by. My brother, 34 male, however, is a huge history nerd and is really, really attached to the family heirloom. He was very upset by my father's decision in the will. The reason it went to me and not him is that this has traditionally been passed to the firstborn sons.
What is this thing? Is it like a sword? Like the sword of Godric Gryffindor?
My fiance and I do not plan on having children, and I think he assumed, therefore, that he or his children would be in line to get the family heirloom if I were to pass away.
It makes sense to like keep it within the family. It's a family heirloom. But money though.
After some discussion, my wife-to-be and I decided that we would like to sell the family heirloom to pay for our wedding. My brother, who is also my best man, was furious when he found out and said that he wanted nothing to do with the wedding anymore. He thinks my wife-to-be and I are behaving like spoiled brats. In addition, he's convinced my uncle and cousins not to come to the wedding either.
Why?
My God, yo.
I guess he must be a really big history buff.
With our parents having passed away, this means that virtually none of my family will attend the wedding, which I'm really upset about. I think since I legally inherited the heirloom, I can do whatever I want with it. I think he's just upset because I ruined his expectations of one day inheriting it. But since my uncle and cousins agree with
with him enough that they're not coming to the wedding, I am not sure if I'm in the right. Am I the a-hole?
All right, I mean, we want to hear what you would do. Would you sell your family heirloom for a kick-ass wedding and a bottle of wine? But me, okay, not necessarily a-hole because OP didn't inherit it and it is OP's and all that, but it is kind of a move to like just sell something that's been in your family for generations and generations. Like if your dad wanted you to sell it, he would have just sold it and given you the money.
Yeah,
right?
That's a good
point. I think
it's
it's like kind of disrespecting the gift.
That's a great point, but I love disrespecting.
Yeah, like, you know, stuff. Who cares? A pile of rotting flesh in the ground.
Hey, Dad, should I sell it? Say nothing if you want me to sell it. Thanks,
There
Dad.
you go. Putting it on Facebook Marketplace right now.
My employee claims she can't use Microsoft Windows because it's against her religion. I might have to fire her.
What religion is that?
The Steve Jobs
Yeah,
religion.
yeah.
He is my leader. I recently hired a new employee for my team. Everyone thinks she's a great addition and she's clearly very talented as demonstrated in her interviews. The problem came up during onboarding when we supplied her with her company laptop. She said she would need it configured in a Linux-based operating system because her religion does not allow the use of Apple or Microsoft-owned operating systems.
What? Her religion is open source.
She says that she can fulfill all job duties without Windows, and I'm inclined to believe her, but corporate policy dictates Windows, and my management is not on board with her request for Linux. There's some hardline sects of Abrahamic religion, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, that go hard in on the idea that you shouldn't use products that benefit from people who do things you don't agree with and or aren't the same religion as you. Maybe she's Latter-day Saints, maybe Amish, I don't know. What actions can either one, I take as manager to protect her rights and get upper management on board with her religion, or two, I take against her with management for failing to fulfill her job duties? I love how OP is literally like, doesn't even care which side
he's just
they
like,
fall on.
I just want to get through this.
Yeah, just like, just tell me the solution. I have never come across any situation like this, and I'm completely confounded as to how I should handle this.
If it's in the job description, it feels a little sneaky to not say so. So I would let her go.
Yeah, I think it depends on how critical that tool is. After many meetings yesterday with management, HR, legal, and IT, we decided to give her a shot. IT is working to come up with a configuration for her that we will also make available to other employees who want to use it. HR and legal felt that although she is able to request accommodation for a sincerely held religious belief, this would have been an undue hardship to the company, and it would be okay for us to deny her request. But ultimately, we decided that she can fulfill her job requirements without Windows. Just found out that she doesn't have an iPhone. She's got an Android. Lol.
Android is open source too, right?
Android is owned by Google.
You don't have a problem with Google?
In their defense, I can't even name another operating system.
Yeah.
Outside of those
get
three.
a flip phone, I guess.
Yeah, just go straight Nokia.
Yeah, Nokia. Yeah, why don't you got a Nokia, huh?
Come on. Grandma Karen wants to steal my dad's horses. He said something to her I will never forget. Backstory. Dad was an English professor and also raised horses, Arabians to be specific. We lived in the Midwest on a 10-acre spread next to cattle ranches and such.
That's a pretty big prop.
That's a cool place to be. Dad was the kind of guy who taught me to try to be kind, never swear in front of a lady, open the door for people, etc., etc. Most of things stuck with me throughout my life, except for the swearing. One day, a Saturday, I believe, a couple of local girls around 12 came over and rang the bell. My dad answered the door and they asked if they could ride our horses. Of course, he politely said no, he couldn't do that and closed the door. Imagine the liability issues if they fell off and hurt themselves.
True.
Very true.
Get sued the shit out of.
That's right. Also, Arabians tend to be high-strung and not too accommodating to inexperienced riders, except for a couple we owned who were total patient sweethearts. And that was that, right? Nope. Or I wouldn't be posting this.
Yeah. Come on. This is Reddit.
That's how it goes. Not more than a half hour later, the doorbell chimes again. I'm in the living room watching TV with Dad, and he answers the door. Standing on the front porch are the two girls again, and someone who I took to be the entitled Nana, Grandma.
Grandmama.
Dad, hello. What can I do for you? Grandma Karen, my granddaughters would like to ride your horses. Oh. Dad, clearly puzzled. I can't do that. You don't even have to pay them much.
The horses?
Dad is confused. For exercising your horses. They'll do it for $2 an hour. Pretty cheap if you ask me. She's asking for pay. What are you talking about?
Insane.
Dad, clearly holding in his temper. I'm sorry, ma'am.
but this isn't happening. I have to decline. But your horses can use the exercise. They look so fat. Dad, this is not a discussion. Then he does something I've never seen before.
He did a haymaker across Grandma Karen's face.
Pow! He closes the door in Grandma Karen's face mid-retort.
Wow.
I'm standing there, dumbstruck. Dad is staring off in the distance. Slowly he says, "What the fuck?" If monkeys started climbing out of his ass, I wouldn't have been more surprised. Dad slowly turns around to see my 11-year-old self standing there with my mouth wide open. He gives me a sheepish grin and says, "Don't tell your mother." He took me out for Dairy Queen later on, and I've been holding on to this for 40 years.
40 years.
40 years. But I feel him laughing over my shoulder as I write this. We love
That's
a beautiful
cute.
ending.
Yeah, we love a beautiful, but it's also beautiful too how Karens just have existed throughout the ages. Even 40 years ago,
Oh,
Karens were
yeah.
doing their thing, asking to ride your horses and have you pay them.
That's great. Also, $2 an hour like 40 years ago?
Yeah, it's a good amount.
Bro, that's minimum wage.
Yeah.
My God.
Getting away with murder over here.
Well, but you know, maybe we're totally off base.
Yeah.
Maybe Grandma Karen deserves to ride them horses. You can tell us in the comments everything you thought about this story. Maybe Dad was a little bit of the a-hole.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Let us know. My stepdaughter refuses to accept me as her dad, so I told her what she says is the grossest dad joke of all time. Am I the a-hole?
Oh, I want to hear this.
Note, my stepdaughter, Madeline, was about a year old when I married her mother, Jessica. Madeline's father passed away before she was born. Madeline is currently 15 and she's rebelling for almost everything. She did something bad, so while picking her up, I set a punishment up for her. Then she said, you're not my dad, so I don't have to follow you.
You're my fake dad. My real dad's dead.
Honestly, I got a bit hurt from that, but I understand that she didn't mean it and that she'd probably change.
She meant it. She hates you.
She hates you.
Forever.
I just replied, I'm still your legal guardian for the next 3 years. And as long as you're in my house, you have to follow my rules.
Classic dad thing.
Classic dad move. Is that the dad joke?
That's the dad joke.
That happened about 2 days ago. So our family was going grocery shopping when I heard Madeline say, I'm hungry. I need food. I decided to be extremely cheeky and say, hi, hungry. I am not your dad.
It's juicy.
Yeah,
I see the dad
jokes.
joke.
My son just started to laugh uncontrollably, but my daughter was quiet with embarrassment. And my wife berated me to not stoop down to her level. I honestly thought it was a funny dad
I
joke.
think it's funny.
And my son agrees. So am I the a-hole? We got some updates.
So far, I say no. I want to know what everyone else thinks, but I think that's a funny dad joke. And he's putting his own unique new spin on it.
So let's see what happens in this update, okay? So edit, I did adopt her, so I am legally her parent.
Okay.
First mini update. I'll give a full update later, but here's what happened so far. I go to my daughter's room after dinner and begin talking with her. Hey, I'm really sorry that it hurt you with the words that I said. And I am really your dad.
All these snowflakes getting so sad over dad jokes. Come
Come
on,
on.
grow some skin.
I changed your diapers. I met your boyfriend, and I plan on helping you through college. And plus, I'm legally your dad, so we're stuck together. But seriously, I am going to love you like my daughter, even if you don't think I'm your dad.
That's pretty cute.
Then I hugged her, and then she did start to cry. I assume that's good. But she was really crying, remembering how terrible your
Dad
disgusting
joke
dad
was.
joke was. Final update. My son has found this post and shared it with my daughter. This was after apologizing to her. She cried again. So last week, we decided to have a father-daughter bonding weekend. Honestly, it was awesome. I took her bowling, to get a manicure, becoming a Disney princess.
That sounds so fun.
I looked awesome as Jasmine.
OP sounds like a great dad.
Yeah.
I feel like a sign of a good dad is a dad that is willing and able to make dad jokes.
She loved it. I loved it. Everyone was happy. Then we decided to go out to eat dinner. So I said, I'm starving. What do you want, Maddie? She said, hi, starving. I'm not your daughter.
Bam! All comes full circle.
She had the biggest smirk on her face. She hugged me and I kissed her forehead.
I'm sure she'd been planning this for weeks.
So cute.
Sometimes we just get an adorable, wholesome story.
And we love it.
My homophobic parents kicked out my little brother because he's gay. They have no idea what I'm about to do for revenge. A little backstory. My 26 male little brother is almost 10 years younger than me. He just turned 17. He wasn't expected, though my parents weren't all that old when they had him. And because of that, I haven't been the best big brother to him growing up. I sort of resented him for taking the attention away. Even so, he never returned the resentment.
Aw.
He's always been incredibly sweet to everyone, including me, and that made teenage me even angrier and more resentful.
He's so nice, I can't take it.
Isn't that the classic
Yeah, I
thing?
know.
Like, why is he so nice? Like, oh my God.
It's cool to hate stuff.
Yeah.
I hate my life.
Yeah.
Because I have depression.
Now, I know that it's because of his kindness I was made aware of my own lack of kindness. But at the time, I
Good reflection.
rationalized it as him being a bootlicker. Ooh. I know I was an a-hole. I still regret how I treated him to this day. Eventually, I mellowed out, and just before my undergrad graduation, I talked to him and apologized.
Oh, that's really nice.
Our relationship has been on much better terms since then.
Huge.
But last week, my brother called me crying, saying that he had been outed at school. Our parents blew up and kicked him out. It's a 17-year-old kid.
It's crazy to me that like that still happens in areas of the country
It's
and the world.
so wild. I was livid. I made an online reservation for a motel under his name, and I ordered him an Uber and told him to stay there until I can pick him up. I drove back home right after work, and it was a 10-hour drive.
Wow.
First thing I did when I got there at 3 a.m. was bang on my parents' door and ripped on them. I called them the nastiest names and threatened legal action on them. I yelled at them so loudly and for so long that a neighbor told me he was going to call the cops on me, at which point I just went back to my car and drove away to pick my brother up.
That's a S tier move.
His school offers the option for students to do full online courses due to the pandemic, and he's doing that until the exams.
Cool.
I don't mind taking care of him until he graduates, or even beyond that if he decides to attend a college nearby.
What a goated freaking brother. That's
Seriously.
so awesome.
That's why he's the GOAT!
Now, I've been talking to a lawyer, and since my brother is 17, the age of majority for our country, I can't be accused of kidnapping him. The problem is I've been receiving emails from my parents telling me that I've blown things out of proportions and that I've humiliated them and destroyed their reputation. Guess what? There's this little thing called destroying your own reputation.
And you did just that by your actions. Isn't it
Wow.
crazy? Your actions have repercussions.
Oh
if
my
you're
gosh.
an asshole, people might see it. And then people are going to see it on the internet and say, asshole, 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 asshole.
Apparently, their plan was to pretend to kick my brother out for a few hours to teach him a lesson or something.
What's the lesson here? Don't be gay?
They told me that their neighbors now spread rumors about them being abusive and they might lose their jobs over it. Again,
Repercussions.
both of them are only a couple years away from retirement. And said that I don't have any rights to defend my brother because I hated him for years. That last one made me question myself. They disgust me, and a petty part of me believes that they deserve to be hated for what they did. But another part of me feels bad for making them potentially lose their jobs and pension, especially since if this happened a few years ago, I would have agreed with them over my brother. So, am I the a-hole? There is an edit.
Okay.
But, Sam, what are we at this point right now?
No.
What are we thinking?
No, I want to know what you guys think.
Yeah,
of course.
of course.
And if it has like a sibling, or have you ever been kicked out of the house for any reason? We'd
Yeah.
love to know your stories. That sounds super interesting. But as far as OP goes, of course not. Just because OP was an asshole in his past doesn't mean he has to be an asshole in his future. And the fact that the parents are like, you can't defend your brother, you hated him, you should still hate him, is ridiculous.
Like what?
So has no bearing. OP is not the a-hole.
All right, well, let's see the edit. So, thank you for your response and awards. Some of you made me and my brother cry when I showed him this post.
Oh, that's cute.
So sweet. It's a bit sad that strangers online showed my brother much more compassion and acceptance than our own parents, but please know we treasure them greatly. My parents ended up delivering all required legal documents in person a few days after I posted. I had my brother stay at my girlfriend's for that one because he wasn't and still isn't comfortable being around them just yet. They were apologetic, I think. They didn't say much, much. Just told me that they ended up being persuaded to retire early. They still have their pension, though I think it's because of the early retirement. I didn't mention this, but they work with children.
Oh, shit.
That is not a good look. This is why, even though we live in a rather conservative country, them kicking out their own son is something that their employer cannot overlook. We discussed things civilly, or at least as civilly as possible. No one yelled or raised their voice. I apologized to them, not for standing up for my brother. That I will never regret. But I do feel like I could have handled it like an adult instead of giving in to my emotions.
Wow, that makes OP even less the a-hole for
Literally.
admitting that. Because I mean, yeah, that's true. Like maybe you shouldn't have yelled like he did, because what is that going to achieve?
Exactly. You could have said like, hey, sit them down and explain as clearly as possible to try to get them to understand. That's very arguably a better move. They tried to apologize to me about the whole thing, but I told them it's my brother they need to apologize to, and that I wouldn't be having any relationship with them unless he accepts and forgives them. It's hard, and I feel like crap. Parental respect is a big thing in my culture, but right now my brother needs me more than I need to fulfill that cultural obligation. Facts!
Yeah.
I like it. Things are about as stable as it can be. My brother is still going to school online. I told him that we can arrange a transfer now that we have his documents, but he told me he still has friends who stood up for him during the entire thing, and he doesn't want to move away from that support system. It's hard not to be cautious, but I'm trusting him to know how to defend himself and to come to me when he's overwhelmed. I'm working on that in therapy. At first, it was just him, but last month, at his and his therapist's urging, we went to a joint session together. As some of you have noted, I'm carrying a lot of guilt about my past treatment of him. Frankly, I think that guilt is well deserved, but I see now that it has outgrown its initial usefulness, and in the long run, it'll just poison the both of us. Man, very, very mature.
Yeah, I think OP knows himself.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess all I can say is if you find yourself wondering if you need a therapist, chances are you do. That's all from me and my brother. Thank you all once again for your love and your kindness. Man, I feel like this had a good, as good and wholesome an ending as you could hope and expect.
Yeah, and we don't hope and expect much from these stories.
We
so
don't.
OP really exceeded the line and danced over it. We appreciate you, OP. My husband's sister is trying to set him up with another woman, but what he said next hurt the most.
You know, sometimes it's like, she's just being a good sister, you know? She's like, hey,
hooking it up.
You're with this ugly sack of dookie when you could be with
Brazilian supermodels.
a Brazilian supermodel.
My sister-in-law, 23 female, is my husband's 28 male half-sister. She was the product of their mother's infidelity. His father divorced their mother when he was 12 after he found out through a paternity test that she wasn't his.
Classic.
My father-in-law refused to have anything to do with my sister-in-law, but continued to have a relationship with my husband. Because of this, sister-in-law is very clingy to my husband. My husband is also very protective of his sister and generally doesn't tolerate anything negative being said about her, which is why I'm posting this here before mentioning anything to him. My husband and I bought a house last year, which has an indoor swimming pool. My sister-in-law was super excited when she saw it and asked if she could use it sometimes with her friend. We said it was fine as long as she gave us notice before she turned up. Her and her friend Chloe have used it many times before, but almost never when my husband is home. He is a lawyer and works long hours. With lockdown, my husband has started to work from home. My sister-in-law asked me if she and Chloe could come over and use the pool. I told her I was uncomfortable with them coming over as I'm pregnant and don't want to accidentally expose the baby to anything risky. My sister-in-law asked if she and Chloe quarantined for 2 weeks, would they be able to come over? My husband said it was fine. 2 weeks later, they turn up to my house. My husband was in the office, so they go straight to the pool after making small talk. My husband ends up coming out after an hour and we're hanging out in the kitchen. My sister-in-law walks in to get a drink and starts talking to my husband. Before she goes back to the pool, she says, Chloe's gonna be so happy to see you. It was weird because my husband and Chloe aren't close. Chloe comes into the kitchen 2 minutes later and spends the rest of the time talking to my husband until he excuses himself to get back to work. She's super giggly and smiley when she talks to him. He would say something sarcastic and she would laugh like it's the funniest joke she's ever heard.
Oh boy.
It honestly felt like she was flirting with him, probably. Before she went back to the pool, she gave me this weird smirky look. Like, before they leave, they ask my husband if he's working from home every day of the week, and he confirms that he is. The next 2 weeks, they come over to the house to swim every single day.
Oh my God.
Except Chloe never gets in the water. Instead, she hangs around the house in her bikini. She was previously wearing a one piece, if it makes a difference, every single day. Whenever my husband comes out to hang around me, she quickly interrupts him and starts talking until he has to go back to work.
Oh my God.
How'd your husbands? I made lunch for us all, and when I excused myself to call my husband down, my sister-in-law quickly stopped me and said Chloe could call him for me. They shared a look, and Chloe looked really happy when she went out to get him. Chloe has also started to get touchier with my husband. She's put her hands on his chest and arms, stands or sits really close to him. To my husband's credit, he does usually create space between them whenever she does something like this. The reason I believe my sister-in-law is in on this is because she's made a few pregnancy-related jabs at me recently. She told me a story about how one of her friend's boyfriends was cheating on her and then said something along the lines of, did you know a lot of men start cheating when their wives are pregnant? She's also made comments about how I look chubby now and it looks weird next to my husband because he's quote unquote well built, which is a weird thing to say about your biologically related brother. If she spots my husband out of the office, she quickly goes to inform Chloe. I know pregnancy hormones can mess with a person's brain, so I'm wondering if I'm just looking for something that isn't there. My sister-in-law sent me a text yesterday asking if they could swim next week, and I really want to say no, but I know she'll whine to my husband if I do. I ideally want to have a conversation with him before then, but I'm not sure if I should mention the flirting. Am I being delusional? And John, there's a beefy update coming in.
Okay.
Some beef, but what do you think?
I think it's pretty clear from everything we've seen that this woman is absolutely trying to do it, and the sister-in-law is trying to like sow the seeds of it. Talk to the husband and be honest. This is how I'm feeling.
And I imagine the husband isn't like completely oblivious to what's happening.
Yeah.
I think just have an honest conversation with your husband. He seems like a reasonable dude. I was trying to figure out how he's going to bring up the issue. Turns out I didn't have to. We were watching a movie and my phone lit up with another text from my sister-in-law telling me how she now was going to be here at 1 p.m. the next day to swim with Chloe. My husband saw it and told me to tell her not to come. This is really behavior from my husband because he tends to do anything to accommodate my sister-in-law and very rarely refuses her anything. I asked him if something happened and we shrugged it off and kept watching a movie. A few minutes later, he paused the movie and said he wanted to ask me a question. He asked if I noticed Chloe never swam when she came to our house. I wish I could say it was calm and collected like the comments were advising, but I ended up laughing hysterically. I was honestly so relieved he brought it up instead of me having to be the one to do it. I think my husband thought I was losing my mind. When I finally stopped laughing, he repeated the question and said he wanted a serious answer. I said, of course I noticed. And he awkwardly replied, so you must have noticed the other thing too. To summarize the conversation that followed, my husband hadn't noticed Chloe flirting with him the first few days because he was busy with work. He wasn't really paying attention to anything else. He said when she started getting handsy is when he suddenly had the light bulb moment that she was into him. He says he didn't want to unnecessarily stress me out, so he never mentioned anything. But he was worried I'd noticed too and thought he was interested because he hadn't immediately shut it down. He realized he would eventually have to have this talk, but he wasn't sure how to bring it up. He did privately speak with Chloe and told her he was happily married and wasn't interested in starting anything with anyone else. Apparently, she never took him seriously because she kept touching his strong, sexy arms.
Oh, God.
In the end, he called his sister on Sunday to tell her either to stop or Chloe couldn't come anymore. His sister ended up having a tantrum and said a few nasty things about me, the baby, and our relationship. She insisted I was somehow behind his request and made some comments about how I was controlling and insecure because I looked like a beach whale compared to Chloe, who was younger and hotter. He was pretty pissed at this and said if she said something like that about me again, he would stop speaking to her. She claimed I had baby trapped him, and when my husband pointed out we were already married, so I didn't need to trap him, and that he was the one who wanted to start a family, she kept insisting I had manipulated him into feeling this way. She claimed he was unhappy in our relationship, and he always looked tired because I was forcing him to slave away to fund my fancy lifestyle whilst I sat on my ass all day. He pointed out he chose to be a lawyer, knowing he would have to work long hours, and I had only recently left my job, so her accusations were baseless. She said some other stuff along the same lines, but the thing that made my husband finally snap was when she said the baby, was already ruining everything, and it was just going to get worse when it was born, and he should have dragged me to the abortion clinic while he had the chance.
Oh, my God.
He told her neither her nor Chloe were welcome in her home anymore until they apologized for how they've been behaving and for the things my sister-in-law said. He said he wasn't sure he could ever forgive or forget what she'd said about our child, even if she did apologize. And he couldn't believe she would even think something like that, let alone say it. Apparently, she started crying and said she was sorry. She said she didn't mean it and she was just scared to lose him and that she wasn't thinking clearly. He hung up on her and he showed me his phone and that she's been calling and begging him to reply. I want to know what you would think. Would you still have a relationship with a sister? Would you still let Chloe into your life, even though she was obviously flirting with your husband? Put your answers in the comments right now. Should I have said something when some random old guy touched my hair?
You know, that's not something you want old random guys touching.
Yeah, the
You know
only
what I
thing
mean?
you want them touching is the space 6 feet under the ground. This happened last week. I, 14 female, was with my best friend Jules, 14 female, not a real name, and her twin sisters, 13, at a Sears, a fast food place here in South Africa. We were coming from the mall where we were with some friends, just shopping and whatnot, doing what teenagers do. While driving from the mall, Jules' mom suggested we go get some ice cream. I was a bit skeptical and unsure, as we had ice cream with lunch at the mall already. And I, for one, am kind of chubby, and I constantly have my parents on my back trying to get me to eat better, which has now brushed off onto me. I voiced my concerns along with the fact that we had to get home since it was pretty late in the afternoon, and my strict parents were bound to get worried. Jules and her mom told me not to worry
No, it's all good.
and tried to convince me. We eventually pulled up to Steers to get the ice cream. After much consideration, I decided, screw it, I'm just gonna get the ice cream. It's not like my parents are gonna force me to vomit it out anyway. So Jules, her sister, and I got out of the car and ordered while her mom waited for us in the car. Now, I had an afro, as is my hairstyle that day. I am very proud of my hair, and whenever I wear it naturally, I take a lot of time to make sure it's perfect. I also get a lot of compliments from strangers when I wear my natural hair, especially when it's in an afro. Subtle flex, I know. OP looks good and she knows she looks good. So I wasn't worried when a random guy, about 40, maybe 50 years old, approached me and said, "Your hair is so amazing." I looked to Jules to tell her it was okay. We live in South Africa, which is statistically one of the most dangerous places for women in the world. So whenever a man comes up to us, we always feel on edge.
Oh, wow.
We thanked him and turned back to the counter. We thought that was all. You would think that would be all. But no! This guy then moves right next to me, grabs a bushel of my hair in his hand and starts moving his fingers through it, all while asking you, and I kid you not, is it real? I was in shock. I did not know what to do. I was angry, shocked, and confused all at the same time. It felt like he had his hand in my hair forever before he eventually took it out, took his order, and walked away, muttering how nice my hair was. We all know this dude's creepy. Jules, her sisters, and I just stood shocked in silence until we got ice creams and got into the car. At this point, I started to laugh because the whole thing just felt surreal. Jules' mom asked us what happened, and we told her. She'd been driving at this point and pulled over to look at me as she told me I should have done something. Maybe even shouted at him, "Get your hands out of my hair curls." I'm not great with conflict in public, so for me, this was not an option. Jules and her sisters also agreed. When they dropped me off at home, I told my parents and they were just shocked. I personally don't have much of a problem with this since it's happened to me before. Girl, I do feel that it was disrespectful for the guy to touch my hair without asking. I don't like to let anyone touch my hair unless I know them well, so that bothered me a bit, but only a bit. At some point, you just gotta get used to it and learn to ignore it. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but someone tugging on your hair is crossing the line. So should I have said something to this guy when he touched my hair? Alrighty. Weird situation. So my question is to you. Some old dude goes, grabs a thick chunk of your hair and says, "This feels so good. I love this." What are you saying to this old dude? Put your answers in the comments below. But John, what do you think?
You know, at the end of the day, it's whatever OP feels. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Since it's her hair, it's like, all right, if you want to just like essentially, I guess, not deal with it is kind of like the approach. It seems like, all right, just like let it pass.
Yeah.
If that's what OP wants to do, that's what OP wants to do. It's really
It's
kind
your
of
hair.
simple as
You
that.
could do whatever the frick you want with it. And you also can have people not touch it. Like, that's allowed too.
That is very allowed.
Very allowed. Yeah, let us know what you would do in this situation.
Let us know.
I absolutely wrecked an old lady because of my dog's name. 8 years ago, I got a gorgeous chug. Is that like a Pug something.
Maybe Chihuahua Pug.
Oh, I think that might be it.
That's wild.
Chug. While extremely high, I decided the greatest dog name ever thought of is Ask 'em. Because when people ask me his name and I tell them about 50% of the time, they'll awkwardly bend down and ask my dog its name. It's hilarious. What's your dog's name? Ask him. I had my fun for the first few weeks, but eventually everyone had just gotten used to the name and the joke faded away. Occasionally, I'll be chatting to someone that hasn't met Ask him yet, and when they ask his name, I have my little laugh, but other than that, it's a dead joke. Well, I just moved into a new neighborhood with a great park that has lots of dogs and very chatty regulars.
Very nice.
An elderly lady asked Ask him's name and said, "What?" So I repeated myself and she turned to my dog and asked him his name. I quickly explained, but instead of getting the usual chuckle, she became extremely upset and felt very humiliated. Since then, a couple of people at the park have approached me and told me they heard about my joke and that they didn't appreciate pranks in a nice family park.
Oh my God.
Yo, these people can't take a joke in this neighborhood. I honestly don't get it. But since the people that have reacted well to my dog's dumb name have been friends, coworkers, and family, and these strangers are having very different reactions, I'll accept your judgment on it. And there is an edit, but what do you think? Is it a mean prank that should be stopped?
It's not even a prank. It's just like so benign. It's just like, it's like a dad joke.
I absolutely think that the reason for her reaction is that I made her feel foolish, and she undoubtedly thought it was intentional. This is a pretty close-knit community, and she sought support from her friends who took her distress at face value and confronted me about it. The truth is that I say the word ask him multiple times a day. I'm aware that the name originated as a joke, but at this point, it's just a thing I call my dog. When going out, I'm not looking for new victims or inviting people to get tricked, and I wasn't trying to trick her. It was just small talk, and I didn't even think about it until I got a negative reaction. It's been pointed out that elderly people can feel really insecure about their diminishing faculties, and I know from personal experience that it's very true. I really like the idea of posting an explanation on the community Facebook page, especially now that I know its Turkish meaning and that it's a town in Norway and a neighborhood in Sweden.
Nice.
What's its Turkish meaning? My love.
That's great.
That's great. It works on so many levels.
It means my love. I love my dog. Come on.
And you know what we love? We love you. So tell us what you would do in the comments. Also, what are your dog's names?
Yeah.
Or animals' names? We got to get some pet names in this,
Let's
bitch.
go. Best pet name, we'll read it on the show.
And to all my Ask-ems out there, we love you, and we'll see you soon.
Love you.
My love.
My husband admitted to baby trapping me in the worst way you can imagine. I think I'm gonna stay even after what he's doing to me now.
I've always had my suspicions, but hearing him actually say it out loud was jarring to hear.
Oh God, what is it? What is it?
He told me that on the night we conceived our oldest, he got me really, really drunk while he stayed sober.
What the heck?
When I was too drunk to even remember what happened, he did it without a condom. Again, I don't even remember this happening. I thought that I got pregnant the day after because he said that protection actually broke while we were doing it. I asked him why he felt the need to do that, and he said that he needed to get me pregnant because he was scared that I was going to party and leave him and live my life when I turned 21. He didn't want me to turn into a salute.
That was at 20? Oh my God.
Now we have 3 kids. This was 10 years ago. While I don't necessarily regret my kids, I feel like my right to choose was taken away.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I wanted to terminate with our second child for mental health reasons. He still mocks me about it to this day and even told our oldest daughter that I almost terminated her sister.
What the
Why would you ever say that to your own child?
I hate this guy.
With that, he guilted me out of getting one. I regret not having a carefree time in my entire adult life. When I got pregnant, I was only 20 and my husband was 26. So he already got to experience his whole fun college experience. Those would be my main regrets. My kids are all amazing, smart, and lovely humans. I have spent the entirety of my 20s making sure that they're well balanced and that they have a great childhood. However, I feel like I never got to be me. I still don't know who I am. I had to grow up with my kids, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Wow.
But Sam, there is an update here. First of all, we were separated for a long time. I lived with my parents for a year. I met a new man at my job.
Good.
There we go. He quit, but I ended up working there for way long after he found a new job. We'll call him A. He was my age, he was single, and I could tell he liked me a lot, but he was scared to deal with 3 kids. He was hesitant,
I get it, so I didn't force anything. But he texted me every day for a full year.
Oh, wow.
We didn't do anything for a full year after we met each other. We eventually made love, and it was mind-blowing.
Damn.
I love hearing that. OP, my goodness, you deserve it. I knew he liked me, obviously. Long story short, my ex, now the kid's father, figured out that I was with this new sexy man that liked me. He could just tell. I can't explain how he knew. Out of nowhere, my ex joined Tinder and found a new woman to take on a Disney cruise with the kids.
I don't necessarily take issue with him finding someone on Tinder, but to take the kids with your new Tinder date seems kind of weird.
I said, hell no. I was not okay with that. He said the only way I would drop her is if I went with them. We never went on fancy vacations as a family when we were together, but now he conveniently has the money. I told him that I was so angry about him taking this random woman on an international trip with our 3 kids. He said, well, you have a passport. You can come with us. If not you, she's coming.
He's literally using this person as a chess piece, as a pawn.
But I am a mama bear, so I had to come along. My new guy was so upset, he blocked me, unfortunately.
Oh, what?
I regret it so much. I miss him every single day. I love him. I'm still obsessed with him. I just ended up moving back in with their dad. I know he hates me. He's still upset that I made love with A. He refuses to make love with me. That's my own fault, though. Nowadays, I'm in a very sexless relationship.
OP, you got to get out of this thing.
We get along somewhat. We can have fun conversations, but I know he doesn't like me. He won't let me go. He spends every second away from the house that he possibly can. He will not let me go. I effed up my life. Thanks for reading, if you did. My goodness. This one was definitely a tough one.
I'm almost thinking like the best course of action would have just been to let the husband go on this cruise with their kids.
Yeah.
And then file for divorce and try to get custody. It sounds like this guy would use the kids as pawns too. We want to know what you guys would do. What should OP do? I think she needs some
Share
advice.
your advice for sure.
Put it in the comments, but that was a doozy.
I refuse to let my husband be in the delivery room for our first child. What he did to me was way worse.
You gotta do something really bad to be like, honey, it's a boy. What did you say?
I, 23 female, and my husband, 24 male, just had our first baby. My husband was so excited and super supportive and caring throughout the pregnancy. The only thing is that he became slightly obsessed with watching YouTube and TikTok videos of husbands pulling pranks on their wives while in labor.
Like your most vulnerable moment, and you're just like putting a whoopee cushion under. Like,
now, I clearly stated my distaste for these videos and asked him not to do anything like what he saw. He agreed and continued to joke about it from time to time, but I brushed it off since I trusted him and thought nothing would come of it.
First mistake, trusting another human being.
The day of the delivery came, and I had been in labor for 8 hours, 12 hours of total labor.
Is that a long time or a small time?
I feel like that's, I would guess, mid-range. Let us know how long you were in labor for. I'm actually
very curious.
So I had just finished another round of contractions when my husband lets out the loudest fart.
Oh, dude, we called it.
We called it. He turns to me and says, "What the hell have you been eating, OP? It smells disgusting."
Holy, how did we call this?
You literally called it. Wow.
I was making a joke. I didn't know he was going to be that much of an twat.
I immediately recognized that as one of the prank videos.
Disgusting!
Outraged at him not honoring what I asked him not to do, I demanded that he leave the delivery room now. He started arguing, saying that it was just a joke, but I insisted that he leave, and luckily the nurse helped him get out. So yeah, the nurse was like, "Nah, bro. You're out, bro." That's so funny. I went through the last 4 hours of labor by myself since my family lives out of state and I'm not close to my mother-in-law. After the delivery, I told the nurse that he could come back in the room, and he was fuming. He started demanding that I tell him why I kicked him out, and I calmly told him the reason.
She said she didn't want any pranks.
Literally.
She was very clear about it.
And he agreed. My husband hasn't talked to me in a week, and his mom is still taking his side, saying that I was a complete for kicking him out. Normally, he would defend me from her, but at this time, he completely agreed with her. I might be the asshole because I know how much he was looking forward for being there for the birth of our first kid, and especially when he got to cut the cord, but I still kicked him out and refused to let him back in. The nurse asked a few times if I wanted to bring back in, but each time I said no. So am I the a-hole for kicking out my husband after a stupid prank that he agreed to do? Now, there is a quick update, Sam, but as of right now, a-hole or not.
I think farting at the delivery room, bad taste for sure. But I feel like the punishment should have been like get out for like 15 minutes or like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And then bring him back in.
Look, I kicked you out once. Don't pull anything, right?
Yeah. Which she shouldn't have to do. She's in fucking labor.
She shouldn't. Now, it's been a rough week for me, but thankfully, my mother arrived this morning to help out. I talked to my husband as best I could since he is still upset and ignoring me, and told him how I was feeling. I've been feeling depressed and anxious since we brought the baby home, and I understand why he is upset, but asked him to please see my side. He told me that I had no right to kick him out and that our daughter would come to hate me one day for having him miss her birth.
I think that's not true.
Well,
I think
man,
that's more his thing. Like he wanted to be there.
I started crying and begged him to please talk things through instead of saying things out of anger. He refused and said I was under his roof and he had the final say and called me a punt for kicking him out of the delivery room. I didn't say anything else to him. I just started packing myself and the baby's things and I planned on leaving. He yelled at me, telling me that I couldn't take anything he's paid for. I haven't worked since the beginning of the pandemic. I just took my baby and I told my mom we were leaving. We're staying at a hotel and we will drive to my parents' house tomorrow. Sorry for the long update, but I wanted everyone to know the outcome.
Dude.
Okay, so now I want to know what you all think. How are you feeling now?
I understand why he's mad, but I feel like his reaction to it is kind of telling.
The red flags. Imagine their marriage ended over a fart.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, it's never just the fart.
It's never just the fart. Exactly.
It's everything behind the fart.
It's everything in the intestines.
It's everything in the intestines.
Before the flatulation ever gapes through the through
and
the
it's like,
a-hole.
you know, it's what you're eating, what you're taking in.
Wow.
You know, it's like
what a metaphor.
What a metaphor.
Yeah.
And then the way it stirs in your stomach,
The
like
digestion.
There's a lot more wrong in this relationship than
just a fart.
Than meets the a-hole. And I would say husband, major a-hole.
Yep. I think assuming that there's more beneath the surface, which it very much seems like there is, you can wipe her of the a-hole.
Yeah, you can absolve her of her a-hole sins.
I'm suspicious of my husband and his female coworker. Should I be worried?
Yes.
I, 25 female, found out that my husband, 29 male, has a female coworker, 26 female.
Oh my.
And I found out that he's worked with her for months when our mutual friend brought it up while at our house.
How dare you work with another woman?
Excuse me?
I bet you sniff her air too.
Disgusting. I didn't think much of it at the time, just surprised that he never brought it up. Later that evening, I asked about her, and he was very vague and said, "Oh, the girls who work there are lesbians. So
threesome."
I said, that's not what I was asking, and was just curious why he never brought her up.
Babe, they're lesbians, I swear.
I'll put my hand on the Bible. I swear. He said it never came up. So I asked to see her and went to my Facebook to look her up. When he sat up and said, "Oh, I'll look her up. I'll look her up."
This is so suspicious.
Which I didn't pay attention to at the time, but it's important to note for the rest of the story, I guess. I looked at her profile and saw that she was in a relationship with a man.
So not a lesbian. Huh.
And he then proceeded to tell me that she recently got divorced and has 2 kids, etc.
How do you know so much about her, huh?
I said, "So you knew that she wasn't a lesbian. Why would you say that?" Also, while looking at her profile and speaking with him, he started to breathe
I swear it's nothing.
like he had just run a marathon, but we were just sitting on the couch. I asked if he was okay because he seems really nervous about something. He said I was frustrating him, but he's never acted like that before when he was frustrated.
You're frustrating me. Stop exposing me for cheating. Just let me cheat in peace.
God. He also told me about how they spoke of me, and she even asked her boyfriend about me. He's someone I went to school with, but she just never came up when he was speaking with me.
Yeah, they're talking about her. It's like, hey, so like, is your wife going to be home when we're fucking?
Yeah. A few days later, I still felt like he was hiding something. So after a little digging, I found out that they were Facebook friends at one point.
Facebook friends with benefits, huh?
Dude, you can never trust them.
Never trust them. Literally don't trust your partner ever. There's actually a really easy way to check if your partner is cheating.
Oh, yeah?
Break up with them.
I found out they were Facebook friends, and that's when he finally confessed to her sending him a Facebook request, to which he accepted, but deleted her right before showing me her profile.
That is super suspicious. Like, who cares about them being Facebook friends? But the fact that he deleted it before he showed her, super suspicious. There's nothing to be suspicious of. I swear.
You're just just frustrating me.
I'm just flustered.
He said that was why he was acting funny.
Oh yeah, that's why.
But it was days of me asking him to just be honest and feeling like he was hiding something before I finally took it into my own hands.
Oh, what is OP doing?
Here we go. I even sat him down and said, I know you're hiding something. Please just be honest with me. And he said, there's nothing, babe. I'm not hiding nothing.
Yo, I feel like he's hiding something. I'm no Sherlock, but
Discombobulate.
So as you can see, my trust was broken. I'm having a really hard time forgiving him and forgetting about it. He was acting like a cheating husband. He said he deleted her because he knew it would upset me. I asked why he would accept it in the first place if he thought it would upset me, and he just said, I don't know.
I don't know, babe.
I don't know. I know statistically men are more likely to cheat when women are postpartum.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Did not know that either. If there's a life change and or financial issues, and we currently have the trifecta right now.
Yikes,
Oh, man.
bro.
Yikes. That doesn't sound too fun. I'm sorry.
Usually,
OP.
I feel like whenever you have a new kid, that kind of like encompasses all three: big change, postpartum, and
you're
financial
spending all the
stress
money
because
on
you're
the
having
baby.
to spend. Yeah, exactly.
Totally. Yikes.
So, in conclusion, if you want to keep your relationship, don't have kids.
I just can't seem to get it out of my head that there's something going on that he's not telling me. His main argument is, when would I have time to cheat on you, babe?
I don't know. When would you?
That's reassuring.
Maybe at work with the woman you work with.
He's also made a few comments lately about my postpartum body that he says are jokes, or I didn't mean it that way, babe.
Yeah, I'm just saying you look fat.
I'm just saying you look like a disgusting whale, babe. It's like a hilarious joke.
I just wish you looked more like Whitney from work. Oh my God, what a babe. Not that I'm like hooking up with her or anything.
But all of that would be a post in and of itself. Any advice? I keep asking him if there's more, but I don't believe him when he says no, because that's what I said the first time. Also to note, she recently broke up with her boyfriend, and when I brought it up, he was smiling and said, oh, she did.
Dude, this guy is the most sus dude on the planet.
He is just really bad at lying. I said, why are you smiling like that? And he said, it's because I give him a hard time and it's funny. Wowzers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, is the boyfriend cheating?
Because if he is, I mean,
Yeah.
like, regardless of whether he's cheating or not, boyfriend's still kind of an asshole. Like the whole,
Yes.
the whole postpartum body thing,
No.
the whole lying about the Facebook stuff. Like even if he's not cheating, he's acting super suspicious.
Yep.
Definitely hiding something.
Yeah.
And just general assholiness.
Definitely.
So my thought is, yeah, I don't know why you're married to this guy in the first place. It
Yeah.
sounds like a kind of D-bag. There's a lot of dudes in the sea,
Mhm.
a lot of seamen in the seashore. So
That's
like, I feel like there's got to be someone better than this.
Yeah,
dunce
I can
cap
see
of a
why
man.
it's hard. Like, maybe she's just now like
Realizing
just
it.
starting to.
Yeah, it's like
get
you
to
once you
that
have the baby,
place.
you're like, holy shit.
Oh man, that is so tough. That is so sad. I feel for you, OP. I really do.
I think he's definitely hiding something. I don't know necessarily if he's cheating, but
Yeah.
most signs point towards something.
It could also, to be devil's advocate, it could also be the case of like, we hear the one side of the story and it's
Yeah.
like she might be embellishing certain things because of her own.
Maybe.
But if what we read is almost exactly how it happened, then it seems super fishy. Super
The
fishy.
fishiest thing is the whole Facebook friend request stuff.
Yeah.
That's like some semi damage.
Also, my favorite thing is asking, are you cheating on me? And he's like, babe, when would I even have the time? Like,
I'm at work all the time. I'm literally working from like 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
it's crazy.
It's crazy. I have to work such late nights with
Yeah.
Whitney.
You would hope he'd be like, oh no, I love you. Why would I?
No.
It's like, no, I
it's
don't
not
have
that
enough
I love
time.
you. It's just I don't have time to. If I had time,
If
I
I
would
could-
cheat.
You know,
I swear.
Babe, I'm about to buy the 4-hour work week, and
Yeah.
I am literally going to.
I'm gonna be running through broads.
Oh my
like
god!
freaking
I'm gonna
calendar
have
days.
7 wives.
7 wives, bro. I'm gonna pick up a
4
wife
hours
for
a week
each day of a week.
My goodness gracious!
Man is gonna become the Tim Ferriss of infidelity.
Yes. I love it.
Well, let us know what you think. Put it in the comments below. We love you. We miss you. And we want you to be our baby mamas and baby daddies.
My daughter wants 5 figures for her IVF treatment so she can have a baby. I said no. I'm giving it to my stepdaughter. Am I the a-hole?
What are all these demands for IVF? You know, like just
Excuse me? Sam, I want a baby.
why can't you just do it the old fashioned way and then like, just like steal it from a nursery or like
Straight Rumpelstiltskin, that bad
or
boy.
just steal a baby.
I am a father of two. Biological daughter is 26 and my stepdaughter is 18. I'm lucky to have established a good relationship with my stepdaughter that is based on mutual trust and respect. Very nice. I raised her when she was 2. I don't even call her my stepdaughter. I call her my own. She's always dreamed of owning a car and hinted about wanting a car for her 18th birthday for years, so I took it upon myself to try and save up for one. It took me years to save up to be able to get her a decent car as a gift, and I felt thrilled I was able to achieve this goal knowing how much it means to her. I haven't bought the car just yet, and I'm currently looking for a decent car around $10,000 to $13,000. My oldest daughter has been struggling with infertility, and she and her husband already tried the clinical route but weren't successful. They've stopped trying for a year due to financial struggles. I visited her last week, and she talked about how she's getting ready to go through another round of IVF.
IVF sounds so rough and so expensive.
We talked about the money, and she brought up the money that I was saving for her stepsister's car. I tried cutting into the conversation, but she asked if she could borrow the money and she'll repay it in a few months. I said no, because what's the use of getting money in a few months when I want to buy my stepdaughter her car?
Step car.
Step car? That's not where the gas goes. Her husband pointed out how his parents helped with the previous treatment costs, and now it's my turn since we're family. So he said my stepsister can get a car anytime later, but logically, the money should go towards a better case. I declined saying that it's her last birthday with family before she moves away for college, and I didn't want to disappoint her. My daughter said that she wasn't asking for a fancy new car, she just longs to become a mother. In all honesty, I stated even if I gave her the money, there's no guarantee the treatment will work this time. Her husband said I had my priorities messed up, asking who in their right mind sees their child struggle with such a massive issue and refuses to help, and then prioritizes a car over a potential grandbaby that every sane grandparent dreams of having. I asked, why isn't someone else besides his parents helping? And my daughter said that they already asked others for money, but are struggling with debt with her medication.
So in what world do you think, if she's already in debt, how will she be able to pay OP back? You're not asking for a loan. You're asking for the money outright.
For the money. Yeah. I said, even if the treatment pays off, then what? Did she really think having a baby while struggling with debts was a good idea? She got quiet and her husband asked if I could leave, and he won't call me selfish since I already know that's why I kept getting defensive. I left without further arguing, and my sister had a fight with my wife and argued with me, saying that I got carried away in spoiling my stepdaughter to please her mom and neglected my blood daughter and made light of her struggles. She kept insisting that I do the right thing, but I was mad that my daughter told her. Even more upset that my son-in-law wanted to talk to my stepdaughter about it and spoil the surprise. I'd like to add that I'm not on good terms with my daughter's in-laws because of how they are in general, especially her mother-in-law, but I tried to stay civil. Still, she insisted on insulting my wife. My wife no longer wants to be around this woman, and it's understandable, but we're getting a lot of heat from my son-in-law for how we're reacting. I'm seeing a number of people asking why my daughter and her husband need the money now since they're young and can save up on their own. I'm not sure about that answer, but it seems to me that my daughter is getting pressured by her husband and his family, and adoption is off the table due to their mentality. My son-in-law is 33 years old, and he also has a medical condition to manage. Okay, there's a lot going on here. I would love to know what everyone thinks right now. Speak your mind. Let us know if you think OP is the a-hole. And then also, I mean, we've seen so many IVF stories or like infertility stories. We would love to hear your own infertility and IVF and other stories, either in the YouTube comments or even better on r/OKOP show, because we want to take some and invite you on the show. Sam, what do you think?
Is OP the a-hole? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I do think that there are many parents, if they had the financial means, that would want their children to be able to have children.
Totally.
So like, I don't think it's an unreasonable thing to ask your parent. But if they say no, they say no.
What can you do?
They say no, they say no. I don't think OP's the a-hole. Especially it's like OP's daughter is not asking for a loan. She's asking for the money outright.
100%. I think they're deluding themselves into thinking they're asking for a loan, but in reality, they're not.
They're not asking for a loan. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what is the best course of action here? If I was OP, it might be an a-hole move to actually say, hey, daughter, I'm going to give you a car, but if you want the car over helping your sister.
Right? It puts her in a precarious situation too, because you're like, I don't want to seem like a jerk like for picking a car over niece, essentially.
Yeah.
So yeah, do you want a car or do you want a niece?
That's really tough. I'm going to say Opie should put it in the daughter's hands.
I would probably still go through with a surprise, and then maybe later down the line be like, I would tell my daughter and son-in-law, like, listen, I saved up this money. This is the plan I had for it. And like, if I had all the money in the world, I would in a second give it to you for the IVF. But like at the end of the day, this is what I was able to do over years of saving. And like, this is something I want to do.
I would be curious to hear if the daughter ever got some kind of like financial help for a car or a house or anything like that.
Or some sort of like equivalent gesture, even if it wasn't the same amount of money. Maybe back in the day, he was like financially worse off. And it's like, okay, I could only save up this, but here's like $3,000 for your high school graduation.
I would love to know if there was anything like that, because if there wasn't, then it's kind of like
favoritism.
It feels like a little bit of favoritism.
Yeah, I think the son-in-law and daughter are the a-hole for pushing him so hard.
Yeah, especially if it doesn't seem like he has like, a ton
100%
of money to spend. But let us know what you think. Boss wants me to print the internet? Fine. I'll use all your company's resources and destroy your career.
I feel like that might be a lot of ink cartridges, Sam.
It might be, but you know what they say? If you inked up, you're going to get... This is about a decade ago, but still well within the realm of the internet. I was a technical writer for the government and had slowly been transferring our old employee handbook, think government bureaucracy from the 1940s, into a modern and actually useful document. Think one page with our policies and links to useful websites like Office or Personal Management, Form for Workman's Comp, etc. My boss wanted the whole thing printed out on our desk by the next morning. This was Monday of Thanksgiving weekend. I printed out 200 pages or so and just had links to the various websites in bold. This took about an hour and I left it on her desk before going home that night. She calls me in her office on Tuesday afternoon and proceeds to yell at me about how stupid I am. Do I think people can just go to a website when it is on paper?
You freaking idiot.
Yeah, dummy.
You can't
I
click
need
a
to
page.
print everything out.
Come on.
I calmly tell her that these sites are pretty dense and deep and it would be about 10,000 pages. She says she doesn't care and it needs to be on her desk, goddamn it, first thing Monday morning.
Oh my God.
Mind you, this is now Tuesday and we usually had some of Wednesday off. I was not really planning to work Thursday, Thanksgiving, or Friday, and I had applied for leave and was looking forward to a nice, relaxing, long weekend. I don't have family, but I had plans. But okay, I asked for and got the request to have everything pertaining to the employee handbook online in a printed format. So that's like 10,000 pages.
Bro.
I also had real work and real deadlines. A quick bit of context. She was my boss. She did my performance appraisals and she could make my life miserable and possibly fire me. However, my clients were teams that put together engineering plans, biological assessments, scientific journals, articles, reports to Congress that had real world deadlines. On some of these, if you missed the publication date, your agency paid $100,000 a day in delay fees.
Ouch.
So a little steep.
But we need to print these 10,000 links ASAP.
1,000 random pieces of the internet. I was printing all the rest of Tuesday afternoon, and then Wednesday I had to go to the site, print, click to the next link, print, etc. On Wednesday we got a letter from a Congress writer that was actually important. Had we not gotten that, I might not have done what I did. I got overtime approved pronto to take care of this request, so I did work Thanksgiving. As I was doing that, I kept printing and printing. I used up every sheet of paper in our 14-story building.
Oh my God.
I kept on researching the response for the congressional, printing, going to the next floor to carefully get that packet of paper to tuck under the appropriate page, etc. I had paper in about 20 different conference rooms. I could have done the congressional in about 8 hours, but it was not due until Monday. And all of this printing took me a good 24 hours of work. So I put in for 32, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I got it done. This is now 2 stacks of paper. It's about 6 feet high. I was way under my estimate of 10,000 pages as it was almost 30,000 pages.
Bro, 2 6-foot stacks of paper?
That's insane.
That's literally us.
Sam, we talk about a lot of really hard situations on this podcast.
oh, baby, the hardest.
And Sam, that's not the only thing that we need hard in this world.
Fellas, if you're trying to play a little game of hide the zucchini and you want that zucchini to be nice, firm, and strong, I think you're going to want to hear about our next sponsor.
We are working with Blue Chew, ladies and gentlemen. Blue Chew tablets. It is the best option to get your wiener stiff.
And you might be like, oh, I don't need it. But hey, You never know until you try. You could already be Arnold Schwarzenegger, but what if you were Superman? What if you were Tom Brady throwing spirals every freaking day in the bedroom?
That's right, guys. Blue Chew wants you to have better sex.
And I do too, personally.
We want your dongs rock hard. Discover all your options at bluechew.com. Just chew it and do it, baby.
And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code OKOP at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. I'm saying like free, like actually free. That's bluechew.com. Promo code OKOP to receive your first month free.
Come on.
Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I just want to thank Blue Chew one more time for sponsoring this podcast and making the hard things hard and our life easy.
Oh, yes. Back to the episode.
Remember, I had at least 5 printers going all at once, nonstop, 4 days. I put this in my boss's office, which was already none too clean and pristine. I got written up with a disciplinary hearing and everything. What the heck? My boy's just doing his job.
Literally.
The charge was malicious compliance. Bro, you asked for this. So literally, you're being compliant and being punished for it. How is that okay?
Hey, Sam, you're going the speed limit. You're under arrest.
Under arrest.
You are sentenced
You're being
to
put
death.
straight to jail. I kept my job only because I did have a request in an email. So OP had receipts. Let us know, is OP the a-hole? Is the boss the a-hole? We want to know what you think. Also, have you ever been maliciously compliant in your own job,
Oh.
government or otherwise? But
Yes.
John, please, what do you think?
Dude, I love it. I absolutely love it. Like, honestly, though, OP, you're going way too hard for, like, I don't know. For me, I would be like, screw it. Like, email a supervisor and be like, this person wants me to print 10,000 stacks of paper. And then the actual important thing, like the congressional thing came through. I'd just be like, hey, everyone, I'm going to work on this thing that actually matters instead of making 2 6-foot piles of paper
And
for
also,
32 hours.
Like, maybe just not waste your entire Thanksgiving holiday on this dumb request.
I think it's too much, but you know what?
I think OP is being the a-hole to themselves, honestly.
OP, you need to be kind to yourself,
Please,
okay?
please take care of yourself.
Little self-love will do you well.
But I would love to see a picture of those 2 stacks.
Oh my God. Oh, that would be
Massive stacks.
delicious.
My husband exploded on me because he thought I baby trapped him. Now I found out the real reason he got upset, and I think I might divorce him. My husband, male 35, and I, female 32, have been married for just 7 years. He left next door. We just clicked. It was a fairy tale. Like Shrek. One thing I've always thought made our marriage so strong was our friendship with each other and our trust in one another. Although now my husband seems to think otherwise. Recently, my husband found out that his friend Geoff, male 34, has been baby trapped. Basically, Geoff's wife, female 32, stopped taking the pill and fell pregnant a few months into their relationship and only came clean after the wedding. That's why boys, don't trust that they're on the pill. At least pull out.
Spill your seed where it don't bleed.
That is great advice.
Come on.
John doesn't miss. GF came from a very conservative family, which his wife knew, and so he felt obligated to marry her after the pregnancy. Unfortunately, he also feels obligated to stay regardless of the clearly messed up dynamic because he feels he has made a vow and will stick by his wife and child. I gotta give it up for Geoff though.
No, you're an idiot. Just leave.
But what about the sanctity of marriage?
The sanctity of marriage.
Yeah, Geoff, I don't know if this is a good relationship.
You know it's Jeff, right?
No, I'm gonna keep
I know. I just wanted to make sure you knew.
It's spelled Geoff. And what world is that pronounced the same as Jeff? My husband, for some reason, has been really rattled by this. I am currently 4 months pregnant with our first, and my husband asked me yesterday if I was trying to baby trap him.
Too much, bro. Cool your jets, buddy.
Chill.
I first laughed because I honestly thought it was a joke, but he was dead serious, and he doubled down. So I told him that we have already been married for 7 years, and a baby was not going to trap him any more than he already was. My husband did not like that answer and said there was no time limit on baby trapping and that my intentions were clearly not pure given how I was acting as if his concerns were a joke.
Oh, vomit.
He said he had trusted me in the past, but me laughing in his face gave him no reason to trust him now. There was more to the story, but what do you think so far about Geoff's reaction?
I hate this guy. Like, is this Geoff or was the friend Geoff?
Sorry, the friend's Geoff.
Friend was Geoff, yeah. And then OP's man. Yeah, I think he's an absolute idiot. I think all of the men are idiots. Geoff, leave. Just stop. All the men in the story, just stop.
It gets worse.
Of
Today
course it
I
does.
woke up and my husband was gone. respond, but I didn't have a nasty text from his brother, male 28, saying that I forced my husband into this pregnancy, despite it having been a joint decision.
Oh my
I love how
God.
probably what happened. It was like, hey, like, babe, do you want to have a kid? And he was like, all right, let's do
Yeah.
it. And then he's like, wait, the
How
baby's
dare
right
you? How dare you do the thing I told you to do?
My husband is MIA and has not responded to calls or texts. And now I'm wondering how on earth to go forward. Any advice? What advice would you guys give her? Like, but there are some commenters that said some stuff. So
Okay, yeah.
they said either the husband was panicking about fatherhood and looking for a way that would let him save face, or the husband has started an affair with someone else and again was looking for a way to end things without looking like the bad guy. Again, he could also just be super insecure.
Or maybe he's a fucking idiot.
There is an update though.
Oh.
Not sure if I'm allowed to post here again, but I wanted to quickly. You're not allowed. No. I wanted to quickly update everyone who was kind enough to give me some advice. I didn't respond anyone because my post was locked quite quickly, but I have read every single comment and message. I realized while I was reading the comments that everyone was right. Oh, Reddit, give me the best advice.
Come on.
I realized I wasn't angry enough.
Let's.
My husband had insulted me and our marriage in a very hurtful way, and it just didn't really register for a
Yes,
while.
absolutely.
I was so confused and upset that it didn't occur to me to be angry, but Reddit made me realize I should be pissed as
Yes.
Reddit.
Stir the rage. Stoke the anger. Stoke it.
I love Reddit, bro. In the meantime, I called my best friend, female 31, who had been such a rock in my life. She came over with some chocolate classic and was furious when she heard. She's like, girl, don't accept that shit. She called her husband, male 34, into the house after I had gotten everything out of my system. He is a family lawyer and said that he would happily represent me if I wanted to go through with divorce.
Oh. Wow.
Damn, son.
We're escalating.
Okay, well, he could just be insecure. Let's all right. I know Reddit is just like instantly
Divorce. Literally always.
And hey, we're the first ones to say the divorce chance really fun to do.
Yeah.
Divorce.
So fun.
We love saying it.
Yeah.
But you're going pretty hard in the paint right here.
Or maybe we just hear me out. Okay.
All right, I'm hearing you out,
We
John.
skip divorce straight to murder.
This man is a saint, and I will draw up the divorce papers on Monday. This all feels a little fast. I mean, do you have
Yeah.
proof that he actually cheated? Like, this is a lot of suspicion. My mother-in-law, female 66, showed up with my husband in the car not long after my best friend's husband arrived, and she practically dragged him to the door. My mother-in-law said that he showed up at theirs late last night, saying that he was certain that I was using the baby to trap him. Fortunately, my mother-in-law is a smart woman and absolutely tore him a new one before dragging him to my house to apologize.
That's fire.
My worm of husband did not look me in the eye the entire time, but said that he was scared about becoming a dad and projected his fears onto me. He said that he wasn't sure if he was ready for that kind of commitment, but he will step up as if he is some kind of hero. Eye roll. I called him a coward and told him that he should stay with his parents until I'm ready to talk about him. I didn't want to say anything about the divorce papers because I didn't know what his reaction would be, but he will find out soon enough. You know,
Yeah.
the divorce feels like a little
I
bit
know
much.
it does feel a little rushed. I do agree with you.
A lot
there.
of people have
Do agree
cold
with you
feet
there.
when they're having kids. Like that's a common thing. And it's a common thing with marriages too.
Yeah, I mean, look, the husband like has a lot of making up to do, but I think
course.
it's like if this is a relationship worth say 7 years, who also will be the father of your child, like it. Not that the kid thing should make them stay together, but worth sitting down and unpacking.
Yeah,
I think at a minimum.
I don't know. Like I think there's a lot of times where partners feel insecure in a relationship.
Yeah, totally.
And it should at least be talked about.
Yeah.
But damn, Reddit just goes for divorce every single time.
Yeah, and she's eating it up.
She's eating it up. I also showed my mother-in-law the text from my brother-in-law, and her face was like a storm cloud. I don't know what will happen here, but I'm sure it will be bad. For now, I am exhausted and just want to curl up and cry. My best friend said she'll spend the night with me and we can watch silly movies. I've also made an appointment with the therapist for the next week, but for now, I just need to rest. I am exhausted and devastated that my marriage has come crumbling down. Sorry for the sad ending. Wow.
Wow.
We want to know what you think. Put in the comments below. Divorce?
Divorce? Question mark?
Instant divorce?
Yes or no divorce?
But John, let me know what you think. Well, I guess first question, do you think OP should get divorced?
Not yet. And also, we don't know the exact timeline here as well. Is this days? Is this months? Like, I don't know. Sounds like it was maybe
Quick.
weeks.
Sounds like it was quick.
Yeah, like it feels pretty quick, at least in the decision. decision timeline. Maybe there was like gaps between like the major events and decisions, but I would definitely sit down and maybe say to him something like, this is the type of thing that like
Cannot happen again.
Cannot happen again, and like ruins relationships. You know what I mean? Like this is like making me not want to continue with this relationship, but I'm like sitting down and like trying to like understand.
Yeah.
You know,
and also just like, you know, I've been cheated on in the past in my first relationship, and like that sucked. And especially because it was my first relationship, it was traumatic. And it's still baggage that I have with me today that makes me like a little like just like not trusting.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's always been fine, but I just like say like, hey, like I just talk to my partner and say, like, I don't accuse them of cheating, but like I just say like, hey, like this makes me uncomfortable. Let's talk about
Sam,
it.
are you a real Redditor? You're telling me you don't out the gate with zero proof, jump straight to cheating?
I know. I think he definitely made a mistake, but I just don't think divorce, like the immediate divorce maybe is.
Totally. I told my pregnant daughter, I don't care about you right now. Am I the a-hole?
Get those problems away from me. You're infecting my vibe.
Get out of my face. My vibes are infected. So I, female 49, have 2 kids. Christina, female 26, and Dwight, male 16. Dwight is neurodivergent and needs my attention and my husband's all the time since there's lots of things that he can't do by himself. I am his primary caregiver. Christina got married and is now pregnant, and I'm happy for her, but the problem is she wants my attention all the time. She knows that I have to take care of her brother, but still calls me up all the time and asks me to go with her to appointments and whatnot. I told her several times that I can't unless it's an emergency, since Dwight gets severe anxiety in hospitals and I can't leave him alone. She still gets upset because she thinks I can just leave him with a nurse for a couple hours.
The fact that the mother can't step away for a second to be with the daughter through the birth, red flag. I say divorce the mom.
I think the pregnancy hormones might be affecting her too much, and she wants to fight for her mom's attention.
Your daughter just wants you to be there through her birth. Jesus.
It would be okay if it wasn't, because her brother needs special care. She's going to give birth soon, and she asked me to go stay at her house for a bit before the birth and some weeks after the baby's born. I told her I can't do that. I would need to take Dwight with me, and she won't be able to relax with him there, since he can be a bit of a troublemaker sometimes. She told me to leave him with his dad and nurse.
There's a dad and a nurse there. Come on.
I told her that she needs to understand that my priority is taking care of my son now, and I have to be there for him. She argued that she's my daughter too, and she needs me since she has no one else. I told her that's a lie because she has her husband. And I also said that maybe when her kid is born, she'll understand that as a mom, your first priority are your kids, and even more if they are special needs and need you all the time. Now that she's an adult, she doesn't need me, and she's not my priority. She cried and insulted me, and she said that she'll never be able to forget that I chose her brother over her, and during such a hard moment for her. Am I the a-hole? This is an interesting one to me. I'm very curious, everyone, to hear what you think in the comments below. What you would do. Sam?
What it sounds like to me is that ever since the kid was born, the daughter has taken a backseat.
Right.
Like it sounds like she hasn't really had her mother there. And the fact that the mom can't even take a moment to be there with the daughter through a pregnancy.
Yeah.
It's going to ruin your relationship with your daughter.
I think one thing that would be very helpful to know in this scenario is a more detailed understanding of what the care looks like, because it's like we know the son is neurodivergent, where on the spectrum, etc. You know, what all does that entail?
Well, regardless, let's say it's
you're fair.
It's some of like let's say it's like really like he needs a lot of care. That mother is saying that she literally cannot be there for the birth of her child or for like some appointments to like she cannot be a mother to her at all.
Basically, period. Yeah.
Like, come on.
I am more on her side than I think you are in this scenario. But yeah, definitely it's like there are these key moments, like going to the first ultrasound for your first child happens one time.
I would love to know what our
maybe
audience
Sam's wrong
thinks.
and I'm brilliant and right. So
maybe I'm completely wrong.
Yeah. Drop your comments, ladies and gentlemen.
Want to send me home for being 1 minute late? Fine. I won't work. And I don't think any of my friends will work either. This happened about 4 years ago. I do construction and we start fairly early. Boss got tired of people walking in at 6:05 or 6:03.
Oh my God.
When we start at 6 a.m., even though he was a few minutes late more consistently than any of us were. So he said, if you aren't standing in front of me at 6 o'clock when we start, then I'm docking 15 minutes of your time for the day.
Why?
Because he's the boss. The next day, I accidentally forgot my tape measure in my car and had to walk back across the job site to grab it. Made it inside at 6 o'clock.
Nice.
Boss chewed me out and told me he was serious yesterday and docked me 15 minutes. So I took all of my tools off right there and sat down on a bucket. He asked me why I wasn't going to work. And I said, if I'm not getting paid until 6:15, I'm not working until 6:15. I enjoy what I do, but I don't do it for free.
Come on now.
He tried to argue with me about it until I said, if you're telling me to work without paying me, then that's against the law. Go imprison that boss.
Yeah, that's right.
You really want to open your company and yourself up to that kind of risk? Maybe I'm the kind to sue. Maybe I'm not. But if you keep on telling me to work after you dock my time, then we're going to find out one way or the other.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, OP is like really putting some threats down. He shut up pretty quickly after that, and everyone else saw me do it and him cave. So now they weren't going to take his crap either. Over the next few days, guys that would have been 1 or 2 minutes late just texted the boss, hey, sorry, boss. Would have been there at 6:02 and gotten docked, so I'll see you at 6:15 and I'll get to work then. And then sat in their cars until 6:15 and came in when their time started.
Love it.
So between people doing what I did or just staying in their cars instead, he lost a ton of productivity and morale because he decided that losing 15 minutes of productivity per person and feeling like the big man was better than losing literally 1 or 2 minutes of productivity. Even though everyone stands around BSing and getting material together for the day until about 6:10 anyway. After a few weeks of that, he got chewed out by his boss over the loss of productivity and how bad the doc timesheets were looking and reflecting poorly on him as a leader because we were missing deadlines over it. And it showed that he doesn't know how to manage people.
Facts.
And then suddenly his little self-implemented policy was gone and we all worked like we were supposed to and caught back up fairly quickly. Worker solidarity for the win.
Let's freaking go.
I love that like you can just band together with your fellow workers and see the change you want to see in the world.
It's a beautiful, beautiful thing.
OP, you are a inspiration.
I'm actually wondering if there's anyone out there that maybe thinks that OP was the a-hole.
We love controversial opinions on this show.
Customer explodes because the coffee was too hot and got me fired, but there's something huge the customer doesn't know.
Sounds like OP's in some hot water or maybe some
goodness.
hot coffee. Hey, yo.
I am a high schooler with a weekend job at a coffee shop. My coworkers who work the weekends are James, the owner's son, goes to my school. He's a shift manager, but not the real formal thing. He's a friendly guy. Danielle, a college student who sometimes works weekends too. So sometimes customers will come in and just be angry about such little itsy-weensy tiny things, like literally blow up about nothing.
Fun.
You know, we just love people who are angry for no reason.
That's half of Reddit.
I don't know if they're in a bad mood already and looking for someone to take it out on or what, but it's a lot. Like, how sad do you have to be a grown ass man taking your anger out on a high schooler and college kids?
Honestly, so true.
Kind of facts. So James and I were joking about having a little fun with them and hopefully getting them off of our backs. So one day I was at work and some guy had a temper about how we didn't make the coffee hot enough.
Get heated, bro. Maybe that will translate to your coffee.
Which I couldn't do a thing about because I gave it to him right out of the machine. So James came in and it was like, sir, is there a problem here? And the guy started ranting and raving at him too.
Yes, there is a problem. This coffee is not hot enough.
So my friend James was like, OP, this is unacceptable. You're fired. I started acting real sad, like, please, no, don't fire me. My family needs this money. I need this job, please. The angry guy started to backtrack. Like, oh, it wasn't that big of a problem. You don't need to fire him over. I didn't mean it.
No,
what did you mean?
Must be fired.
Excuse me. Is it too hot or is it not hot enough? And then my friend James was like, no, we pride ourselves on the best customer service. Of course, after all of that drama, I still had my job. We were just acting. And we've done it a couple of times. Whenever a customer will lose their temper at Danielle or I, James will storm in and fire us. Almost every time the person who came in angry will apologize.
So
and
funny.
say that they didn't mean it. Anyways, I was telling my friends from school about this. A few of them thought it was a mean prank to let someone go away thinking that they had gotten someone.
Well, maybe they would be nicer to service workers if
Right?
they actually thought that.
All service workers, please do this immediately. This is a genius life hack.
Yeah,
actually.
I mean, like, I actually don't. I would love to know what all of y'all think. Is OP the a-hole or not? But I think OP is not the a-hole, and
No.
is actually doing all service workers a
Yes.
huge solid
justice.
by like humanizing them in the eyes of Karens and Kens everywhere. My professor is offering extra credit for anyone who will buy her multi-level marketing products. What can I do about this?
I think you go all in.
I think you join her. Join the pyramid scheme.
Yeah, genius.
I'm an undergraduate student at a school in Massachusetts, and I'm taking a creative writing class.
Idiot.
What are you doing?
Dumbass.
Writing? ChatGPT can already write for you. What are you doing? My professor is really weird / like a new age kind of professor. And at the beginning of every class, she puts out an essential oil diffuser saying, studies show that essential oils improve brain function.
Well, if studies show.
Studies show, which I think is just a giant lie. Plus, the smells give me a headache, so it's probably reducing OP's cognitive function. She then lets us know that if we really like the essential oils, that we could buy them from her, which I thought was weird, but whatever. But then it got real. When we had our first essay due, and a lot of people, including me, got some really crap grades on them. I got a C-. But then the professor talked about how any student who purchases an order of $50 of her essential oils through her and doTERRA would get 20 bonus points added to that grade. Everyone looked pretty pissed and asked, is this legal? All right, so there's an update.
Okay.
So it turns out that I really didn't have to do anything because some of the other students beat me to it. I sent the department head an email, but they told me that they were already dealing with it. When I went to the next class session, the professor wasn't there, but instead it was the department head and one of the deans for students. This dean is a badass, awesome dean, by the way. All the students love this dean.
Yeah.
They wanted to talk to us about ethical misconduct allegations in the class, and we spilled the beans about the weird things she'd been doing with doTERRA stuff. After we complained for about 20 minutes straight, the dean said, I count about 5 reasons to fire this professor, and each one is enough of a reason alone to fire her.
Wow.
They thanked us and dismissed us from class and told us to keep an eye on our emails to know what will happen next. As I was packing my things, I overheard the dean talking to the head of the department. So she offered to increase grades if her students purchased an unrelated product that put money back into her pocket, is breaking a couple of laws, including the exposure to chemicals that might cause serious problems with disability compliance.
Oh my God.
Currently, the class is an average of a D+ in the course because she wanted people to buy her freaking
Literally,
things.
like, but give everyone it's an evil genius plan a little bit.
Yeah. It broke the school's ethics rules, and it is also using the college's printing studio meant for printing out reading for students to print out doTERRA pamphlets.
I love it.
Yo,
come
entrepreneur
on.
vibes.
Yeah, literally.
The dean looked a little exasperated at this point and was really trying to keep this down, I think. Anyways, the class was canceled for a week, and then we got one of the senior professors to cover for the class. All the previous grades we got with the crazy professor were removed, and we've been doing just easy assignments, and the class is super easy now. For the most part, it seems like they're just giving us A's for completion of the assignments, so this is looking to be like the easiest A that I'm ever going to get.
Wow. Man. Cool, happy ending, though.
There is a little bit of an update.
Oh, okay.
I heard through the grapevine the professor got fired and also lost a teaching fellowship grant or something. One of my friends in the class told me that the doTERRA professor was fired in the department's head office and stormed out of the office. But before she stormed out, she dumped hundreds of her doTERRA pamphlets from her bag onto the office's floor,
No.
along with a few testing samples of the oils, one of which shattered and spread peppermint oils over the office. My friend apparently helped them clean up the mess since they came for office hours. I can confirm the office still smells like peppermint.
Wow. Wow. How wild.
What a terrible professor.
Terrible professor, bro.
I can't imagine. Boss Babe Arrow, though. Boss Babe Arrow.
Oh, for
That's
sure.
all I gotta say.
That's all you
I
gotta say. My white racist aunt just gave birth to a biracial baby, and now they want to get rid of the baby.
That's
I, 18 female, am adopted. My aunt and uncle have made comments about this in the past, how I'm not really in the family or whatever. It doesn't really bother me anymore because I barely see them apart from family reunions and stuff. They're also homophobic, racist, and every kind of ist you can think of. They couldn't get pregnant for various reasons, including the fact that my aunt is pushing 40.
Good.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if I want you raising a baby. Anyways, they spent a bunch of money on fertility treatments before eventually using an egg donor. Also, I had just gotten a hysterectomy at the time for medical reasons, and my aunt made some weird comment to my mom about how I was wasting my purpose as a woman and how I could have been a surrogate for them. They also said that they didn't want to adopt. They wanted their own kids and didn't want an abandoned problem kid.
Why are they saying all this out loud? Keep it to yourself. Have the understanding that you might get a lot of for coming out and saying these terrible things.
But Sam, some news. The baby was born, and to the shock and horror and surprise of my aunt and uncle, the baby is brown.
Wait. Their baby?
Their baby. Isn't that right?
How? And they're racist.
And they're racist. If you recall a little bit ago, they ended up going with a donor.
But don't they screen the
One would think. Apparently, the egg donor wrote Caucasian as the ethnicity, but had a Guyanese grandmother.
Maybe they'll be less racist after having a darker baby.
One can hope.
My hopes and dreams are always squashed on these Reddit stories, so it's probably not going to
have
happen.
a little faith. So they had the baby with them at the family reunion, and my aunt in particular looked tired and upset. I couldn't resist making a comment to my mom within earshot of them that if they'd adopted, they could have picked a nice white baby and maybe mistook the IVF clinic for a Build-A-Bear workshop. Whoa.
Savage OP.
That's a bit, yeah,
We
my
love it.
goodness. I heard they might be trying to sue the clinic.
Excuse me, my baby came out darker than I was expecting.
My aunt got really upset and started crying, and my uncle turned red and yelled at me about how I have no right to talk about their private life, that I was a bish, and all of this other crap. Then they left. My mom thought my comments were funny, but says I should apologize to keep the peace.
I think they're funny.
Me too. And my dad says that they needed to hear the truth.
You can't handle the truth!
I think I might be the a-hole because it's kind of unfair to the baby to bring her into it. So am I the a-hole? There is a quick update. As of now, how are we feeling, everybody? How are we feeling, Sam?
Well, put your answers of what you think is OP the a-hole. I guess I see where OP's coming from, where it's like, oh, I might be the a-hole for kind of insulting almost like the baby.
Yeah.
And like,
Build-A-Bear, I was like,
Yeah. It's like, it feels almost insulting to the baby, but not quite. I mean, like really what OP's using is like they're using
Their own-
sarcasm.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, oh, I didn't
And their own
realize it was a
prejudice
bill.
like against them, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so it's like OP's almost taking on this idea of being super prejudiced. So it's like almost ironic. And I think maybe that irony and that joking is actually helping this couple see how terrible they've been.
So update, to clarify some things. One, I am Chinese. However, even if I had been white, my comment would still not have been racist. Racist means to show prejudice or discrimination to one race because of their race. I don't think anyone would argue that white people are a oppressed minority. One, as for the racist stuff they've said, they were hardcore Trump supporters during both the 2016 and 2020 elections and have called my mixed-raced friend a half-breed.
That's
This is unfair for the baby. I do feel sorry for her. I regret bringing an innocent baby into this. I hope my aunt and uncle learn from this and maybe become less prejudiced.
yeah. This aunt and uncle sound awful.
I feel so bad for this baby.
Yeah.
Like, even if the aunt and uncle do become more progressive because of this, or like
Let's
not
hope. That's what we
racist,
can
really,
only hope.
it's probably still at the expense of the baby. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like, they probably are going to like fumble like so many things in the process to get there. So
Yeah,
Yoink.
I just feel like OP has been really shat on by this couple, and
is
this-
trying to show them.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, maybe not in the most empathetic
in
way.
the smoothest style.
Yeah,
but
no, but
yeah.
trial by
But it's
fire.
I mean, they
It's
they
something.
need to know like what time it is.
Yeah,
These
time
this aunt and uncle.
for some education.
Yup. I scared my girlfriend's family by attacking them, but it was just a prank. Now she's trying to leave me, but I'll show her what a nice guy I am.
Yeah, I'm super nice. I just
Yeah.
murdered your entire family.
This past weekend was the big camping trip that my girlfriend would be taking with her and her family. It would consist of her parents, her younger sister, aunt and uncle, 3 cousins. It was a big family trip that was being planned once we had cooler weather.
That's kind of cool. I like big family trips. I like the idea
it's
of
a
that.
good idea.
Yeah.
It's also much easier to murder all of them at once. So I visited my girlfriend's house to say goodbye to her and wish her a fun trip when they all took off in their cars. Then I got into my car and drove to the campsite that they would be staying at. I know the area pretty well, and I was able to find a spot to hide my car from view, and I was able to navigate the woods and keep an eye on them while remaining hidden from view.
Wait, so he's stalking her entire family?
How else do you attack them, Sam?
OP, I'm beginning to not be on your side.
When it came nighttime, I put on a Chewbacca costume and ruffled it up a little bit to make it look wild and untamed.
What is wrong with you, bro?
Can you see where this is going? While the family was gathered around the campfire, I started to rustle the bushes. The family noticed but didn't think much of it. Then I started to make growling noises. The family was getting noticeably freaked out, and then my girlfriend's uncle started walking towards where I was hiding.
What if they have a gun?
We're gonna have to find out. As soon as he got close enough, I jumped out from behind the bushes and started making roaring noises while running around acting like Bigfoot. I shook their tents, threw their lawn chairs around, and chased after some of the cousins.
That's pretty funny.
My goodness. Usually, like, it's like you probably like, ah, and they're like, ah, and you're like,
No, you have to,
hey,
you have to stay
it's
in
me.
character.
But then I heard my girlfriend's dad yell, "Get the gun!"
I knew it was going to happen. I
Good
knew
call,
guns
bro.
would be involved.
You called it, dude. And that's when I knew I had to end the prank. I took off the costume, revealed myself, and the entire family was pissed. Long story short, I got yelled at by almost all of her family.
How did you think it was going to go?
How was this supposed to end?
Yeah, like
Truly.
it was like, oh, that was so funny. You know what? I really want you to marry my daughter.
And all of the noise attracted the campsite manager, who kicked me out after hearing what happened. Honestly, justifiable.
Deserved.
Yeah. Today, I heard back from my girlfriend for the first time since the prank, and she said that she is seriously considering breaking up with me.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I think you kind of deserve it.
She said that she just needs some time to think and that she'll let me know when she's made her decision. Now I'm just left wondering what to do. I'm thinking I need to pull off a major apology, and I need some advice on what to say to save this relationship. Sam, we have an update. Everyone also in the comments, what would you advise?
I don't think someone like this knows how to situations. I think they only know how to increasingly up their life. And so I'm going, his life is going to get more up for 200.
Okay. On to the update. Last night, my girlfriend's family was holding a barbecue in their backyard, and my girlfriend was able to talk her dad into inviting me. He was originally...
The whole family is like, this
Yeah,
guy.
we hate this kid. He was originally against the idea of me coming, but he was willing to let me come so long as the first thing I do is offer a genuine apology for the prank that I pulled on all of them. I arrived in their backyard, and everybody that I pranked at the campsite was sitting at the table, and they were all clearly waiting for me to arrive. Oh man, so everyone's like just sitting there just like, okay.
We're ready for our apology.
I sat down next to my girlfriend and I began my apology. I stated that my prank was ill-timed, immature, and thoughtless, and I apologized for ruining their camping trip that they had apparently been planning for some time. I tried to make it as genuine and sincere as possible, and when I was done, I waited for some type of response. There was a really long, awkward silence as the whole family just stared at me. Then the uncle whispered something into the dad's ear, and they both burst out laughing, but I couldn't make out what he said. Then the dad said that he didn't accept my apology and he told me to leave. My initial response was very loud, "What the F?" And that made things worse. I can imagine. My girlfriend's dad kept telling me to leave, and I lost my temper. I swiped an empty plastic cup off the table and said to the family, "Fine, F all of you," while flipping them off with both middle fingers.
Okay. It's very like you see what just happened here though, right? The uncle is trying to put a prank on OP for sure.
Bro,
For sure.
you're right.
And he failed the test.
Dude, I never thought of that. I think you're right. As I was leaving the backyard, my girlfriend caught up to me and said that she was breaking up with me.
Low-key, OP sounds terrible. I wouldn't date him.
Absolutely not, bro.
John and I will not date you.
She said that I was too immature and impulsive, and she said that she wants me to leave her and her family alone. I tried apologizing to her profusely. I kept saying, babe, I'm so sorry. Just give me another chance, I promise. I'll be good, I promise.
I promise I won't put on the Chewbacca costume in the bedroom anymore, babe. And unless, like, you're into it.
You know you want this Chewbacca. I just kept saying over and over, and she'd say that she's given me, quote, millions of chances and that she, quote, can't fix me. She then walked off, and I did something that made things even worse.
Why, OP? Bro.
I yelled at her, calling her a bish, and then I started kicking and punching the wooden fence that separates their front and backyard. I knocked down the part of the fence, and then I left. So,
wow.
there we have it. There we have it. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're so conflicted here. I know this is, oh man, this is right on the line. But guys, you got to let us know if Chewbacca is the a-hole or not. Like, I mean,
please. I mean,
what do we think?
Personally, man just digs himself a deeper and deeper hole.
Bro.
I think his girlfriend is completely in the right.
Yes.
For dropping that like tub of hair. And also I think he was being put like, I think there was a prank being pulled on him.
Yeah.
And he
think
just
you're
reacted
right.
terribly.
It's a great theory.
And then people are like, oh, okay, maybe we actually should not let this kid in our home. He seems like he has anger issues.
1,000%.
And prank issues.
My girlfriend embarrassed me in front of my boys by not helping our sinking boat. Should I end it?
If the boat sunk, the relationship is also going to sink.
So I have what I think is a very good sense of situational awareness.
Oh, a Redditor with situational awareness.
Whoa.
How rare.
We got a badass over here.
Hey, yo.
I'm a quick thinker, and I tend not to panic in dangerous situations. My fiance, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. If I'm being nice, I would say she doesn't have any awareness of danger.
My fiance's a dumb bitch.
If I'm being honest, I would say that she has the survival instinct of a panda raised in captivity.
Who do I want taking care of my children in the future? This soft panda bitch.
She had no sense of danger around her, doesn't constantly examine her surroundings for things that could be dangerous.
Constantly examine your surroundings for threats. Who's there? Who's there?
Listen, a sniper could take their heads out at any second.
It could. Anything could happen.
He brings his X-ray goggles with him, but she doesn't.
Bring the bulletproof vest. I mean, if you're living in America, maybe. If you're living in America next to a school, they might need some situational awareness.
And when things go bad, her reaction is to panic and scream.
Come on, grow up.
So on Friday, we went out on the boat of a friend of mine, and we got into a dangerous situation. We were anticipating light rain, but we ended up with a downpour, high winds, and high waves. While me and the other men there were
manly men, we know how to tie knots and steer a ship.
We were trying to strap things down and keep the boat from capsizing, but my fiance screamed and cried for dear life. She was in hysterics.
Come on, panda.
Pull your own
together. Here's some bamboo.
Yeah, chew on this. And look, I get it was a scary situation, but her yelling and screaming, we're all gonna die, and for God to save us, and literally crying and saying it's my fault that she's on a boat since I asked her to come with. None of the other girlfriends or wives were doing this, just her.
No.
I'm sure the other women there were just as scared, but tried to keep it in for the sake of the men doing something about it. Oh God, he literally wrote that. Oh man, my boy is old school.
Old school.
Yeah.
In other words, misogynistic.
The downpour was really bad for about 15 minutes. So 15 minutes of wailing while we were doing everything we could to keep things all right. We made it back safe with little more damage than a few spilled White Claws. Excuse me, sir? That is
precious cargo.
Precious. Now, on the car ride home, I told my fiance that we needed to talk about how she was behaving during the crisis.
Like a freaking panda.
You need to act like Amanda, not a panda. Not only was it incredibly embarrassing in front of my boys.
Boys, how could you embarrass me in front of the boys? We were just smashing back White Claws.
Come on, we were just crushing White Claws, strapping down like fucking men. But Sam, not only was it incredibly embarrassing in front of the boys, but it was distracting, unhelpful, and telling.
Telling of what?
Telling that you're a little wimp ass panda. Yeah. I told her that today proved to me that if I was in a life or death situation, I could not rely on her to be any help or do anything except make things more stressful.
I love how OP's constantly thinking
What
like
is
life and
this?
death.
This is too much, bro.
Something though that I think is true is often like when someone is freaking out, their partner will like kind of take the reins.
Yeah, no, for sure.
You know,
For sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like you can't have two people freaking out once.
This is true.
No.
This
So
is true.
maybe if OP wasn't such a man, and just be like, "Wife, help me." Maybe she would have.
Yeah, that's right.
Muscled up.
Let your wife step up. Be a lil spoon.
Yeah, you know what you should have
okay?
done? Nothing. So your wife
Yeah.
could prove herself.
Yeah, just sit there like the ship's just going.
Yeah.
She got unbelievably mad. She said that she thought she was going to die and had reason to freak out. I told her that all of us were scared, but none of us were as ridiculous as she was. We argued the entire ride home, and she is still pissed off at me. I think I was right to say this, especially as we're planning our lives together and raising a family, and I can't be the only level-headed one. So am I the a-hole? So there's a little bit of an edit, but Sam, everyone, gut check. How's Armanda making you feel?
Okay. This might be an unpopular take. I do think that like if you're in a situation that is stressful,
Yeah.
how your partner reacts is a good indicator
Yeah.
of like how they're gonna deal with stressful things in the future.
Yeah.
Because like a marriage is hard. If you can't deal with like stressful situations, then how are you gonna be able to deal with the hard things that come up within a marriage?
Yeah.
So I think OP's maybe taking a little overboard, but I do get where he's coming from, where he's like, hey, like this is gonna be, you know, my wife, future mother of my children. If she can't handle the tough stuff, like is she gonna be able to handle the tough stuff that comes in our marriage?
Yeah, she did have a bit of like when she said, I would be dying if it wasn't for you, or whatever she said. I mean,
Yeah.
that was like a little bit. I mean, you know, people freak out and get scared and whatnot.
But I think like when someone freaks out, that's like, I feel like you don't determine your character in the good moments. You determine it in how you react in the bad moments.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, I don't know that it's like a deal breaker or like that kind of thing, but I definitely think that
It's information.
it's information, and like I feel like I would want and have someone who would like, I don't know, I guess in a very dangerous scenario, I don't know, try to, I don't know, do something or
help. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's worth bringing up and saying like, hey, like if this happens, if something scary happens against, I want you to be there helping me, rather than screaming.
Yeah. So edit. Oh my effing God. The women there did not help because they did not know how to help. The men there have been out together on the boat countless times before, so we all are experienced and know exactly what to do. It's so much more unsafe for them to be in our way attempting to help if they really don't know what they're doing. It's safer for everyone if they just hang on, keep calm until the issue is resolved. This has nothing to do with them being women. It has everything with them not knowing what to do. If another guy had been there and didn't know what to do, I'd tell him to sit his tight little booty down and let those of us who know what to do handle it.
I get what he's saying there. Yeah, I think he went a little overboard. I think this is just information, not a deal breaker. And if you're ever in a situation where you're like freaking out, you should just either try to remain calm so you're not distracting, or try to help if you can.
My random new teacher just told the class he's been in my house. I do not know what to do here. So this is high school, junior year, first day of class. The teacher walks in. It's an older, wrinkly guy with a stash. A little weird looking. His shirt is only tucked in on one side.
Fashion, bro.
Everyone's looking at this teacher and just getting the wrong vibe from this guy. Like, he's not at all there in the head.
He's old and wrinkly, ew.
He's got a maniac look in his eyes. He's creepy. I feel like that's probably a little harsh. At least.
Just from a look.
So he starts going through attendance, not looking up the whole time. Then he gets to my name. He starts to say it, and then he stops, looks up and scans the room and looks directly at me. Ah, Mr. OP, I'm glad you're here. How's the family? Is your little sister still playing the piano? Is that model ship still right on your dresser? And is your room still colored blue?
That is a lot of specific information. Are you my mom?
Blasting me in the class,
Yeah, bro.
At this point, I'm shocked and mortified. I just can't find the words to respond. This creeper has just described my family and the effing room I sleep in at night. Of course it is. It's been only, a week? Then he goes back to attendance. Panics were had that day. But anyway, the next day,
I find out that that old crazy guy is actually my uncle's best friend.
Okay, so he's not as creepy as we were made to believe, but
Right.
still weird to put it on blast.
And them and my dad decided to all pull a prank on me on my first day. The teacher wasn't so crazy looking the rest of the year. He shaved the pedo stash, which he grew specifically just for the prank, apparently.
Wow, that's commitment to a bit.
He started dressing better, stopped making his eye twitch, etc., etc. Now, I have to admit, it was a good prank, even if I was terrified of being murdered for a day or two.
Pretty solid prank and not like that bad.
What would you do if like a teacher randomly...
I would probably say, hey, that's kind of weird. Can you not describe my house to everyone? No, I'd be shocked. I
Yeah.
wouldn't say shit, bro. I'm
Yeah,
a
especially-
little piss boy. You know, you live and you learn.
Yeah. My wife and I took a DNA test. We were adopted, and I don't know what to do after seeing these results.
Are they like related?
There's only one way to find out, Sam.
I don't know if I want to find out.
I decided to get tested to see if I could donate my kidney to my wife of 6 years. My wife got sick just after our son was born and now is in need of a kidney transplant. We checked with her relatives and none were a match or a viable donor. Last week, I got tested. I knew it would be a long shot, so I decided to get tested to see if I could donate. I got a call the other day saying that I was a match, but then the doctor said something about wanting to do additional testing due to some information from the HLA tissue test results. I didn't think much of it, and I agreed.
Oh, God. Dude, I hate that. No.
Why not?
I
You
just
know,
see
it's a
where
little
this is going. I don't
test.
like this.
But then the results came back and I was shocked and confused. He explained that because of how DNA information is passed down through generations, a parent to a child could have at least a 50% match. Siblings could have a 0 to 100% match, and it was rare to have a high match as a husband and wife. So I asked him the natural question, what did he mean by that? He
Dude, this is so bad. This man's world's about to get rocked.
He then said, everything is fine and I don't need to worry.
Oh, thank God.
Just
No,
kidding.
John, why did you do that to me?
He then said that my wife and I have a abnormally high match percentage.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Long story short, we are related.
How related?
We're going to find out. No, I'm not kidding. I was put up for adoption before I was born and placed into a family that moved across the country. I knew I was adopted, but we didn't have any information about my biological family. It was a closed adoption. I met my wife by chance 8 years ago. I was on a trip from work and she was working at the site that I went to. The odds are just so insane.
Astronomical.
My God. We worked together for a week. We exchanged numbers to keep in touch, and I was sent back about 3 more times that year, and each time we became closer and closer. It's almost like we're family.
Yeah.
I want to know how you guys are.
How are you guys feeling?
How are you guys,
I'm
how are you
feeling
guys
like
doing?
shit. I hate these stories.
Edit, all of my family is from my adopted parents. My parents adopted me 2 minutes after I was born. Dang, you just got locked down over there.
Yeah.
They're like,
That one,
I'll take it.
Get it.
Their name is on my birth certificate, and they have not told me anything about my bio parents and don't have any info. Her family is not a match as stated above. Most of her family has low match potential or can't donate their kidneys due to other medical reasons. And on to the big update.
Please tell us how related they are.
The reason I didn't go into too much detail is I didn't want to be recognized. Well, being on the front page of Reddit did not help with that. I appreciated all of your comments and feedback. I was freaking out after I got the news and had to get outside advice. When the doctor said that the percentage was abnormally high and that we might be related, I kind of zoned out and started to piece things together in my mind. I called my parents and told them that I needed to know everything they knew about my biological mom. They told me they didn't know much, that she was single, had me at 16, and the father was not in the picture. Also, I was born in a hospital only 1 hour away from my wife. Growing up, I didn't want to find out about my bio parents. To me, my parents were always my parents. Some doctors suggested some other additional tests, and they said I should take the 1900 plus CM match. And now we're finally here.
We're going to know how related they are.
This test basically confirms that at least one of my biological parents is also one of hers.
At least one.
It confirms one.
So they are half siblings.
They are half siblings.
I guess that's better than flirting your full sibling.
Okay, so also, it can also mean first cousins or aunt uncle. So basically, like, I guess the 3 options of their match type are half siblings, cousins, or aunt uncle.
Not great options.
Not the options you want.
When my kids were born, my parents brought photos of me home as a baby and commented that I and my son looked a lot like my wife's dad. My son was easily explainable, but all three of us looking alike is a different story. I'm not going to bring this up ever. I might look at my father-in-law differently, but nothing will hopefully change. I hope none of the family goes on Reddit and connects the dots. I am donating a kidney to my wife. We have started the full process. It takes time and preparation, and I plan on talking to my wife after the surgery and after recovery.
Oh, so the wife doesn't know.
I guess she doesn't.
Would you tell your wife in this scenario?
Wow.
I guess he's planning on telling her after the surgery to give her less to worry about.
Yeah, like what would you tell her sooner?
I'm wondering if I would even want to know. Would I be mad if I found out later, would I be mad at my partner for not telling me?
That I think is a very good question to ask. We will decide what to do with our kids if we are going to get them tested or ever tell them. I will not be leaving my wife. I love and will always be there for her. I made vows and I will keep them. I love her more than I would a half sister. That's hilarious.
Well, I don't think you should tell the kids. What do you say? Like, hey, you're an incest baby?
Maybe. I don't know.
What? No, I would never tell my kids they were incest babies.
So all in all, I do plan on telling her after the surgery. She's not doing well, and I think this will be even harder for her. I would rather her know that I love her as a husband rather than flip her world upside down right before a life-changing and dangerous surgery. Telling our kids is not a decision I'm going to make on my own. It will be a joint thing after my wife knows. My God, guys.
Frick, dude.
My goodness.
I say don't tell them.
Yeah, I think you made a good point. Like, do you tell your kid, like, it's the truth that they were an accident, but it doesn't matter really at the end of the day. It's a little bit different, but I think that is honestly a good way to think about it. And I guess not. Yeah, it's such a wild thing to have to keep from your
it's
child.
Also, it's just a wild scenario that for wild decision you have to make.
Our daughter blew her $200,000 college fund on the shopping mall. Should I give her my retirement? Listen, you got to get a lot of Gucci.
Louis Vuitton.
Hermes? So I am stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I don't know what to do. And the problem is I can't discuss it with anyone I'm close to for privacy reasons. I've been with my wife, Andrea, 48 female, and my stepdaughter, Cassie, 17 female, for 8 years now. I love them both to death, but Cassie is a very bright young woman. Recognizing her potential, me and Andrea decided to put together a college fund for Cassie so she wouldn't be crushed by debt. Over the years, it amounted to over $200,000. Now, Cassie is aware of this fund and is banking on it since she's trying to get into the Ivy League. Good for you.
Which is expensive.
This is true. To make a long story short, last week, I found out that almost $170,000 of the money was missing from the account.
How do you one day just find that out?
I freaked the F out and asked Andrea if she knew anything about it. She teared up and said that she had been spending money over the years to fund her spending habit.
What is she spending the shit on, bro?
I was furious, but I had a moment of clarity. I browsed these subs enough to know that there was an affair possible, so I asked if she was having one.
Wait. So this is the wife.
This is the wife.
That is so selfish. Red flag.
She adamantly denied cheating and offered any proof that I needed. Social media accounts, emails, her work phone, everything. She offered to show me the receipts as well. There was nothing that popped out as suspicious, and the math from the receipts added up, so I let that go.
What is she buying?
What are you buying?
Can return that shit.
Literally.
Was he not suspicious when like all these bags that are super expensive turned up?
Yeah.
I want to know what she bought.
I'm also dying to know. But we still had the major problem of the money being gone. She described herself as a shopping addict, and the money from Cassie's account was just too tempting not to use. Oh, she didn't make any excuses and offered no solutions. God.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks. As stated before, I was beyond furious. She ruined Cassie's chances at going to college debt-free and changed the trajectory of her whole life. I asked her to stay with her sister while I tried to figure this out. Now, my stepdaughter Cassie was concerned about why she was leaving, but we said we just needed a little bit of space. What would you think if that happened? I'm curious, everyone
I would
listening.
think like my parents are fighting. Maybe there's some cheating. I feel like she'll think it's worse than it is.
Yeah.
Even though it's already pretty bad.
Yeah. I asked Andrea to come back home yesterday, and we had an extremely long discussion about how to handle this. She stopped me from talking and asked a favor favor of me. I don't know if you're in the position for
Yeah,
favors, but
I feel like maybe the 150 grand that you spent would be the favor enough.
she asked if I could take the fall for her.
Why?
That is
Wait, you're
so
saying you
insane.
get all the Gucci bags and none of the blame?
You get out scot-free?
Where's my Gucci bag? That's not fair.
For context, her and Cassie don't get along well for a variety of reasons, and knowing how independent Cassie is, she will probably leave right after college, if not during. In fact, me and Cassie get along very well, and she comes to me for a lot of her issues. Andrea fears that this will permanently drive Cassie away, and she doesn't want to lose her. I told her that before we even talk about that, she needed to acknowledge her mistake and own it. She needed to go to individual therapy, we needed couples counseling, and she needed to find a shopaholic support group, and that I would be controlling the finances from now on. She said that those terms were steep but fair.
I don't know if those are steep.
Not really.
It's a terrible thing that she just asked for that.
I said she needed to tell Cassie what she did, apologize, and hope for the best. She refused. No, I don't think I will. And said she would never lose Cassie. She said that I could survive the mistake, but she couldn't.
Dude, this is so fucked. I mean, but like then it's like your relationship with your daughter is based on a lie. She's going to be able to put 2 and 2 together.
But the worst part about the whole thing is that Cassie's life is ruined either way. Man, and I don't know how to replenish the money other than by borrowing from my 401k. Reddit, do you have any suggestions? Divorce is always an option, but I love Andrea despite her mistakes, and me dating at age 52 is next to impossible. I gotta ask y'all, like, what do you do? Like, what can you do?
I don't think OP should lie. If the daughter's going to get into Ivy League school, then she's like a smart person.
Yeah.
She could probably figure out what's going on. That lie isn't going to do anything but make it worse.
When it comes out. And
Yeah.
it'll come out.
It'll come out.
Like,
And then she's just going to not trust her mom more. So
Yep.
honestly, in the long run, I think it actually does more damage.
yeah, that's such a good point.
It doesn't sound like divorce necessarily needs to be on the table, but I
Yeah.
do think like managing all the finances makes sense.
Edit. After everyone here knocked some sense into me, I realized I can't lie to Cassie. I love her too much, and she deserves the absolute truth no matter how ugly or hard it is.
I agree.
I agree. I will be talking to Andrea and telling her that we need to tell the truth together as a condition of us staying together, or else I will initiate divorce proceedings and tell Cassie anyways. Also, as someone suggested, I don't need her trying to flip the script on me, so I'll record our interactions going forward. That's right. What if she goes to Cassie and said that he spent the money first?
Oh shit.
Edit number 2. I want to thank everyone here for really opening my eyes yesterday. You're all right. I need to put Cassie first, and like I said, I'll be telling the absolute truth. Even if she gets mad at me and disowns me, at least I'll know I did the right thing. In addition, I'm going to pay for her college myself. Wow. So he's still going to do it. I can pull money from a couple of places such as my retirement and inheritance, so I'll be okay. If I have to live a little frugally during retirement and work a few extra years, then so be it. Cassie is worth it. Oh, I love that. That really touches me, honestly.
OP is such a good guy.
I honestly doubt that her mother is going to sell her stuff, so that's why I'm taking this route. You have
Wait,
to
the
sell
mom is not gonna. That should be a condition.
100%.
Are you kidding me?
1,000,000,000,000%. She cannot keep a single thing. Not a single thing. As for Andrea, I've been criticized for wanting to let Andrea off the hook, so to speak, but it's easy to say when really deep feelings aren't involved. That being said, I don't think I can stay with her. Wow.
Oh, what? Oh, no.
Letting her go.
I mean, yeah, this is a really big character, especially if she's not willing to give it up.
What she did is horrendous and ruined our daughter's future for her addiction. We had a long discussion late last night, and I threatened divorce unless she told Cassie the truth. She begged me not to do this, but I put my foot down, and eventually she agreed, but only if I agreed not to divorce and I helped prepare their relationship. I likely won't be doing either. She made her bed so she can sleep in it. So if I have an update, I'll probably just make a whole new post. Thank you so much. Sam, there's one final update
I mean, I
to
think
the saga.
I think they're gonna get divorced. I think so.
Yeah, money's on divorce.
Yeah, I think in this case, if she wasn't willing to, I think actually the shopaholic stuff is forgivable. It's
Yes.
like, hey, I'm an addict. Like, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
What's not forgivable is not selling the items that you bought.
Yes.
That's like,
And wanting to put the blame on him.
yeah, those that's non-negotiable.
Yeah, 100%.
Let us know what you think, though. There's a lot
Please.
of other
Yeah,
update, but let us know what you think.
Put your bets in right now, divorce or not, in the comments, and then we'll see at the end. I want to start this by thanking everyone who replied to my original post. You all showed me tough love, and I appreciate that. I even appreciate those who are calling me a doormat. God. Because, like I said in previous posts, it woke me up. I will not be staying with Andrea.
Wow.
She lied and manipulated me and Cassie for far too long for me to stay with her. The fact that she stole from me, Cassie, and Cassie's grandparents makes this as close to unforgivable as it gets. The most wronged party here is Cassie. She has an amazing future ahead of her, and I refuse to let her future go to waste because my wife made selfish choices. But I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you gotta let us know what you're thinking here. I mean,
dude, yeah, please
yikes.
let us know in the comments.
What would you do I'm curious most what people think from Cassie's POV. Like, what would you do
Like,
if your
someone
mom did this to you?
Who like you thought you had this money for college and then it's just gone?
Like your own mom, yeah, like takes from this fund that's supposed to be for you. I mean, that's not only is like the marriage gone, but it's like that relationship is.
I think I'd be pretty pissed. I'm just thinking like my parents helped me pay like half of my tuition, because then I would have been saddled with like maybe 60,000 of debt. Otherwise,
Yeah.
around that, maybe less, maybe like 30 to 60,000. Anyway, it would have been like a lot for
Definitely,
for a kid coming out of college.
Absolutely.
Not as much as some people. Some people, like I know a friend that has like 120,000 rand in college debt. But I think I would, knowing that would have been taken away, and then also having to pay it every month until it's paid off. I feel that there would be part of me that would resent that person.
Yep.
I think it would be really, really hard. Like eventually I would get over it. I still want to have a relationship with that parent, but yeah,
so much work would need to be done to repair that relationship.
Yeah. It's rough. I think OP is doing the exact right thing.
OP, honestly, OP is the angel. Can we give it up for OP? Angel status.
Angel status. We don't give that away often.
That's right. But it deserves it.
But let us know what you think. Also, let us know if like you've ever had the situation of your parents
100%.
or maybe you have a kid that you're saving up for college. Like, has this ever happened to you? Also, like, how much are you guys like saving up for college, or has anyone saved up money for college for you?
Yeah.
Curious if people have college funds in general.
My son stole his dead mother's ring for his girlfriend, but the fallout will be worse than he could have imagined.
Why would I go pay for things when I can steal it?
From their dead bodies.
To say that I was mad as hell would be an understatement. I, 46 male, have a son, Jake, 23 male, and fake name. Jake was a good kid growing up, so him doing this was a complete shock to me. I have a daughter too, Amber, 16 female, also fake name. And when my wife passed away, she already had a will in place. Jake got his cut, and he was already 21. He used that money to put a down payment on a condo, and he also got his mother's car. But the will stated that my daughter was to get all of my wife's jewelry. That included a vintage gold ring with a diamond that had a light blue sapphire in each side of it.
Ooh.
The Pink Panther.
The Dead Moms collection.
The ring has been passed down for generations in my wife's family. It was originally her grandmother's wedding band. Her husband was a jeweler and handcrafted the ring for her himself. It was passed down to my wife's mother when her grandmother died, and then to my wife herself when her mother passed.
Sounds like the jewelry could be like crazy expensive.
For the past 8 months, Jake has been dating Sarah. She has my son wrapped around her little finger. She loves jewelry as she adorns herself with it a lot. My son mentioned the family jewels. That's a funny way of saying it.
Ooh.
My wife left his sister to Sarah one day, and Sarah really wanted to see them.
Why are you so curious, Sarah?
So Jake went into my room when no one was home and showed the family jewels to her. He later admitted to me that he'd done this, and I was angry, but I thought that would be the end of it.
I was wrong. This was not the end of it. This is Reddit, god dang it.
Jake came to me a week ago and begged for that ring from his mother's family jewels. Why do you gotta say family jewels? Just say jewels. He said Sarah had fallen in love with the ring when she saw it before, and he just knew it'd be the perfect ring to ask her to marry him with. Instead, I told him that I was not the one to ask because the ring belongs to Amber, and I wouldn't have her pressuring her to give it up either. For a fair chance, I'd allow him to explain his reasons and ask her for it once and only once. without pressuring her. And if she refuses for any reason, that will be the end of it. Jake agreed and asked Amber for the ring right in front of me. So man didn't like stop for a second.
Yeah.
He's like,
He's
hey,
like,
can I have it?
okay, cool.
Can I have it, please? But she told him no, because she wanted to keep it in the family jewels. And has always loved that ring. I feel like OP's doing it on purpose. To her, it's priceless. She couldn't bear to ever give it up. I told Jake that was that and did not press the matter further. Jake left looking very unhappy about not getting the ring, but I thought he'd let it go and look into finding a similar one. But he came back another day while I was at work to talk to his sister after she got home from school. He and Amber got into a huge fight about the ring, and Amber called me crying. I called Jake and told him to get out of my house
And leave his sister alone.
You are banished.
Jake yelled at me and said that he should have just as much right to the ring as his sister because my wife was his mother too. But I reminded him he got a lot of his mother's money and her car.
And a condo.
The jewelry is Amber's and only hers. He hung up on me, and Amber soon texted me that he left very angry. Man's kind of spoiled. Like he gets all this money from his mom and then...
Giving entitlement for sure.
Later, right before I left for work, my daughter called and told me that Jake came back. He walked in dressed in a suit, went into my room, and took something.
No.
What do you think he took? Put it in the comments below.
Did he take a used paper towel?
No.
Or did he take that mother freaking ring?
She tried to keep him from leaving, but he shoved her out of the way. I rushed home as soon as my shift was over and checked my wife's jewelry box. And
The ring was gone.
I immediately called Jake, but he didn't answer. So I messaged him that I'll get the police involved if he doesn't return the ring. Using it to propose
Won't stop me from taking it back. Justice, baby.
that finally made him talk to me. And he tried to say that I couldn't do that to him because he's my son. I said, I can and will because he outright stole the ring. Well, he phoned me right after that, and in a whisper, he said that it was too late. He had taken his girlfriend out to dinner and proposed to her with my misery.
Oh.
He hadn't had it for more than an hour by this point, yet the ring was already on her finger. I said that was his problem. He stole the ring. He can bring it back. It's not his, and I will do whatever it takes to make sure it's returned. Taken style. And if that means going to the police and blowing the whole situation up, then so be it. I'll file a report. I'll even get a lawyer. Jake started crying and saying, I couldn't do this to him. I told him tough luck. He stole from both his sister and dead mother. So I told him to have the ring back by morning or I would be moving forward with legal action. Jake is my son, but he still broke the law. I couldn't overlook what he did. He said he'd be in by morning to talk and ended the call while crying even more.
Boo-hoo.
Jake did show up in the morning and brought his girlfriend with him to try to guilt us. Turns out she not only knew he stole the ring, she wanted to keep it anyway because she was completely in love with the ring since she first laid eyes on it. I feel like this girl likes the ring more than she likes this dude. I told her I didn't care. She could have a jeweler make a copy of it or something, but the original doesn't belong to her. It belongs to my daughter and deceased wife. Jake begged me one more time to make her give it back, but I and my daughter stood firm. Return the ring or face the police and maybe even a potential lawsuit. Jake's girlfriend pulled the ring off her finger and dropped it in my daughter's hands, calling me an evil bastard, and then left my house in tears. Boo-hoo. Jake started screaming at me that I may have destroyed his relationship. If your relationship gets destroyed over a ring,
Get a new relationship.
I retorted to him that he did this to his own relationship by stealing a ring that didn't belong to him. Jake had nothing more to say to me and walked out to follow after his girlfriend in classic
Whip, Jake.
I didn't get anyone else involved in the situation, but Jake did. He tried getting support from friends and family, but he got the exact opposite reaction he hoped for. They were all mad at him over what he'd done. I tried to do damage control, but now everyone knows. It's been a week now, and Jake's refused to speak to me. I sent him detailed pictures of the ring just in case he wanted a jeweler to replicate it, but making a copy would be very expensive unless he used fake stones. Thus far, there has been no response. There actually is another update to the story. I want to know what you guys would do in this situation.
Yeah.
But who do you think is the a-hole so far?
easily the son.
I feel also the girlfriend's a little bit of the a-hole too.
Arguably the biggest a-hole here because it's like, this is not her family, her stuff.
I feel like she's coercing the guy a little bit. Well, my son's girlfriend, Sarah, has officially broken up with him. After I forced him and Sarah to return the stolen ring, she apparently spent days crying in bed and then told Jake that she didn't want a different ring no matter how much he told her he'd get her another one. She wanted my deceased wife's ring. If no one died in this ring, then I don't want it. My son had the pictures I sent him so that he could try to replicate the ring, and he took them to a jeweler. The jeweler said he could make a similar ring based on the pictures, but he wanted to closely examine the original and take proper measurements. Jake waited for a while until he had to swallow his pride and call me again. His girlfriend was finally at least entertaining the idea of making a copy, but she wanted it to be an exact copy down to the smallest detail. What a diva. They called me a couple days after I made my original post and asked me to bring the ring to a jeweler to get a proper quote on the cost of making a duplicate. I agreed to make an extended lunch break and meet the local jeweler. I got the ring from a safety deposit box and guarded it closely because we got thieves on the loose.
Yep.
I could see Sarah's light up with greed the moment she saw it again. She's literally like Golem. She's like, Schmeagler wants the ring.
I don't care if it was your damn mama.
She reached her hand out and asked, can I just wear it one more time? I told her no. For all I knew, she'd take off running the second she had it. The jeweler looked at the ring very closely for a little while and said it was worth a lot more than we thought. The ring was decades old and expertly crafted by my wife's grandfather sometime in the 1940s. The jeweler was singing its praises. The diamond and sapphires were decently large for an engagement ring, and the ring itself didn't use a slim gold band, but a pretty thick and heavy one of what was estimated to be 18 karat gold. But there was more. The stones themselves were set in platinum, and the ring had many ornate floral carvings on it. The stones alone needed to make an identical ring were more than Jake's current budget. Not including antique value, making a copy of the ring like that with a variety of materials would cost a lot in time and labor because every part of it would have to be handcrafted. This is an intricate ring.
Seriously.
It was 5 times more than what Jake had saved. The best he could have done would be to make a down payment and then spend years in debt. Sarah enthusiastically wanted Jake to have the ring made anyway, but the cost was just too much. Sarah doesn't give a shit about Jake, bro. So the jeweler suggested they have one made that just looks the same. It would have reduced the cost by a lot. There were also a suggestion of looking for a modern ring that looks similar that's already made, which would have been far cheaper as well. Jake was all for that idea when suddenly Sarah slapped him while calling him a cheap, broke wannabe, then turned on her heel to call me an evil bastard for taking the original ring back because it already had been given to her when Jake proposed and should still be hers regardless.
In the store.
In the store. Then she held up her hand in a manner one does when they expect you to put a ring on their finger and outright demanded the ring back while saying it was her right to wear it and that my daughter wouldn't need it because it go to waste with her. Oh boy, did that make me angry. She clearly noticed because she took a couple steps back. I looked her dead in the eye and said that my wife's family ring will never be hers. Then I said that it's entitled people like her that are what's wrong with the world now. She acts like whatever she wants should be handed to her. After I said all of that to Sarah's face, she aimed to slap me too. But I guess the look in my eyes was enough to make her turn around and storm out instead, while very loudly making some sort of unintelligible tantrum noises that hurt my ear. She even intentionally knocked down a counter display on her way out. Jake was glaring at me with absolute rage, but didn't say anything until I asked him why he was with this awful woman. He just said he loved her and followed after.
No.
To his credit, she is very beautiful, but it's really just skin deep. He's caught in the beauty trap.
Not after she slapped him.
But she hot though. She wouldn't talk to Jake for a while. And then a few days later, told him they were through because she felt like he didn't value her enough to get her a ring that she deserved. And that she couldn't imagine having a miser like me as a father-in-law. She said that she felt thoroughly humiliated by me and cried that people all think she's a gold digger now. I can't imagine why people would think.
Oh, where did that come from?
Right after the incident with the breakup, Jake did try to get in my house again while I wasn't home. But if I was to speculate, he may have been after the cash in my gun safe or thought the family jewels were still in the house. I hadn't told him at that point that I'd had them stored away in a deposit box. I really didn't want to think my own son would break in for either of those reasons, but he stole from us once we could do it again. My daughter Amber called me after Jake showed up and said she was terrified while he was banging on the front door, demanding to be let in. I called his cell and he didn't pick up, but I guess it spooked him because Amber said he left right after his phone started ringing. Jake called later that evening, but before he could start yelling at me, I demanded to know what the hell he was trying to do to break into my house while I wasn't home earlier. He scared his sister and she nearly called the police. Jake dodged the question by being angry about me changing the locks because I don't trust him. I said, damn right, I don't trust him. Not after what he did. Jake fired back that I couldn't just be happy for him, that if his mom was still alive, she'd want him to have the ring to propose. Wouldn't the mom still be wearing the ring?
Yeah.
I saw red and said if she wanted that, she'd have willed it to him. I said if he was after the ring or any other family jewels, they've been moved to a secure, safe location only I have access to. If he was there to do any sort of harm to his sister, I'd kick his ass. I may have hit the nail on the head with at least one of those things because Jake just went silent. Then he told me he's made up his mind to put in for a transfer at his job and sell his condo. He wants to move as far away as possible and never speak to me again. His last words to me were, have a nice life with my favorite child. I don't understand how my son has changed so completely in just a year.
My jaw's on the ground.
Sarah was arrested last week for attempting to break into my house. The cameras I installed caught her sneaking into my backyard and trying to break in. She tried to break open my back door with an axe and tripped the alarm I had installed. She ran off, with the cameras in front of my house caught video of both her and her car very clearly in my driveway. She also left the axe with her fingerprints on it. When police got there, she was long gone, but they later found her at her apartment. They initially just wanted to arrest her for breaking my door and trespassing, but she went crazy on them and wound up getting pinned on the ground and frog marched out. The woman definitely has something wrong with her. Holy moly. What would you do in this situation as OP? It feels like if you're getting stuck on the ring for a relationship, red flag.
Anyone that stresses that, like, oh, well, you should give me this, you should give me that, like, no.
No way.
Like,
let us know in the comments what you would do. Also, how much is the right amount to spend on a ring?
that's it. Yeah,
That's what we need to know.
How much have you either spent on or was spent on your
Yeah.
ring? The people who have or that are married, I'd be curious to know.
Yeah. Who has the biggest?
Yeah, the biggest rock.
The biggest rock. Let us know.
My jock son pulled a prank on an autistic girl, and I'm about to unleash hell.
I'm not mad at it.
Oh yeah.
I say unleash it.
I thought you were saying about the prank. I, 48 female, have a son, Jack, male 19, and a daughter, Alyssa, female 18, and I'm married to Tom, male 50. Tom is Alyssa's father, but Jack's father is my ex-husband, Dan. Dan and I had a pretty ugly custody fight, and he lives in New York while we live in Texas. Over the years, Dan has unsuccessfully tried to get Jack to move in with him. It wasn't easy to fight him off because he is a very successful lawyer. Never get in a custody battle with a lawyer, pulling every trick in the book.
I'll make them pay.
Jack is a pretty popular kid in school. His friends on the wrestling team came up with a prank for him to ask a heavily autistic girl who had a crush on him to the prom as a joke and for him to show up wearing a gorilla suit. That is low class, Jack.
Oh my God.
Jack originally said no, but the wrestling team raised a fund, which got to be somewhere north of $800 for him to do it, and they paid for the gorilla suit. Jack agreed.
Who is funding this? Who?
The wrestling team.
Who?
If it matters, this is very out of character for him. Jack, but come on, you're better than that. After the prom, I was looking around on Instagram and saw pictures of him in the gorilla suit and was surprised that he didn't take his girlfriend, Jess.
Why not go with her?
Let's piss off both people. After reading the comments, I learned what happened. To say I was furious doesn't even do it justice. I woke Jack up as soon as I saw it and screamed at him until my lungs gave out. Then when Tom heard what was going on, he joined in. Tom and Jack have never gotten along. I can't prove it, but I suspect Jack's father, Dan, has a hand in that. Jack told Tom to F off, I'm talking to my mother. So we took away all Jack's electronics, his phone, and we had paid for a car for his graduation present. Because of his prank and his disrespect to Tom, we instead gave it to Alyssa.
Hell yeah. I love that.
We also forced him to give up the $800 and we gave it to his date and made him write a letter of apology. He was also grounded for a month and we canceled his 18th birthday party. They came down hard, but
Good.
honestly deserved.
It's what he deserves.
When Jack's birthday came, there was a knock on the door. It was Dan and he had suitcases. Tom said, "What is this?" The custody agreement says you don't get him on his birthday. Dan just looked past Tom and said, "Hey kid, I'm here for the jailbreak." He then pointed at the Mustang and said, "Hope you like Fords. You can practice driving your new car on a road trip back to New York. Let's take a detour to NOLA." What's NOLA?
New Orleans.
The two of them were laughing, high-fiving, and backslapping, and they just ignored us as we tried to intervene. The only time Dan acknowledged me was to look me in the eye and say as cold as ice, "Checkmate."
What is this, a movie? I hate this guy.
And then Jack yelled as they were driving off, "F off, Tom!" Since then, Jack has gone totally no contact with me. He talks a little bit to Alyssa, and from the little he does tell her, he's doing well, and Dan is giving him the royal treatment, bringing him to steakhouses, Yankees game, and just giving him outright cash. It's almost been a year. I'm going crazy thinking I've lost my son. So am I the a-hole? And there is an update. But first, what do you think of this whole situation?
This Dan guy is a piece of work. He literally is like rewarding his son for like the worst behavior possible. I feel like the kid hasn't learned.
He did something pretty bad, and he got some pretty bad consequences. And then now Dan's just like, "F it, bro. Let's
go to the
steakhouse." I just feel so stupid. I know Dan. He has been waiting years for an opportunity like this, and I handed him the perfect storm. I'm not proud of it, but I did not treat Dan very well towards the end of the marriage. To be clear, I never cheated on him, but he has hated me ever since. I don't know how I'm going to make next month's mortgage. Dan is a very high earner, so it was a big check. He can actually go after me now for child support, and my lawyer tells me he's already filed the paperwork for that.
Stop.
At the time of the divorce, I won a very high household income split. It was good for me back then since he had to pay me. Now I have to pay Dan my portion of that very high number. So I get a double whammy of losing the checks I was getting, and now I have to write big checks his way. Okay, there is another update.
Oh my God, I'm not ready.
I reached out to Dan to see if he would be willing to consider brokering peace between me and Jack. About a week later, I got a response telling me to meet him and Jack at a cafe in Manhattan. He arranged a 6 a.m. flight and put me in a dodgy hotel in probably the most dangerous neighborhood in New York City. I arrived and saw Dan, Jack, and Jack's girlfriend, Jess, and his friend from a past firm, Jonathan. I noticed Jess had an engagement ring on her finger. Jonathan said Jack has a claim against me for stealing $840, and until that is resolved, I am not to contact him, but to only contact Jonathan. I told Jonathan that's money his friends paid him for the prank that I gave to the girl. Jonathan said he was aware of the circumstances, but nonetheless, it wasn't my money, and under the law, it was theft, and Jack has a legal claim against me. I said I don't care if it was the law. Jack had no right to that money, and they can sue me if they wanted. Jack said, "You locked me up in my room like a prisoner for a month, took the car bought for me with Dad's child support money, took the money and berated me for hours on end. Unless you're going to give me the car, this is the only thing you can undo. You said you wish we could have handled it better, so here's your chance." Or is that just bullshit lip service? Jack, come on.
Oh my God.
I told him I was sorry, but I can't do it. Jonathan then gave me a cease and desist letter telling me to not contact Jack and to address all communication to Jonathan. Then Jack and Jess left, and I asked Dan if he and I could talk for a minute. I asked him if he actually brought me here to humiliate me, and he said actually no, he didn't. He brought me here so I could humiliate myself.
Bro.
He'd actually worked very hard to get Jack to the point where he'd be open to talking to me again if I were willing to back down just a little. But since he knew that if I had to choose between my indignation and my own son, that I'd choose indignation every time, just like I did in our marriage. I asked him why he'd put us all through that. He said it was because part of him wondered if I'd ever learn to pick love over anger. He bet his future that I wouldn't when he divorced me, so he had to see for himself how it actually turned out all these years later. That is some maniacal bullshit.
I am just in complete disbelief right now.
And all because like OP was just trying to do the right thing. I asked him if Jack was just a pawn in his game. He said no. If I actually would have picked Jack, he'd be with me now, and there would have been nothing anyone could have done to stop it. But instead, my indignation over a stranger was more important to me than learning to move on with my son. I asked him, what about the girl? He then said, I hope she'll be a wonderful daughter to you since you lost a son for her. I told her I don't know the girl. So then he said, sounds like a bad trade, and left. Also, I'm apparently not invited to Jack's wedding. Dan reversed the polarity on the child support, and I'm now a few months behind in the mortgage, and the hole gets deeper and deeper. I placed my house for sale on the market. I'm just at wit's end.
OP, I'm so sorry.
Wow.
I am so sorry.
Dan feels like an evil mastermind.
He is
evil genius.
he is literally Voldemort, bro.
It seems like he is using his
Yes.
son as a
1,000%.
pawn.
I
You know,
1,000%
he's trying to get revenge.
This guy thinks he's like Wolf of Wall Street, like whatever, you
Of
know,
divorce.
getting back. Yeah, of
The Wolf of Wall
divorce.
Street of custody
Yeah.
and divorce. Like, I'm very curious. Do you think OP's the a-hole here? Do you think Dan's the a-hole? Do you think Jack's the a-hole? I would love to know what you guys think, but John, what are your thoughts?
Dan is like 10 million % the a-hole. The son is also absolutely the a-hole, but one thing I will say is his father is probably like in his ear. He's still 18. He's still impressionable.
I think that's a wrap on that one. Let us know what you think.
My fiance is my stepbro, and how that all happened is worse than I could have imagined.
I, 24 female, and my fiance, 24 male, have been together since our sophomore year of college, so around 5 years now. For context, my mom, 50 female, had an affair with a coworker when I was 16, leading to my parents' divorce. She has been single ever since. Rightfully so. Cheaters never prosper.
That's right.
Except in many areas of life. She has gone on dates, but no serious relationship. I have a good relationship with my dad and his new wife. Sadly, my fiance's mom passed 2 years ago due to cancer, and his dad, 53 male, has been single since. My fiance proposed last year, but our wedding was delayed due to COVID. Our families had never met up to this point because his family lives in South Carolina, whereas we're in North Carolina, where we went to college, around a 3 hours drive away from his dad. 3 months ago in January 2021, we decided that it was time to have our families meet for the first time to discuss our upcoming wedding in June 2021, held in our backyard, COVID appropriate, with immediate family only. All good, right?
How could it go wrong?
My dad and his wife, my fiance's dad, and my mom all met at our place to discuss the wedding. This went well, albeit there was some tension between my mom and dad. Then, this morning, out of the blue, my mom called me and announced that she had eloped. I was shocked, as she had not been dating anyone to my knowledge. Upon questioning, it turns out that she and my fiance's dad have been dating in secret since that meeting in January and had married in secret yesterday, making my fiance my stepbrother. I want to throw up thinking about this.
What? The super crazy thing to me is that she ran off and got married right before their wedding.
At least wait a little.
What is everyone gonna do at the wedding? Talk about that, right?
And it's not like there's a ton of people that are going to be there. It's a small family wedding. There's more. She said that I should now cancel my wedding because it would be inappropriate to marry my stepbrother.
The audacity. What are you talking about?
That's like ordering a Subway sandwich.
Yeah.
Right?
Talk to me.
And
Talk
you're
to me.
about to eat that sandwich, then saying, actually, I peed on that sandwich meat. So you can no longer eat that sandwich. I'm absolutely horrified. I shouted at my mom, saying she just loves ruining my life, and called her selfish. First, she cheated on my dad, and now she went and married my fiance's dad, knowing full well I was about to marry my fiance.
I'm just so blown away at the audacity of cancel the wedding.
Like, not only is she ruining OP's side of the family, she's ruining the fiance's side of the family too.
100%.
It's a double whammy. My mom then said I was still young and I'd have a chance to meet someone new, but she's old and has to take every opportunity she's got.
No.
And so I was an ungrateful bitch for not approving of her marriage. Then she accused me of wanting her to die alone. I want you to die alone, lady.
This is a masterclass in gaslighting right here, bro.
I know. I don't think I'm an asshole, but I just wanted to make sure, because ultimately I don't want her to have to be alone, even though I think she did that to herself by hurting my dad. I think I should be allowed to marry my fiance as we met first. I'm also 12 weeks pregnant with my fiance's kid, so that complicates matters more. We haven't told anybody yet. Am I the a-hole for being mad about my mom marrying my fiance's dad because she said I can't marry my fiance anymore? Also, the fiance's dad is an asshole too. But all right, before I make any more judgments,
Yes.
please let us know what you would do in the comments. Put it in. But John, what would you do?
Man, yeah, you made such a good point. The fiance's dad is a huge a-hole as well, because
Huge.
like he agreed to date in secret, and then the big thing, agreed to. I bet you she told him she was gonna say this. Obviously, they got married. For even just getting married is already terrible, but like then he didn't stop her from saying, oh, you should cancel your wedding.
Okay, there is a little update. We just called his dad. Apparently, Currently, he sees no issue with my fiance and I staying together. It was my mom who had an issue. Honestly, I still don't know how I feel about this one because this still feels kind of gross to me. We'll probably be going low or no contact. I actually don't think it's that bad for the mom and the fiance's dad to get together and marry. If they fall in love, they fall in love, you know?
Yeah, that's fine.
I also don't think it's that bad to like it's just like a law thing. Like they're technically stepbrother and sister, but it's not by blood. And
Not
it was
at all.
After they already met. Like I think it's more funny than anything else.
Yeah, it's just funny.
I don't think it's an issue. It should not stop her from getting married to her fiance
Not in the
whatsoever. The mom is terrible for suggesting that they should not be together.
Yeah.
Especially since they met first.
Literally, like I'm just so like I agree. Look, if you're in love, be together, get married. I think honestly it was still a huge a-hole move to get married right before, to elope right before, to like run off, do it in secret, and not tell anybody. Like,
And then announce it too.
yikes. My sister's friend forced my son not to eat in my own house. I kicked her out, and now my sister thinks I'm the a-hole.
Starving your child is a good move.
So my sister, cousin, and a couple of friends came over last night after work. My sister brought a friend of hers I'd only met a few times that I'd never had an issue with. At one point, I went to the bathroom and the ladies were in the living room calmly enjoying some wine. And when I came out, my sister's friend was in the kitchen arguing with my son. So I asked her what she was doing. She said my son went into the kitchen to get food and she told him to wait until I came out of the bathroom to ask me for permission.
Yo, it's his house.
Bro, the audacity.
You come into some random person's house and think you're going to set the rules?
I stared at her for a second and then said, "Who the F are you? You don't live here. He does. Who are you to tell him he can't go into his own kitchen?" Lay that law down, Big Daddy.
Burn.
She looked surprised and said she was trying to be helpful.
You weren't, lady. You
Not
weren't.
at all. I repeated my question of why she thought it was okay to tell someone they can't use their own kitchen when she's a guest in someone else's house. She dodged the question and brought up that she's a teacher, which isn't relevant.
Well, maybe someone should teach you some manners of how to operate in another person's house.
And she said sometimes kids try to get around the rules. Oh, how dare you?
You're inventing in someone else's home?
Hey, it's still a rule.
It's a rule.
I made it.
I have universal dominion over all rules.
Yes. I asked her what that has to do with anything. I then asked who even gave her permission to go into my kitchen. She said she followed my son in. I said, "So you think my son needs permission to go into his own kitchen, but you can go wherever you like in my house without invitation, so you have more rights here than he does?"
The schooling
Oh.
is brilliant. I love
It's
that
delicious.
we're getting there's some lawyering going on here.
Oh,
you
some
know?
serious
some
lawyering
serious
over
lawyering,
here.
some serious asses being lawyered
Man.
and gavelled and pounded.
That's right. She said that she didn't feel welcome anymore and was leaving. She went back into the living room, grabbed her bag, and walked out. My sister asked what happened, and I explained that she had a disagreement with my son. My cousin and some of the other ladies said they thought it was strange that she followed him into the kitchen and had been wondering why she did that, and thought that her motive was weird as hell.
That is really weird.
I think it is. My sister and a couple other ladies said her behavior was perfectly normal and that I was unnecessarily hostile to her. My cousin said, "But why would you confront a child you don't know instead of saying something to the aunt who's right here? That's so weird."
I agree.
I agree. Everyone but my sister acknowledged that that part was weird, and we all moved on. Later, my sister confronted me privately and said that she was very upset that I chased off her friend. She said that she really likes this woman and that I was over the top in the way that I spoke to her. I can be a little extra when it comes to defending my kid. So, was I the a-hole? Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think about our big daddy here? What, Sam? We need to know, everyone. What is the take? A-hole or not for Big Daddy?
I think like he definitely did go, hella far.
Yeah.
I think it could have been just like, hey, don't tell my son what to do in his own house.
Yeah, that's
Like,
totally true.
And just leave it on that. But the audacity on that lady,
Bro.
that's pretty f***ed.
Yeah,
She's
super
definitely
crazy.
the a-hole. OP minorly the a-hole, maybe for going a little overboard.
Yeah.
But I can't believe that she would go and like to someone else's house and boss someone around.
So crazy. And like a child. too.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
And
know.
like he wasn't even acting out. He's just going to
He's
the
going
kitchen.
to get food. Actually, you know what? You know who's the real a-hole here? The son. How dare you try to eat?
How dare you? Don't you know your
Excuse you.
manners? Ridiculous. I want my brother to pay for my $30,000 ring. I don't care
care if he doesn't have the money. Am I the a-hole?
You know, just because you're poor, that's not my problem.
I hosted a family dinner over the weekend. My brother brought my nephews 4 and 8 over as well. I used to wear my engagement ring all the time, but lately I keep it in my walk-in closet and mainly wear it for special occasions. While I was cleaning up the dinner table, my nephews went to go play while the adults were still in the outdoor patio/outdoor kitchen area. My brother was not supervising his kids. During this time, my nephews went into the master bedroom without anyone knowing and started playing with everything.
Oh, no.
Including my engagement ring.
Oh, God.
When we came to look for them, they panicked because they know they aren't supposed to be upstairs. Ran into the master bathroom and flushed my ring.
No.
I am sorry, but even as a child, how do you have that reaction?
Flushed the engagement ring? We called a plumber in case it was somehow in the U-trap of the toilet and was not actually gone. But no, unfortunately, it was gone for good.
Sam, you know we talk about a lot of really hard situations on this podcast.
Oh, baby, the hardest.
And you know, Sam, that's not the only thing that we need hard in this world.
fellas, if you're trying to play a little game of hide the zucchini and you want that zucchini to be nice, firm, and strong, I think you're going to want to hear about our next sponsor.
We are working with Blue Chew, ladies and gentlemen. Blue Chew tablets. It is the best option to get your wiener stiff.
And you might be like, oh, I don't need it. But hey, you never know until you try. You could already be Arnold Schwarzenegger, but what if you were Superman? What if you were Tom Brady throwing spirals every freaking day in the bedroom?
That's right, guys. Blue Chew wants you to have better sex.
And I do too, personally.
We want your dongs rock hard. Discover all your options at bluechew.com. Just chew it and do it, baby.
And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code OKOP at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. I'm saying like free, like actually free. That's bluechew.com. Promo code OKOP to receive your first month free.
Come on.
Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And I just want to thank Blue Chew one more time for sponsoring this podcast and making the hard things hard and our life easy.
Oh, yes. Back to the episode.
We still had the original receipt, so I called my brother. I emailed him a scanned copy as proof of the cost and asked him to reimburse me for the ring my nephew flushed. Immediately, he started calling me an asshole because we were family and he was just a child. He has refused to repay the cost of the ring.
I think sit the person down and be like, I'm going to figure out at bare minimum some sort of plan where you're like putting in effort. Like, here's the money I can do. Here's what I could put down.
Like, you should show that you're trying to make right.
Exactly.
Like, ideally, I shouldn't have to ask. I told him I will be taking him to court for this. And now my entire family is blowing up my phone saying family shouldn't sue each other and just let it go, which I kind of agree with. You know, but it is $30K. Edit. No, the ring was not insured. I found out the day after my nephew flushed it. My husband says he forgot and in the end, never actually insured it. My brother says he does not have the money to repay even $100 per month and has refused any kind of repayment plan. He said I live in a nice enough house and if I want a replacement, I should just sell my car.
That's crazy, dog.
It's crazy that he's not even like trying.
Not at all. He can't do $100 a month.
My brother to this day has not truly apologized. This is another edit. It was a Canadian. Sorry, not sorry. He said kids will do what normal kids do and they shouldn't be held responsible for a ring. But you should be responsible for the ring. They were supposed to supervise their kids outdoors with the rest of the family while I was busy cleaning up. I mean, it was their job to supervise and it was his kid that threw it down the toilet.
Come on now.
Edit 4. I don't believe for a second my brother and his wife cannot pay for the cost of the engagement ring. They don't make anything near my husband, but they do have a combined income of around $250K. They don't pay rent or anything because my parents gifted them their old house valued at $3.5 million in Toronto back when I bought my parents a new home years ago. There's no mortgage on the home my brother lives in. The only things my brother and his wife would pay for is the cost of raising their children, normal bills, and food. I feel so distraught because my ring holds great sentimental value. I've already been speaking with my husband's family lawyer, but at this point, I'm ready to hire a private investigator to find out if they really don't have the money. Going deep.
So funny.
I want to know what everyone else would do. What would
Yeah.
you do if you lost like your ring or a $30,000 like equivalent and your family wasn't paying up? But John, let me know what's your decision. Is OP the a-hole? Is the brother the a-hole? What do you think?
Brother's definitely the a-hole. You know what? I'm thinking about it on OP. OP's not the a-hole, but I think it sounds like OP said like what? Like, oh, they don't make as much as my husband makes and they make $250K a year. So, I mean, I think there's a certain monetary level where it's just like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it's like
don't let it destroy the relationship.
if you're making way more than $250K
Like $500,000 a year, maybe.
and you bought the house for your parents, you're like doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Like, I think what OP's more mad about is the brother's not even trying to make
Totally.
it right.
Which is crazy. Which
Which
is
like, that's where I think like the brother's like worried about just having to pay this.
Yeah.
But he's not even thinking like, what can I just do to make it right?
he refused $100 a month. And also, simplest solution ever, mortgage $30K off of the $3.5 million house. Nothing. That's nothing. They could do that easy.
I definitely think the brother's the a-hole. OP, I understand she wants the principal.
Yeah, the private investigator is a little wild, but I like
Hey, she's
it
going
though.
deep. She's
I
going
love it.
deep. My best friend cheated, so I got her kicked out of her dream school. I, 19 female, am a sophomore in college and have a friend, Tia, 18 female, who is in high school and applying for colleges and scholarships. I helped her throughout the college process, and she ended up getting an early action to her top college, and she got a full scholarship.
I mean, that's pretty great.
I was happy for her until recently. I was talking to a mutual friend of ours, and she started gushing about how Tia's essay was so heartfelt and beautiful. I asked to see it because I thought she had forgotten to show me. She just showed me many of her essay drafts, but as I was reading it, I was completely taken aback. The essay was one of my college essay drafts, which I'd shown Tia for reference on writing techniques only. And I made this clear.
Wow.
So Tia plagiarized this entire essay.
Even when there's Chat GPT, come on now.
I know. If you're going to use someone's work, use AI's work. I was livid. The essay was really personal and she barely even tweaked it up. It was almost entirely copied and pasted. I trusted her with it, and this is what she did. In a fit of rage, I gathered all the evidence of me helping her with the college process, including evidence of me sending the specific essay to her, and I showed it to the school. She not only lost her scholarship, but she also lost her seat in the school.
I don't know if I would go that far. I wonder what OP got into. That's like a good question. Like, did OP get into like the same or a better situation?
Put in the comments what you would do or if this is too
please.
much. Now people are calling me dramatic and shaming me for robbing her of her education. She's the only person in her family to get into college and receive an academic and athletic scholarship. So everyone was rooting for her, including me at one time. And while I didn't expect the outcome to be so severe, it was. I mean, what did you expect the outcome to be? Right now, I feel bad. I feel terrible. I feel like she took advantage of me, but I didn't want to be the cause of something so horrible. I did myself a justice, but at the cost of someone's dreams. Now I'm wondering if what I did was justified or not. Am I the a-hole?
I guess it's not that tough, but
Let us know in the comments what you think.
Yeah.
Put your answers in before you hear our take. John, what are your thoughts? Well, first of all, you know, regardless of whether, let's reserve whether OP is the a-hole or
Yeah.
not, would you do this yourself?
no, absolutely not. I don't think I would go because also, I mean, I guess if we're applying to the same school, I wouldn't. But if someone like wanted to like, if I had like a true homie that was like, yo, could I feel like I would give it to them, honestly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, if it was at the cost of me getting into the school,
No.
then I would have been, like, probably
Definitely
pissed,
not. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, if I wanted my dream school and then I didn't get in because of this person copied me, I would be pissed.
For sure.
But I would give my friend, like, all my essays, all my tests. Boys help out boys.
Yeah, 100%.
You know? Yeah, I don't think I would do that for sure.
Yeah, it's just way too much.
It's too much. I get confront her personally, you know?
Yeah, definitely just like revise it. Like you can do so much. I remember one time it was in AP World History, 10th grade. And then me and my buddy that rode to school together, we both copied like, I don't even know if we did this intentionally, but we both copied the same like essay online. You know, I went and I like changed tons of words. I like definitely put an effort to do it. Not only did he get caught, he literally printed it out and like showed it in the front of the class. And he's like, this is the kind of stuff that you should, I don't think he called him out like in front of the class, but he did. And then like afterwards, he like pulled him aside and, you know, it was him.
I think that was a little bit much. But hey, you know, these are two guys that
Two
don't
dudes.
really, two dudes, that don't really like, you know, college and traditional education. So that's our take. Also, like in terms of the a-holeness, I think T is the a-hole for copying it without asking, for
Yep.
sure. I think OP's the a-hole for
OP is an
for
a-hole.
going way overboard.
Way overboard.
Especially if it doesn't affect OP at all.
My wife is leaving me and someone is going to jail all because I just forced my stepdaughter out of the house. Am I the a-hole?
I feel like we got to play some relationship bingo. Like if you you are getting divorced and maybe going to jail,
Yep.
you might be the a-hole.
Bing, 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 bing. This house has been in my family for generations, and it has a lot of sentimental value to me. I am now with a long-term girlfriend of 7 years after a divorce from my first wife, which ended on good terms. She has a daughter from a previous marriage, and I have a daughter from my marriage as well. Our daughters are both 17, with mine being basically 3 months younger. Kara, the oldest, is going to be turning 18 in May. Now, Kara will be going to school near the beach house that we have and asked if she could live in it and save some money, which would be a significant help to her. I don't think you could give an 18-year-old a beach house. I think that's
I think
a recipe
first
for
mistake
disaster.
is if you want your beach house to be trashed, then you can give your 18-year-old a beach house.
Yeah.
Just make sure, like, I guess insurance can cover it or something.
Yeah, destroy the property. My daughter, Emmy, approached me and has said that she wanted to live there after the summer, but wanted to live in it alone also while going to school. Now, this house is more than big enough for two, but she pointed out that they have very different lifestyles and would be far more comfortable alone or with a friend if I insisted that she live with someone else.
I wonder what the lifestyles are.
It was a frank conversation, and my daughter brought up the fact that the home will be hers one day, so it made sense, and she's right. The home will be hers by law in a few years, as I'm going to pass it to her. My girlfriend and my stepdaughter, Kara, are very upset and calling it favoritism and pointing out that she will already be set up for life, having a free ride to school via scholarships and housing, while my stepdaughter, Kara, will have to be using loans. And she may have to take a gap year to attend another school altogether. They're asking me to reconsider, and I think I've damaged my relationship. Am I the a-hole in this decision? I agree that it's favoritism, but Emma is my daughter. Of course I'm going to favor her, right? Now, there's an update here. Ladies and gentlemen, know where you're at right now. Let me know where you're at right now in the comments.
That's tricky, dude.
It's tricky. It's a little bit tricky, right?
It's a little bit tricky. I mean, it is his daughter. It is going to be his daughter's house.
Yeah.
But it's not her house yet. I feel like it would be right to allow the other daughter to live there.
Yeah.
At the very least.
I'm kind of feeling some a-hole vibes going on a little bit.
Yeah, I think maybe from his daughter.
Well, there was an update. So I spoke to my daughter, Emmy, and her mother and let them know where I stood, that I was with Emmy. But I also felt that my stepdaughter, Kara, and her mom deserve a genuine conversation. So this is the conversation we had this past Friday. The talk started okay. Obviously, there were some emotions, but I said that yelling and tears would not be used to influence anybody. After it was all said and we began, I just proposed the situation as this. This is a second home that I own fully and outright. It will be my daughter Emmy's fully and legally in a few years, but as of today, it is mine. However, like the house, Emmy is mine as well and my responsibility. No one but us is entitled to it, and make no mistake, Emmy is indeed entitled to it. It may not be fair in your eyes, but it is what it is. Emmy, I can see why they may think it's selfish, as the house can accommodate both, but I will support whatever you want to do. This is not a discussion to change your mind, but to better understand it. So then Kara and her mom were saying they didn't understand why she didn't want her to live there with her, as this would dictate a huge part of her future. The answer was half expected and the other half hard for everyone to swallow. Emmy said she didn't trust Kara to actually focus on school and not make the home into a party house. She point blank asked Kara if she could actually accept not having guests over. Kara said something like, a few people 2 or 3 days a week wouldn't be a problem. The answer should have been yes. Yoinks. Emmy said that she wouldn't feel safe with her bringing over strange men whenever she wanted, and her dad would want to visit, and she doesn't trust her dad at all.
Yikes.
She said that school was her main focus and staying safe would be a worry if Kara was living there. Then Kara and her mom got defensive, but I told them it didn't matter. She can't say she won't bring people over and tells me all that I need to know. And my daughter's safety is paramount, and Kara's focuses were blurred. Socializing is fine, but perhaps I was wrong and it just got out of hand. I told my girlfriend that, as her and her mother would have to address it, and that whatever the plan would be for Kara's schooling, had she not ever met me, she would just have to take that course of action. So basically, like, hey, if we had never met, you would be in the same situation anyways, I guess. But again, it's like,
and also
but you're together now? I don't know.
But they're just dating.
As for Emmy, after the conversation, I told her that she would have a roommate, as I felt that was important. She was fine with that and asked if she could have a friend be her roommate. I told her yes, so all was good there. So Sam, what do you think? So the conversation is over. What do you think is going to be the end result?
Well, I was hoping it would be resolved, and then Emmy would just have her friend be the roommate, and then bing, bang, boom, everyone is, a little bit pissed, but it's over.
One would think, right?
Oh God, what's going to happen?
As
everyone guessed, my girlfriend is now my ex-girlfriend. She asked me to stay somewhere else for the week while she found somewhere to stay. I reminded her that this house was also mine, but she was free to leave whenever. She ended up going to stay with a coworker, but something happened. She asked me to come back, but I told her that it wouldn't be wise. That's the update for now. Daughter is happy. I'm better than I thought I would be. Today is a new day! Exclamation mark. The ex will figure it out, and Kara has time to learn and grow. Sam, believe it or not, there is one final kind of juicy update.
Really?
To make a very long story short, this was not the full conclusion that I thought it was going to be. My former stepdaughter, Kara, is now in jail. She was picked up in a stolen Kia by some friends. They used the car to break into a pawn shop.
I'm so glad they didn't let her stay.
I couldn't tell you what was stolen or how much was stolen, but some football cards were taken, and I guess they were worth more than the car and the building damage. I understand people will say a lot about this, but I can honestly say that she never did anything remotely like this. The worst I think I saw her do was break a dish on purpose when she was 13.
I think maybe Emmy knew more about what Kara was up to than her parents knew.
As for my ex, she is now living in a shelter. She was not cheating on me, and I never thought that she was. That was just people making leaps. Unfortunately, the woman she was living with asked her to join her and her husband's for some activities after moving in. She felt that she had to do it for a place to live and regretted it. She told people at work, and then she was terminated after refusing to transfer. My daughter and I are good, but mentally shook. Wow.
Their whole life just freaking fell apart.
I gotta really ask if anyone's been in a similar situation to this.
And
'cause
what would you do? What would you do? And
Like,
also at every single point, like what would you do if your daughter came and said, hey, I don't want to live with this girl because who knows why? What would you do after the conversation you had? And then what would you do with all this fallout that happened after? I think Emmy is not the a-hole.
yeah, I would say
I
so,
think
yeah.
Emmy
Yeah.
knew more than
Probably
her
than she let
dad
on. Yeah.
and girlfriend.
Mhm.
And she was like, hey, I know how much this girl parties and she's kind of up to bad shit.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to hang around her. I don't think the dad's the a-hole either. I don't think OP's the a-hole. He's just trying to look out for his daughter. I don't think the girlfriend's the a-hole. I think this is like a no one's the a-hole scenario.
But
it just
everyone
kind
loses.
of sucks. Everything sucks. But let us know what you think. We could be totally wrong. And you tell us that all the time. So thank you.
I saved a man's life, and he thanked me by suing me for everything I've got. I was eating at a diner with some friends at 3 a.m. The guy in the next booth to us started coughing and gagging. I realized he was choking and went to help him. I had Heimlich training at my place of work. I'm an office safety manager for my floor, and the guy managed to get the thing out and it flew across the booth. He looked really pissed, paid his bill, and left.
What, pissed for saving
Why'd you
your
save me,
life?
bro? I felt like a hero for the rest of the dinner and then just kind of forgot about it. That was 2 weeks ago. Today, I got a letter from a law firm saying that I'm getting sued for battery. They said I bruised a rib.
Trying to save that dude's life.
Literally.
Come on.
Do you want bruised rib or life? I have no clue how this guy figured out who I am. I thought I helped the guy, seeing as he probably would have choked without my help. How did he figure out who I am? I've never even spoken to him. Is this a real letter?
Man
Do I
has to
need
do
a
a lot
lawyer
of
for this?
sleuthing to find OP.
So much, right? Like, my goodness. To clarify, the language I used to describe him choking was wrong. He had choking and gagging sounds, but was otherwise silent and obviously distressed. Update. Well, I took y'all's advice and went back to the restaurant, and I spent about an hour and a half waiting, and then I spoke to a shift manager who called the general manager, who called the owner, and they swore up and down that no one came in asking for a tape or anything like that. So basically a tape of, what
Of
happened.
what actually happened.
Potentially used against him, right?
Although he should still get the tape, so we can have just some like evidence of the good deed that he did.
That is true. Then I started looking for defense attorneys, but I wasn't sure exactly how to proceed. Honestly, this week I've been mortified and really on edge.
I can imagine like thinking about like what kind of lawyer you need to get. You're maybe doing some consultations. And lawyers ain't cheap.
Finally, when I told my friends about everything, one of them fessed up to the fact that it was actually them and they made it up as some kind of prank.
Oh
My God.
That's a pretty rough prank.
Dude, it's too much. Pretty twisted joke. I wasn't laughing. I'm pretty pissed and seriously reconsidering my relationship with him. I appreciate everyone's support though, excluding the people who made fun of my mother's passing and tried to figure out where I lived.
Reddit, what are you doing?
Come on,
Come
bro.
on.
God.
Y'all gotta chill
Man's just trying to
sometimes.
tell his story. I mean, oh, jeez.
I bet there's someone who's like had a fake lawsuit before that's
Yeah.
watching this right now, or like,
Or
seen something like
what's
that.
the worst prank that has been pulled on you?
Yeah. Is there anything? I mean, this is kind of light in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
So if you can beat it,
I mean, as
go
long
ahead.
as like there was no actual action taken to get a lawyer and there wasn't any money taken out,
Yeah,
like, I
it's
feel like it's relatively
ultimately
harmless.
harmless. Yeah.
But super stressful for that week.
for sure, for sure.
Sir, we only need your urine. Those doctor's words haunt me to this day. After doing it with the fourth girl of my young life at the time, all right, we get it. You're Jack.
Whoa.
I decided to get a checkup. Not for any physical reasons, mostly just emotional reassurance. Anyways, I called my neighbors across the street, who is 3 years older than me, basically my big bro, and I told him that I made an appointment to get checked. And I asked him what it entailed. He said it wasn't too bad. Just a little nut juice sample, just a little swabbing of the royal scepter, and checking his blood. So I felt pretty prepared going into the clinic, and I was pretty nervous to do a little rub and tub, but I reassured myself that it was going to be all fine.
He's gonna be real relaxed afterwards.
So relaxed. When I finally got there, an older lady called my name and handed me a clear cup and escorted me to the restroom and said, please go in here. I was picturing more of a comfortable room where I could do my private thing of choking the chicken, but I thought, F it, the bathroom will suffice. I remember looking around for some materials to jog my imagination, but was disappointed that I couldn't find anything. I remember, all right, this place expects us to just use our imagination.
Oh, come on.
I guess
man.
they're old fashioned.
Yeah,
What can I
no
say?
magazines.
So I began, yes, choking the chicken, beating the meat. I remember doing it pretty fast, almost too fast. So I thought I'd wait there an additional 10 minutes because I didn't want this older nurse to think that I was some sort of freak. After waiting in there for what felt like an eternity, I finally handed my nut juice filled cup back to the old lady nurse, who acted impatient and upset that I took so long. Also, filled the cup?
This ain't no man. My guy is a horse.
The woman set the cup on the desk table thingy, looked at it, then picked it up again, and she jiggled the cup a bit. She stopped. I held my breath as I looked at her face, and I saw it turn from confusion to sheer horror. She turns to me and goes, sir, we only need your urine. I will never forget the feeling that I had at that very moment. My face got red. I felt immediately hot. My legs felt weak. My arms sweaty. Mom spaghetti. I just wanted to get the F out of there. There have been so many embarrassing moments in my life, but luckily I can think pretty quickly on my feet and I can dig my way out of most uncomfortable situations. I would have loved to see you dig your way out of this one. There was no effing shovel in sight for this moment to dig myself out. Nothing to say, nothing to do, just stand and look shocked and terrified. I just juiced and an effing urine sample cup, and now this poor elderly woman who's probably months away from retirement was horrified and confused as she was gripping a hot cup of my future children. I'm guessing the clinic never trained her for situations like this. Even if she made a joke to lighten the mood, it wouldn't have been better. It would have killed the tension in the room. Instead, she remained stoic. I felt awkward and scared. I felt like a monster. After going back to pee, goes back for the
He
test.
has to go back.
And a few tests later, I got the F out of there. After much reflection, though, I now think that she deserved it. Because honestly, yes, I did assume that she wanted a nut juice sample, but the woman never specified what kind of sample she wanted.
What does assuming do?
Yeah, makes an ass out of you and me. Therefore, she assumed I knew too. And when both people are assuming, chances are that one of them is going to get a cup full of the other's nut juice. It's just the way it is. God, I still cringe thinking of the day. Sometimes when I look at myself in the mirror, I randomly think of that old woman's face as she realized she's holding a cup filled with my hot soldiers. And I just bust out laughing and go to bust another nut.
Hold on, slow clap. Might just be a true American hero over here.
Hey, that was a great story. Man is eloquent. I added the bust another nut yet. I'm sure he's not choking the chicken to the memory of that old lady.
Nope.
Maybe he is, you know?
Maybe
He's into mature gals and lasses and ladies. But you know what is really mature? Sharing your opinion in the comments
Yes.
below on what you would do in this situation.
My
or
God.
if you have an embarrassing situation like this,
Oh,
so what if we hid his inhaler from him? It's just a prank, bro.
we're just having it's just little boy time, you know.
Fun. I, female 22, grew up in a family where men prank and tease each other, and it's prank war. Yeah. Ever since my fiance, Tim, 23, and I got engaged, my cousin, brother, dad, and uncle joked about running some tests to see what type of man Tim is. Is he a little boy, man child, or is he a big, gruff bear daddy?
Big boss man.
Oh, yeah. They've done stuff like forcing him to play chess 4 times in a row.
Drooling.
Yeah, that just sounds like you're playing chess together. Secretly slashing his tires to
That's
see if
bad.
he'd fix him himself like a man.
Very bad.
Or get help like those lazy guys, which is a huge escalation from playing chess. Then they'd ask him
Really
questions like what joke he'd tell to his future mother-in-law, his opinions on abortion, Jesus, gender equality, etc. They also tested his fishing and hunting skill. What is this, an episode of Survivor? Like,
Literally,
what
is
is
this like Survivor Fiance edition?
Yeah, and overwhelmed him with hypothetical scenarios to test his decision-making abilities / mental strength. They kept calling him slow and soft, but he has a medical condition called asthma, but they think he's just making excuses. This is what you sound like. I demanded they stop, but Dad said this is just typical boy men's challenge stuff, and they do this with each other, and said I was ruining the fun. It's not going to be fun if this dude dies.
Yeah, not so whimsical then.
Not so fun. Last week, they took Tim on a 3-day trip and hid his inhaler. On a 3-day trip, he left them and returned in 7 hours and told me. I was seething after he said they admitted to hiding it as a challenge. Because like breathing is overrated.
Only a real man can breathe on his own.
At what point do you draw the line?
Literally, just like, I don't know if I want to hang with your family anymore.
Yeah,
Like,
they're trying to kill me.
they're Loki trying to murder me.
I exploded on them when they returned. Cousin asked if little Timmy Wang could cackle. And then I yelled at all 4 of them, I'm uninviting them all from the wedding.
I mean, that's big.
I would say maybe even too big. But then again, they are trying to kill her fiance.
Yeah, so-
my brother freaked out saying, it was just a prank, bro. And they'll give it back. Dad said they'll apologize if I insist, but Tim will have lost a little respect for the men, the boys. And in their eyes, he will always be that soft college kid who's not up for the challenge.
First, we like challenge you at chess. Then we hide your inhaler on a hike. Like, pick a lane.
Let's like pick lanes where we're not trying to kill this dude. I called him and the others awful, and then I left. My cousin is begging that we talk. My uncle has been quiet, but my dad is so mad now that he's getting my mom involved to get me to reconsider this decision. Honestly, OP, I think you might regret not inviting your parents and family over this. Well, who am I to say? I am to say. This is my show. But I keep refusing to invite them. Mom is saying I'm exaggerating and should let bygones be bygones and not let this ruin my relationship with my family. So, am I the a-hole for uninviting my whole family because they tried to kill my boyfriend? I want to know what all y'all think. Does the punishment fit the crime? But John, take it away. What do you think? And while he's talking, put those answers in the comments below.
Ooh. So the thing is, I mean, they were way out of line.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, slashing the tires, like,
That's a lot.
Cool, calm down. with
Slashing the
that.
tires is a lot.
At the same time, I mean, I feel like if I were in this scenario, I would not uninvite for the wedding, maybe threaten to.
Yeah.
In order to like, yo, this is serious. Like, if this happens one more time, you're out of the wedding. You have to know how.
Yeah.
Like, this is the person I'm going to marry.
Yeah, this is affecting his life.
So
I want him to be alive for my children.
I think all of the guys, the boys, the
boys.
a-holes, and then sweet Timmy and OP, I think you're a-hole free.
Yeah. Timmy is honestly a little angel for putting
he
up with all that shit.
Really is though.
All right. My husband is divorcing me because I'm infertile. But now he's saying infertility wasn't the only reason he left me. I'm an absolute wreck. Well, welcome to Reddit. You'll find good company here. Countless consultations, too many tests last account, 5 rounds of IVF. That's a lot of rounds.
Wow.
Months of crying myself to sleep, and now the only source of happiness in my life is gone. The past year has been really difficult to me. Last July, my mother passed away, and it had been her dream to see me, her only daughter, ripe with children, and I'm devastated that she didn't get to experience that. To add to that, in November, I was laid off, and now the consequences of that have been coming to a head because husband and I can no longer afford another round of IVF and can barely afford my appointments because IVF is expensive.
As we've learned on this show.
My husband and I have been dreaming of the good life. 2 kids, a dog, and a pretty little house in the country. All of that came crashing down 2 days ago. He had just arrived from home from work, and I greeted him with a smile and came towards him with the expectation of a kiss. And he walked right by me.
Huh?
He looked at me soberly and told me to sit down. As I sat, I could feel my heart sinking in my chest, although I didn't know why. He placed a couple pieces of paper on the table and slid them towards me and buried his head into his hands and let out what sounded like a quiet sob. I looked down, shaking, and saw that he was serving me divorce papers.
Oh.
Everything after that is a blur. I have memories of him telling me that he loved me, and he was so sorry, but that he had been miserable. And if I wasn't able to have a child, he couldn't stay with me. He told me that he was the monster and that he couldn't shake his biological imperative anymore. At least he admits he's a
At least.
We'd both agreed early on that if we couldn't have children, we wouldn't adopt because we wanted biological children. Please don't judge us. He used to hold me at night and tell me that he would never leave me no matter what, that being childless was okay and I was worth it. I now know that that was a lie. I can't blame him though, because it was me who was hindering the relationship. I am the broken one.
Oh.
His sister and best friend came over yesterday to help him pack up his things, and I just laid in bed and sobbed the entire time. He has rented an apartment on the other side of town and has agreed to pay for our home for the next 4 months until I can find another job and we can sell the house. I'm devastated. How could he do this to me? My life is over. Do you think like the husband is an asshole for this or?
Yes. And the
Really?
reason why she mentioned like, oh, he used to hold me at night and tell me it's okay. We can't have children together. There could have been more communication.
I feel like a conversation before that, like, hey, like I'm really unhappy.
Yeah.
I don't know how to deal with these emotions. Let's talk
I just
about
want to
it.
put it out there because then it's at least less of a blow.
There is an update.
Oh, of course there is.
Let's hope OP's life gets a little better. On Saturday afternoon, everything came crashing down again. I was trying to block everything out of my mind and binge watch Netflix when the doorbell rang. My heart tightened. As I walked towards the door and opened it, it was my husband. He looked terrible, almost worse than I did. Without looking me in the eye, he asked if he could come in, and I couldn't even speak. I moved my body to the side of the doorway and motioned him inside. It took everything I had not to kiss him and punch him all at the same time. We sat down on the couch together in silence for what seemed like 10 minutes. He finally spoke, and all he said was, "Infertile old maid, I'm so sorry."
Man, come on.
I was silent. We sat for 2 more minutes before I finally had the courage to ask, "Is that all you wanted to say?" He shook his head and began to tear up, which of course caused me to tear up. He again buried his head in his hands and sighed. He told me he'd been feeling like he was missing out on fatherhood. I told him through tears that I understand and didn't blame him for wanting children, but he cut me off. He told me that wasn't it. He told me that he had been seeing a young woman at his work for the past 6 months and that he couldn't keep lying to me any longer. They were having both an emotional and physical relationship, and she had been pressuring him to leave me for months. Whoa. He claimed his insecurities about his lack of family was pushing him to feel that he needed to change and that she was a huge mistake. At this point, I couldn't take it anymore. I told him to get the out of my house. Get out! He looked at me like a scared puppy and panicked, told me he wanted another chance, that he'd just broken things off with his coworker and was willing to forego kids to be with me. I didn't know what to do. I just started to scream, yelling at him to get out and that I was completely done. He just began to sob and started pleading for me to calm down. It was clear that he wasn't going to leave. So I did. I grabbed my keys and ran out of the house. I drove for 30 minutes out of town, parked on the side of an empty road, and cried for an hour. Driving back into town, I looked at my phone and saw that my husband had called over 20 times and texted me things like how he was so sorry, that she was nothing, blah, blah, blah. I didn't delete any of these messages because I knew how important they were for my lawyer to see. When I arrived back to my house, he was no longer there. I walked inside and all was the same. He took nothing and broke nothing, which was relieving. I regained my composure and sense of reality and called my lawyer and left him a very long message about what had just happened. Today, My lawyer got back to me and told me to come first thing on Tuesday morning. Husband has not tried to contact me since the one last text on Sunday that read, I love you, infertile old maid. I effed up and I'm sorry for hurting you. If you ever need me, I'll be here for you. My mind is again in turmoil and I feel like I am dying. I have yet to tell any of my friends and family what has happened, and I'm not sure that I'll be able to. That was, I think, one of the saddest stories that we've read. I don't know. What do you think OP should do? Like, do you think OP should break up? Do you think she should take this guy back? Let me know in the comments. Also, if you've been in this situation, please let us know too. But John, what do you think?
I think she's doing the right thing. I also want to say this real quick. The husband could have potentially been okay as soon as he started having these changed feelings, talked to her about it, prepared her and basically said, like, you know, like kind of like you said, like, I don't know what to do with these emotions, but I need to communicate them to you.
Let's split up and then you sleep with that honey at work.
Then yeah, all that being said, I definitely think OP is not the a-hole. I definitely absolutely think he's the a-hole even before he cheated.
But let us know what you think. That was a doozy. I hope everyone is okay after that story. Hey, also, if you're going through anything like this, like, just know that other people have gone through it too and have come out okay on the other side.
That's right. I caught my dad boning my girlfriend. Now my girlfriend has something else huge she wants to confess. So to start, I, male 22, have been with my soon-to-be ex-girlfriend Kate, female 21, for just shy of 3 years. Our relationship throughout the 3 years has been amazing. She had always been kind and supportive and very open and honest with me. She was a little open with some other people too.
Oh, geez.
We had dates often. Our lovemaking life was great. We had very few arguments, but when we did get into a disagreement, we managed to communicate and come to an understanding not before too long.
This sounds like a great relationship.
One would think, right?
If only your dad didn't have so much game.
I believed our relationship to be healthy and loving, but apparently I was wrong. On to the story. About a week ago, I had started to notice that Kate was becoming very touchy about me being on or around her phone. This was odd to me because not only had she always let me use her phone to make calls if mine was dead, but she would also download games for me to play on her phone so she could distract me when she wanted to watch her shows.
Here you go, little boyfriend.
Here's your iPad. Kate began snapping at me for asking to borrow her phone or snatching it out of my hand if I was so much as moving it away from the edge of the counter so it wouldn't fall. And whenever I questioned her behavior, she brushed it off and explained that she was just in a bad mood. And her constant dismissal of my noticeable confusion began to annoy me. So I asked her if she was hiding anything from me, which led to an argument about her saying I was accusing her of infidelity and not trusting her.
I can't believe you would think I was cheating. You don't trust me. Heard that one before.
Heart emojis in the comments for Sam, guys. And began trying to get physical with me, in which case I shut down the argument and told her to sleep in the guest bedroom. She was very angry about it, but I told her we would talk about it in the morning. When we did talk about it, she apologized for her behavior and gave me her phone. I told her I trusted her and I didn't need to go through it. And to be frank, I did trust her and I believed her outburst due to be to the ongoing stress at work, which was clearly stupid of me.
Oh, God.
You know.
Ignoring all the warning signs.
Yep.
You'll regret it, man.
The next day, I noticed she had gotten a missed call from my father. I had never known my father to like Kate or even have her contact info at that. In fact, I was convinced that they both disliked each other. At any and every family event, they would often argue or make snarky remarks at one another until we had to leave due to the tense atmosphere that had created.
There was all the sexual tension.
So I decided to ask Kate why my father had called her. She physically froze and mumbled an excuse about it being my birthday soon and he had planned something, but my father and I were never very close. So I didn't understand why he would, but I played it off and decided to just go about my day.
OP.
Then the following night, I had texted her explaining that I had a late shift and would be back around 10 p.m. at latest, which I did. We ended up being dismissed early, actually, due to an incident regarding our manager and a few of the staff.
No.
I tried calling her, but she had her phone off, so I assumed it was dead or something, or she had turned it off. When I made it home, I noticed my father's car 2 houses down from ours.
OP.
So I tried calling him, but his phone was also turned off, which I found odd because my mother likes his phone to be on so she can call him when she needs him because she is handicapped. I assumed my mother was with him, so I opened the door quietly to surprise her as I hadn't seen her for a while. And what I was met with was the sight of my girlfriend bent over the kitchen counter with my father right behind her.
That would suck so much. I would need so much therapy.
So much therapy. They both froze and started profusely yelling and telling me that it wasn't what it looks like.
What else could it be?
And they could explain, but I shut the door and locked it from the outside and made my way to my friend's house.
That is like the biggest breach of trust ever.
Yeah. Since they've both been blowing up my phone, apologizing and begging me not to say anything to anyone, and quite frankly, I'm just disgusted. Disgusted at my father, who's turning 60 next month.
Hey, props to him. Hey, I mean, he's still got it.
And he has my mother to take care of. And I'm disgusted in Kate, who was getting railed by my father for who knows how long. I honestly just want to throw up and set them both on fire.
I understand.
But I'm most worried about how my mother will take the situation, as she's very dependent on my father and adores him. Oh, there is an update. I want to hear from everyone, and you, Sam, what you're thinking right now.
Well, the biggest question, do you tell the mom? I don't know if you do.
I don't know if you do.
And I would just say, hey, I won't say anything, but you better treat her right and stop around.
Yeah, like the second anything goes wrong, like this is on you.
Also, that's some crazy blackmail to have over someone. What would you guys do? Like, if your dad boned your significant other, how long would it take you to
How
forgive
long would
him?
it take? How many years?
How many years?
How many years?
Or a
That is the
lifetime.
question. As per someone's advice, I asked my mother to lunch. After some small talk, I informed her of the situation. She was understandably upset and in denial about the situation, as my father had spoken to her prior about me still holding a grudge against him, a story for another time, and that I would likely try to come up with a lie to turn her against him for revenge. But after showing her the messages they had sent afterward, she was distraught and visibly angry about the whole ordeal. My father was the first to message my mother, attempting to convince her that I staged the messages and that I was being petty and lying. And when she wouldn't believe him, he accused her of cheating on him and trying to find a way out of their marriage. Which evidently isn't possible for my mother, as she has trouble getting from place to place on her own. He then apologized and told her that he was just frustrated and asked to see her. And when she declined, he again accused her of cheating and staying with her lover while abandoning him. Kate's parents were evidently enraged that I accused their daughter of doing such a thing, and that they would be suing me for defamation on their daughter's behalf. Yep.
Oh my
So
God.
that's where we're at with that right now. I then took the liberty of sending them the screenshots from both Kate's and my father's messages, and they left me on scene for a couple of days before finally replying to me and informing me that while they won't be suing me, they would appreciate if I kept the situation under wraps. Kate's parents then contacted me again and asked if, despite everything, I would be willing to pay for her rent just for this month because she doesn't have the money for it at the moment.
Move home.
Obviously, I declined and told them that I no longer have anything to do with her anymore. They then informed me that she was pregnant with my child.
No way.
And they said they needed assistance from the father of her baby, and this would be a last goodbye. I then laughed and told them that I most definitely wasn't the father of the baby if she was pregnant, and if she needed assistance from her baby daddy to contact my father. Then I hung up and blocked them. Katie is apparently 5 weeks pregnant, but we haven't been intimate in just under 2 months, so the baby is not a mine.
Well, I'm glad OP didn't get tangled all up in that, but holy how many, like, this is a
How many
perfect
layers
storm
of
destruction.
effery. Ladies and gentlemen, what would you do in this scenario?
I'm surprised that Kate's parents went after OP. It's crazy that no one in this story is saying, I caught my husband cheating, and so I broke off the marriage, but after the twisted truth came out, I want him back. Hello, everyone.
This is your daily dose of internet.
My husband, 35 male, and I, 30 female, married for 8 years, have been separated for the last 14 months, and I need help and advice on how to rekindle our relationship. We are currently not on speaking terms, and all of our arrangements go through our lawyer. But I will have an opportunity over Christmas to clear the air and set things straight, as he will be flying in from Sydney to spend time with the kids.
Okay, this is your shot.
So, what happened? I received a Facebook message in September last year that my husband, quote unquote, was taking and exchanging naked photos with another woman on Tinder.
Yeah, she was just inspecting, you know, just like,
oh, We spoke on the phone for a bit, and the only proof she had was a screenshot of their conversations and his profile. Long story short, hope he did some sleuthing. I downloaded Tinder and found his profile with his location less than 1 kilometer away. I was convinced that he was cheating, and we had a terrible fallout that evening, which led to my family coming over to calm the situation. But instead, it escalated when my brother punched and grabbed hold of my husband. Joking. The neighbors called the police, and my husband was asked to pack a few things and stay elsewhere for a while. We separated shortly after, and he has since moved to Sydney to be closer with his ailing father, but sees our kids for a weekend twice a month. Fast forward to the beginning of November this year, my neighbor rocked up at my doorstep to tell me that her husband was catfishing women on dating apps using my husband's photos.
Stop it.
Damn! You know your husband a hottie when people are using him to catfish. He downloaded these photos from a MacBook that we lent him during COVID, and some of these photos were intimate in nature and of me. Dude, creepy neighbor. The police are currently dealing with this. All of this has been relayed to my husband through his lawyer, but his response has been lukewarm and said we could talk about it over Christmas. I am so scared that we might be too far down the rabbit hole and that he will likely push for divorce, even though I know that we love each other deeply.
Oh.
But this took a massive toll on our mental health, finances, and the well-being of our 3 kids.
Oh no. And he got freaking smacked in the face.
And everyone thinks like, oh yeah, like he definitely did it. Okay, so there is an update, but what would you do? And what would you guys do if you realize
Truly.
who like this cheating husband that you thought you had is actually like not a cheating husband, maybe a stand-up guy?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all you can really do, I feel like, is come to him and be like, look, this wasn't your fault. Like you got all this
He got
stuff you don't deserve.
Yeah, he got
all
a
of this
ton
stuff.
of shit,
and it's
dude.
so unfair for you, and it's awful, and it's disgusting. I'm so sorry about everything. And can we attempt to work back and, you tell me what you need and we just communicate and
But the
see
thing
if we
is,
can
she
build.
she like didn't even try to believe him. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
And I feel like we've seen stories where it has been super damning, but
Yeah.
catfishing happens all the time.
Yeah,
And
totally.
the fact that she didn't believe him,
Yeah.
that's kind of rough.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Unfortunately, after having sat down and discussed things, it was decided that our marriage is beyond repair. And that we should go
man.
our separate ways.
Man.
He's currently in therapy and was requested that we have a clean break and no further contact in the future. I intend to respect his wishes and will continue to communicate through his lawyer on matters that concern our kids. I have since cleared the air with our families and friends and still actively work towards repairing his reputation. I'd also like to clarify the assault and why my parents came over in the first place, because her brother. Yeah.
Gave him old ringer.
The night of the argument, I called my mother to ask if I could drop off our kids and if they could spend the evening there, but she was concerned about my emotional state and asked that I stay put and they could come fetch the kids instead. They arrived and my brother opted to stay outside while my parents came inside to grab the kids in their bags. At this point, my father asked to talk to my ex and calm the situation. My mom dragged me away to get the kids and their bags ready. My brother was very confused when we came outside and was triggered by my mom saying that my ex might have cheated. My brother reacted the moment my ex walked out and grabbed my arm in a non-violent way, leading to the punch and scuffle on the front lawn. He was remorseful and apologized even before we found out my ex was not to blame. It is a series of unfortunate events that have changed many lives and robbed my family of our love and happiness. Now I have to focus on my kids, my depression, and coming to terms with the divorce. I will never forget, but hopefully the pain won't be as intense. Damn, that sucks. I want to know what you guys would do in this situation. Like, would you, like, as the guy who had all of this shit come out against him that was not true, and as the girl too. But John, what do you think? What would you do?
Okay, here's what I think. Go sue the guy who catfished. My God, like, just,
if your family is in a tough financial situation because of this, if that ain't emotional damage, I don't know what is.
oh my God,
You screwed over an entire family. At least get a bag from it.
and not even the bag. I just like, hey, you caused all of this.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's something that just as the story was ending, I'm like, okay, maybe that's like,
It's crazy also just how like one neighbor can just screw your entire life.
all of it.
Yeah.
Never lend your laptop. That's what I've learned.
Like, yeah, you could blame the neighbor, and of course the neighbor is to blame.
Yeah.
I think also like there was communication that broke down too that led to the divorce.
Yeah.
My husband thinks I cheated and is saying our baby is biracial. Now we have the paternity test and he has something to tell me.
I feel like most people just don't understand genetics.
If you're curious how genetics works, Google Drake's baby. I, 24 female, gave birth to my daughter 6 months ago, and it should have been the happiest moment of my life. When my daughter was born, her skin was very dark, and it looked like she could have 2 biological parents who were of African descent. My husband, Jim, 26 male, fake name, was furious and accused me of cheating and left right then and there.
Wait, is Jim white? Are they both white?
It seems that they're both white. Then he told everyone on both sides of the family what happened, made posts on social media, and said he wanted a divorce.
So he like sees this baby. He's like, not mine.
Nope.
Doesn't do any tests. Just immediately
Runs out. His family and a lot of our friends all called to say how upset they were at me and called me really nasty names. But my mother was on my side the entire time, and I kept professing my innocence. Jim refused to pick me up from the hospital, threw my stuff out on the lawn, and changed my locks. I ended up having to stay with my parents. When my sister called to ask for the baby stuff, Jim texted pictures of the bare nursery room and said that he got rid of everything. He even destroyed my art studio. I like to paint, and he told me my work would be too awful to sell.
what a
I was distraught, and I just tried to focus on my baby. Weeks went by, and Jim refused to speak to me directly and never even once asked about the child. Eventually, he agreed to do a paternity test.
finally.
After all of this, what do you think? Is that your guess?
I predict it's gonna be positive.
He is 100% the father.
I knew it.
No one could believe the results, so it was done again and again. Jim was proven the dad. Now, around the same time, one of Jim's cousins did one of those ancestry tests, and there was around 30% of African ancestry in the family. The ancestry test combined with the paternity test made Jim's paternal great-grandmother admitting to having an affair.
Oh shit.
So that's where it came from. Since then, Jim has been reaching out to everyone to apologize. And while it did feel good to be vindicated, the damage has been done.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, no, bro, like you didn't even think to believe me.
Sad.
I can't unsee or unhear all of the horrible things that was said and done. Not just to me, but to the child as well. Jim made some very racist remarks, things that I thought he'd never say, and he did it so easily. Regardless of what our daughter looks like, I don't want her to be around that.
I agree.
What else will Jim and his family say or do the next time they get mad? How are they going to treat our daughter when she does something that upsets them?
Those are all really valid points.
Jim has been begging for forgiveness. I said I needed time, and he asked to see the baby, and I let him, but I'm too afraid to physically hand her to him. He's repairing the nursery and keeps asking me what I would like, and I cry every time, saying that we already had what I liked, and some of the items that we had can't be replaced.
He like destroyed them.
He asked me if I still loved him, and I admitted he showed me his worst self, and I don't know if I can live with that image.
I think he showed you his true self.
I don't mean to be hurtful, but it's how I feel. My sister suggested couples therapy, but
Get therapy for yourself.
But I don't feel like I should have to work to fix something that I didn't break. I've never cheated, and I've been 100% innocent in all of this the whole time. Am I the a-hole for not wanting to give Jim a second chance? So there is a decently big update here. Second chance?
No, I don't think so.
Not a chance.
I mean, you're gonna have to have him in your daughter's life in some way. The fact that he just blew up so massively, like without like investigating, like what's the next thing that he's gonna blow up at?
On to the update. First, my parent, who is adopted, also did the Ancestry 23 test, and it turns out that Jim isn't the only one who had African ancestry.
Makes sense.
My parent had at least 45%, which means I had at least 20%. I am legally separated from my husband with primary custody, and I'm living with my parents until further notice. He still keeps apologizing and wants me to come back to the house. My dad is retired, so he does a lot of the babysitting while my mother and I work remotely. I do go to the house every so often so Jim can see his daughter, and for couples counseling via telecom. In one of the sessions, Jim confessed to something really hurtful, and some of you guessed it right.
No.
He cheated. Of course he did. It was while we were dating before he proposed, and his treatment towards me was a projection. It was an ex-girlfriend who had cheated on him, and he hooked up with her as an ego boost. He started to feel guilty, but was too scared that I would walk away to ever confess. Jim also admitted that he was scared when I got pregnant, our baby wasn't planned, and was very anxious about being a father, but just pretended to be excited because he didn't want to look like an a-hole. The ship has
definitely
sailed.
look like an a-hole.
My husband was so willing to believe that our daughter wasn't his because he thought that he had an out. Now that he knows that our child is his and has spent time with her, Jim regrets everything and just wants his family back and is willing to spend the rest of his life making it up to us. This was all deeply hurtful, and I've cried about it more than once. Jim has been lying to me, and my ability to trust him hasn't improved at all. When the holidays came around, Jim's parents asked about seeing their grandchild, but I didn't want to. They told me that it was selfish for me to keep her away, and I reminded them of their past. They said that they've already apologized and tried to minimize the situation. They said that I can't be angry forever and that I need to learn to forgive them. I'm so ashamed of ever loving and marrying into this family and wonder why I didn't see it before. I've decided to contact a lawyer and will be filing for divorce after my baby's first birthday.
Smart.
Great story.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually curious if anyone has been in something like this or kind of what you would do if you were in this scenario. I mean, I don't know. What are your final thoughts here, Sam?
Again, I think people can change and people can improve, but it's going to take a long time. And he's just not showing it. Definitely get the divorce. You got to earn back all that trust. Like,
really, every single person. My grandma just had an affair baby. Now my grandpa is forcing DNA tests to get access to his $4.2 million inheritance. I just took one and my family is furious. So I, 29 female, had a rich grandfather who passed away recently, and I didn't know him very well. He divorced my grandmother when my dad was 13 and barely spoke to him or his siblings for a few years after that. My aunts and uncle never knew why and felt really rejected by my grandfather's lack of interest in seeing them on a regular basis. Now, when my dad was 18, he reached out to my grandfather and reconnected with him. Eventually, my grandfather was able to somewhat mend his relationship with his dad's other siblings and even ended up paying for their college. However, my grandmother and grandfather were still pretty bitter towards each other, but never told anyone why or the reason for the divorce. They didn't really stop being openly hostile to each other until my own father passed away when I was 4.
Oh, man. OPM, sorry, that sucks.
And now that my grandfather's passed away, the secret came out when the will was read.
Oh boy, let's get some will tea.
Apparently, my grandma had an affair, and when she was pregnant with my aunt, she did not know who the father was, but chose my grandfather because he was the most financially stable.
Oh, damn, bro. These ladies. Come on.
My grandfather didn't know this for the longest time until he caught my grandmother in another affair and found an old letter from her first affair sent that she had kept. Add insult to injury.
If you're going to be cheating, don't keep the evidence.
He was furious and filed for divorce and used every legal tool he had, although not every ethical trick in the book, to hoard as much of his assets and resources as he could. Now, the will stated that before each child could claim their share of the $4.2 million inheritance, they would all have to take a DNA test to prove that they were in fact his biological relatives.
Dang.
So everyone has up to a year to comply to the DNA test. To any child that refused the test or they were proven not to be biologically related to my grandfather, then they would be given just $5,000, while all of the rest would be reallocated to the children who were proven to be the biological children. We were all shocked and my grandma was livid. There were a lot of fights, but in the end, everyone wanted to present a united front and just try some kind of loophole, claim the money, and then take a DNA test.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's smart. That's smart. That's what I would have done.
That is smart. But what if you were like, I think, because here's the thing.
But you wait until the year.
If others are not, then you get more of the inheritance.
Yeah.
Versus if you stand in a united front, the pie will be less for everybody. But I never agreed to that and resented being told what to do as a legal adult. I tried to talk to them about it, but they shut me down twice. My uncle's wife even accused me of not really being my dad's kid, so I shouldn't get any money anyways.
My uncle's wife said that, he wasn't his dad's kid, so
Like this is the
mom
grandma's
cheated?
affairs aside. He was saying,
The uncle. So the uncle's wife said that OP's mom cheated.
yeah, literally.
Damn.
Like, I feel like everyone is trying to get OP to not.
Interesting. OP should,
Because I wonder,
Oh,
why
so
are
you
they
think
all united?
yeah.
Why
all
are
the-
they all united? And why are they all shutting OP down when she's pushing towards the DNA test?
Holy shit.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Conspiracy.
Now that pissed me off. So I just took the DNA test out of spite. And I am my grandfather's biological grandchild. So as of right now, I am getting the majority of the 4.2 million of the money.
Oh my God.
Because everyone is refusing to take it. So by default, OP as of this second in this story is the only one entitled to the 4.2 million. Legally speaking.
Shit.
My paternal side was really mad at me. The reason why they hadn't all taken the test yet was because my grandma does not want them to. She denies everything that my grandfather is accusing her of and says that the letter provided is a fake.
Huh.
She's too insulted by the mere accusation and thinks that if her children do it, then they're doubting her integrity while also giving into my grandpa's manipulation, quote, from beyond the grave.
Interesting. I don't know. That sounds like what someone would say if they didn't want their little secret to get out.
Although I will say, on the other hand, he could just write a fake letter.
That is true.
And because he just didn't like her or something. But
Well, I guess taking the paternity test doesn't actually prove that she didn't cheat.
if any of the children are not
Like basically,
related to him.
if all of them are related to her,
Yes.
then
To him.
or if all of them are related to him, then it just proves that they're all his children, but it doesn't necessarily prove that she didn't cheat.
Yeah. She could have cheated but not had a child.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like basically the paternity test only hurts her more.
Yeah, because think about this too. If she was so confident, she would be like, go ahead. Because I know they're all going to be positive because I didn't cheat. If you're so dang positive, let everyone take the test.
I think please tell me there's an update.
There's more. There's
Oh,
more.
thank
The
God.
story's not
Okay,
over.
okay.
It's now started this domino effect where everyone is starting to fight with everyone. And now that the euphoria of showing up my uncle's wife is wearing off, I'm starting to feel guilty because of how it's affecting my cousins. So am I the a-hole? Ladies and gentlemen, I need to know what you would do in this position. Because again, you're in this like kind of like bluff.
between,
You're playing this
yeah.
game of chicken because there's 4.2 million on the freaking line. And it's like, do you take the test and try to get it? And then, like, where do you stand in that?
I say everyone just should take the test.
But think about this. If OP, like, almost like eggs them on like, oh yeah, I get like basically kind of keeps them at bay from taking the test, the year will expire and legally OP will get all of the $4.2 million.
Oh man. I mean, do I care about my relationship with this family?
Do you care about it more than $4.2 million?
If it was just my family now,
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it,
Yeah.
right? But if it was some shitty family that always like it's on me and hates me and says my mom was a dirty cheater and all that stuff, then
Yes.
I would take the paternity test. I wouldn't tell anyone. If it came back negative, then I would be like, all right, let's all stand in solidarity. Came back positive, same thing. All stand in solidarity. Year ends, bam, serve it with them, get all the money.
I fooled you the whole time.
What would you do? Let us know in the comments. We desperately want to know.
My brother went missing 10 years ago, but today I uncovered my parents' dark secret.
I mean, that is a long time. 10 years?
10 years. That's longer than Rick and Morty has been on air.
My brother went missing years ago. And when I say missing, I mean that his case was declared one of those creepy unsolved mysteries.
Are we true crime now? Is
Yeah,
that, is
dude.
that what's happening?
That's what we're getting into.
It was on the news. I distinctly remember my parents interviewing for the news in our living room. And I think I know what happened to him.
Yo, I'm ready.
I was very young when he went missing. The day before he disappeared, I remember him staying home and babysitting me. I stayed in my room and played Nintendo 64. Throughout the day, a guy came over. I remember him. He was older, almost our dad's age. My brother made me go to my room whenever I heard the doorbell. Later, after the guy left, my brother would ask me not to say anything about the
guy. With my brain only being focused on video games and extra dessert at that age, I agreed. I didn't care, nor did I comprehend the gravity of the situation. The day before he disappeared, I remember the older guy coming over. I was in the kitchen and remember looking up and seeing him kiss my brother. They hugged. They didn't care that I saw them. The older guy waved back at me and I waved back at him. Then I kept watching cartoons. I fell asleep on the couch and woke up to my brother whispering outside our front door. Don't worry, he's asleep, he said. The other guy said something I couldn't hear. Then my brother said something I couldn't make out, but I made out the words visit them, or maybe he said visit him. Either way, I know the word visit was in the sentence. The man raised his voice and said, yo. Then I heard plan in city, and then I fell asleep again. The next morning, the day he disappeared, my parents were at work. My brother was acting very strange. I remember he kept checking the clock. Then he told me he had to run to our neighbor's house or something. I don't even remember what he said. I just said okay. He reminded me to not open the door for anyone, only mom and dad. I shouted at him, okay, because Super Mario was getting on my effing nerves and he wasn't helping. He gave me a hug and told me he loved me and left. And he never came back. All these years, decades later, and I think he was in love with that man. Maybe his brother's older, like 18 or something. I know he was. The memories randomly came flooding back to me earlier. I'm not quite sure why, but it has been taking over my thoughts lately. I can't sleep because I keep thinking about it. I think my brother left with that man and they ran away together, or maybe something worse happened, but I don't think that's the case. My freshman year of college, I was part of a sports team that got national recognition. I remember my team's picture was on ESPN and it had our university's name. A few days later, I got mail at my dorm. It was a gift basket. I thought it was from my parents, so I didn't read the card. I threw it away immediately and ate what was inside, but it was nothing but candy. Nerds, Jolly Ranchers, Tootsie Rolls, and Hershey's Kisses.
You freaking teenager.
I called my dad and thanked him for the gift basket, and he said he didn't send one. Neither did mom. Then I got to thinking, all those candies were what I used to eat as a kid. Literally all I ate for the earliest years of my life were those candies.
Oh my gosh.
I tried to find the card, but I couldn't. Months later, during Christmas, I got an unmarked Christmas card. The only thing written on it was a smiley face, which is hella creepy.
That is way too cryptic and like, at least say like, hope you're well.
Since then, I've heard nothing. No one I know sent that card, and I have never responded. I wonder every day if he's out there. I've never told anyone. When the police asked me what happened that day, I told them that he went to the neighbors because that's all I remembered, honestly. And it destroyed my parents. My mom became addicted to painkillers, and my dad has had 3 extramarital affairs. Dealing with pain in different ways, I guess.
Way to go, Dad.
Yeah.
My God.
Which I know this tragedy is no way an excuse to cheat, but it sure didn't help. It has ruined our family, and maybe my brother knows what he did. Maybe he regrets it and knows he can't come back home. But if I could see him today, I would just want to tell him that he is always welcome in my home. I love you so much, brother. We have so much catching up to do. Please come home, please. And there is an update.
Oh my gosh.
But John, what do you think happened?
I mean, first of all, Opie, you got to be a little like, just give it to us straight what you're thinking. Like, it seems like Opie is hinting he knows where the brother is, that like maybe the guy was like a lover or something. Honestly, when I was first listening to it, I suspected like that was his real like biological dad.
Oh.
And dad came back and was like, oh, I'm your real dad, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know, I guess maybe he's vindictive against the family or something. Like that was my initial hypothesis
from your
going
mom's
into it.
extramarital affairs.
Yes.
You heard all about your dad. So.
Yeah, like the dad doesn't know he's the dad type of a situation. That's what I guessed was happening in the beginning.
Well, you ready to find out? I got into contact with some detectives that our family has known since my brother went missing. When I started asking questions, they told me that my brother was no longer on any missing persons registry. When I asked what that meant, they told me that he was removed per my parents' request.
Okay.
I asked my parents, my dad actually. My dad ignored. My mom told me my brother is alive and okay, as far as she knows. They found my brother years ago, a very, very long time ago, and found out he was living with another man. He's gay, and it disgusted my parents. He tried to reach out to them. They told them they didn't want anything to do with him and that I didn't remember him and wouldn't want to see him. Like, keep your biases within yourself at the very least. Don't let them affect the younger brother. I went ballistic. My parents weren't fazed by it. They sincerely hate my brother for who he is, for being gay. They kept him a secret from me all my effing life. My brother missed the birth of his nephew. He missed my wedding, graduations, everything just because of my parents. They lied to me. I've been able to get a phone number and contact information from police officers.
Oh, wow.
He's alive. I haven't talked to my parents in weeks, and I never plan on speaking to them ever again.
Oh, wow.
Not for what they've done to me or my brother. I called my brother. First thing I heard on the other line was this guy laughing in the background. Who is this? It was his voice. I knew that voice. It was my effing brother who had been gone my entire life. Covered my mouth with my shaking hands and just sat there. Kept asking me who it was. The guy in the background was trying to talk to him, and then he hung up on me. I called him back right away.
Yeah.
He answered again.
Okay.
Me being a creepy ass, the first thing I said after decades of not seeing him and thinking he was
was dead, I blurted, I got your number. He asked me who I was and what I wanted. I said, it's me. There was a really long pause. I thought the call had dropped. He asked me my name. I told him, and he said that I was lying. I told him I got his number from the Missing Children's Network and detective. I heard him gasp. He asked me what color shoelaces he wore to a picnic when we were kids. And I remember my mom getting mad at his orange laces with blue shoes. It was the last time we were together as a family. I could tell he was crying. The first thing he asked me was, where are you? And I told him I lived a few hours away from home. Without hesitating, he told me, I'm coming. He went straight to the airport without any luggage, bought a plane ticket, and flew straight to me. We stayed on the phone with each other the entire time. When he was walking through the gate, I knew who he was right away. He is middle-aged, salt and pepper hair, muscular, looks like my dad, only better. I know if I told him that would make him mad. I literally pushed an old lady out of the way and I just hugged him. He was crying. I was crying. I was having a breakdown. He apologized. He kept crying, telling me he felt horrible. Told him to forget about everything and tell me about his life. He stayed with us for 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, everything about my life changed. His husband and 2 daughters flew in to stay with us. My brother-in-law and my 2 nieces.
2 daughters. Wow.
My family. They are my family. I do not plan on forgiving my parents, but my brother still loves them. He went by their house and knocked on the door. My father shut the door in his face. My mother gave him a hug and told him to take care of himself. Then she shut him out. I can't forgive them for that. I have no reason to stay close to them. I want to be with my family. I want to make up for the lost time. And I'm here. So happy, so fulfilled knowing that my family has grown and doubled in size so suddenly. My heart is happy. I am so happy right now. Wow. I don't know how I'd react like seeing my brother after all those years.
After a decade?
A decade. That's a long time.
That is a long time.
And also like thinking that my brother was missing or like dead.
Yeah.
Also, I can't believe the parents.
It always shocks me when someone will just like disown their child.
Yeah, that was a tearjerker.
That was a tearjerker.
That was a good one. I would love to know what you guys thought.
My friends are throwing a birthday party for my twin brother without me. Should I ditch them?
Maybe it's time for a new friend group.
So I'm a twin and my brother and I hang out all the time and we're super close. In a few days, it's going to be our 25th birthday. We share the same friend group and we're all really close and have been since school. He has a close group of girlfriends, about 5 of them, who I have also known for many years. I would classify them as being closer with him in recent years, but we're still all good friends and socialize often together. Now, I've been added to a group chat labeled My Brother's Name Surprise Dinner.
That's so rough. Yo, we gotta prep for your brother's birthday.
Yeah. Hey, could you just put your hands here, put your knees here? Yeah. So we just need you to be a stool
yes,
for the evening.
your brother to sit on.
For your brother, a throne, actually. You're royal.
A throne is giving him a little bit too much credit. Maybe. I think a step stool.
The one you used it when you go potty. It was a surprise birthday dinner for my twin brother, organized by one of the girls in that group, and they invited me as a guest.
That's so awkward.
One of them also said in the group that it would be nice to see me as well. So I just feel like an afterthought.
Yeah, major afterthought.
I wouldn't really have minded if the girls had wanted to organize a surprise birthday evening exclusively for my brother and themselves, but they also invited my partner and some of my brother and I's closest friends as well. So it's like...
That's so weird. That sucks.
That feels inconsiderate and quite upsetting, as I can't understand why I would have been invited to my literal twin brother's surprise birthday dinner with me only invited as a guest, as it's also my birthday involving all of our friends. My girlfriend also found this action to be extremely rude and wondered why this girl didn't just reach out to her and then they could have organized a surprise birthday involving both of us instead, or having just involved both my brother and I and left the surprise element out of it. Totally.
Yeah.
Like just include him in as being featured in the, celebrate him too.
That's so heartbreaking.
In the chat, it is clearly stated that we are all to arrive at one time while my brother is due to arrive about 20 minutes later. The thought of attending makes me feel weird because it's just a celebration for his birthday when him and I are literally born on the same day. Oh God. This also isn't new information to the organizer. Also, every year, my brother and I do something together because we want to and because we have the same friend group. Last year, our friends and my girlfriend set up a massive dinner for our birthday to which everyone was invited, including this girl group.
This is so weird. I feel so bad for the neglected twin.
Poor OP. He's just left it like, he is an afterthought. He really is. It's so sad.
I wonder who was born first.
Oh, there we go.
Was OP born second?
So now you're second
Always
fiddle.
The afterthought.
Sorry. So now I'm at a crossroads. I don't even know whether to attend or not. On one hand, if I don't go, I'll feel left out because all of our mutual friends are going. But on the other hand, if I do go, I I will feel like I'm letting myself be disrespected, and I'll likely feel uncomfortable as it feels like only my brother is being celebrated. So would I be the asshole if I took a stand and didn't go? There's a short edit, but Sam, all of you, is he the a-hole right now to not attend?
I want to know what everyone else thinks.
Yeah.
This is so tricky.
Right?
Because it's not his brother's fault that his brother's friends are being a dick.
Exactly.
And so by him not going, he's kind of like F-ing the brother.
Unintentionally.
Shrapnel.
Catching a stray.
Oh.
So that's a predicament.
Oh.
Real quick, yes or no? Attend as of right now.
Attend?
Before the update.
Attend because it's like, because you want to be there for your brother.
Yeah. And maybe tell them. Attend and tell them beforehand, like, yo, you should have included.
Actually, no, I modify my answer. I say talk to the girl and be like, yo, it's my brother too. My brother would honestly want to celebrate it with me.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty weird that we're only celebrating his birthday when it's my birthday too. Go to the
throw
source.
me in and then go.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, on to the edit. My girlfriend just checked the chat and the organizer booked a dinner for 10 people and set a menu. The problem is there's currently 11 people attending, not even including my girlfriend and myself. If we went, this would mean we are way over capacity. Now, we really aren't sure if we want to go because what if we turn up and there's literally no room for us? This makes it slightly more awkward as we may not be able to just pull up a chair and join. The dinner is also tomorrow. Thanks for all the kind messages as well. I will definitely give an update after everything plays out.
This is a tricky social situation.
You could literally be left standing at your own birthday.
Whoa, there's so many.
It got even more complicated.
I would say something to the person and then not ruin the surprise, not go because there's not enough room, and then say something to your brother afterwards.
Yeah.
Say, hey, I don't know if you know this, but your friend did this whole surprise party. Hope it was great, but I don't know. That's pretty. That friend is definitely a huge a-hole.
Such an a-hole. Literally caused all the, definitely got to confront her. And just like, why would you not include me in this?
Yeah.
I don't understand. And it's like, it's not like they were complete strangers. I believe OP said oh, we're not like the closest, but we definitely know each other and hang out together.
Yeah.
So it's like, their twins. You know him.
Yeah. And I like he said, it would have been fine to do a birthday dinner on a day that isn't their actual birthday.
Yeah.
If you want to do it just for him, then maybe make it
and
smaller.
Also all the friends. That was the other thing too, because the girl group was kind of more of the brothers' friends.
Yeah, so maybe just do the girl group.
Just do the girl group because they seem to be tight knit. But she invited their entire friend group.
Yeah, that's kind of an asshole move. So yeah. I would say my prescription is to confront the girl, say, hey, what the heck? I'm not going to go because it doesn't even look like there's spaces for me anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Let the brother enjoy whatever. He's probably going to be like, wait, where's my brother?
Yeah. And then you follow up after and it was like, not only they invited me as an afterthought and didn't have
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. So it's like, there wasn't much I could do.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a
right?
Or at the very least, neglectful.
Come on.
Oh my God. Or just even at the very least, terrible planner.
Terrible planner. The worst.
I don't know, but what would you guys do? This is like a really tricky social situation.
Very much so. I want to see a all out battle. I want
in the
attenders and non-attenders.
Yes.
Duke it out.
At it.
And we'll see whoever has the most comments wins. We'll give it to you.
Using my parents' money to bribe a guy into an arranged marriage.
Personally, I'm pro-bribe.
For background, I am a 22-year-old woman from a large Middle Eastern nation. In my culture, arranged marriages are quite common amongst the religious population. I attended a prestigious private university in one of the most populous cities in our region of the world. My family is very well off, as my father is the CEO of one of the most successful holdings in our nation. I keep thinking Emirates, right?
Could be. Well, I mean, a lot of states got that
oil money. Ooh,
they're holding barrel in that company.
I'm studying engineering, and in my faculty, there's a man who I will refer to as Ali.
Oh,
Prince Ali, where could he be in this Reddit story?
What is that, Aladdin?
Yeah.
Oh.
You ever heard that song?
I'm sure I did.
Bro, John knows zero songs.
You know this. We don't, we've been over this.
Yo, Ollie is Syrian. He sought refuge in our country in refugee crisis. There's
This is true.
civil war over there. Some kind of war.
Famine, I think, in Yemen, maybe in Syria as well. Yeah.
He came here with his 2 young sisters and his mother. His father passed away in the Syrian war. His family currently lives in a small single-bedroom apartment and are supported by my country's government aid. He has a sponsor so he can attend university, which is kind of sick.
I'm glad to hear that.
Ollie and I are both studying civil engineering. I've been in love with him since grade 1 of university.
Aww.
That's so cute.
Oh,
The problem is he has deep feelings for a Syrian girl who also ran away to my country. She doesn't want to be with him as far as I know. Rough. Dude,
Sorry.
that's rough. I guess she's really not Syrian about him. So bad. Since we are nearing graduation, I want to tell him that if he lets her go and chooses to start a relationship with me, then him and his family would be financially secure for life.
you never been this secure, Poppy.
I got a proposition for you, baby. I want to propose this idea to him and his mother. Gosh dang, are you romantic? I am not technically persuading him to marry me. I would say technically you are.
Technical.
But if he does, he'd be saving his family from ever having to go back to Syria.
Hey, wow.
So if he does it, I'm sending him back.
Bro, like, what are we doing?
And he would know this. Am I the a-hole for making this offer?
Interesting.
All right, edit. For everyone begging you to know my nationality, I won't reveal this. However, I will say that I am not Arab. All right, I want to know what everyone else thinks, so put your answers in the comments. Is it an a-hole move to say, I will give you and your family like $1 million if you marry me, and if you don't, probably gonna have to go back to your war-torn country?
So this is a good, I feel like a bit, people will be split, I think, which is always an interesting one. I think it's in the approach. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, you know what? I'm interested in you. And like, if we were to be together, like, I want to give you a good life. I want to give your family a good life. Like, I would love to do that. Like, I feel like we would make a good partnership and couple, and life together. I think that is totally fine. But if you go and you're like, if you want $1 million, you must marry me. If not, you may or may not go back home. Like that is.
It's all in the delivery.
It's all in the delivery.
But that kind of seems like how she's proposing it almost, or at least in the post, right?
I do not think it's an a-hole move as long as OP kind of has that right delivery.
Yeah. But based on this post, I do not think OP is going about it with the right delivery.
Yeah.
Based on the post. But we're hoping that your marriage proposal goes over well.
And hey, propose what you guys thought in the comments. Maybe we're totally off base.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Maybe we don't know what we're talking about. Also, if you've had any experience with arranged marriages,
please.
We would definitely
share
love to
your
know
personal
that too.
stories.
Yeah,
Please do. We might just put them on the show.
That we might. I got a job interview, but too bad my resume is complete baloney.
I love lying to potential employers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Currently, I am a software engineer. After getting turned away multiple times, I decided to do an experiment to see if recruiters actually read resumes. Hint, they don't. Originally, this resume was fairly standard, and I made up some bullet points that sound real, albeit it was mostly fluff and buzzwords. The only strange part was that all of the hyperlinks rickroll you. So it's like, oh, I created this, and it's a link, and it's just the
never gonna give you up.
Yeah. With that resume, I got a 90% callback rate from companies including Notion, Apartment List, Quizlet, Outschool, LiveRamp, Airbnb, and Blend. Fair, maybe they just don't click any links, but read the bullets and saw what they linked. So I changed some bullets and adjusted my summary. Here's a little snippet. Experienced software engineer with a background of building scalable systems in the fintech, health, and adult entertainment industries. Team coffee maker. Ensured team of 6 was fully caffeinated with Antarctican beans ground to 14 nanometer particles. Connected with Reid Hoffman on LinkedIn.
Yes.
Organized team bonding through company potato sack race, resulting in increased team bonding and cohesivity. Spearheaded Microsofters for Trump company rally.
Oh my God.
Spread herpes STD to 60% of intern team.
Oh my God.
And my personal favorite, Phi Beta Pi fraternity record for most vodka shots in one night.
Oh my God.
So with these changes, no way I'm getting a call back with this, right? Wrong.
No.
Again, 90% callback rate. Companies included Reddit, Airtable, Dropbox, Bolt, Robinhood, Mux, Solve, Grubhub, and Scale AI. They actually read it. With that, I made the shown resume and began applying. So this is the resume they attached. They attached the link. It's great. Atlassian responded within an hour. Others that fell for this resume included WattHub, GitHub, Zynga, and Carta. My takeaways from this experiment is that applying for software engineering positions is very similar to the golden rule of Tinder. Work at FANG, which is Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Google. And number 2, don't not work at FANG. And if you don't believe me, you can copy the resume, change up the names, dates, etc., and try it for yourself. We'll update this when more companies reply back.
Wow.
Okay, but it's not over. But first, what do you think about this?
I mean,
whole resume process.
Honestly, just
I think it's funny. Like
I
think
am
I
more
would be-
shocked. I knew that a lot of people wouldn't, but I'm shocked at how many companies don't.
Well, because a lot of people are just looking like, oh, they worked at this, and this.
What
company.
are the big bullets?
Yeah.
Like, which they probably say in the email, like, oh, I have like 5 years of experience, blah, blah, blah. They're like, okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but there's more.
Ooh.
Since my last post, I've gotten way more callbacks, almost too many. But I decided to take a call with GitHub, a company familiar to us software engineers, and one that is owned by Microsoft. How could I say no to that? Unfortunately, I could not record the audio of the call because California is a 2-party consent state. But some things I told the recruiter. Rebuilt newsfeed at Instagram using React and implemented blockchain plus AI, which you cannot do. Built our own flavor of Kafka called MIA Khalifa. Mia Khalifa. The end result was getting a call scheduled with the director of engineering at GitHub.
That's like talking to the the head food like designer at McDonald's.
Yeah.
Like the head of engineering at like the engineering company.
Yeah, dude, this is
Oh my God.
OP's going straight to the top.
Yeah.
Now, I fully expect this call to be canceled once the director or someone technical reads the resume and has recruiting notes, but I've been surprised more than once through this experiment, so fingers crossed. And there is another update.
Oh my goodness.
Nothing too crazy. The director knew it was a joke. He said he liked the social engineering aspect and asked if I wanted to interview with him on the security side.
Wow.
This is how you get a job, folks.
Truly is. Wow.
I have zero experience on the security side, and actually interviewing with them would mean I'd have to reveal my identity, so I opted not to do so. And then another company offered him a job, but opted not to take it because didn't want to reveal the identity.
Wow.
Okay, so that is how this person got 2 job offers. So if you're ever struggling with getting a job, just lie.
Just lie.
Just lie. But John, what do you think? Is this like an a-hole move, or is this like a superhero amazing move?
I would say superhero amazing move. And I'm curious in the comments below. Also, if from anyone who's a recruiter that is watching, like I feel like they'll probably think OP is the a-hole, but like please, I'm curious, especially recruiters. Let me know. But I think 2 interesting things come out of this that like I feel like our audience can actually take away. One, if you do something like so unique and different, like even like something like it was ultimately a joke and like OP, it seems, was not going to actually take the jobs on this. So it kind of worked in that regard of like doing something so unique that they actually stood out and like were considered. And then the second thing I think is like nobody cares about a resume. What I think both of us have done this in our like life and careers. I've never sent a resume that to get it like a gig or a job or anything.
Oh, never.
I always like I like look at what they're doing and like for instance, if they're like oh, we're looking for a video person, or they have like a video that's not so great, I'll do my own version of it and then send it to them and be like, hey,
like immediately offering value.
And I'm like, hey, you can literally like post this and like do what you want. I did what I believe is an improvement. Here is something for you. And that has always gotten a conversation started. Literally never with a resume.
We just want people to be hungry and be able to do the thing. So if you want to apply to OKOP and want to work here, just reach out and show us that you're hungry for apples.
Yeah, show us what you can do. Show me what you got.
Peace.
See ya. I'm infertile, so my husband boned his coworker. Now they have a baby together, but they just took a paternity test and I can't believe what the results said. I, 28 female, was with my ex-husband for about 6 years. During this time, we were trying for a baby, but had no success. About 4 years into our marriage hit a rough patch. My ex had stress at work and slept with his coworker to relieve it.
Some people squeeze stress balls.
Yep.
Some
He confessed to me rather quickly. He does other things quickly too.
Oh, got him.
And a week later, they sat me down and told me that they were expecting a child, the affair baby. I was an idiot back then, so I felt like I should forgive him.
No. What?
Because I truly believe he loved me and I thought that I had no one. My ex's family treated me like their own, but my ex's supposed daughter was the apple of their eye. So as a result, my ex's coworker was a frequent present in all of our lives. My in-laws felt like they had to include the mom of their grandchild for everything too, and she made her way into every family picture and memory.
God. I mean, I get it. It makes sense.
It did not help that I suspected that my coworker had feelings for my ex and flirted with him when she could. So,
No shit.
yeah.
They bang, bro. They
Yeah.
have a kid together.
People thought that she was my ex's wife instead of me constantly. And I had finally had enough when during the baby girl's first birthday party, when I was told to take a picture of my ex, his mistress, their daughter, and his parents, not including me.
Oh. Okay. Yes. Ouch hurts. But you gotta leave. You gotta leave.
You have to leave.
You gotta
Yeah.
leave. Man, the disrespect, bro.
Insane.
Disrespect.
The in-laws too, like everybody. It hit me that I was now treated as the other woman, and I realized that I deserved more than this
Yes.
BS.
Yes.
Yes, you do.
Amen, sister.
Yeah, you do. I filed for divorce a few months later and left. It was the hardest time of my life, but I ended up getting a promotion at work and met this sweet, wonderful guy. Fast forward to now, me and my new boyfriend are madly in love, and I gave birth to an adorable baby girl. I consider her to be a miracle baby. I got pregnant with my boyfriend like 3 months after dating him, and I thought it was strange that this could happen since my previous failed attempts with my ex. And I had thought I was the infertile one.
Oh, I see it coming. Holy, okay. I'm not gonna spoil it for anyone who
Buckle
hasn't
up.
seen it.
Buckle
But if
up.
you've seen it, say, I see you.
Yeah.
In
Say
the
I see
comments.
you. Say I see you in the comments right now. It crossed my mind then that maybe he was the infertile one and he only believed the mistress was pregnant with his child because they were having an affair.
Oh,
I didn't say anything though because it was not my place anymore. However, my new boyfriend was so happy about my daughter's birth, posted it on Facebook and tagged me in the post. I was still friends with my ex's sister-in-law on Facebook and she saw the post. She called me up and said that she was hurt that I didn't let her know that I could actually get pregnant, and the lack of my child during my first marriage could have been my ex's fault. It was at that point
that he knew
that my ex
he fucked up.
took a paternity test.
uh-oh. And
Put in the comments, do you think he's the real father or not? Real or not?
not real.
Not real?
Yeah, that's
Not
my
real.
guess.
The poor baby girl was never my ex's child.
Honestly, he deserves it.
Yup.
He the cheaters
Yes,
never prosper,
you're
baby.
right.
He deserves it.
The coworker apparently was dating this terrible guy during the time that she was also sleeping with my ex and didn't know who the child's father was, so she strung my ex along because she had feelings for him and thought that he would be the best father for her child. Now my ex blames me for not telling him that I was pregnant way before him having to father this girl. He's doing pretty bad now, and I couldn't help but
Good.
feeling guilty
No.
that I should have told him.
OP, you don't owe him anything.
There's some updates, but yeah, speak your truth.
Yeah, I want to know what everyone else thinks.
Yeah.
Like, is OP the a-hole for not telling this guy that she was
Yeah.
pregnant? But I think no way.
Yeah.
No way. I mean, he was the one that cheated. He was the one that kind of like, even after she had forgiven him, pushed her out basically.
Of the family. They were still, from all we can tell, still in a relationship.
Yeah, and that he didn't advocate for her at all.
No.
And like, you know, it's kind of poetic that the woman that he cheated on and thought he had a baby with cheated on him.
And had a baby with someone else.
Rough.
That's how it goes. So there's an edit. Here's what's been happening right now. I haven't spoken to them after this, and I have been avoiding my ex's calls. He texted me saying that he's sorry and overreacted and felt guilty about prioritizing people who were never really family over me. I only replied with asking how his daughter is because even though she isn't biologically his, she's still his girl. She seems like an adorable kiddo and adores her dad. frowny face. My ex's mistress is able to support the girl financially, so my ex won't contribute to that, but he says that he'll still go to see her every month because he feels morally obligated to. I feel bad for the baby girl so much because she seems to have lost her family unit, dad, grandparents, and cousins.
Yeah, that sucks. Sucks for
Yeah.
the girl. Like the real victim here is the baby girl.
Yes. Yeah.
She's the one that's getting the most screwed over.
Absolutely. Because now it's like, is that whole family network who she's probably grown to at this point?
Yeah, and
start
then she's,
recognizing.
I mean, maybe she's young enough that she probably won't know, but frick, that sucks. I don't know. What would you do if you were OP? I feel like OP kind of made all the right moves besides the fact that she forgave him.
Yeah, which was like it wasn't even like a. Usually a bad move is like
It was
an a-hole move.
Yeah,
it was too generous of a move.
Way too generous.
Yeah.
But all right, what do you think? Also, have you ever been in a situation like this? Let us know in the comments.
Let us know.
Please, I hope you haven't been in a situation
Yeah,
like this.
we don't.
My husband finally found out how ugly he is, and now he's crying saying that I'm going to leave him. But then I found out the real reason he's saying all of this.
You know, some people need to just know how gosh dang ugly they are.
They need to be put in their ugly place. So it all started a few weeks ago when we were having dinner with some friends, and one of them in particular began a joke that after 13 years together, surely one of us already got bored of the other. And she, 28 female, said that surely the one who got bored first was me, 25 female, because I'm the attractive one in the relationship.
Oh.
And I know that it affected my husband, 28 male, because that night he joked that he was actually lucky that I paid attention to him. But I thought at the moment that he would just forget about it, but he didn't. He started asking me all the time if I love him and if I'm happy with him, if I would change something about our relationship and things like that. And yesterday, while we were talking about it, I told him that I would not change him for anything or anyone. And he started crying like a little ugly boy that he is. Which was really weird because he rarely cries. I gotta say, he looks uglier when doing so. No kidding.
I was about to say, hold on.
And I didn't like seeing him like this, so I spoke with his sister, with whom he is really close. She told me that for weeks, one of our friends has been telling him that he should prepare for the day that I cheat on him or leave him. And she told him that she thinks I'm already seeing someone else, and that if he wants it to be less painful for him, it's best to open the relationship.
God.
What kind of friend is this?
Dude.
That if he wants, she and her boyfriend can help us open our marriage, since it would be easier because we both know them. That this will help us because we will be able to experiment with more people, and I will not get bored of him, and he will also be able to have fun with her, like the lifelong friends they are.
Wow, how thoughtful of them.
Terrible freaking advice. I can't believe it. According to his sister, he told her that he hates those things, but if I want to do it, he will let me experiment with more people. Like a little sheep getting so misled. And to be honest, I hate everything that has to do with open relationships too. If you like it, great, but it's not my thing. And I thought that I was always clear with that. That's why I don't even know why that friend said that. She has had an open relationship, but she was never one of those people who wants everyone to be like them. She used to respect us, so I don't know what happened. How can I make him understand that she lied about me because she probably just wants to sleep with him? Is this husband now super hot? Everyone wants a piece?
Literally, he went from ugly to so good that people are trying to destroy his marriage.
I think man is confused. Okay, so there is an update, but before we go into it, who is your major asshole in this story so far?
This friend couple, major flaming infected.
Pro-laugh asshole. I, 25 female, talked to my husband, 29 male, and he told me everything she, 28 female, told him. Apparently, she's been telling him for months that he is not attractive enough to keep me for long, that love is not everything, and that looks are important to everyone, and that people who say they don't care about beauty are lying. And that pissed me off so much because for me, my husband is really beautiful, and I love him more than anyone in this world, and more than anyone else would, because he's so ugly. If it wasn't like that, I wouldn't have been with him for 13 years. And she knows that. And the worst part of this is my husband believed her because she destroyed his self-esteem with all those things that are not true just because she wanted to sleep with him and one of her partners. So she has 2 boyfriends or whatever, and one of them apparently knows me. I don't know how because we never met him. And he told her that he would like to know if he could have a chance with me. And that's why she's been messing with my husband's mind all these months. How is that a friend?
That is so god awful.
She also admitted that she likes my husband, not romantically, but physically. Honestly, I don't understand anything about that world of having 2 or more partners. If you want to have a harem, that's up to you. Personally, I don't want that, and I find it disgusting that they don't understand it. She apologized many times, but my husband didn't forgive her, and I don't intend to forgive her either. She behaved like an absolute idiot, and it is impossible for her to win back our trust. On the other hand, my husband and I were fine. Of course, we had a lot of talks about what happened these last few weeks and about our relationship, but we're fine, and that's all that matters to me. That our little family is well for us and our children. I would love for you guys to tell me, like, is anyone in an open relationship in the comments?
Ooh,
How are you
yes.
navigating that?
Yeah.
Is it hard for you? Is it difficult? If you have, no judgment except a little. Put it in the comments below. Also,
Yeah.
who's the a-hole in this story?
The friend couple, obviously, just on so many levels. Like, first, it's your like random 40-year-old boyfriend that wants to get with, like, and so you're manipulating your friends to try and give him that, like, just so disgusting. The poor boyfriend, poor guy, just doesn't know what's
I
left and
know.
what's right.
Yeah, he's like, am I hot?
Yeah.
Am I not? But we'd love to know what you think, so put it in the comments down below. Today I effed up by teaching my little brother the word uwu. Uwu. A few months ago, I, female 19, had taught my little brother, male 10, some words including rar, chicky nuggies, oh whoa, and uwu, just for fun, since he was jokingly talking in a very high-pitched voice. So I guess it's more like rar, chicky nuggies,
Chicky nuggy.
ooh, oh whoa. I thought nothing of it at the time, but now I'm starting to question if this was a good idea. Woo.
Nice.
This morning, I had gotten to work when my mom got a phone call from the elementary school about my little brother. Seeing as I was running late, I had to rush inside to clock in, so I couldn't stick around to see what was going on. Not even 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from my mom, furiously screaming into the phone, "What on earth does ewu mean?" Confused as to what my mom was talking about it, I asked her how to spell it, and she goes, I don't know. EWOO? Still confused, I asked her what was going on. Apparently, my little brother was going around the playground saying, "Ooh woo," in a high-pitched voice to all the kids there.
Oh my God.
The kids then went and told the teacher, saying that he was using TikTok code words for wanting to hurt people.
Wanting to hurt people?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, unalive people.
Oh.
The teachers, after searching up ewu meaning and not finding anything, assumed that this was very well some very bad TikTok code words.
Oh my
and
God.
they immediately called mom.
Wow. What are you doing this off of assumption?
Yeah.
Stop.
Don't say the TikTok code words.
Oh no.
You'll unlock these sleeper cell agents that are hidden in every kindergarten.
Ooh.
That leads us back to my mom calling me, furiously asking what ewu means. I finally figure out that she means ooh-woo. So I have to explain to her that no, this is not some TikTok code word for wanting to hurt people. And yes, it's literally just a cutesy face. Like how one would use a colon parentheses to make a smiley face.
Right.
Oh.
Or a fishy.
Oh.
That's where the ooh comes from.
Ooh.
Oh. Wow. The more you know.
Learn something every day. The teacher, still not believing what was going on, insisted on pulling him out of class.
Good.
And made him sit next to a police officer all day.
Arrest him.
You like anime too much. With that being said, I now have to go up to the school on Monday and explain what ooh 2 means to a group of angry teachers and school officials.
Wow. That is hilarious. Imagine
evil words.
Oh, imagine they're like, 6-year-old, you are under arrest for using dangerous TikTok terminology.
I love how it's like, oh, we don't understand what this word means. Danger, witchcraft.
Ah!
What are some like words of your youth that used to say growing up? I feel like mine was like, I guess in high school, like lit was, I mean, it's still kind of used, but
Yeah.
lit was a big one.
Dank, maybe?
Dank, yeah.
Because dank is like both like, oh, that's like cool, or it's like literal like
Weed terminology.
Yeah.
Ayo. See, we didn't have like the internet as hardcore as the kids do today. But we did
decently
have,
hardcore.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like Tumblr.
I guess,
and
you know,
things like
maybe
that.
the equivalent was like everyone was like, yo, you should check out the website Neat Spin.
Didn't know that.
Oh, we don't know about
that one.
that. Do you want to see what it is?
Oh, let's see it. Oh, the meat is spinning.
The meat is spinning.
Oh, man. There you go.
Do not go to meatspin.com.
Really don't do it.
Yeah. See, that should have been, those were the code words that should have been banned
Oh,
in our middle
yeah,
school.
yeah.
Oh, geez.
Well, I humiliated my boyfriend in front of his boss, but the thing is, I didn't know I was doing it. Am I the a-hole? I, 22 female, am dating and living with G, 24 male, not his real name. I've had memory issues since I got in a wreck that required most of my head to be stitched back up to prevent myself from losing my phone, wallet, keys. I've made a specific spot in my apartment for them. For my phone and wallet, I have a whistle tag.
That sucks. Sorry, OP.
Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that. But it sticks to things, and when I whistle, it'll play a sound if I've misplaced it. That's pretty cool. Just go, and it's like, I'm here.
It's like,
That's the X-Files? What is it?
oh.
Tell me what it is.
Please tell John. I'm not going to say anything. Just tell John in the comments what it is.
I kept forgetting to ask someone if I forgot my keys. Whenever I drive, I use my GPS so I don't get lost, even if I've been there many times, but I use it just as a safety net.
Dang. Okay. OP has got some brain going
It's
on.
tough,
That's
yeah.
rough.
Once G moved into my place, things started moving. At first, my phone or wallet wouldn't be where I put it. I noticed G got confused at me finding them and annoyed when I explained the tags. Then my keys would disappear and I don't have a tag for them, so I'd be in a panic because this would make me late for work. Understandable. After the 5th time, I started walking to work and it is an hour walk. When I got home, G would ask why I didn't just use my car, and I explained and pointed to the hook. That's where I usually find my keys, but they're not there. After about a month of walking in a really bad rainstorm, my boss realized I was walking and offered me a ride every day.
That's pretty nice.
That is nice. So I said that I'd be grateful and I would pay for gas. Well, this morning when my boss showed up and knocked on my door, G answered and got confused. I told him that I'm riding with my boss since I can never find my keys anymore and it's safer than walking, especially if my memory is messing up again. That's when he throws my keys at me and yells that it was an effing joke and that I shouldn't take rides from other men.
He was hiding the keys and moving her stuff?
That is awful.
And he blew up in front of the boss too.
Literally like humiliating when she's already having to do all of this extra stuff to deal with her injury.
And what kind of joke is that?
Who's laughing?
Yeah.
Like literally he's watched her for a month walk an hour, having to get when she could have like her own car, her
And
own
the
like
only
whatever.
reason that he like fesses up to it is because she's getting a ride with another guy.
Literally. Literally. Don't even gotta wait to the end for that one. Apparently, he had been hiding my keys the entire time because he thought it was funny to watch me panic search.
Oh my God.
I started crying and reminded him of how hard I've been working over the past few years just to remember basic information and keep it together. My boss still gave me a ride and offered to buy me a tile for my keys so I didn't lose them. He said it's like an air tag for those without an iPhone. Very sweet. Very sweet.
Boss sounds like a stand-up guy.
G and a few of his buddies have been blowing up my phone saying that I'm the jerk for overreacting to a prank and embarrassing him in front of my
Overreacting. You
boss.
made her walk for a month.
Yeah, that's just cruel. Exactly. Maybe I did overreact, but I thought I was having a relapse at the thought of going through not remembering anything. Having to relearn life again is terrifying. There is a minor update. So my boss saw me checking my phone a lot, so I explained that I posted on here, shared what everyone was saying, and that he was texting me. My boss offered me his guest room, so I'll be safe from G trying to apologize or anything.
Oh, wow.
Boss thinks that G will try to use my poor memory against me and say that I did forgive him previous, but just forgot. Boss will be giving me a ride home to grab a few things that I can't replace while my dad helps G move out. My dad said that he'd stay at my place for a few days and change out the lock. Also, it turns out that it's been longer than a month that I realized it was still March. Time is tricky for me. I have to use alarms and everything. My goodness. I did not realize this was abuse. I get off work in a few hours. I'm going to tell G it's over when I get to the
Thank
apartment.
God, she sounds literally like a terrible person. So bad.
Disgusting. Like anytime your partner does anything remotely like this, like
Pranks should leave both people like laughing.
even if he did this one time, that would be awful.
Yeah, this guy is absolutely awful. He is not just an a-hole, like just evil.
Like an evil human.
Yeah.
A cruel, abusive human. But let us know what you think. Paint us with your comments, and we will see you next time.
See you soon. Am I the a-hole for getting a teacher fired because of my son's head tattoo that I gave him? So my son just turned 16, has had alopecia since he was young. For those of who don't know, his hair falls out. It can progress with severe stress, and since elementary school, he has been bullied mercilessly for it. The only real treatments were these injections into his scalp, which I'm sure you can imagine are super painful. It was getting to the point where he'd become anxious closer to the doctor's visit. So I started looking at different options. I came across micropigmentation, which is not a bunch of little pigs that dance across your body.
But I want tiny pigs.
He agreed that this seemed like the best option. So for his birthday, I managed to get an appointment set up under his doctor's recommendation, which made it totally legal. We drove 2 hours out of our way and spent the weekend in a larger city to get this done, since our town is fairly small. I don't know how to describe it. Even if it's buzz, this stuff looks so real, and his confidence is just through the roof. He's no longer hiding under hats. He feels confident with his new quote-unquote hair, and it's really great to see.
That's awesome.
Yeah, dude.
I love this.
The kid is just like feeling himself. Who has like a buzz cut? Will Smith's wife. Got that G.I. Jane look. I'm honestly so glad that we made the decision because now we can just move on from this. It's a huge weight lifted off of his shoulders every day. His school, however, thinks otherwise. He goes to a pretty strict Catholic school. Apparently, I should have asked first, but I had flipped through the guidebook and saw nothing about tattoos in their policy. However, I got an angry email on Monday evening from a substitute teacher.
Oh my God.
She overheard my son explaining his procedure and felt compelled to tell me how this mutilation is illegal and unacceptable.
Last I heard, there was this thing called None of Your Business. Also, I love how it's the substitute teacher.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to make my mark as
I
the
am
substitute
putting my
teacher.
foot down. They wouldn't let me have long hair in Catholic school. You would be labeled a devil worshiper, even though you look exactly like the guy that we're all about.
Yeah, right?
I tried to explain, but she refused and continued to tear into me and him over this, going so far to call me an irresponsible father for allowing my son to get a head tattoo. She called him a bad example and said that in no way is this acceptable under school rules. Well, here's where I may be the a-hole. That admittedly pissed me off a lot. So I contacted not just the principal, but also a friend of mine who's on the board and the head of the school, and forwarded them the conversation with highlights, along with my very own strongly worded letter and other emails documenting the times that my son experienced bullying at the school, with minimum, if any, repercussion to those involved. I'll admit I was angry, but I threatened to sue them for discrimination.
There we go.
Which honestly, I think it's taking it as far as should be taken.
It's basically just like hair,
He's making his head look like everyone else's head,
right?
right? Needless to say, this prompted a lot. Apparently, the board is panicked about this and the sub was fired. Word has gotten around due to the gravity of it all, and a few parents have called me the a-hole saying that I took the threats too far, as this substitute was not a normal part of the school and I shouldn't have taken such an aggressive approach. Am I the a-hole for getting this woman fired and also for causing such a stir? So John, what do you think? Is OP the a-hole or not? I also want to know what you guys think, so put your answers in the comments right below. Also, if anyone went to a strict Catholic school, what was your hair policy? I need to know, because mine was you can't have hair covering your ears.
Interesting. Okay, well, so this got a rile in me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like I was like, oh, if that was my kid, ooh.
Oh, dude, I would be pissed.
What is this big deal? Like, it looks like he just has hair.
Exactly.
It looks like he just has hair.
Why don't
on
you
his
want
head.
the kid to be happy?
Like, so, and the fact that after OP tried to explain, the
Wouldn't listen.
sub still shut it down like, no. You are a bad parent. Oh, goodness.
Saying that you are a bad parent, I would have been pissed. The autistic kid confessed his love for me. Now the principal is pressuring me to go out with him. I want to say no. So am I the a-hole? I know the title is going to make me seem like a bad person, but please hear me out. So I, female 15, am in high school. There's a boy near my year. Let's call him Kyle. Kyle, male 15, has severe autism. He can't be in public spaces for a long time without a meltdown, can't make eye contact, struggles with social cues, etc. Also, to preface, I am not ableist. I will never, ever dislike someone just because they're autistic. But I hate him anyway. So anyway, me and Kyle are in the same math class. I didn't choose math. In the UK, in high school, you have to do maths and English the whole time. And we sit next to each other with his assistant teacher near to him in case he needs help. Kyle had, for whatever reason, taken a liking to me. Opie, you're a snap. You're a catch. Come on. He isn't a bad person, and I'm sure he would be a great boyfriend. However, I'm a lesbian.
Oh boy. The plot thickens.
The plot thickens. I also have a girlfriend. The plot just got thicker.
Wow.
Of nearly 2 years. So I am not attracted to men in any way. And obviously Kyle is a guy. So about how I got detention. Just after class, Kyle decided it would be a good time to confess to me, as in basically ask me to be his girlfriend. His assistant teacher was right next to me, so I had to watch my words. I politely declined, saying I wasn't interested in relationships right now. The reason I didn't just say I'm a lesbian or I have a girlfriend is because, one, people in my school are pretty homophobic, so I prefer to keep it a secret to avoid bullying. That sucks.
Yeah.
And two, my family's kind of homophobic too, so I don't want them to find out by some chance. They don't know me and my girlfriend are dating. Double suck. After I politely declined, Kyle was very mad. He almost got violent. I understand his frustration. However, I'm obviously not going to date him. His assistant teacher pulled me aside and asked if I just go along with it for his sake, to which I told her I'm not comfortable with it, which is completely reasonable. To cut a long story short, she ended up telling my head of year and the pastoral leader, and they gave me detention for, get this, bullying. Since when is not going out with someone bullying?
Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
Will you marry me?
Yes. Opie says, how did I bully this kid? I was perfectly fine with him until this. He won't talk to me anymore, which is odd. Was I supposed to just accept his date invite just because he's autistic? Which literally, if you had to do that, like half of Reddit would have girlfriends. I'm sorry, but that seems completely unfair to me. I hope you don't all think I'm some horrible ableist person for this. I just had to get it out. I still strongly believe I didn't deserve to be punished for not wanting to date him, and I'm really mad at the way my school handled it. There are a couple edits, but John, is OP the a-hole for not dating the autistic kid?
You don't have to date anybody because someone says you should do it. Like, it's just so weird that like one person in the school, like a teacher's assistant, it's already weird.
But also one simple hack to get a girlfriend, be autistic and go to this school.
I've been doing it wrong all my life, apparently.
So there is some edits. Now the next day, and I have told my parents about this, I actually told them as soon as I got detention, couldn't text them because no phones allowed in school. They are just as mad at this situation as I am, and they are going to meet with a member of the school team to discuss it tomorrow, and I'm going with them. I'll post another update tomorrow. If anything happens, wish me luck. And edit 2. Well, the meeting went well. My parents were livid and they demanded that they take the detention off my record. So they did. And now the head teacher had a talk with the TA and gave her a verbal warning. I don't think she'll get fired, but I hope she does. I think that's the end of it. And the school is never going to do that again, or we'll take it further. Thank you all for the support.
Wow.
That's beautiful.
I'm glad it ended up well.
Yeah.
You know?
But something that I'm not glad is like, how are these autistic kids going to get girlfriends if the principal isn't forcing everyone they date?
Bro, they need the assist.
But what would you do, guys?
What would you do?
My racist mother-in-law hates her brown grandkids. Am I the a-hole for banishing her from seeing them?
Seems reasonable, honestly.
When I was 27, I got pregnant from a one-night stand. The father, Robert, fake name, told me that he wanted to be part of our girls' lives as co-parents.
Better than most.
Better than most. Before this month, I had met Robert's mother, the grandmother mentioned in the title, once. When I was in the hospital recovering from giving birth, Robert brought her to meet his granddaughters. She told him in front of me to make sure to get a paternity test because she didn't want to be tricked by a gold-digging slur.
Wow.
Because Robert lived in another state and was a workaholic, he only had the girls for alternating major holidays and 1 month every summer.
The fact that it's twins on the first one night stand, insane.
Give me your wiener. He would bring the girls to see their grandmother during this time. Grandmother was his only family, so I never said anything about it. However, when the girls were about 5, he and his grandmother had a falling out. I later found out it was because she kept making racist comments towards the girls. Disgusting.
Gross.
One example he gave me is that she kept telling the girls to stop showing their monkey side. This is making my blood boil. Whenever they misbehaved.
That's disgusting.
Over time, his relationship with his grandmother improved, but the girls never met her in person again. When my family found out about the falling out, they invited Robert to spend the holidays with us. He would rent a hotel room nearby or stay in my guest house and come to my family events. A year and a half ago, Robert was diagnosed with a terminal illness.
Oh no.
Even with aggressive treatment, he would only live for a couple years. He regretted not spending more time with the girls, so Robert decided to quit his job and move nearby. He asked me to change the custody to 50-50 custody so he could spend more time with our girls. I reminded him that the guest bedroom has always been open to him. He could move in with us and spend the remaining time with our daughters.
I mean, it's beautiful that they could work that out.
From a one night stand to being able to do this, I
Yeah.
feel like is a pretty incredible testament to both of them.
It's huge.
I had only one condition. While he can go out to see the grandmother and he can bring the girls along, she cannot come to my house. Interesting.
If I was the mother, I would be like, fuck your grandma.
Yeah.
My girls aren't seeing that racist piece of shit.
Robert agreed and he moved in. His mother never came to my house, though he did go see her a few times without our girls. Robert passed away last month. It's been rough and we dearly miss him. Last week, grandmother showed up on my doorstep. Wow, the girls weren't home. She told me that the twins were the only thing she has left of Robert. She asked if she could regularly see the girls. I laughed and told her no. Her only connection to them was through Robert and Robert only. I have not and will not help her see my girls. She protested and said that I was cruel to deny my girls their grandmother. I reminded her that it was Robert who originally didn't let her see the girls.
Yeah.
Even though he has passed away, I was not going to change that. Grandmother left crying after I said that. I believe I'm in the right, but some of my family members think I was too harsh. She's grieving and I should let her see the girls at least once. Am I the a-hole? And there's a quick edit to those telling me to lawyer up. I am a family attorney. Wow.
Wow. Opie's got all the skills.
Not only do I know the law, I have the home court advantage. Wow. Well, the mother-in-laws can always be tricky.
Yeah.
I want to know from everyone watching if you have had a very hard experience with your mother-in-law and how did you overcome it, or what did you do?
Like, was there
in that
have you
scenario?
ever had any bigotry coming from a
Bigotry
mother-in-law?
coming from the mother-in-law? I think it would be really good for, some great discussions have been happening. It would be really great for you to share your experiences. And we're going to start reading some on the show. So I'd be very curious to see that. But I think the big question here is what OP asked. Is OP the a-hole for not letting the grandmother see the children?
Yeah. I don't think OP's the a-hole because it's more like she's sticking to the wishes of the late father of these children.
Yes.
If it was me, I might let the grandmother see them like on holidays or something. And if she says some racist shit, like cutting you out.
Yeah.
You don't want to expose your kids to that kind of bigotry. And that's the husband didn't want his girls to be exposed to the grandmother. So it's like they're just maintaining that the status quo there.
Exactly. And like you do not know what plants the grandma is like planting in their heads. And you don't want them to grow up with self-hate or any other kind of like ideas like that. So I completely understand from both perspectives why OP has made the decision that she did.
Yeah, I agree. So in conclusion, I don't think OP's the a-hole.
Same.
Kevin is the dumbest student I have ever taught, and here's a few reasons why. This is the tale of Kevin the Fool. It's not uncommon as a teacher to have students who are a bit behind the curve in certain aspects, but 99.99999% of the time, they are keen on something. They might not understand how to identify a noun or what theme is, but they know how to make a mean plate of nachos. You learn pretty quick not to judge fish by their tree climbing ability, you know?
Smart. I like that analogy.
Everyone has their different areas of competency.
That's right.
I thought this was the rule when I was teaching until I met Kevin. Kevin isn't his real name, but it doesn't matter because he can't spell it anyway. Kevin was a student of mine my last year of teaching. He came to my classroom with very little to show for his academic past. He had moved a few times and thus was missing a lot of typical test scores that we use to try to ballpark their ability. I thought, that's fine. I'll do some one-on-one with Kevin to see what's up. One-on-one with Kevin was like conversing with someone who'd forgotten everything in a freak, if not impossible, amnesia accident. There was no evidence that he had learned anything past the second grade, and now he was in ninth grade.
Oh, God.
Flabbergasted, I figured we needed to get more serious with this. If he was going to be in my class, I needed to know why and how. I decided to meet with him, his guidance counselor, his parents, and another teacher to see what was really going on. This is when it all became so clear. It was by some incredible fluke that his family hadn't been wiped off the face of the earth years ago. Odds are his entire heritage was based on blind luck and some type of sick divine intervention that saves his family every time a threat presents itself. Kevin was the genetic pinnacle of this null achievement. Even my instructional lead, a woman who could find a redeeming trait in a Balrog, failed to see any reason this kid or his family should be alive today.
Yikes.
So here's a list of events that made it abundantly clear that God exists, and he's laughing uncontrollably. Kevin frequently forgot when and where class was. On more than one occasion, I had to retrieve him from other classrooms. Kevin ate an entire 24-pack of crayons, puked, and then did it again the next day.
No.
This was ninth grade. I have no idea where he got the crayons. Kevin's dad wrote tuition checks and mailed them to me, his English teacher. This was a public school. When I gave it back to Kevin, voided, to give to his dad with a brief note explaining that this is a public school, Kevin got in trouble for trying to spend it at a 7-Eleven after school. Kevin was removed from the culinary arts program after leaving a cutting board on the gas stove and starting a fire twice. Kevin threw his lunch at the school resource officer and tried to run away. He ran into a door and insisted it wasn't him. Kevin stole my phone during class. I called it, it rang, and he denied that it was ringing. Not that it wasn't his, not that he did it. No, he denied that the phone was ringing.
Keep them on their toes.
Yeah, exactly.
Never let them know your next move.
He tried it 3 times before the end of the year. Kevin called the basketball coach during gym. Basketball tryouts were that afternoon. Kevin tried out. It did not go well. Kevin's mom could never remember which school he went to. She missed several meetings because she drove to other schools, none of which he went to. Kevin tased himself in the neck before a football game. Kevin kept a bottle of orange Kool-Aid in his backpack for 4 months. He thought it would turn into alcohol. He drank it during homeroom and threw up. Kevin said the N-word a lot. Kevin was white. The high school was 84% black. Kevin got beat up a lot. You think he would learn?
Kevin.
Kevin stole another student's iPhone and tried to sell it back to them. Kevin didn't understand that his grade was dependent on tests, quizzes, homework, classwork, and participation. Kevin finished his first semester with a 3% average. He tried to bribe me with $11. Kevin spit on a girl and said, "You should get out of those wet clothes." The girl was the Spanish student teacher. Kevin didn't know that cats and dogs were different animals. Kevin tried to download corn onto a computer in the library at the circulation desk while he was logged on. Kevin asked a girl to prom. He was in the 9th grade, and freshmen don't go to prom, by asking for her phone number and then texting her his address. Kevin got gum in his hair constantly. Kevin regularly tried to cheat on assignments by knocking the pile over, grabbing one before I had picked them all up, and then writing his name on it wherever there was room. Kevin and his parents took a trip to Nassau, and they forgot all their luggage at home. I didn't believe him when he told me until I talked to his mom, who told me first thing when I saw her at the bi-weekly meeting. Kevin's grandfather apparently likely died in a chainsaw accident. I can only assume God was looking the other way that day.
Opie's a great writer.
Relevant comments. I have to ask, was he popular with the girls? It was like watching a greased up orangutan try to climb up a water slide. This is from OP. We were doing an assignment on personification, and I had people describe their pets using it. Kevin didn't have any pets, but he said his neighbor had a cat and he played with it sometime. He listed off 3 or 4 things, and it became really apparent that he was describing a dog. At first, I thought that maybe he had trouble figuring out the right way to say it, but after 2 or 3 sentences, it was abundantly clear that this was a really big dog. Someone else who lived on the same street put 2 and 2 together as well and said, Kevin, that's not a cat, that's so-and-so's black lab. Kevin was absolutely floored that A, someone else lived on his street, and B, there was a difference between a black lab and house cat. Like, I am only guessing, but I think to him, dog and cat were interchangeable terms like hat and cap. OP also says, despite numerous tests and assessments and meetings and just overall study, no one could ever say he had any kind of learning disability. No IEP, no 504, no special file, no caseworker or advocate. Just Kevin, his mom, his dad, and 0 brain matter. I'm pretty sure his mother was some kind of physical therapist. His dad, no idea. I only met them a few times, but he always wore a pretty nice suit, or at least was business casual. They both drove decently new cars, and his house was in a nice subdivision. I'm assuming that for what they lacked in common sense, they made up for in specialized knowledge of some sort. For all I know, his dad could be a brilliant plastic surgeon. And there is an update on Kevin, because this story was like years ago.
It's a legendary one.
Yeah, this is a legendary story. So there is an update, but also like I have a friend, this friend that is the ditziest human ever. If I call a friend, he'll have a story.
There we go. Ooh, I like that.
What's up, dude?
Do you have like 3 minutes? Basically, we're telling this story about this guy named Kevin, and it reminded me about our mutual friend. And I was wondering if you had a story that you could share.
Our ditziest friend?
No, ditziest. Ditziest.
A story about Sorry. So once called me. She has lost her keys and she's locked out of her car. And I was like, okay, what do you want me to do? She's like, can you come to Hollywood from West LA with the keys? And I was like, hell no. It's like a 40-minute one-way trip, so that'll take me 1.5 hours back and forth. I was like, well, can I just put them in an Uber? She's like, no, don't do that. I was like, why not? She's like, I just don't trust that. And I was like, well, the Uber's not gonna like go around every car in LA and try and steal every car.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it'll probably be safe. But she said no, decided to hire a locksmith and get a car open for $400. And I was like, why didn't you just Uber back and forth if you were so scared of like giving it? She's like, oh, I just didn't think of that. And I was like, okay. And then the keys were always in her bag.
Oh,
She just never
no.
checked. She just never checked her bag.
Okay, dude, I have to get back to recording, but I appreciate your stories.
Love you, buddy.
Love you, dude. Kevin is doing pretty well. We are actually coming up on about 10 years since I had Kevin as a student. He's since graduated on time, gotten married, and has a house.
Wow.
He works as a sous chef at a fairly high-end restaurant here in town. He's taken some CC classes, which leads me to believe that he may be looking at going out on his own career-wise. I think that largely he grew out of his immaturity, as most kids eventually do, and perhaps having a kid in his teens sobered him up. Dude, that's the thing. Like sometimes with like the ditziness, it's like just around common sense things. Like like the friend that I was describing that's super ditzy is like super smart creator, but normal stuff, like she just doesn't get.
I low-key suck at a lot of normal stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I have my own moments, kind of like Kevin, a little.
Yeah.
I'm not
Our
quite as
own
bad.
Kevin moments. Say bye to your $420,699 trust fund unless you get a prenup with your gold-digging fiance. Some background. I have 4 kids. My eldest, John, 27 male, was with my first wife who died when he was 5. I eventually remarried and got 2 stepdaughters, Lisa, 25 female, and Anne, 18 female. Then my second wife and I had Mike, 13 male. My wife and I made sure to give them comfortable lives. When John and Lisa graduated from university, we gifted them condo units. Pretty sick gift.
That's right. I thought you said condoms for a second.
Condoms. They're like, hey, don't be knocking up anyone anytime soon.
Come on.
We will also do the same when Anne and Mike graduate. Also, all of them have trust funds that will be released when they turn 30.
Very smart.
I'm quite proud of my kids. John and Lisa graduated from top universities. John has a high-paying job as an engineer, while Lisa pursued a master's degree in business while she worked in marketing. Eventually, she started her own marketing consulting firm while being a part owner of a spa. Dang!
These kids are going crazy.
I understand why you're proud of them. John recently got engaged to his girlfriend of 2 years, and they wanted to get married by the end of the year. She seems nice, however, she doesn't earn as much as him. My son spends a lot of money on her on dates and expensive gifts.
Oh, she doesn't earn as much money as him.
She's not as high class.
Oh, God.
I understand that it's his money and he can spend it however he wants, but she also moved in with him in the condo that I gave him, and as far as I know, she doesn't pay her share of utilities and association fees. And now John is asking to get part of his trust fund so he could use it for the wedding, since his fiance doesn't have much money to contribute for their wedding. Now, here's where I may be an asshole.
Here we go.
I told him I'd release part of his trust fund early if he draws a prenup with her. He got angry and told me I was being unfair because I released half of Lisa's trust fund last year to help put up her business. But I guess with the business, it's an investment that could make more money. Whereas with this is an investment that could only take your money away. He told me that I was playing favorites. I told him that Lisa did something worthwhile with her trust fund. And while a wedding is worthwhile, I told him it doesn't seem safe to use a fund for a wedding to a girl who doesn't bring much to the table.
Bro, why is she hating on this woman so hard? So hard for no reason.
I told him I just wanted him to have some security by drawing a prenup. He got angrier and said I was implying that his fiance is a gold digger. My wife and the rest of the family refused to take sides, so am I the a-hole? And there is a update. But John, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm saying the a-hole because like if the fiance had a history of like, you know, scamming the boyfriends or something, like, oh, but this time's different. Like,
let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
At what point is it taking advantage?
I am very pro splitting expenses.
Right.
It seems like John is earning a lot of money. And if I'm putting myself in his shoes, in John's shoes, I love being in those shoes. I could see myself being like, hey, I have the money. Like,
who cares?
Don't worry about it. Like,
and at the end of the day, it's like his relationship.
It's OP's life and OP's choice
fault.
and maybe mistake to make.
If that happens, you know,
then
it's his mistake to make.
It's on John.
So let's get into the update.
Let's do it.
The next day after I posted, I had a long conversation with my son. First, I apologized to him for making that comment about his fiance. I realized it was demeaning and uncalled for. Second, I asked about their living arrangement. He did admit to paying for everything, including bills and food. She does the cooking sometimes, but he even pays for someone to clean because neither of them would. I asked if she ever offered to pay, and he said no. I understand it's none of my business, but the fact that she never offered is raising some flags in my head. I gave him some things to think about and maybe discuss with her, like what would happen if he loses his job or for some reason, illness/accident, he has to stop working. I told him that I have nothing against their arrangement and him spoiling her, but he has to be wiser about his spending habits. Third, I explained the importance of a prenup and said that I had one with his mom and his stepmom. He still refuses to because according to him, it might offend her. Again, raising some red flags. So I will stick to my decision and release his trust fund when he's 30, as we initially agreed on. He wasn't happy with this.
Right.
Lastly, I asked what kind of wedding they plan to have, that they felt the need to use his trust fund. Apparently, she dreams of having a big wedding on the beach. She also wants to have a photo and video production to announce their engagement, which I find ridiculous. They want it this year, but can't afford it, as she is only paying for her wedding dress. And my son admitted that he doesn't have a lot of savings, probably from going on expensive dates and trips. I told him that it's not practical, but if they really want it, they should wait and save up for it. At that point, I was feeling better about my decision to not release his trust fund early. The way I see it, my son could go broke in a few years paying for everything and spoiling his fiance/wife. Their trust fund is the last thing all my kids will get from me. That being said, I may be an asshole, but not a total asshole to not support his wedding. My wife and I agreed to give them a certain amount that should cover a nice venue and still have some left over for other expenses. It will be our wedding gift to them, and if he's still not happy, then there's nothing I could do. If they go no contact or low contact, I'd feel at peace with my decision.
Wow.
I provided for him and tried to protect him. If she leaves him and he ends up losing everything, I'd hate for that to happen, but that's on him. I do hope their marriage works out. That's the end of the story.
Ooh.
We had a little bit more context.
We
so
do.
I'm going to throw it to you and John. So is OP the a-hole for not releasing the trust fund until 30, even though P released it for another one of his kids, albeit it was for a business investment? John, I'll pass it off to you. What do you think?
You know what, Sam? I'm still going OP's the a-hole.
You would give the trust fund early.
Yes, because at the end of the day, it's his decision to make.
But what if he goes broke?
It is what it is. And I also found it very odd that he said, I'm okay knowing that
Going
he
no
might
contact.
go no or low. That to me
That
was
seems-
crazy.
yeah.
I would do anything to stay in touch with my child and to be okay with something as stupid as this getting in the way of me continuing a relationship with my son. I would never allow that. Never. Like,
I had a rich ex-girlfriend.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And she would literally pay for everything.
yeah.
Like we would go out to dinner, like $300 dinners. I had no money. I was in high school.
Right.
But she would pay for it. Right. But eventually it got to the point where it was like her mom got a little upset that I was like mooching a little bit.
Interesting.
You know, like I wasn't paying for any of it.
Right.
To be fair, I had no money to pay for it. Because I was literally in high school. Like in retrospect, I don't think it was a good move for me to mooch off my girlfriend.
Right. Right.
It doesn't sit right with me now.
Right. Right.
I mean, the other thing is like,
Relationship.
it sounds like they want a really expensive wedding.
Yeah.
Like that's going to go through that trust fund really quick. If it's super expensive.
Yeah. I do think it's fair to say, hey, I'll be honest, like,
No.
I don't think I would not do this. I don't think this is smart. And that's probably what I would say. But like, I want you to live your life. And, you know, if you're going to, your wins and your mistakes, I want them to be your own.
Yeah. I feel like OP's treating his child as a child. And what you just said is treating them as an adult.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I think you've convinced me.
Ooh.
I think I'm pro giving the kid his half of the money early.
Yeah. You could end up broke in both scenarios, but at least you don't have a bad relationship with your dad in
Exactly.
that one scenario.
Yeah, I think the greater risk is him going no contact. My brother thinks I slept with his wife just because we hooked up. I mean, my nephew does look a lot like me, but then I found out the truth.
You know, it's just a one-time thing.
I don't even know how this all started, but that seems to be what he thinks now. Only because I, 30 male, was in a relationship with his wife, Maeve, 30 female, when we were freshmen until our junior year of high school. My brother, 32 male, and I weren't in each other's lives at the time because he was living with our mom a few hours away and I was with my dad. So he never knew about me and Maeve.
Yikes.
They started dating years later. It was weird once we all knew, but I told my brother if he loves her, then just go for it. At the time, I was already with someone else. Also, I'd moved on from having any feelings for Maeve. Now they're married. My nephew is 7. Now suddenly he told the whole family he's staying at his friend's house because he has strong reason to believe my nephew isn't his kid. He only thinks I'm my nephew's father because he looks a lot like me. Then again, I'm an exact copy of my dad, while my brother definitely looks more like my mom. So I don't know why he isn't accusing him too. Yeah, accuse my dad. He won't tell me why he's questioning paternity out of nowhere. Maeve's only said they had a misunderstanding during an argument. Your brother's always been better in bed. Now this is what's in his head, but won't give us any more details. The last time we talked, he told me he wants a paternity test to prove it. The fact that he believes I'd do something like that alone angered me enough to call him an effing idiot for not understanding how genetics work. I put a lot of emphasis on how much of a dumbass I think he is for the thought alone, so that's why I'm here wondering. My dad told me my brother is clearly going through something. His mind probably isn't clear, so to insult his intelligence like that was going way too far. My brother obviously seems to think I'm an asshole too, hence why I'm asking if this is accurate at all. John, there is an update, but I gotta know, do you think OP is an a-hole for calling his brother a dumb motherfucker?
It's just such a big accusation.
Not sure if anyone still cares. I know a few wanted an update about this. We did, so thank you. The whole thing was a lot crazier than I originally thought. Even if the final judgment said I wasn't the asshole, I still apologize anyways for insulting him just so that my hands are completely clean of this.
Smart.
But I told my brother how hurtful it is that he doubt my word. Instead of trying to ask me, he outright accused me of having an affair with his wife and fathering a child with her. If he seriously thinks it was me, then I do the test. But he better get used to not having me around because we are done after this. Clearly, the test came back showing I'm not the father, only showing what percentage of DNA we share given that we're uncle and nephew. Not only that, a day after posting this, I'd reached out to Maeve again demanding to know what this whole thing started from. Pretty much, he suspected she was having an affair because one time he came to her work and she wasn't there. Later on that day, she acted like she did go, but he never told her he stopped by. In reality, she had to consult with a lawyer because she's getting a divorce. But he didn't know about the divorce at the time. My brother still thought she was maybe cheating and he went through her stuff, and Maeve admitted that my brother found her personal journal. She didn't want to tell my family the details about the fight because it was regarding what he read from her journal, and some of the stuff was about her still having feelings for me. Even though she said in her journal she never wrote it to sound like we were having an affair, she was only admitting to still being in love and feeling guilty about being with him only for my nephew's sake. I heard my brother's side too once he was more calm. He too admitted that it got to his head when really nothing in the journal said anything about us. While now I can understand his feelings about what was going on, I still can't forgive the way he acted. Again, he never asked to hear my side before jumping to accusations, which is what happens time and time again on this show. People accuse shit and no one backs anything up.
Nobody.
Like, freaking investigate. He did apologize for it. Maeve did too for unintentionally dragging me into this because she didn't want anyone to find out about her feelings. I needed a day to unplug just to process everything. As far as I know, my brother still hasn't come back to their house. Maeve is still moving forward with the divorce process. Whole thing is a mess. My mom keeps trying to push me to talk to my brother because he feels bad how he treated me, but I already set my condition for doing the paternity test. If he's so sure that I'd be the kind of brother to betray him that way, then we have no business having a relationship. For now, that's what I'm sticking to. She told me she wanted to divorce because it wasn't fair to have feelings for someone else and not feel anything for him. Let me know what you would do if you were the brother, especially like, would you cut contact if your sibling was like, I think you're lying, take the paternity test?
Yeah.
Or would you give him another chance because he's not thinking clearly? Let me know in the comments what you would do. But John, what do you think?
Everyone in these stories is always like, no contact, divorce. Like,
Yeah.
I would still want to try to talk and kind of figure out more.
It's really complicated,
Yeah, and the brother was totally unjustified.
Yeah.
Also, OP totally didn't deserve it. But at the same time, I don't know if I want to jump to just like, you are out of my life.
Let us know what you think, though.
I bought the family's dream beach house, but I used my daughter's $85,000 inheritance to do it. She's mad for some reason. Am I the a-hole?
Baby girl, I'm giving you a present by taking your money.
I, 50 female, lost my husband 4 years ago. I also have a 16-year-old daughter. My late husband left me everything and told me to trust his lawyer. My husband had worked for 20 years as a doctor and did some minor investing, so I inherited over 7 figures.
Damn, OP's a millionaire.
A year later, I decided to list our home of 12 years, and I received an offer too good to refuse. With the inheritance as well as the influx of cash from selling the house, I decided to move my daughter and I to Malibu because we'd always dreamed of a home next to the beach, but my husband was exceptionally tight-fisted and called homes their money pits.
I mean, yeah. Malibu is one of the most expensive areas ever.
We found a beautiful home by the sea. I never personally handled anything regarding buying a home before, so I did not anticipate all the extra costs beyond the sticker price. My daughter was so excited, so I decided to go for it. My late husband's lawyer was furious at my decision, so I decided to stop taking his calls. I ended up signing with the money manager who said that we'd be passively earning 90% of what surgeons earned per year.
That sounds pretty good.
But the money manager ended up tanking a lot of our investments. Oh, OP.
Who would have thought?
I took the dwindling money out and made my own investments. And long story short, because of all of that, I now only have around $35,000 available to me now, not to mention our debts. With the amount available to me, I am looking at only being able to pay 1 month of a mortgage / upkeep. And then
And then I'm basically out of luck until my business gets clients.
OP, how could you fumble the ball that bad?
However, the place where we do have a significant amount of money is the fund my husband started for our daughter. With the money there, I could prevent our credit cards from being shut down and not have to worry about the mortgage for many more months.
No, OP, no.
I ended up liquidating my daughter's college fund. I told her about it today, and she was furious and said she cannot believe all her dad's work is gone. She also said she won't be supporting me for retirement. Am I the a-hole for trying to fix my mistakes and trying to keep our house?
Yes, you're the a-hole. It's her money. It's her money.
When you come into money like that, it is on you to be responsible and really think about what you're going to do with this money. Like probably the financial advisor was like, you need to stop spending like this because you're going to burn through all your money.
The lawyer was like, dude, what are you doing? And she's like, click. Am I the a-hole for getting a man fired for what he said to my toddler? I'm the 1/3 owner of a company with two friends from college, Mike and Eric. I run the technology side of things, so I'm not the face of the company. Nerd. So I rarely go into the office. I have a 4-year-old daughter whose father is Mike. We have never been in a relationship and chose to co-parent our daughter. So you have a company together, you banged, but you're not in a relationship.
Wow. That is quite an interesting dynamic.
Mike got into a car wreck and required surgery. Eric was out of town. My nanny is on holiday, so it's me taking care of my daughter and trying to run a company. There's a project that Mike's working on in the office, and I have to grab it and a portable server. My daughter is already upset because she knows her dad is hurt. Getting her loaded into the car to go into the office was messy. She refused to wear matching boots and is in an elf outfit.
I love that so much.
That's so badass. At this point, I'm like, whatever, let's go. The whole time in the car, though, she's crying and upset. I get her to calm down because I told her we would grab some things from work. I meet with our VP of operations, Adam, and everything is fine and dandy until my daughter realizes she left her dinosaurs in the car.
No.
She will not be appeased. We are in Adam's office trying to get everything together to take to my home office. My kiddo will not stop crying because Sarah, the dinosaur, is in the car alone.
Sarah, dinosaur, 1 million female.
She said Sarah might not be able to breathe. Adam and I are like, it's okay. Sarah is fine. I'm mortified and want to get my kid back in the car and home. Adam has to run to the IT department to grab a few more things for me. My daughter is in total toddler meltdown over Sarah, the dinosaur. A man walks by and tells me to shut my kid up. This is an office, not a daycare.
Oh.
You said to shut the hell up to the wrong 1/3 owner of this company.
Yeah.
I've had it. I told him this wouldn't be his job if it weren't for this child's father or me, and he could be the one to shut up and find a new job. Clap back. I feel like also that comment came from like a sexist place too. Like, I don't think he would say that to a dude. What do you think?
I agree.
Let us know if you think it's sexist by putting you're a raging sexist in the comments. Adam comes back and the man starts yelling at Adam about how he's trying to work and my kid and I won't shut up. He told Adam he needed to get me out of the office. I'm like, this is my office. And if you don't like it, you can leave.
For real.
Adam agrees and says, I'm the owner and there's nothing he can do. The man walks back to his desk. Adam tells me he will handle it, wishes me good luck with the project, and sends my daughter out. Adam fired the man for insubordination because the situation did not get better after I left, and he made some sexist remarks about women in business. I freaking called it.
Sam
sexist.
called it.
Sexist. I get it. It wasn't my best day, but I'm trying to run a company and take care of my daughter in a stressful time. The man was rude, and to be honest, no matter who I was, he shouldn't be telling a child to shut up. So, is OP the a-hole? Put your answers in the comments right now. I want to see those answers. Or if you don't want to do some long drawn out comment, just type in sexist if you think this dude's being sexist.
That's right.
But John, what do you think? Is OP the a-hole?
Yeah, this guy, totally sexist, totally the a-hole. Just like,
do you think he deserves to be fired?
Maybe it's worth a chance to give him a chance to see what happens from there, because it was just one remark.
It depends what he said also afterwards too.
Yeah,
like
we
if
don't
he said
know
more
exactly.
sexist after,
Oh,
I would
yeah,
be
yeah, yeah, yeah.
like,
That's
oh,
true.
maybe
That's
maybe
true.
not. But yeah, let us know. Is OP the a-hole? Is this guy who's telling his kid to shut up the a-hole? Put your answers in the comments right now. My cousin blew up on me because I'm training her brat kids like dogs. Somebody had to tame those beasts. Am I the a-hole? My cousin Amy, 25 female, has 6 male twins and has a nasty habit of dumping them onto relatives to babysit for the entire day without any warning or regard for their time.
Come on.
I, 27 female, have a very strained relationship with her, but because my mom's side of the family demands that we all remain close-knit, I have no choice but to tolerate her. When she initially gave birth to them, she teased me that I'll have to take on babysitting duties from now on. I'm no good with kids, so I remarked to her that if I ever have them, I'll train them, not babysit. She brushed me off.
Train them?
The kids now are hella destructive and loud, pulling out stuffing inside furniture, holes inside walls, smashing anything glass and porcelain, screaming louder than a fire alarm. You name it. They sound like little Tasmanian devils.
Yeah.
When it was my first turn to deal with them, I immediately walked with them to the store and grabbed the biggest bag of M&Ms I could find and trained them so that every time they follow my orders and behave, they get one. If they misbehave, I get one. Wait, this is kind of genius.
This is wild.
This is genius.
I love this.
Soon enough, every time the kids were dumped on me, they went with my guidelines and behaved. Whenever I say sit, they sit at the table.
No.
When I say stay, they don't leave that spot, etc. 2 days ago, there was a party planned with the whole extended family. I know pandemic, didn't want to, but mom insisted. And I grabbed the M&Ms since the twins were there. Once they arrived, the twins were being so destructive. An entire tray of food was spilled. So destructive, in fact, that all the adults had had enough and yelled at Amy to control them. She vomited the same excuse of them just being kids and they'll grow out of it eventually. I don't want them to grow out eventually. I want them to behave right now.
Yep.
I shouted the twins' names, Rufus, Hunter. I don't know if that's their actual names, but
I like these names.
and shook my M&M bag. Here are the treats, Rufus, Hunter. They came running over and I popped 6 pieces into my mouth for their misbehavior. I told them to go clean up the mess or no candy all night. They do so.
Bro.
Halfway through the party, every time something similar came up or they weren't behaving, I was the one able to calm them down. When Amy saw what I was doing, she got angry and started yelling at me how her children aren't animals and that I shouldn't be giving them so much candy anyway. I told her that I'm their aunt, not their parent. Why am I the one disciplining them?
Ooh.
But honestly, the fact that OP's able to discipline them, like not using any force, not being mean, all she's doing is eating M&Ms.
Literally. And like, not even like just one at a time.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
That's nothing. It's barely any candy.
Yeah.
She screamed the same argument at me, and since she's their mother, to stop giving them candy. One of the twins overheard and went ape shit, dashed straight into the kitchen and started shattering anything they could get his hands on, shouting over and over that he wants candy. His twin joined him soon after. They sound fucking terrible. I repeated that she's their mother and just sat in the living room watching it all unfold.
There we go.
At the end, Amy blamed me for them turning out this way. The other relatives she dumped them on, a majority disagreed. But when I told a friend about the situation, he told me that the training I did can really fuck up kids mentally later in life. So, am I the a-hole? John, is OP the a-hole for training those little gremlins like dogs?
Okay, so I actually am so intrigued by this method. Like, this is
Seems like a great method.
and it's wild because I've never heard of it
Yeah.
before. I think that as far as like something like hey, clean up your plate after you eat. Hey, did you do your homework tonight? Like different like normal human behaviors, I guess. It's like, yeah, that's a great like reward system.
Yeah. And like people will do like, hey, you can watch 15 minutes of TV if like.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
there is a version of that that exists. And especially for like really young kids, like toddlers, if it's like, hey, don't throw your bowl on the ground. And then if you eat a whole meal without throwing your bowl on the ground, then you get some M&Ms at the end or a dessert, whatever.
I definitely wouldn't I wouldn't train my kids like that. If you give your kids like, it's like, Hunter, you did good, M&M. But what I want to know is like, have you had your own mischievous children?
Ooh.
And how did you handle parenting them?
Yeah.
Or have you ever seen like someone with crazy kids that didn't know how to control them, and like what did they do?
What's your M&M method?
I got a paternity test because I don't trust my wife anymore. We got the results back, and I fear our relationship is over.
So I met my wife through a mutual friend. We were friends for a year or so before we both became single and decided we were compatible enough to date.
Very nice.
We were together 2 years before we got married. I do not know what got into me. My wife is loyal, faithful, but I had been reading statistics about how many men are raising children that aren't their own and had absolutely no idea around the time she found out she was pregnant. We both wanted children. We weren't actively preventing it. What is the statistic? 1 in 30 fathers is not related to the kid that they think they are related to. You probably know 30 fathers. One of them, and it could be you. It could be your dad.
Yeah, it could be your dad. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. Your dad might not be your dad.
Dun, dun.
She told me she'd gladly give me my paternity test, but that she was moving back to her mother's until that time because she didn't know if she wanted to continue the marriage. She got an amniocentesis test about 20 weeks ago. I'm the father, and when she told me, I was so happy, but she wasn't. Of course he's not going to be happy that you question the paternity.
Idiot. God.
She told me that she felt like she fell out of love with me the minute I asked her, and that she had no desire to reconcile. Our daughter was born July 10th. My wife has gone through a lawyer and has started through the motions of a divorce and issues of custody. She has since gotten her own apartment. She said she wants to keep this as amicable as possible for the sake of our daughter, but I just want to be a family. She doesn't want support or alimony because she makes more than enough to cover herself and our daughter's needs and live a comfortable life. It's taken since February to even get to her softening her stance and even think about counseling. She said she loves me, but she isn't sure she can get over this. Now, I'm trying to think of how to fix this, and I'm just a broken mess. I want to prepare a list to talk about on Monday at counseling, but I just can't think of anything but apologizing, and that hasn't made any difference in the past months. I don't think it would now. TLDR, didn't suspect wife of infidelity, but paranoia made me ask for a paternity test. Probably listen to a couple OKOP episodes. After months of separation, she's agreed to counseling. What can I do to fix this? And there is an update.
Oh.
But John, what can OP do to fix the fact that he didn't believe his wife and got a paternity test?
How do we fix his marriage? He still kind of has the vibe like when he said, like, she doesn't want to like engage, but I just want us to be a family. It's like, don't you get it? Like,
I mean,
it's
yeah.
that behavior.
Yeah, I mean, it was the fact that you didn't trust her.
Yeah. Oh, God, what would I do if I was OP? I mean,
Don't be an idiot in the first place.
yeah, I
don't
mean,
believe the fucking internet
yeah.
and statistics. But I mean, you can't rush it. Your questioning of her loyalty and honesty has crippled the relationship in her eyes.
Yeah.
But there is an update.
Oh, boy.
I got to sit down with my wife during my visit with my daughter while she was napping. She says that this was the straw that broke the camel's back. And here is why she went nuclear, as a lot of people said. And as much as this hurt, I needed to hear it. I had trouble trusting her our whole relationship, despite the fact she had never cheated on me or any exes. She's caught me snooping through her phone, email, work, laptop before, and because she deals with privileged information, she says I open her up to liabilities with her clients.
Oh.
And no, I have never found anything incriminating. She has never hidden anything except work-related things because of confidentiality. Her bank accounts, credit card information, phone records were always open to me because she's caught me snooping before and she wanted to assuage my fears.
Oh, boy.
I had recently installed Tinder on my phone and she caught me on OkCupid 6 months ago. Her best friend sent me my profile, so she thinks that this is me projecting.
This guy.
She got upset about the hypocriticalness of it all. While she had been fully open to me, she says I never showed her the same courtesy and always bitched at her about my privacy. I had my phone passcoded. I would get upset if she did the same, which, dude, if you're being hypocritical in your relationship,
Bro.
you're a piece of shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
You shouldn't expect someone to do something that you're not prepared to do.
Exactly.
I'd get angry with her if she went into my computer email for any reason, even if it was bill related. You sound like an asshole, bro. You're not making a good case for yourself. She said what really made her not want to work on it was some of the following. She felt no support from me at all before the test. She would come over every other day and talk to me, but I was cold to her, and she tried to work on it in the beginning. She said my aloofness made her not care. I refused to help her cover the copay for the amniocentesis. God, what a dick. She said this was pettiness that made her feel this way, but she was going to get an amniocentesis test anyway because she's paranoid about birth defects, and her insurance didn't deem it a medical necessity. I went on a few dates after she moved out, and she found out. She considered it cheating because she had been attempting to work on our marriage at that point and had even made counseling appointments.
Oh my God, bro.
That I refused to attend until she got the paternity test. Bro.
How do you fumble the bag so badly?
She was trying to meet you every which way.
Dude.
And you were like, no, I didn't remember this and didn't include it in my last post. She said she's willing to work on the marriage, but she said that it has to be open both ways, and she isn't willing to move back with me right away. I have to give her the passcode to my phone and delete Tinder. I do not want to give her the passcode to my phone because I think I deserve my privacy. Bitch. Are you kidding me? If you expect her to give you her phone password, you should give her yours. Are you trying to work on this marriage or what, dude?
This is painful.
Her other condition is personal therapy as well as couples counseling, which he was much more reasonable on. He said, I don't want to do this either.
No.
Because as many of you pointed out, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be sure.
What does that have to do with your therapy? That has almost nothing to do with that.
And there is another update.
Oh God.
There is another update. But John, so far, what are your thoughts on this dude?
My guy. This is just one of those, every once in a while, we just get those dudes that just like, he's just going to fumble the bag forever. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
You don't deserve to be in a relationship.
All right, hit me with it. I'm ready.
Okay. I realize now that I'm not exactly someone you want to sympathize with, and I'm sorry. I do love Marissa, and I want to be a better husband and father, but I will not get that chance. In therapy, our therapist had us lay everything out on the table, and I admitted that I was an unfair hypocrite. At least you can admit what
Good
you
step.
are. She admitted that she's happier without me, despite being a single mother for all intents and purposes. We attempted to talk it through, with her laying out her terms to re-enter the marriage. I still feel I did not cheat on her because she left me with no discussion of terms. She feels I cheated because we were still married and actively discussing her eventually rebuilding her trust in me and moving back home. We agreed to try another therapy session, but Tuesday morning she canceled it and filed for divorce. We had dinner that night. She told me she was so sorry, but she didn't think it would work because her trust at this point was irrecoverably broken. I told her it was okay. We sat down and talked about visitation until she leaves in January, when she will be moving to her home state with an opportunity that grants her more money and better benefits, including on-site daycare. She told me she harbors no hard feelings towards me, which I would harbor some big hard feelings against this douchebag, but she wishes it hadn't ended this way. I told her it didn't have to, but she disagreed and said it did. And it does. I told her I'd give her access to my phone and such. A little too late, buddy. A little too late.
Stop it.
But the fact that I did that to her left her with a sour taste in her mouth, and she doesn't want a relationship where it's considered normal to not share/rifle through the other person's things for no reason, as she put it. We agreed on child support and we will get it in writing. I make a comparable amount to what she will be making, so we agreed to split baby's expenses. Baby will be on her insurance. I gave her a check for the amount for the amino. Anything else we can think of? I know there's no chance of getting my wife back, but how can I be a good dad to a baby long distance? We talked about me eventually moving to be in proximity. She made sure to emphasize for baby and that we will not be getting back together, but I'm locked into a contract until December at least. So I guess what should OP do to become a better father? Change a lot of things about yourself.
Become a completely different person.
At least he's honest in his post.
It seems like he's becoming self-aware. I mean, hey, that's
a step.
A step in the right direction. At the end of the day, she's still co-parenting a child with a guy.
Yeah.
So better that he's kind of understanding now.
Yeah, but fuck, what an idiot. Bruh. I'm very curious. Have you ever been with a partner that has just been such a hypocrite. I would love to hear your hypocritical partner stories. All right. When Ariana comes over to my place, she will like change and she'll borrow my sweatpants and a t-shirt.
Yep.
And like maybe one of my hoodies.
Sure.
Classic girlfriend.
Of course.
Borrows your clothes thing, right? I went over to her place after a date. I didn't have any sweatpants or anything. I was cold and I'm like, hey, can I borrow some of your sweatpants? And immediately she said, no, you'll stretch them out. And yes, she is 5'0" and I have 100 pounds on her. But the fact that she wouldn't even think about lending me her sweatpants, I was taken aback. And I said, Ariana, that's hypocritical as fuck. Do you know how many times I've given you my sweatpants? And then she's like, fine, I'll go check. And I wore some of her sweatpants and I look fucking phenomenal in them.
Oh God.
Did not stretch them out because they're massively oversized on her. And now we're closer because of it. I think someone is living in my shed. I can't prove it yet.
Rent is too damn high. I'm about to find a shed to live in myself.
Title says it all, but it also doesn't say a thing.
Oh.
Mysterious start. Lately, I've been noticing something off about my home. Like there's something else with me, my wife, and our 2 dogs, but I have not been able to put my finger on it until today. For some context, I live in a duplex. We share the property with another guy in his mid-20s. He has his own house and we have ours, but we share the laundry room that leads to our respective backyards that are separated by a fence. This all started 2 months ago when a guy sent me a text. Hey man, just a heads up, someone stole my bike out of the sunroom. This is extra creepy because to get to our sun/laundry room, you would need to hop the brick fence surrounded by shrubbery trees and then hurl the bike over, unless the thief had the most massive balls ever and walked through one of our front doors when we weren't home. Either way, I didn't feel right and made more of an effort to keep the door locked. Fast forward a couple of weeks ago, I let my dogs in the backyard and one of them starts sniffing at the shed. No big deal. The lizards are coming out. It's heating up. They probably just chased one under the door. Finally got them to come in, but didn't give it much thought. I hardly ever go in that shed. Nothing wrong with it. It's just kind of out of the way, and I'm not really a hang in the shed type of guy.
You don't like hanging in the shed with your boys?
Hey, knock back a couple beers in the shed. Maybe look at those tools. Maybe look at each other's tools.
Oh, God.
So we generally use it for storage, suitcases, furnitures that doesn't match and fit the house, camping stuff, boring suburban shit. We probably enter it maybe 3 times a year. After the 18th day in a row of my dogs being curious about the shed, I decided to give it a little look-see to see if maybe there's a Komodo dragon. Or where are they living? A Komodo dragon?
What?
Or something in there. But what I did find literally made me piss myself just a little bit. Just a few drops.
Ooh.
Inside the shed was the bike that my neighbor had stolen a little while back. My first thought was, oh, fuck, my wife is a klepto. So
yeah,
it's like, oh, my wife stole this guy's shit.
Who else could it be?
But quickly ruled that out. She doesn't even like the bike. Then I briefly worried that my neighbor thought that I was the thief. I mean, it's in my shed. I don't know how to explain that if he found out. Plus, I wanted to give him his bike back. I kept looking around and found that one of our sleeping bags unraveled but balled up behind a box. Inside of it was a sack of what looked like to be $20 in change in singles. There was also a bag for garbage that had lots of food wrappers inside. It was pretty clean.
I'm still freaked out. I am freaked out. He said a wife, kids, and a dog.
Yeah.
I'm freaked out.
And a new roommate. Eventually, my brain accepted what it was ultimately denying at first and put 2 and 2 together. Someone, I don't know who, is living in my shed.
I hate it.
Or at least was. Maybe my dog spooked them off, or maybe they sleep there every night and leave during the day. If they weren't coming back, why would they leave the change? I left everything how I found it and am thinking about what I should do next. Whoever did it must have gotten in through the spare set of keys I keep hidden in my backyard. I locked up and brought them inside with me tonight. Hopefully, whoever it is gets the message and moves on. I'm going to install cameras tomorrow. I will keep you guys updated if anything more happens. Please hope for the best, and let's hope this person isn't a lunatic. And there is an update.
Oh, no.
But John, if you thought someone was living in your shed, what do you do?
It could totally be just someone like, I found this random ass empty box and I'm living in it, right? That's probably what it is.
Yeah.
But my paranoid mind is like, is this person like trying to infiltrate my family and like do whatever else? You
Is
know,
he trying to hook up with my wife? Has my wife has been going to the shed more recently.
I mean, dude,
and she comes back with a smile on her face.
If someone is getting at your wife living in your own shed, you got to get your riz up, my dude. Like, you are just failing.
But have you ever found anyone sleeping in your apartment or shed or lawn? But there is an update, John.
Okay.
Right?
I feel like I know what it's gonna say.
All right, guys, I've got some good news and I've got some bad news. The bad news is that for 3 nights now, my cameras have not picked up anything creepy, so no creepy footage for you guys. The good news is for me, no footage. But the story doesn't end there. A few people who read my post suggested I contact some local homeless shelters. After all, I didn't want to get the police involved and ruin someone's life potentially.
Yeah.
And this very well could have just been a person who hit rock bottom and needed any kind of shelter. So I called around these past few days and explained this story to people who knew the homeless population. The first few conversations went something like, this doesn't sound like anyone I know of, but let me hook you up with blank. And after about the 5th or 6th time of being told to hit up someone who may know, I got a bite.
Okay.
Susan has been working with the homeless community in my city for about 3 decades. She listened to what I said with eagerness, and I could tell she had a light bulb go off almost right away. The bag of food wrappers you found, were there a bunch of party mix little bite muffins? This was it. She was dead spot on.
Wow.
There were probably like 10 in there.
Wow.
And then she says, you got nothing to worry about. That's old man Dan.
So old man Dan.
Old man Dan, he just sleeps in your shed every once
He's
in a
just
while.
slipping in and out and around.
Susan proceeded to tell me the brief version of Old Man Dan's life. Old Man Dan is a supposed Vietnam veteran who, like many of his peers, fell in hard times. She said he has probably lived more of his life homeless than he probably has functioning within society. They feel like he suffers from a multitude of mental health issues such as PTSD and multiple personality, but has never been a concern for violent outbursts. He's mostly kept his head low and just tried to hang out. He also has a habit of shoplifting boxes at a time of party mix little bites from the grocery store. I guess they're his favorite. But Old Man Dan is infamous for one thing.
Oh, no.
Setting up little bases around town. Sometimes, they said, he's gone undetected for years. Other times, he's caught in a day. There are usually little bites wrappers found in these places. That's what usually gives his identity away.
His calling card.
Yeah, his calling card. It's like the Joker's Joker card.
Yeah, but it's muffin wrappers.
But it's muffin wrappers. They said he's really good about not going back to where he's not welcome. He's just trying to not draw attention. Some of his local hideouts include under the bleachers at a high school, the away team's bench, less security, abandoned swimming pools, like ones swim teams wouldn't practice at. He had a tent on a golf course. But his most common are a plethora of sheds and guest houses he can find a way into. So now that I know that my wife's life, my precious baby pups, my neighbors, and my life are not in any immediate threat, I took a moment to ponder and make my next move. I asked if Susan would come by and grab his stuff and track him down. She said she knew his usual spots. I tossed his trash. It was just wrappers, no cans or recyclables, but gave her the sack of cash and coins with a little extra money from my coin jar. I also let her give the sleeping bag. My neighbor kept the bike. Anyway, hopefully that's the end of the saga. I'm moving this summer anyway, so not really anything to worry about long term. But although I knew his intentions were malicious, part of me still feels violated that this was even happening. How many nights did he sleep out there without me knowing? I shudder at the thoughts. So Old Man Dan, if I see you on the street, I'll throw you a few bucks and a water, but let's not meet in my shed.
Ooh, wow. This is kind of like a wholesome ending.
Yeah, Old Man Dan. I love how there was like a Reddit post about this, but like every town has a like weird person that's unexplainable. It's like a guy like riding bareback on a horse with his shirt off with long hair.
Yeah.
And you're like, who's that guy riding bareback with his like, shirt off, like with long hair on the horse? And your friend's like, oh, like that's horseback Jesus.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, what would you do if
you found Old Man Dan living in your shed?
I feel like I resonated a lot with OP, where I'm like a little bit hesitant to like call the cops just so you never know. but I'm also simultaneously like definitely freaked out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
It's
feel
kind
like
of a tough
OP
call.
made the exact right choice. Like, hey, let me call like these services and see what I can do.
Yeah, shout out to OP, honestly.
Shout out to OP. This
Good
is a
stuff.
real classy move.
Yeah. My husband is furious because of what I did at the engagement party, but I don't care. Am I the a-hole? So, my fiance, male 31, and I, female 26, got engaged several days ago.
Nice.
This is relevant. He's tall, and I'm in the 5-foot category. Pretty small compared to him and his family.
From 5 foot to 5'11".
I know, right?
Okay.
But
I'm guessing 5 flat.
He asked that I wear high heels at our engagement party since there was going to be photos. Although I wasn't comfortable and I'm also not a fan of high heels, I decided to wear them just for his sake since he begged and pleaded.
How tall is this guy?
I mean, my man is 7'8".
7
so,
foot.
You know.
Yo, he's having to crouch.
And also, since he promised I would be sitting most of the time. But at the party, he made me stand for hours to welcome the guests. There were like 20 guests with him. I got so tired of standing and my feet and my legs were on fire. I asked if I could sit, but his mom said that I'm the fiance and I should stand next to my partner, not just sit down like the party had nothing to do with me.
Just let
Who
her change
cares?
into different shoes.
Who cares if she wants to sit? It's her party.
Yeah, bro.
What does this have to do with you, bitch? I told my fiance again that I was in so much pain, and he said, "Suck it up, babe. It's almost over."
Damn.
God.
Dick.
I hate these two people right now.
Dick.
I had enough of it. I took my heels off and I let my feet and legs cool off. Him and his mom looked at me in utter confusion. Several of his family and guests saw me barefoot as well.
Barefoot. I saw her toes.
He freaked out and asked me what I was doing.
How dare you, wench?
His mom asked that I put my heels on, but I said my feet were done and I couldn't do it anymore. My fiance begged me, please, my darling.
Please put your shoes on. The stench is overwhelming.
But I stood there till it was over like he wanted. The minute I got in the car, he flipped out, saying I embarrassed him in front of family and friends by standing there barefoot and refusing to put my heels back on, even after his mom repeatedly asked. I reminded him that he said I wouldn't be standing, but turns out that wasn't true. Yeah,
You lied.
you make me sick. He argued that for someone with a height like mine, that I should wear high heels more often and said that I should have sucked it up for his sake. He went upstairs and he turned his phone off and refused to speak with me. I had no intentions of embarrassing him, and I do feel like I should have just sucked it up. But I think he wasn't truthful about how long I was expected to stand. Am I the a-hole? Quick edit. He doesn't usually care if I wear high heels and said I should start considering wear them from now on because most women wear high heels on big occasions like weddings and engagement parties. Ladies and gentlemen, your boy is pissed, but I want you to resolve my pissedness by sharing your thoughts in the comments. And I'm sure that there's been some controlling mother-in-laws and fiancés and all manner of that. I would love to hear your stories in the comments, or maybe your craziest high heel related story.
So Ariana, my girlfriend, is 5 flat. I'm like 6 foot. And yesterday we went out to watch The Little Mermaid. Lit, by the way.
Oh,
Lit.
yeah.
And she was about to wear high heels. And I'm like, oh, those look really good. Are you going to wear those? And she's like, nah, like they kind of make my feet hurt. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's wear other shoes. End of discussion, right?
Sam, are you telling me that you allowed her to do what she wanted to do?
I know. And not very manly of me.
You disgust
I know.
me.
Not very tatey of me.
Wow.
But yeah, I would love to hear everyone's high heel stories.
Yes.
And also, what is the highest heel that you've ever worn?
Ooh, competition time.
Competition.
Let's go. Hey, you're like 70-80% women. We know who's watching.
We
so
know there's some high heel wearers in there.
let's see who wins.
I kicked a girl at my wedding because she was younger and hotter than me. The audacity. Am I the a-hole?
If anyone is more attractive than you,
Yep.
attack them.
I, 25 female, and my husband, 30 male, and I got married last Friday.
Congrats.
We planned our dream wedding down to the dream catering company. The wedding was beautiful. After the pictures, we headed to our cocktail hour, and that's when I saw her. My guests were all told to wear dark colors, so my husband and I stood out. I also asked my guests to wear minimal makeup. I had assumed that applied to the staff as well. The server, 19-ish female, had on clearly too much eyeliner.
Clearly.
This isn't a Green Day concert, you punk! She also had diamond studs on her ears, a flashy ring, and one of those ugly nose studs.
Oh, a nose stud. What is this? Is this a hot topic?
The staff's uniform was long black sleeve shirts, but on her, it was too low cut and her pants were far too tight.
That ass and those boobies were
goodness.
too bodacious.
They were busting out the
my
confines.
husband could not keep his eyes off her.
She was walking around serving drinks and talking to my guests.
How dare she?
You do your
Saying
job.
things like, would you like a drink? Oh, how dare you?
Audacity.
Saying chicken or fish? Oh, my goodness.
I asked another member of the staff to speak to their boss. When their boss came out, I pointed out the server and asked that she be dealt with because she was super distracting. Their boss apologized and called the server back into the kitchen. Oh, this poor server, man.
Bro, she's like, this happens every time, every wedding. They always kick me out because I'm too hot.
What can I do? Not even an hour later, the server was back out serving food for dinner. I called the boss over again and asked if the server could work in the back or go home.
Oh my God.
Her boss said they were short-staffed tonight, so she would see what can be done. After a few hours of not seeing her, I saw the server again
The
around
audacity.
the bar. Why do you continue to exist when I wish for you to vanish? I called the boss out one last time and told her if the server didn't leave, I would be calling the cops.
On what grounds?
Hey, my husband and mother-in-law said I was acting crazy.
Yes.
And that I probably got a poor college kid fired over nothing. My mother and maid of honor said it's my wedding, so I can do as I please.
I don't know if you getting married, you have the right to just be a dick to everyone.
It's my wedding, and I don't want someone overshining me. And that server should know she's at work and not to dress up too much. I do feel kind of bad because she was pretty young. Am I the ass?
Hole. Yes. Yes, you are. Big, fat asshole. Just because someone's hotter than you doesn't mean they should go to jail.
Well, that's not what I told the cops when I said my co-host needs to be arrested because he's too fine.
But that's what I told them when I saw John and his luscious mane, and I said, hair like that has got to be cut off because it makes me look bad. It's too beautiful.
Man, this is a very clear cut
asshole
to me.
Yeah,
that asshole is cut clear.
Perky.
Very, very, very perky.
I told my fiance her wedding dress was butt ugly, and I hate it. Am I the a-hole?
You know, he's just being honest. You
Just
know,
being honest.
He's trying to be a nice guy.
So my fiance and I are getting married in 9 months. She's been dress shopping with her girls for months now. She found the dress she loved and bought it and was too excited to keep it a secret. She told me pics of the bridesmaids' dresses, and I told her they were pretty. They matched the groomsmen's suits really well. Anyway, she brought her dress out and asked what I thought. I specifically asked if she wants the God's honest truth
Oh no.
and wants me to critique the dress, or if she knows she loves it and just wants to show me.
I would probably go. I'll be honest. Those other ones over there were really catching my eye.
The old switcheroo. I don't hate that. She said she wanted my opinion. She put the dress on and came out of the bathroom, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed. She's a beautiful woman and looks incredible in anything, of course, but the dress completely dwarfed her and didn't really fit the wedding theme she has worked so hard for. She wanted a foresty, magical, and whimsical type theme.
Yeah, what does she got to do? Like wear a moss dress, like be a tree? Like
A white moss dress. Flower crowns on the bridesmaids, etc. But she chose a super sparkly dress with a huge skirt, which looked nothing like the simply body-hugging sexy dresses she had been repeatedly showing me. She picked basically a huge Disney princess dress, and I just didn't like how it looked at all. I was honest when I told her I didn't like it, And I was surprised she picked it because it just doesn't seem to match her. And I just thought it was too much poof and sparkle, which is a more laid back opinion of this. I hate it. She got really quiet and stormed back upstairs and then stormed out of the house and went to her mom's. She texted me saying she couldn't believe I would say I didn't like it and what a dickhead I am and has blocked my number. This is our first major fight. I'm just so annoyed because I asked if she wanted a real opinion and she said yes. So, am I the a-hole for telling her I don't like the dress? And there is an edit. I'll just read that first. I read my credit card statement. Guess how much the dress was. Also, I want to know in the comments how expensive your guys' dress were.
Yeah.
For those of you that are married or were about to be married and then like maybe ran off with another person or left the guy at the altar.
It happens.
It happens all the time. But John, guess.
I feel like the average is in the thousands, right? It's not in the hundreds. Probably like 5 to 15, I guess, would be like maybe the median average range for like a not non-budget dress.
Yeah.
Let's go 15.
$9,000.
I mean, that's still insane.
That's
still
a lot.
Freaking insane.
Might help explain the reaction. Oh, you don't like this $9,000 dress? Great, because I can't return it. Do you think OP's the a-hole?
Yes, you're not RuPaul, bro. Like this is not like some runway show. This is not
America's
Next in
Next Top
Fashion.
Model.
This is not America's Next Top Model. This is just your wife wanting to feel supported.
Like if someone asks your opinion on something that can be changed,
Yeah.
I think he's not out of place. If it's already at the other end and she can't return it and he's saying like, I don't really like it, that's when he's the a-hole. But yeah, let us know, is OP the a-hole or not? And if you bought a wedding dress or if your significant other had a wedding dress, how much did that thing cost? Because those things are expensive. My brother evicted me from my own house citing medieval property laws?
Ye must evade this house this instant.
The crown doth protest this eviction. My brother moved in with me at the start of lockdown because he was living in hotels for some reason. I recently found out it was because he owes £260,000 in debt to a multitude of small businesses for various reasons.
What kind of small businesses are these? What do you think?
Prostitution. Ladies of the night.
Ladies of the night, drug lords, and casinos.
You know, the backbone of our economy. A lot of these cases have gone to high court and he's being actively pursued by bailiffs.
Okay, not
So he's
the
on the
best
lam.
guy. Yeah, he's on the run.
He's on the run. When he moved in, he was relatively normal, but vague about why he was living in hotels. Then, as lockdown went on, he started to get more and more obsessed with these free men on the land common law types, which has led to some major disputes, like saying he doesn't have to wear a mask because he's not subject to the crown and the Cromwellian Lord Protectorship and trying to annex land from the fields behind our house because apparently you can claim land by throwing a hatchet at four corners. So he threw a hatchet at four corners in my backyard and said, I claim this land as my own.
This is why we're lucky living in the U.S. because we don't have these crazy
Medieval laws
from hundreds of years ago.
I mean, are they still active?
Apparently.
Well, recently the bailiffs somehow caught up with him, and they were pretty nice lads. They explained everything to me, but after he said he wouldn't pay, even if he had all the money in cash, they took his car. Ever since this, my brother has been furious with me, so we started avoiding each other around the house. This weekend, I went away for a mini break on the coast and came back to find all the locks had been changed and the windows were boarded up.
What?
Garden furniture nowhere to be seen. I rang my brother, who basically explained as the house was unclaimed, he made a de facto eviction of me from the house, making him sole owner. And if I attempted to make entry, he'd have every right to kill me under the provision that an Englishman's home is a castle.
You basically can show up in somebody's house one day and say, go on vacation, house sit for them, and then steal their property because it's your throne. Let's go
That's
to
the law.
England. Let's go to England, find a nice little chateau.
That's the law.
Yeah.
So what do you do in this case if your brother is literally trying to kill you if you enter your own house?
Call the police feels like an easy first step.
All right, we'll see what happens. What would you do, guys? Just put it in the comments below. I'm staying with my parents, which isn't ideal, as they should be shielding, I guess, like COVID-wise. And I went on the mini break, but when I contacted the police, I was told as a tenant, he has every right to change the locks, which is confusing. Any help is much appreciated. Okay, there is an update.
Okay.
So I'm back in the house, and otherwise everything's still here. I spent the whole day making sure, and nothing's been trashed, but there's a ton of Domino's boxes in the kitchen. Apparently, he'd contacted the bank trying to access my accounts and spunked any money he had left on pizzas in celebration. So he's now both homeless and has no money.
And pizzaless.
I stole a priceless family heirloom from my cheating dead grandpa, and now it's causing my entire family to implode. Basically, it came out some years ago that my grandfather cheated on my grandmother and had a baby. It was a long time ago, and the baby is like 20-ish, I guess. I don't know, because no one in the family wants to talk about it or meet him or anything. My two aunts, who sort of run everything, say that he's not really part of our family. His mom is a whore, and that my grandmother died of a broken heart from finding out. So basically, he killed their mother. But I know that in the last couple of years, my grandfather was secretly emailing my bastard uncle and sometimes meeting him. He only told me because he needed someone to make an email account for him. Plus, I could drive him there. I feel pretty bad about lying, but also it's not my uncle's fault that grandpa cheated, and it's kind of shitty to be mean to him for it.
Exactly. This
didn't do
kid
anything.
didn't choose to be born.
Anyway, when grandpa got sick, my aunt wouldn't let my bastard uncle see him, and he died without seeing his son one last time.
I would feel pretty shitty about that, because again, the one that has to live with this is the kid.
Yeah, that's sad. My mother and the other uncle tried to fight it, but one of my aunts has the power of attorney, and she decided everything, and the other aunt supported her. These aunts sound like
it's like
evil power
Cinderella,
duo.
like Cinderella and the evil aunts.
Yeah,
but they're like
Cinderella and the evil aunts. The step
on.
aunts.
Step on, no.
There was a thing. I won't say what it is, because if my family reads it, they'll know it's me. But it's antique and has been in our family for a long time. I think it's Cleopatra's wooden and bone dildos.
And there's still remnants of the...
Right, because Cleopatra bathed in... My grandfather wanted to give it to my youngest uncle, the one not from my grandmother, to say that he is part of the family and to make him feel better, which is actually like so nice. The least he could have is Cleopatra's dildo.
Yeah.
But my aunts wanted it to stay in the family, and he's not family. Also, no one was allowed in my grandfather's house while he was sick because they were sure we would steal his stuff for ourselves. This is a dysfunctional family.
Yeah, they sound really unhealthy, and definitely not like what's yours is mine, what's mine is yours.
No, it's what's mine is mine. I'm going to take it from you.
Yeah.
But I know how to get into his house from the back window. So one day I cut class, climbed in and took it and hid it in my room. Right after he died, both of my aunts went to his house to set up things in order, which I think means divide up his stuff. When they found the item was missing, they got pretty upset and blamed my mom and my uncle and my other uncle. But only they had the keys and everyone else was at work except my older uncle who was with my grandfather at the hospital. So basically they're like, who done it? They don't know who done it.
Get Sherlock on the case.
Discombobulate.
So then they started blaming each other as well, and it became a huge fight. They got lawyers, and my aunt with the power of attorney tried to take all my grandfather's money and cut everyone else out. So they're basically like, now it's like imploding because it's like, oh, you stole it? Well, I'm going to steal my It's like a cascading shittiness.
Meanwhile, it's just this dumb kid that stuck through the window.
I'm gonna steal this, I guess.
My mom didn't want the money, but my older uncle got angry with my aunts and said we should fight for the money just so they don't win and then donate it if she doesn't want it. What would you do in this situation? Would you like give back the crown? Or I don't know.
That's
I
the
think it's a
thing
crown,
for the kid. You give the dildo back.
So now there are angry emails and lawyers, and no one talks to anyone but my mother and my older uncle. My mother is so unhappy and stressed that she's starting to get sick. I still have the stolen thing and want to send it to my younger uncle, but maybe if I put it back in a hidden corner of my house for my aunts to find, the fighting will stop and my mother can feel better. So, should OP return the heirloom or give it to the granddaddy's bastard son? Is OP the a-hole? I want to know in the comments what you guys think, but Ariana, what do you think?
I actually think that's hilarious. Just like hide it in the house somewhere.
You were chaotic. In all of these stories, you're like, actually, this is funny.
What are
I
you
would
gonna
do this.
I'm just thinking from his perspective, like, how do I avoid the wrath of my family?
Yeah, because if they find out it's him, he's f***ed.
His mother's gotten sick from this. The whole family's not talking to one another. Like, I actually think the way to resolve all the family tension is to hide it in the house. Like, oh my God, we misplaced it. Guys, we've been so silly this
But how
whole
about
time.
the bastard uncle?
Yeah, but is the dildo really gonna get him anywhere? Like, tell him, listen,
Well, I think
granddaddy
it will
wanted you to
know.
have this, but
Yeah, just tell
it's the
him.
thought that counts.
Yeah, I guess I think the compromise is telling him
Yeah,
that, hey, like he wanted you to have this, but my family's being crazy.
exactly.
And then he knows that he was accepted by his dad. Well, if you want want to be accepted by your daddy, make sure to comment so I can see it in the comments below, and your daddy will maybe give it a heart or something. Ooh, baby.
Daddy.
My mom and my husband are a little too close. Now my mom's pregnant, and I don't think my dad is the father.
You are not.
The answer? Get pregnant with your dad's baby.
Why are you adding this chaos into the world? Also, this little bundle of chaos is my girlfriend, Ariana. She's subbing in for John this week. Please be nice to her. She's a little bundle of sunshine in my life. All right. My 40 female parents, dad, 63 male, and mom, 60 female, have been married for 43 years, which means that
Mom was 17 when she got married.
Why don't you have a seat right over there? Okay.
I have been with my husband, 39 male, since we were 15. I got pregnant at 17 and then we moved in with my parents. I gave birth to my now 22-year-old daughter. We got married at 18 shortly after. I thought I had a good marriage. We were intimate more than twice a week. We went on date nights. We bought each other gifts. We didn't fight. My entire world was shattered on New Year's Eve when I returned early from a girls' trip I had taken with some friends. I walked into my bedroom to find my mom having sex with my husband. That is a picture you can't erase.
No, scarred for life.
Yeah. My mother screamed at me to get out of their bedroom, which really shook me up even more.
Get the f- out of my room! The mom had like dementia and not realize what's going on.
What would you do in that situation?
I go to therapy. I don't know.
BetterHelp. Unfortunately, my oldest daughter was already home in her bedroom across the house getting ready for a party. She ran out and witnessed my all but a bed sheet naked mother running out our house next door to her house and slammed the door.
No.
My daughter was devastated and went to my sister's house. I asked her not to say anything until I first talked to my husband.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I asked him for the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
He told me that my mom seduced him when we were 18 and living in their house. This has been going on for like 22 years.
How do you know that any of the children that your mother has birthed are yours? Well, I guess that's where we're going.
I didn't even realize that.
Like that many years.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
They had been having unprotected sex at least once a month for longer than we were married.
How did nobody know? Nobody knew?
I immediately called my dad and told him to come to my house without my mom. I made my husband confess, and my dad was devastated. This is how you blow up a family.
Breaking in this old man's heart.
I feel, my heart cries.
I don't know. Do you tell him? I guess you gotta tell him.
Their whole marriage is a sham too. Mommy's boy. That's what I'll call him.
He and my mom were high school sweethearts too. Needless to say, we could hear my mother screaming from her house when he confronted her.
Why is she screaming? She's in the wrong.
I then told my older sister, and she and I decided to have her throw a party for the whole extended family, and we invited my ex's family as well. Okay, so I guess this is a little later. At the party, I had my 22 female daughter take all the kids to our basement and put on a movie, leaving only the adult children and siblings, and I told them exactly what they'd been doing. Most of the family is on my side, except my 3 youngest siblings.
Mom was happy. Let her fuck who she wants to.
They all say I'm the a-hole for dropping this publicly because word got out, and my mom's best friend, who was on leadership at my mom's church, my childhood church, called me to verify. My mom has since been let go as the children's pastor there.
Crawl on your belly.
And she claims I've essentially ruined her reputation and life. No, I mean, she ruined her own reputation by fucking Opie's husband.
For 18 years.
For 18 years. Like, I understand. Maybe you fuck Opie's husband once, twice,
really?
3 times.
Yeah.
But consistently for 18 years?
Terrible. Like, how do you just not have like the guilt just eating
guilt
at
makes
you?
it hotter.
Ooh, steamy.
Ooh, baby. My dad kicked her out, and she's now living with my 38 female sister. And lastly, my dad insisted on a DNA test for the youngest 3 boys before he'd consider anything to do with their marriage. The twins are my husband's biological children. I've since kicked him out, and he's living with his parents. Wait.
The twins are the husband's biological children. The mom literally had her husband's kids.
Wait. I'm confused.
So the 220 male twins are the moms and her husbands.
Yeah.
Oh my God. My father and I are discussing me moving into his much larger house and him selling my grandfather's house and him giving me the money to buy a new house somewhere else to get rid of the memories. My husband is appalled and furious that I prove he actually is about to have 7 kids instead of 5, that I'm going to be taking half of his business away from him. My husband started his own HVAC company a few years ago, and for the first 5 years, I helped him get it set up, ran the office completely, and took time away from my teaching career to help him get this established. In my state, all marital assets, including businesses, are split 50-50. Since the house was still in my father's name, my husband will get no money from the sale, neither will my mother, since inherited assets are not subject to be split in divorces. My mother is also likely to not get any alimony, as our state is not a no-fault divorce state.
Do we think that they were in love?
Who the f*** cares? What?
But,
So what if they are?
Well, I'm wondering what the happy ever after looks like for the two of them. Do they move in together?
I think, yes, they move in together, but now the spark's gone because it's not like all
It's
like
not hot
sexy
and
and smutty.
steamy
It's just like, okay, now we're just like an old woman and a young man together with 7 kids in a house.
Yeah.
Not as sexy anymore.
Tough.
I'm now over a month removed, still extremely bitter and angry at my mother, especially at her hypocrisy for calling me a whore and shaming my family when she's done much worse. I also despise my ex with everything within me now, as he was both fucking my mom and me, in some instances coming to our bed minutes later. He got my mother pregnant less than a week after getting me pregnant, and while I thought it was so cute and fun that I shared a pregnancy experience with my mom, she was carrying my children's half siblings. He has broken all trust I had in men and being faithful. I have already procured a good lawyer from the firm that helped us in financial matters for both me and my dad is helping pay for it. Also, to add insult to injury, my husband confirmed in one of our mediated conversations the affair started when I apparently made him angry. He didn't tell me and instead vented to my mom when they were alone. She comforted him and then they had sex. He loved it and then pursued her after that. He said he would have divorced me, but knew he'd get cut off from her, and she was so much better at sex than me, so stuck it out with me. He told me I was a placeholder. Of all the betrayals and low blows, that's the statement that keeps me up at night.
Yeah, it's trauma for the rest of your life. It's just,
I don't know how you recover from that.
yeah, I don't think you do. And you've got all these little babies that are like reminders of him.
Yeah,
I don't know
it's-
if they're like consoling or
I think it's just like a mixed role of emotions. It's like, yes, like that's your baby that you love, but it's like it's associated with this
person,
you know,
who is so horrible.
Yeah. That's generations of therapy that are going to need to be had. But if you were OP, what would you do? Is OP the a-hole for like letting this out in the open? Please put it in the comments below. But what do you think?
No, the fact that her siblings are even coming after her for that makes
Zero
them
sense.
the asshole.
0 cents. My wife admitted to baby trapping me with 3 kids, and I don't care. I'm still leaving. So my wife, 32 female, and I, 34 male, have been together for 8 years. We have a little girl, 5 female, and a baby boy, 2 male. I love both of them more than anything. And I finally feel like I have it all. A beautiful wife, 2 healthy kids, a great career, and a big house. The token American dream. When we talked about kids before, my wife always said she wanted 2. I only wanted 1. It would be easier and we'd have more money for vacations and stuff, but my wife maintained it's important for a child to have a sibling.
That feels fair. And he loves both of them.
Yeah.
You would think he would come around. Oh, I've got these 2 darling little doll-faced stinky butts.
All-faced thinky butts. I grew up with 4 and my wife with none. So I guess I understand where she's coming from. After our son and getting through the baby years and sleepless nights for the second time, I did not want to go through it all again.
No more children.
Both kids were fussy and colicky. I don't know what that means. But when he was a year old, my wife casually began mentioning, what if we got a 3rd kid?
We just went to the store and got another
Let's
one.
get another kid.
Shop around, see what we like.
I would laugh it off, but finally she sat me down and said, we have to have a 3rd child. I said no. What would be a reason?
To have a 3rd one because she finds purpose in motherhood. It brings her the most joy she's ever experienced. And would he dare deprive her of that gift?
Crazy girlfriend alert. We agreed on 2, but she said she wanted 4 and 3 was the compromise. I refused and said I wanted to have 1, but we had 2. She got angry and called me selfish for taking away her dream of wanting a big family.
This is what I'm talking about.
A couple days later, she apologized and we had sex.
Man didn't realize that maybe he should put a bag on it this time.
I noticed her drive increased exponentially, but so did mine, and I was happy to engage with her. She was on birth control. I had a condom. I thought we were all good.
Double duty over here.
Thinking back on it, I probably should have figured out that something was up. I came home from work one day while the kids were at their grandparents', and my wife showed me a positive pregnancy test, literally dancing with joy. What do you think the wife did?
Poked a hole and went off of her birth control.
You just came to that answer way too quick, and it's really making me
What
nervous.
else? What else could it have been?
That's why pulling out is the only method, boys.
It's the only safe way.
Only safe way.
When we're condoning pull-out sex as the safest sex.
My first thought was, oh, my wife noticed my less than happy expression on my face and started screaming at me. She berated me for not being supportive and that this was a miracle from God and I should be grateful. I said I was sorry and hugged her and said I was super excited for the baby.
Lying, just straight up lying, but
Gaslighting.
listen,
bro.
happy wife, happy life. That's what they say.
My wife was delighted, and later that night, she was calling all family and friends to happily tell them the news. When she was talking about the nursery and how we'll convert my office into a room, I started getting a little suspicious. Everything was so well thought out, and it seemed like she'd been planning it all this time. Suspicious. Ooh. When she was asleep, I took the condoms out of the cupboard and ran them underwater.
Holes.
Holes!
That's not cool.
I nabbed her phone and saw she'd set a password on it, which was odd. Nevertheless, my wife has a terrible memory, so I tried her birthday and it opened. Further up were texts with her best friend of my wife complaining how I wouldn't come around. Her best friend suggested that I arrange an accident. My wife agreed and said it was great to arrange an accident and that she was going to come off birth control. It went on for a little while, ending with my wife saying yes, we were going to have a third. So I woke her up immediately and asked her if this had really been a miracle baby. She got the deer in the headlights look and burst into tears. She wailed and then got angry. Through tears, she screamed I had no right to go through her phone, and it's her choice whether or not she wants to take birth control. The side effects are bad, and she was sick. She also brought up if I really didn't want a third kid, I would have had a vasectomy.
This is crazy. You're supposed to have these conversations together. If birth control is making you sick, talk to your partner about it. Then you go off of it. Then he would probably choose to get a vasectomy.
I mean, it's absolutely like she's gaslighting him to the max. She's like,
oh, for sure.
The gas.
Yeah. How dare you look through my phone after I poked holes in the condoms?
She told me to go sleep on the couch. I laughed out loud and said, no, I'm sleeping here. You're leaving. So while wailing, she packed a bag and left to her parents. When she called the next day, I told her I need some time to myself. She said, that's fine, but I need to come around for our child. I told her I wasn't sure if it'd be our child, and she cried more. It's been 2 weeks since then. Government recommended to stay home, and I knew staying home by myself while also working with the two kids would not be ideal, and she wanted to see the kids. So we're in the same house. She constantly keeps on stopping me and trying to get me excited for our kid and planning the nursery names and whatever. I've been ignoring her entirely. What do I do? Staying home with her is bad enough, and I don't know if I should leave her over this. I don't trust her anymore. She betrayed it. I'm angry, but I have another child on the way. Is this a big enough breach of trust to end the relationship?
I don't think that you will necessarily have a happy relationship unless you're both willing to put in the work. Maybe you both decide, okay, this actually, given the children, it matters so much to me. Hey, we realized we both weren't communicating well with one another.
But she has to admit that.
Yeah, they both have to decide that, but maybe she would. Who knows?
I think he is well within his rights to get a divorce. Like in terms
Definitely
of,
not the.
But there is an update.
Ooh, tell me more.
So the wife is still at home. I'm going out of my mind. Kids don't understand what's happening and keep asking why I won't talk to mommy. It's been close to a month since then, and I've been following the advice I saw. I lied and said I was going for a drive. She tried to come along, but it's a 2-person limit per car, and she needs to look after the kids. I called my dad's best friend. She's a lawyer and told her everything. I screenshotted the text and sent them to myself. And at nighttime, I asked her to talk and pressed my phone on record and asked her why she did it. And she went on about completing our family and how we needed a third kid. And she knows I'll love them more than anything when they're born. She apologized profusely as well. And she told me she knew she hadn't gone about it the right way and she should have accepted it. And I'm within my rights to do what I want, but please stay for the kid. And now that it's on the way, we can take it positively. Anyway, that brings us to today.
It sounds like she just wants to brush the whole thing under the rug. Like, but you're going to love it so much.
I'm back on civil terms with my wife, and I've started acting like everything's okay between us. She's happy. The kids are happy and excited for their new sibling. Everything's going great, except for the divorce that I've planned behind her back.
No.
I've got the evidence. I've got the lawyer, and I'm preparing to present her the papers. I talked to the lawyer about how it's going to go because of quarantine and what technology is being used. Online documents and video conferencing, this thing called ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution. So that's pretty much it. I've got all my ducks in a row, and my wife doesn't know a thing.
I feel bad for the little kids.
Kind of feel bad for the kids.
I feel bad for the kids, yeah.
Because like they're excited for their like
exactly.
new sibling.
They're happy mommy and daddy are talking again.
It does suck, but it's like, but just remember, it's not him that broke up the family. Like
Will the
lied.
kids understand that? Like,
I don't know if they
point-
will. I mean, I don't know if they will, and I honestly like.
How do you explain the whole situation to them? Like, yeah, there's these things called condoms. You can poke holes in them. And there's this thing called birth control. And, like, bees and the birds talk happening very early in this family.
Yeah, dude. It's definitely a complicated one. But let us know, is OP the a-hole? What do you think? Put it in the comments below. And Ariana, is he the a-hole for leaving?
No.
No, not at all.
My boyfriend's cousin stole his credit card and robbed him blind, but now I'm not sure that's true.
I feel like, have you ever seen that Mr. Beast video where Mr. Beast gives them the credit card and they get to like spend it on like Gucci and Louis Vuitton?
Right.
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe this story is actually about Mr. Beast and it was totally fine and not a big deal at all.
Backstory. I, 27 female, and my boyfriend, 34 male, have been together for 5 years and have worked really hard to save for a house.
Nice.
2 weeks ago, we fell in love with the house and we put down an initial deposit on the property. The house won't be built though until the end of 2022. Can't build up without a strong foundation. That's what they always
true.
say.
That's true. You know, they say don't build a house on sand.
That's
And
right.
this sounds like dirt.
This
so
is solid
this
dirt
is solid dirt.
We've been in talks with the mortgage broker and the builders and finance people, etc. But last week we received some shocking news when my boyfriend's credit card score came back as trashed.
What are we talking? Are we talking like, you know, a 750 to like a 650?
I think we're talking in the gutter.
What is in the gutter for a credit score?
The gutter is, I mean, probably, I don't think we ever know, but 400 or below.
Ooh.
I mean, that's bad, right?
Ooh.
That's terrible. But there was some activity on the credit card statement that was 100% not his and a credit card that had gone into default in the last 6 months. This credit card was originally my boyfriend's, but he swears he closed the account and canceled the card mid 2019.
Oh,
Long story short, we have discovered that a family member that was living with him a few years ago got a hold of the card at some point and has been using the card on and off since 2019.
No way.
That
Wait, but
is
isn't there a
bad.
point where like you can't withdraw any more money?
There's a point, like a credit card limit.
Yeah.
But you will probably hit a limit. They defaulted on payments in early 2020, but paid this off, but then defaulted again in December of last year.
Wait, they paid it off?
They paid it off, but then ran it up again and then defaulted it. He then defaulted again in December of last year, and the account was still in default and owed over $5,000 in charges and late fees. These charges were for shopping, news agency, takeaway food, pubs, gambling, etc. My boyfriend had zero knowledge of this and hasn't had access to the account after he closed it and hasn't been receiving statements or notices from the bank. Family member has diverted all of the notices to their address. Now we are unable to apply for a bank loan for the house as they won't lend my boyfriend because of his credit. And that's where it really
that
screws
cousin
you.
totally screwed them over.
Because the cousin is maybe like trashing his credit and his credit is fine and he can go do whatever he wants, you know? So now we have two options. Number one, proceed with fraud investigations and charges to the family member, allowing us to prove this is of no fault of my boyfriend's and successfully securing the loan. Or number two, boyfriend pays the debt and we wait at least 2 years from the debt payoff date for his credit to regain after the loss.
2 years.
2 years. So Opie says option number two would set them back at least 3 years for starting a family and their lives as homeowners.
That's insane.
This This will also not allow my boyfriend to secure a bank loan to start up his own business, which he's been dreaming of starting for a few years. And this was the year he had planned on doing it. This has devastated us and put a major delay in our plans. My boyfriend doesn't like conflict, and so he is going with option 2. He isn't even planning on mentioning anything to this family member. He wants it to all go away and thinks the family member is going through a rough time.
That, bro. I mean, like, I understand not wanting to maybe, like, you know, put your cousin in prison.
Yeah.
But, like, because they're just going to steal more of your shit.
Literally. I want my boyfriend to proceed with the fraud charges and investigation. He has worked too hard to not have our dream house and him start his own business. So am I the a-hole for pushing my opinion on my boyfriend?
Not the a-hole for pushing your opinion on your boyfriend. I think, I mean, like, you can, like, give it whatever advice you want to your boyfriend, but ultimately it is the boyfriend's decision. But I mean, I would at least say, like, you know, talk to the cousin.
Try.
Jesus.
Like, God.
Man is so non-confrontational that someone can tank his credit score, steal 3 years of his life, and he's still like, you know,
It's okay.
It's okay.
He's going through a rough time.
He's going through a rough patch. But the thing is, like, it's not a rough patch. Man has been stealing for like over a year.
Yeah, a 3-year rough patch. Like,
yeah, come on.
I don't know, bro. But Sam,
what, John?
There's an update. I want to begin by thanking everyone for their advice. There were some really constructive strategies and words of advice.
Okay.
I spoke with my boyfriend about my concerns, and I was honest with him that it seems like things he were telling me didn't all make sense.
Okay, so that's why he's not wanting to call.
Yeah. He was adamant that he didn't know anything about the credit card or the apparent inquiries on his credit account about payday loans. My boyfriend is still refusing to open any fraud investigations against his family member, and he said that he will pay off all the debt himself.
That's suspicious.
But some other things did come out during our conversation that he was hiding from me. Lying has been a big issue during our entire relationship. In the past, I've forgiven him for his lies, but I can't keep forgiving him for the same issue every few months when he promises to change, but we're in the exact same spot every few months. And I'm not talking little lies here. I'm talking big lies and even bigger lies to cover him up. I know I'm stupid for giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
So in saying this, my boyfriend is now my ex-boyfriend.
Oh, thank you for listening to the signs, my darling.
Over. When I spoke with my boyfriend about my concerns above, he ended things by picking up his bag and driving away.
Oh, so he broke up with you. Yikes.
That was the last time I've seen him in person. This is how this man dealt with issues in our relationship for 5 years. We haven't spoke much since, but I have definitely resigned to the fact that my relationship is over. I think he's expecting me to forgive him like all of the previous times, but I've packed up his stuff and I'm going to give it back to him after our city comes out of lockdown. There is a good ending to this story though.
Okay.
I spoke with my mortgage broker and the housing developers. I can't afford the original townhouse I fell in love with, but a similar townhouse that I also loved came available and I was approved for it. Hey. I paid my deposit 3 days before my birthday last month. I have just bought myself a house.
Yo, that's awesome. Okay. Ditch the fucking terrible
the loser
ex-boyfriend
boyfriend. Yeah.
and buy yourself a house. Ladies.
Hey.
You can do it all by yourself.
We love a queen glowing up.
Yeah, we love an empowered queen.
Yeah, we do.
My CEO found out he's my dad's affair baby and tried to fire me, but I've got a big surprise up my sleeve.
A surprise bigger than our daddy's sausage.
My dad gave the whole family DNA ancestry kits for the holidays. And it turns out the CEO of the company I work for is my half brother. Dad's not the kind of guy to gift everyone DNA kits as a way of telling us he had a secret love child.
Oh.
So I don't think he knew he had another kid. We're all grown-ups and know where babies come from and that things aren't always what we expect. So I have a feeling this is a shock to everyone. So the CEO's company bio says he's a proud Texan born and raised.
Everything's big in Texas.
Including
my daddy's meat.
Dad was stationed in Texas 10 years before he met and married my mother. The timeline all fits, and so do the genes, I guess. None of my siblings have initiated contact, and neither has my dad. I've met the CEO a few times, but he works out of the corporate headquarters across the country from a smaller division where I work. About a week after I got my results, an email went out from the head of HR stating that all staff had to take a refresher training on nepotism. The training also included a clause that said something along the lines of, staff are not entitled to privileges, personal or professional, if familial relation by genes or marriage to executive or management staff is known or unknown known or discovered during employments.
Talking to me?
This feels like aimed at OP almost, right?
Yes.
Other than being clunky verbiage, I felt like it was aimed at me. Okay, so OP agrees. Yep. I found out no other branch had to retake the nepotism training, and the email only came to our office.
You sussy baka.
This is literally like, instead of sending OP a direct message, it's like a direct message with like the mustache and fake glasses.
Yeah.
Like that's the level of competence they have.
Just because you might know I'm family doesn't mean you're going to get any special treatment.
Secret affair, baby half brothers don't get special treatment.
My manager later pulled me in personally to ask if I had any questions about the policy. She was vague and uncomfortable, and I said I wanted to know why nobody else was brought on to the one-on-one to talk about the policy and why no other branch had to do the training.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
OP sees through the mustache. She just kind of ignored the question and said she was just following instructions. So now I definitely think it was aimed at me. I was happy to drop the whole thing. I'm sure he feels uncomfortable as I do about this, but to weaponize HR and make my coworkers waste the whole day on mandatory training just to put a boundary up seems like he messed up. A simple personal email saying, "Hey, I saw this. I don't know what to make of it. Please give me space and don't bring it to work," would have sufficed. But instead, he has to orchestrate everyone going to a meeting. Even ignoring it would have been fine by me, too, since I wasn't sure I wanted to be the one to initiate a conversation about this without having talked to my dad first.
Right.
Dad has gotten his results back, obviously, and he's avoiding the conversation. This is the big elephant in the room, and it makes it hard that I work with this guy. What bothers me the most is the weaponizing of HR and the intent to make sure I know not to ask for perks. I've been at the company for 5 years and have a great reputation. What do I do? John, there's more to this story, and it gets even crazier. But what do you think of the CEO's response?
I think the CEO is a madman.
What would you do if you were OP?
Bro, I would take him for everything he's got. I'd be like, "You're my brother.
Give it to me.
So there's an update. He 100% tried to fire me.
Oh my God.
So just after my question was posted, my boss Katie met with me and she told me that she was aware of the situation and didn't agree how the CEO and HR had been handling it in regard to a nepotism training.
Nice.
I told her my plan was forget about it. Things were quiet for a week until a major project I was working on was mysteriously deleted on the company drive. It was a coincidence that I had it backed up on a USB. Katie was suspicious about my project getting deleted and told me to save everything to an external drive and my hardware. And sure enough, the project got deleted again.
What is happening?
After that, anything I put on our work servers was getting deleted within hours, as well as any correspondence with clients or team members. It's so obvious. This is again like the mustache coming in here, like delete. Oh, who did that? Not the CEO.
Oops, it wasn't me.
I started sending all my work communication and attachments to Katie and duplicating them on a USB that Katie kept locked in her office. It was like a James Bond movie. So after a mid-month project meeting where I showed up with all my work on a USB drive, HR pulled me in because an anonymous concern was raised about me hiding my work from my colleagues, and they tried to write me up.
Anonymous concern.
Oh my God. Katie must have known something like this was coming because she handled it and BCC'd me on all her correspondence with HR and the executive team, outlining her concerns about the CEO's and HR's behavior regarding the DNA results, and that she believes someone was remotely accessing my work computer to delete things. The company VP was horrified. Up until that, I didn't know CEO wasn't the owner of the company. So CEO is not the owner. He's just like,
okay, he just
like
running. He's
dude,
just a manager.
Katie and I had a call with the VP that day who assured me that the owners were being made aware of the situation and that my job was not in jeopardy.
Whoa, that's good.
But then the fan.
Oh God, it always does.
CEO Bro's mom contacted dad on the home front as all of this was happening at work. I won't get into what was said, but the gist is dad was set up as an unwitting donor for a childless couple. The Monday after dad spoke to CEO Bro's mother, I was walking through the lobby when HR literally
ambushed me and loudly fired me in front of a client and 20 of my colleagues.
Oh my God.
Security then escorted me out in front of my friends and colleagues who had no idea what was happening. So that was pretty dark and humiliating. Katie stopped me on the way to my car and brought me back in for a video call with her, the VP, and the owners of the company. I explained everything that had happened since I got my DNA results back, the nepotism training and everything. And what do you think the company did, John?
Bro, I pray that they were like, nah, you're straight. You're good. You're clear.
Yep. I was unfired, but asked to turn in my badge as both the CEO, bro, and I were suspended pending a full investigation by the owners and their lawyer.
OP suspended? You didn't do anything.
I was suspended with pay, which HR vehemently protested against. The suspension lasted a week, and I had planned to spend that time looking for another job, but I just didn't have time.
Bro, to HR, literally the CEO's like cronies. They're
I
like his
know.
army just
Like, yes, sir.
master.
I will do your bidding.
Okay, actually, there is some tea on that. CE Bro did not return after the suspension. I was offered my job back with an apology, but I opted not to go back either and have been freelancing and taking some much needed downtime as this last month sucked.
yeah.
I did accept a generous severance package, so
There
at
we
least they
go.
tried to do the right thing. In all of this, I have to say the people I resent the most in the situation were the two goblin HR reps who knew they were doing the wrong thing every step of the way and openly enjoyed the drama of it all.
That you're supposed to be in HR like the opposite of that.
I know. Rumors have reached me that both the people in HR are connected with C-Bro in some way, like former colleague, friends, or exes or something. I wish them the future they deserve. So, John, is OP the a-hole? Is CE Bro the a-hole? Are the HR reps the a-hole? Pass your judgment now. But before John passes his judgments, I want to know what you guys think. What would you do in this situation? And who's the a-hole?
OP, not the a-hole. CE Bro, definitely the a-hole. HR, the craziest a-holes. They just took these marching orders and just like went for
Did it.
I hate that.
I know. Where's your spine, sir? My childhood bully asked me out, and I know exactly what I'm going to do. I, 27 male, was heavily bullied since the beginning of kindergarten until the end of middle school when I transferred to a different town. My classroom had 15 children, me excluded. Out of these 15, 7 of them used to bully me constantly, and the other 8 simply ignored what was happening.
Not doing anything is part of the problem.
Out of the 7 bullies, 4 did some particularly heavy shit. I will call them the B team. You can guess what B stands for.
Bodacious.
Beautiful. While the other 3 did some random lighter things like throwing paper scraps at me, stealing pencils, like that. I'll call them C teams. For
Correctly not going too far.
basically, they acted as followers for B team. What the B team did to me scarred me for life, and I had to go to therapy to deal with it. If I met them today, I would make them pay for everything they did to me. My hatred for C-Team, not nearly as big, but still vivid. Until last year, I couldn't bring myself to forgive anybody in that classroom, both teachers and students, for doing nothing to help me when B-Team was tormenting me. I got bullied mercilessly in middle school.
They literally bullied this man for having a 6-pack, which I don't understand
they called
how
me
that is.
vagina stomach. I got made fun of also for eating salad, and they made a whole rap about me called Salad Boy. So middle school bullying sucks.
Yes.
So last year, though, my hatred started to fade following some serious events in my life. Sorry, I won't share those events. When I transferred, I swore to myself I would never go back to that town or talk to them anymore. Despite that, my past has found ways to follow me. I work in a pub, not sure if that is the right term in English, part-time, twice a week, and around 6 months ago, I met Nina, 27 female.
Ooh.
Nina was one of the 3 bullies of the C team, and while I have forgiven them now, it doesn't mean I want to have anything to do with her, so I try to stay professional and act if nothing was wrong. Anyway, we didn't talk for long as I was working, and she initially didn't recognize me. But when one of my colleagues called me to ask something, she connected the dots.
Uh-oh.
What do you think she's thinking, John?
I think she's thinking, you got bullied into perfection, Poppy. That 6-pack is 6-pack, Big Daddy-O.
Once she recognized me, her demeanor changed drastically, and she got out pretty soon. She came back a couple of times in the following months, and she was quite shy towards me whenever we interacted. A few weeks ago, she got mildly drunk, and she started sobbing and ranting about what a crappy person she was in the past and how her life is utter shit. And I didn't pay it much attention. I simply stopped serving her alcohol and gave her some water, but at some point, she grabbed my hand while I was taking away one of the empty glasses, and she said,
It's free real estate.
"I'm sorry."
Oh,
Okay.
I have to say, it felt weirdly good.
Ooh.
All right, but what do you think OP's next move is?
I think he lays it down. He's like, hey, sweet mama, you forgiven, but you ain't got to forgive me. You got to forgive him because I'm him.
Don't say, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Uh-oh.
Say, sorry, Daddy, I've been a bad girl.
Oh, God. Apologize to D's nuts.
She didn't come back in the following weeks, but a few days later, she texted me on social media, apologizing profusely for whatever she did while drunk. And then she suddenly asked me out.
Oh.
At the time, I was evidently too stupid or too tired to understand clues and didn't understand it was meant to be a date. She asked me out for coffee, and I thought she simply wanted to apologize in person or talk about the past in a more sober state. I realized my mistake yesterday when I talked about it with a friend, and now I'm torn on what to do. On one side, what Nina did in the past has greatly conditioned me, and I can't simply forget about it. On the other hand, she really seems apologetic and she seems to have changed. It's been 15 years. Should I give her a chance? So, John, should OP dick down or get her the out of here?
Looking at it objectively in a vacuum, if you don't feel attracted to the person she is today, then maybe not.
Yeah. I don't think OP is the a-hole either way. Like, I think he's been super nice and kind. So basically, OP, if you're into her, go for it.
I'm curious, and to all of you all, is not only OP the a-hole, is the woman the a-hole? Is it kind of like maybe crossing a line to try to start something when you know you hurt him in the past? I mean, I feel like...
Let us know in the comments.
Please.
We want to hear from you. And if you've ever been in this situation where your childhood bully is trying to get up on Ninja, let us know.
Yep. But Sam, I'm going to get up on in another story for you.
Please do.
I left my cheating ex to wither away on top of a mountain, but I didn't realize what would happen to him. So this was actually submitted by one of our very own fans on r/OKOP show on our subreddit.
Submit your stories there if you haven't already.
This one is from Throwaway Feel Bad 20. So my ex cheated on me, and I took him to the top of a high mountain. I broke up with him and left him destitute without a ride home. Now, I've been on Reddit for a while, but I've never had anything noteworthy to post, so I'm excited to post this up despite it being a crappy time in my life.
The best stories come from the crappiest times.
This is literally true. This just happened a few hours ago, so I still have a bunch of adrenaline. So I, female 20, have been dating this guy, male 22, for a little bit over a year now, and it's been nice even though we've had our differences. I love to work out. By that, I mean run up and down 14ers in my free time.
I guess that's like 14,000 feet.
And my boyfriend's always been sort of lazy and out of shape. He's just a fat blob.
Yo, it sounds like you've settled, OP.
But he's still easy on the eyes, so it's never been much of an issue. Recently, though, my girlfriend was at a bar with some mutual friends and coincidentally and luckily saw him out with the boys, as he said he would be. But his ex was sitting there with him along with some other girls.
Oh,
She figured that they just ran into each other. He's never done anything suspicious before, but I guess I've been a bit too trusting. That's so sad when you have to say I've been a bit too trusting.
Yeah.
She said she kind of looked over there occasionally, but decided to text me when they were a little bit too close.
Damn, bro. Also, sick of OP to have friends that are like just like spying
Looking out for her.
Yeah, looking out for her. Yeah. I see activity.
At this point, I realized I hadn't been paying much attention to his behavior. I was preoccupied with college, work, and everything just fell into place. And I realized that he was most definitely hooking up with his ex.
Ding, ding, ding. You are the winner. You have just found out that your boyfriend is cheating on you.
So my boyfriend would always stay out late. He would ignore my texts and calls for hours, hung out with his friends, but never invited me, and has always been ridiculously protective of his phone, saying that he wants to live his own life and it's private, which I should have called him out on, but I was too naive, I guess.
That's kind of like when you're ridiculously sensitive about your phone, like you're hiding something.
The jig is up.
Red flag. If your partner is not letting you see their phone, red flag.
Facts. Anyways, he got home way late, like 3 a.m., and I hadn't heard anything from my friend or him.
Yikes.
But I had been staying up, plotting my revenge.
I like this. I like where this is going. I love revenge.
Because a breakup over this type of thing is not enough. We must serve justice.
He must be racked and tortured till he tells the whole truth of this outrage,
Yes.
so he may seek his gain where his gain is his to get, not
Withering.
try to grasp it everywhere.
Withering with his last gasp of air saying, please show mercy. Now, I demanded that he give me his phone when he got home, and he refused. So I straight up said, then pack your crap and leave. He's not in the contract and has just been staying with me and my roommate and giving me rent since COVID started. I guess he didn't realize I would actually say something like that. I've always been super gushy around him. Clearly, I would never be the one to break us up. Now, he gave me his phone and I didn't know where to start, but eventually found a messaging app I'd never heard of. And sure enough, when I opened it, the first name to pop up was his ex.
Yikes.
Busted.
Yikes.
Turns out that they met almost every weekend for drinks or a restaurant and most definitely hooked up afterwards, as well as sent some pics to each other. I was pissed. But already had some petty revenge planned.
Ooh, I like where this is going.
He said the classic stuff like, I can be better. I never meant to hurt you. I'm so sorry. You've been nothing but good to me. And the infamous, I can change.
I swear
I
could
do
change.
I had been waiting for that. So I said, prove it. Come on my hike with me tomorrow. Show me that you can change your ways and do something I like for once. I'm fairly manipulative. Oops.
I just have these quirky tendencies like murder.
I have been trying to hit a 14er. That's a 14,000 foot plus mountain for those who don't live in Colorado.
The scariest psychopaths are the ones that could actually like strangle you and run up a mountain to get away from the police.
Literally. It was on a weekend since the season started, and I've been fairly successful, only missing 1 week so far. I had been planning to finally do Long's Peak, but he would definitely not have made it up to the top, so we did an easier one instead. Hiking up, he was a little so we stopped about every 30 minutes for him, making it a very boring 8-hour trip to the top.
8 hours?
He was definitely trying to be nicer and sweeter than he has been, but it was just kind of pathetic at this point. I already knew I'd never take back a cheater. I took some obligatory pictures since this is still a hike I'd never done before.
And this is the last that anyone would ever see this man.
And then I gave him a sweet, succulent kiss because god dang those lips still. And I whispered sweetly into his little ear, we are officially over.
Brutal.
And then I turned around to start my jog down. He was exhausted and couldn't keep up for long once we hit the trail again. But he started saying a bunch of stuff that I mostly tuned out. But I heard him say, slow down. You're going to have to wait in the car, bitch. To which I said, just call a friend, or better yet, your ex.
Oh, she
Okay.
knows. She knows your dirty little secret.
I'm writing this in the car right now. And since I don't have the reception, hopefully it'll reach Reddit while I go home. It was a pretty long hike, so I doubt he'll be home for a while. Oh my God.
Yo, it gets dark. He has no idea where he is.
I need to know what you all think. Please tell us in the comments. Was OP the a-hole or not? I think this one's more debatable.
He would survive.
He's got all he needs.
could walk down the 8 hours, you know. And he's a cheater. And he's a dirty cheater who's cheating with his ex. I don't feel that bad for him. I say leave his lard ass on top of the mountain.
You know, I think I might disagree with you here.
Really?
How safe is it really to abandon someone on a 14,000 foot mountain alone who is like unfit and what we can all assume unknowledgeable of the terrain and like nature experience?
He's fat and dumb.
Did my parents steal 6 figures of my inheritance? Okay, fine. I'll sue you for everything you've got.
Be a sociopath. Just ruin the relationship he has with his parents.
So my great aunt set up savings accounts for all of her female relatives. In our culture, education for women is not really valued, and she thought that
was BS. So my great aunt lived with her father in London where she was education. She went on to attend university and became a doctor.
Oh,
shout out great aunt.
Yo, also shout out great auntie for like just saying like F it to the system and, learning from the schools anyway.
Now, my great auntie married a British man. They moved to America and had a great life together. She, my great auntie, funded the education of as many of her nieces and grandnieces as she possibly could.
That's so fucking badass.
Giving it back, man.
That's huge.
That's what generational wealth.
Hey, yo.
That's the key. My parents managed to access the accounts that were set up for my sister and myself.
No. Wait, the parents that are kind of like bigots and don't want their kids to learn.
Yes.
Good.
Give me what do you think they used it for?
What do I think they used it for?
Yeah.
I'm thinking
one guess.
A red Bugatti.
Ooh, that's a good guess.
Or maybe like couples massages every day. Maybe they used it to buy equipment, like recording equipment to start a 40 plus OnlyFans.
Wow. They used it to pay for my brother's entire wedding. And those aren't cheap.
Those aren't cheap.
Now, my sister didn't care about this because she got married 2 years out of high school and had no intention of going to college, which I would still be pissed. But when I graduated high school, I went to the bank to get some money for school and it was almost entirely gone. There was only $13,000 left. I asked my parents about it and they said that they had needed the money.
For the wedding? Bro, what?
When I finally found out where the money went, I got furious.
I don't care where the money went. I would just be furious that it'd be
it's gone. Yeah, right? I ended up getting student loans and moving out.
No way.
From literally like definitely her education would have been like almost certainly covered.
Oh, easy.
From that to like, all right, now I got to get student loans and like,
I mean, it's a bunch of bullshit.
Dude.
It's a bunch of bullshit.
Oh,
I'm pissed.
My God. Now I am a great source of shame to my parents, but I don't give two F's.
Everyone, please comment shame in the comment. Comment shame in the comments so we can just shame over these freaking parents.
So I am currently suing my parents for the money that was left for me. My entire family is against me. They all think that I'm a complete a-hole for airing private family business in public.
It became on private when you stole my money.
So my family says that I'm putting money ahead of the family. My friends are all on my side.
We're on your side too, OP.
But they don't really get my culture, and neither do I, to be honest.
I want to know what the culture thing is.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Now, my brother called me up and offered to pay for my university if I drop the lawsuit.
Okay.
What do you think? Would you take that deal?
Lawsuit? I mean, I can't imagine suing my parents.
Yeah, it's kind of hard, right?
They also haven't stolen like almost $100,000 from me.
Right.
Probably yes.
Yeah.
Because only bad things can happen if you can continue. Maybe you can't pay it all back, but like you should help me out with school.
I agreed as long as we had a legally binding contract. Now, my brother said that I was being an a-hole for not trusting him.
I wonder why I'm not trusting you.
I said that he should not have accepted my money for his wedding.
Yeah.
Yes. It is causing all kinds of embarrassment in our community. I am somewhat ashamed to be doing this, but I don't want to have this debt that I should not have. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to know. We need to know.
Yeah.
What you think.
What should OP do in this scenario?
Should OP do? Please tell us what you think. Sam.
OP is entitled to that money for sure.
Yes.
I'd say to the brother, hey, sign contract of you paying me back, or I'm going to continue with the suit because I don't want to be in debt.
I'm not going to change my life plan to suit you because you stole from me.
Ridiculous. If brother, Don't sign contract. Sue the fuck out of your parents.
There it is.
Am I the a-hole for stealing my sister-in-law's wallet?
I was just borrowing it.
Just borrowed it.
Just borrowing it.
My female 28, sister-in-law Amy, female 26, always comes to visit from out of town. She stays with us instead of a hotel and always wants to go to expensive restaurants. She always conveniently forgets her wallet or comes up with some excuse as to why she can't pay her share. Out of a stomach ache, I couldn't possibly pay.
I worked out so hard at the gym that I cannot bear to lift my wrist.
She has implied that since I make so much more money than her, I should be the one to pay. No, not my husband should pay, but me specifically. I do make a fair amount of money, but not so much that I can treat someone every time they come into town. Nonetheless, in the past, I've just paid the bill and asked her to pay me back. She never has.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, I'll Venmo you. She made a reservation at an extremely expensive restaurant last night. And before we left, I made it very, very clear I would not be paying her bill. This, though, is where I might have been an asshole. And I'll admit, I got this move straight from the episode of 2.5 Men. As we were leaving, her and my husband went to the car. I pretended to forget something and went back inside. I found her wallet sitting right on top of her suitcase.
Well, would you look at that?
Ah, conveniently forgotten.
Oh, my goodness.
I put it in my purse and we went to the restaurant. When we were done eating, I asked for separate bills. She said, we need one bill because, oh, honey, I can't believe it, but I seem to have forgotten my wallet.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, the humanity.
Amnesia strikes again.
Oh, I reached into my purse. Do you mean this wallet? Mike, freaking drop on that one, baby.
For real.
She was extremely furious. She said I should not have touched and grabbed her wallet. Honestly, OP is doing a good thing by just helping her remember a thing that she had forgot.
Exactly. You know, imagine, I left my textbook at the house or whatever. Imagine someone's like, here you go. Oh, thank you.
I have it.
Wow. How generous.
Am I the a-hole for stealing her wallet? I want to know what all of you think. Let us know what you would do in the comments. You know, what kind of WWE wallet smackdown would you do?
World Wallet Entertainment. Oh, don't worry. I got it. Pull out the wallet, like super obvious. Pull out the card, like she's got it.
She's gonna pay.
Yep.
I ruined my best friend's wedding by helping him propose. Here's why.
Usually when you help your friend propose, that's a good thing?
Usually it is, but John, the other question is this written by an AI or a human?
Seems plausible, so I'm going to go human.
I had the worst luck yesterday. My best friend had confided in me that he was planning to propose to his girlfriend, and he asked me to capture the moment on my phone. I was honored to be part of such a special moment and excited to document it for him. We arrived at a beautiful beach, and everything was going according to plan. My best friend got down on one knee and asked his girlfriend to marry him. I pulled out my phone and started snapping pictures and recording some video. But as I was taking the photos, I noticed something on my phone. It was running low on storage. I had forgotten to clear out some old photos and videos, and now I had barely any room left. I was worried that my phone might run out of storage before I could capture the whole proposal, so I started frantically deleting some old files to make room. But it was too late. My phone ran out of storage just as my best friend's girlfriend said yes.
Oh, that is terrible.
Right at the moment, I was devastated. I had let my best friend down and missed out on capturing such an important moment in his life. I felt terrible and didn't know how to make it up to him. In a moment of desperation, I decided to try to recreate the proposal photos with Photoshop. I figured that I could just show my best friend some pictures of the moment and it might make up for the fact that I had missed the actual proposal.
I mean, no, but
maybe man's a wizard with Photoshop.
Maybe.
But things only got worse from there. My best friend saw the fake photos and instantly knew they were fake and was furious.
Oh, no.
He accused me of trying to manipulate and deceive him. And he said that our friendship was over.
Oh.
I was heartbroken. I'd only meant to try and make things right, but instead I had made things even worse. I realized that honesty is always the best policy and that sometimes it's better to admit our mistakes rather than try to cover them up. I apologized to my best friend and begged for his forgiveness, but he wouldn't hear it. He was too hurt and angry to consider forgiving me. And he said that our friendship was over for good. I was devastated. Losing my best friend was one of the hardest things I've ever had to deal with. And I learned the hard way that our actions have consequences. And sometimes it's too late to make things right.
Shouldn't have done the fake photo, but like he was just caught up. It just happened to him.
But John, there's an update.
Oh, snap.
I wanted to provide an update to my previous story. After my best friend found out about the fake proposal photos I had created in Photoshop, he was furious and the friendship was over. I was heartbroken and apologized to him, but he wouldn't hear it. And things have only gotten worse since then. My best friend's family found out about the fake photos and they have been calling and texting me nonstop, angry about what I did.
Oh, no.
They're saying that I'm an awful person and that I don't deserve to be friends with their son. I don't know what to do. I feel terrible about what happened and I want to restore my friendship with my best friend, but I also don't want to deal with the constant criticism and judgment from his family. Should I try to keep making things right or just end the friendship and move on?
Give it the old college effort. Give it one more try to see if it works. But this is a tough situation.
It might you might be out of luck, son. But real question, John: AI or human?
I still think this is plausible, so I'm gonna go human.
AI.
Damn.
Karen's claiming she owns this house, but there's only one problem. I own it. So, should I call the cops? So, I am a 14-year-old male, and my family recently moved into a house in a new estate. Oh, you know what's fancy when it's not a house. It's an estate. Where do you keep the horses, Papa?
Oh.
This estate had a park that was massive. My house is on the main road of the estate, and its garage is on the other side on another road, and we are close to the park. About 2 months ago, they hosted an opening ceremony for the park. A lot of people came. People from the surrounding areas came as well. Me, my brother, and my parents left our house and walked down to the park. Due to all the traffic, there were people to manage it. Okay, so I'm a little confused. Does OP own this park too?
Dang, OP is actually Vanderbilt in disguise.
Yeah, bro. He's like Elon Musk.
I'm
one of
just
like his
a regular
10 kids.
Joe buying my estate.
Once we get there, we see a car parked in our driveway. My dad is a calm, sick surfer dude, but he doesn't like stuff like this, like parked cars.
Oh, God.
Me and my brother, 18 years old, go up to one of the workers and tell him that the car in there wasn't ours and we don't want it there. Worker, remove this vehicle from the premises.
Excuse me, Jeeves. This is blocking my walking path.
The worker tells us he saw the people parked there and kind of remembers what they look like. We tell him that it would be good if they sound like a mob boss. We tell him that it would be good if they got that car moved.
Hey, take care of it, Jeeves.
Yeah,
by any means necessary.
We'll take care of it. We wouldn't want nothing to happen to that guy. It would be a shame if someone were to remove it from the premises. About 20 minutes later, we see him walking up to the car with a lady and her son who looked about to be 9. OP is literally like just dunking on this pregnant mother, freaking like getting this Toyota Camry impounded while it's parked on his $20 million
Oh my
estate.
God, really though?
She walks up there and we see her starting to get angry. Naturally, we walk up to see what's happening. This is the conversation that happened. Karen, I don't understand why you want me to move my car. I live here. In the park? I'm homeless. Please don't make me move. Worker, well, they say that you don't, and I don't see why they would bring this issue here unless it was true. Karen, they're clearly lying. I live here. My brother, ma'am, please, I live here and even have the keys to the house. Please move your car. Karen, bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit. I have lived here for 1 year and have watched this park be built. Our house was finished 5 months prior to this, our estate.
It could never be.
My brother, okay then what 2 cars are inside the garage then? Karen, a Volkswagen and a Mazda. My brother, no, it's a Bugatti and a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, you poor ass.
No, I'm kidding. They said a Jetta and a Hyundai, but still.
Wow, so humble. We are men of the earth.
Karen, that's not true. I'll open the garage and show you. As she scuffles through her handbag, my brother opens the garage. My brother, there, that's the evidence. And you can see that the Karen is lying. Worker, it is clearly not your house. Karen, please move along. She gets in her car and leaves while looking angry. We didn't think to call the cops because nothing major happened, but it was funny to see her lying ass, her lying poor ass get proven wrong. Yeah. First of all, John, is OP the a-hole for kicking Karen out of the park he owns?
You know what? Let me think about it for a second.
I want to know what you think. Guys, put in the comments, what do you think of OP? I know we painted him kind of as an asshole because to us he kind of sounds like a rich asshole. John, what do you think?
I'm gonna give it to Karen. What I love is the delicious audacity to not only be like, first, I live here. Second, I know what's in the garage. Third,
I'm just guessing.
Let me open it. Like, you don't have it.
Nah, she got her bluff called. Justice.
Yes. Speaking of justice, I got a sweet just story for you.
All right, let's see it.
I don't care if it's emotional abuse. I will destroy my daughter's bedroom door. Am I the a-hole? So I, 40 female, have 3 kids. Maggie, 14 female, Levi, 12 male, and Charles, 10 male. Levi and Charlie share a bedroom, and Maggie has her own room as the eldest and my only girl. Living large over there.
Big, all on your road.
Maggie's a great kid. She does her homework, helps with chores without too much complaint, doesn't bug her brothers too much. The issue is that she will not stop slamming her bedroom door.
That sounds like such a mom thing.
Yeah, like
sometimes I'll close the door and it'll be a little loud, you know?
Like, sweetheart, please
stop slamming your door. Can you please stop slamming it? I'm like, Mom, I'm just closing my door. And she's like, excuse me? Don't talk back to me.
When she gets up to use the bathroom at night, she slams her bedroom door on her way out and back in.
On purpose. She wants everyone to hear her poops.
That's right.
Her stinkiness. Yeah.
Without a care in the world. When she gets up in the morning or goes to bed at night, she slams it. Pretty much any time she enters or exits her room, the door gets slammed. And it's only her door. None of the other doors in the house do this.
Maybe it's the door. You ever thought about that?
Mom!
Maybe you gotta fix your door. Maybe you gotta put pads on the door.
Wow, Mom. Way to gaslight me.
Yeah.
Way to gaslight my door.
Come on.
No. Actually shakes the walls and frequently wakes up everyone else in the house.
Is she like a power lifter? She's like,
her brother's room shares a wall with hers, and our bedroom is directly above theirs. We talked to her about it and asked her very politely to please be more mindful about it because it's disturbing the rest of us, but it's in one ear and out the other.
Teenagers, what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do except maybe you you wake up with a doorknob in your bed? Now, we tried being more forceful about it, saying that if she wants to continue to slam her door, there will be consequences.
Do you think she's doing this on purpose? Like, she can't be. Or is she like secretly angry?
I feel 50-50, I think. I think she might be. I could see that being a little thing. Still, nothing changes. It all came to a head the other night when she got up to use the bathroom and all 4 of us were woken up by the slamming. I have to be up at 5 a.m. for work and I have to be up at 5 a.m. for work and I'd had enough of broken sleep. So I came downstairs and knocked on her door. She opened it and said, "What?
Mom, I'm trying to sleep."
She said it with such attitude. It took a lot of self-control not to start yelling at her. I told her as calmly as I could that if she slammed that door one more time, she was going to come home and find it gone.
Dang.
Woo, pulling out the big guns over here.
Could replace it with some fancy beads or something.
Yeah. It's a mystical garden, mama. Come on, foxy mama. She proceeded to yell at me to leave her alone and then slammed it.
Leave me alone, Mom.
Then she slammed it 5 times in a row as hard as she could.
That's a teenager thing to do.
Dude, that's like,
oh, you don't like when I slam this door?
You don't like that? Oh, Mom. Well, the next day, Friday, she went to school and my husband and I both had the day off. So we took the door off the frame.
Man, they actually did it.
And installed a curtain rod and a nice heavy curtain over the door instead. I love how she's like dressing up this curtain. Like, oh, it's a nice velvet, deep daylight blocking. Soundproof velvet curtain.
Delicious. The color, it complements the room so well.
Top of the line. She came home and freaked the F out. She said that we're being emotionally abusive. I don't know why that's funny. And taking away her right to privacy.
You're abusive of that door, baby.
Oh, goodness. She been abusing that door for way too long.
Not in the
That
fun
door
way.
has had enough. Stop it. She sulked all weekend and won't talk to us now. My mother says that I'm the a-hole because I overreacted, but she doesn't have to deal with the house shaking. Mom. I love how her own mom is like getting into the just a mom on mom beef right now.
Problem solving here.
Yeah. I want to add that we completely respect each other's privacy in our house, which is why we hung up a heavy curtain and made sure that we couldn't see through it around it. Yes. So, you got just this freaking just 2 tons.
She can still train for the door to closing Olympics with that curtain. Don't you worry.
It's like the rope exercise. It's just we even put little Velcro pieces on the wall so the curtain can stay in place. She still has her physical privacy, which she is absolutely entitled, but she can't slam a piece of fabric. We also never and still don't just go into a room unannounced, and we still knock on the wall to ask permission to enter. We've told her that we'll happily put her door back once she agrees to respect the no slamming rule. Edit to add, the curtain is an industrial type that blocks sound and light.
That's probably like the one that we have here.
The curtain is only meant as a temporary measure. As soon as she agrees to stop slamming and be respectful of the shared space, we'll put it right back on, and the door isn't broken or malfunctioning in any way. There's just no draft causing it to swing shut.
So call 1-800-CURTAIN and order for 3 easy payments of $19.99 so your house is slam free. I want to know what everyone else would think, so put it in the comments. But like, I feel like just get like some foam to stop or something to make.
That's my question.
Like there must be, besides removing the whole door, there must be a way to like make the door a little softer upon close. Then there's probably a reason. Like get to the source. Like what is wrong that you feel the need to slam all these doors? I don't give an F about your daughter. She's worthless compared to my miracle baby. I want her kicked out of the wedding, boning on a daily basis until something comes of it.
How about think about the children?
You know,
Boning?
it's a miracle.
Really?
Get it in on the first try.
Wow.
You know, I don't care how many. It's not a miracle if you did it 100 times, then it comes.
Oh my gosh.
My 27 female older brother and sister-in-law, both mid-30s, just welcomed their first child a year and a half ago after years of trying. Years of raw dogging. Until the skin on his member is teared from his flesh.
Oh, sheesh.
After many failed attempts, sister-in-law was told that she wouldn't be able to conceive due to a medical condition she had. Then they finally got pregnant.
Hey!
Some miracle, baby. Since having my niece, the baby has been the center of attention at every family gathering since she's been born. Birthdays, weddings, family get-togethers, you name it, she's the center of it.
Oh my God.
Now, don't get me wrong. LOVE, love my niece, but it can be a little too much when my sister-in-law goes on and on how long they tried to conceive, how many positions they tried,
oh goodness,
how deep her husband thrusted inside of her.
I call this one the miracle maker.
Yeah. Oh yeah, baby. It was getting saucy.
Time to make a miracle,
there.
baby.
Call me a cream-filled donut. Because, man, it was like the semen sea in there. And they talk about how long they tried to conceive, complications they've had, miscarriages, etc. Like a little too much info. Many family members have commented on how it's a bit excessive, just a little bit. But no one has said anything because they don't want to sound like an entitled asshole.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm getting married in the spring, and my brother and sister-in-law approached me last weekend about having my niece be the flower girl. Now, my fiance, 35 male, has 2 children, 10 male and 6 female, from his previous marriage. His son is one of the groomsmen, while his daughter had asked to be our flower girl when we told them the news that we were getting married a year ago, as it's something she's always wanted to do. So, of course, we said yes, because they're nice people. So I explained this to my sister-in-law when she asked me about my niece. She asked if my stepdaughter stepdaughter can just carry my niece with her. And I'll just like a little pack. What do you say to that, John?
You know, you get your babies in the one end and your flowers in the other end. You got to
Yeah, you got 2 hands. You can hold 2 things.
Wow, come on.
Come on. I said, I don't think she'd be comfortable with that considering she's 6. Then asked, yeah, it's like have the baby carry a baby.
Yeah.
Why don't you? She then started going off about how my lack of effort to incorporate my niece is disgusting to her. And I should honor her in some way since I know how long and hard and steamy and sexy they had tried for my niece.
Oh, God.
Now, I may sound like an a-hole for doing this, but I kind of got fed up and snapped and said, incorporate my niece how? By the time the wedding comes around, she'll be 2 years old. The entire family already knows your story and how long and hard and sexy and deep you guys tried for her. What more do you expect me to do to honor her? She started crying and said that clearly I don't love my one and only niece.
Obviously.
And I'm letting her down. I said, of course I love my niece. Obviously she's going to be involved in pictures and stuff, but I'm not going to let my stepdaughter down by giving my niece a role she's too young to remember anyway. That 2-year-old's a blank slate.
Hey,
not
come
gonna remember
on.
shit.
You don't know where AI's going and tap into those memories.
Yeah, remember that little flower girl memory? Pull that out, Chat GPT, when I was 2.
Also, she's not even the flower girl. She's being held by the
flower girl.
It's like a useless position.
Role is that? Yeah,
You're just
it's
sitting there,
a
it's like,
burdensome position.
yay.
I am flower girl. Well, now sister-in-law and my brother are pissed off with me for not letting my niece be flower girl and are running around telling the rest of the family I don't love my niece. My mom had been trying to stay neutral, but thinks my stepdaughter would understand if I explained to her I need to give that role to my niece. I'm firm in my decision, and my fiance is thankful that I didn't let his daughter down. So, am I the a-hole for not allowing my niece to be the flower girl? People in the comments, let us know what you think right now. But John, give us your decision.
You know, I think we got to double down here. Oh, Pete, let me tell you something. Your love is worthless. I don't care who you found and how they make you feel. I care about this miracle baby and only the miracle.
Much more interesting.
So much more fascinating. Wow. Pounding it for years?
Pounding for years.
I mean, that is pretty fascinating to me.
That is. What positions? Did you record it? Did you record the moment of reception?
You know,
conception. So getting my weddings and miracle babies
That's
mixed
right.
up.
Definitely, this woman is the a-hole. Like, it just blows my mind how people can think like this.
Oh yeah, it's insane. It's insane.
Well, you know what's insane? The story's over.
Oh,
see ya.
My evil stepdad sabotaged my marriage and ruined my life. Now I'm going to ruin his because I found his secret Tinder account.
Secret Tinder account for the stepdad?
Met a girl who I was crazy about, and we started dating. About a year in, I knew this was the girl I was going to marry. I told my mom and stepdad, and they both seemed extremely happy. She was practically part of the family already. My mom gave me her engagement ring, and my dad gave her, which she kept. And I proposed, and she said yes. I was legitimately never happier in my whole gosh darn life. We started wedding planning, and my mom, stepdad said they'd help take care of the finances. It was the first time they'd offered to help me financially, and it really meant a lot.
That's awesome.
Fast forward to about 3 months later. I get a call from my stepdad who said I needed to come over. When I got there, I saw my mom, stepdad, stepbrother, and fiance. I saw her on the couch and could tell she had been crying. Immediately, I thought someone had died and went to go sit next to her when my stepdad stopped me. He started hitting me with accusations of me cheating on her for our entire relationship. I was puzzled and told everyone there I don't even text any women I'm not related to besides her. Apparently, some girl had gotten my fiance's number and told her that we were sleeping together for over a year now.
Ouch.
But she didn't know that I was in a committed relationship. She sent her screenshots of alleged conversations and knew stuff about me that a random person wouldn't know. I, like a fool, couldn't see what was happening right in front of me. I was stunned, saddened, and furious. I begged her from across the room to look at my phone and see I'd never done any of that. Her and my mother were both weeping, and I started to cry. My stepdad called me every word he could think of and escorted me out of the house while telling me if he saw me on his property again, he'd call the police. About 6 months after it all, I moved away from the East Coast and settled out in California. A little less than a year after I moved, I got a call from an area code from back home, which I rarely get anymore. I picked it up, and it was my stepbrother, whom I promptly hung up on. It was like, I don't know, you don't want that kind of stuff in your life anymore, I guess. He called me back, and I ignored it, but it stuck with me all day. I decided that if he called again, I'd pick up, which he did later that night. It was awkward at best, and he told me my fiance
fiance was really torn up for a long time. It took her nearly a year to even start looking again for a significant other. I hadn't at all since it ended. A few months into her doing so, my stepdad encouraged him to ask her on a date, which he did. Things went okay for the first couple outings, but never really clicked apparently. He told my stepdad about that, and the idiot told him,
I didn't get rid of OP for nothing. She's a great girl. You need to figure it out with her.
Oh my God.
I almost collapsed, and it was quickly replaced with anger. Apparently, he had gotten a girl, I still don't know who, to pose as someone I had an affair with and forge some message screenshots to have her send to my fiance. He told me he said it to him about a month ago and he didn't know what to do. Apparently, it bothered him enough that he couldn't just sit with the info anymore, so he told me and said he was going to tell my mom and fiance the next day. He called me as a courtesy first, so he knew what to say to them regarding me. And John, there is an update, but what would you do in this situation?
How did OP not like fight back more?
The stepdad just kicked him out.
If I was in this position, I would do everything in my power to prove. Maybe forget the stepdad. I'm going straight to my ex-fiance.
I would try to get to the bottom of it if I could.
Yeah.
Thing about my stepbrother is he's much smarter than me. Instead of just walking to my mother and fiance with that and getting into a shouting match with his dad, he took a different course that I wouldn't have thought of. Got a hold of my ex's phone and found the girl. Said it took him forever to backtrack it. He gave her a call and got her to meet him out in public. That's where it all came to head. She was a Tinder match with my stepfather, which I think pretty clearly indicates that he had been sleeping around on my mom. That irritated me even more for obvious reasons. She told him what happened. $1,000 for a phone call. That was the deal. He told her what to say and supplied the pictures of evidence. She made the call and that was that. My stepbrother asked her if she could tell my mother and ex and even offered to pay her again for the record. She agreed to do it for free and that happened yesterday. My stepfather is on a business trip until Wednesday, so it was the four of them there. She came in and spilled it all to my mom and ex. Stepbro said the tears started almost immediately from all three of them. And after everything he told them, he said I was in California. So got a call from my mom. I'd be lying if I said I felt nothing, but the pain of it all took hold of me more than her words. I told her that I'd be willing to build some semblance of a relationship back with time, and she was happy with that. She also told me that she was getting all her necessities out of the house before my stepfather got home, and she'd be filing for divorce immediately. I really wish I could have been there to see that prick's face when he came to an empty home. My ex got the phone next and did the same tearful apology my mom did. I felt a little more with her. We talked for half an hour and I really thought it was pleasant. I even told myself for over a year now that it'd never happen again. But then I thought maybe there could still be something for us. She told me she still had the ring.
Wow.
And it made me upset. I said any chances of having a future relationship were very slim. And she said she understood that too. And there is one final update. I flew back home. There was a lot of tears and a lot of apologies. I admittedly had a tough time keeping it together. My ex and I had a very long discussion through most of the night. I decided to ask her if she wanted to go out Saturday night. So that's the plan right now. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but I wanted to show her that I appreciate the effort she's putting in to try to mend what's been broken. It went well. We had a nice dinner together. Got dinner, went to an arcade after, which we used to do somewhat frequently. It's the first date I've been on in nearly a year and a half, and I enjoyed myself a lot. Going to discuss the next steps during this week before I head back to California. That was insane. I can't believe like the lengths people will go just to ruin someone else's life. What would you do in this situation? Also, like, I want to know it from like, if you're hearing this information come at you, where it's like someone's showing you like receipts of text conversations and the other person's like, I have no idea what this is. Like, what kind of digging would you do to make sure that your significant other wasn't lying?
The Voldemort of stepdads over
I know,
here. Just
seriously.
Like,
also, have you ever been cheated on? And how did you find out? I had the police shut down my stepsister's wedding, and it's because she committed the worst crime imaginable. I, female 32, lost my mom when I was 23. It was by far the most traumatic loss I had experienced. I just couldn't and didn't want to accept her death. It was unfair, untimely, and preventable. I got in therapy and was doing better, but I had issues with my dad's new wife and her daughter, who's 25 and just got married 2 weeks ago.
Stepmom isn't always the best thing to throw in those situations.
If Disney has taught me anything, is to distrust all step things. We do not have a close relationship, but we were cordial enough to sit at dinner tables. My stepsister treats me as a relative and was very distant from me. But after my father got sick, we had to see each other a lot. I'm handling his care while stepmom works full time and stepsister doesn't do much, though she's always visiting when I moved in to help my dad. Before that, I was living with my ex, so I returned home just in time. I brought with me all of my mom's belongings, and my stepsister showed interest in my mom's necklace and asked if she could borrow it to wear at her wedding.
I'm just going to borrow it, you know.
Yeah,
like-
it looks cute. It looks cute. It might be haunted. I refuse. And she tried every method in the book to convince me, to the point where I had to put it in a place where I thought it would be safe after my stepmother got involved. It's my dead mom's jewelry. No, you can't have it.
Could I at least have that, please?
As the wedding approached, they both kept convincing me to let my stepsister have it. She bragged about affording a better one, but it was a matter of just showing who's in control. I stood my ground and told them how serious I was, and they backed off. I didn't attend the wedding to stay with my dad. I remember wanting to change where I was hiding the necklace while the house was empty, but I found out that it was gone.
Why?
After searching for hours, I called my stepmom and she said, not to worry, my stepsister took it and will return it when the wedding is over. But it was clear that I won't see it till after the honeymoon, since she said her daughter was staying at a hotel.
What are you going on the beach like, I need the diamonds to reflect sun on me and give me a sand?
I screamed at her to return it, but she argued about not wanting to leave the guests and the wedding had already started. I told her I'd get it myself, but she forbid me from coming, saying she'd have to keep me out for wanting to make a scene. Maybe you shouldn't have stolen her family heirloom if you didn't want her to make a scene. I called the police and explained to them what was happening. I informed them my stepsister intended to leave for her honeymoon with my property. I now pronounce you man and put your hands in the sky where I can see them. The police were sent to where the wedding was being held, and they were able to retrieve the necklace from my stepsister. She and my stepmom were in shock and livid. Stepmom returned home and kept shouting at me, calling me petty and crazy to send the police to my stepsister's wedding, ruining it and humiliating them over a piece of jewelry. She was screaming at my sick dad, telling him to handle me after that stunt that I pulled at the wedding. I defended myself, saying I only wanted an item that belonged to me that they took without my permission. She argued further that I could have waited to get it back, but I chose to burn the bridge with my stepsister and said that she considers me dead after this. She said stuff I can't mention here, but all I can say is it was a bad night. I might have overreacted by getting the police involved, but I had no guarantee of getting the necklace back since I have had that experience with them in the past. So, am I the a-hole? I want to know who you think is the a-hole in this story and what you would have done if someone stole like a priceless heirloom from you and said, oh, I'm going to return it later. What would you do? Put your answers in the comments right this freaking second. But while you're doing that, John, what do you think?
I think we do have the obvious a-hole move of stealing the necklace. But I will say the issue of doing it at the wedding, I would probably go to the wedding and just literally like sit there and watch her with the necklace and make sure I have eyes on it at all times. And then when she goes in a back room or like whatever, follow her and be like, all right, you got to give me the necklace now. Because I understand the worry of like, oh, well, what if she just dips and then never comes back with it? I could have called the cops on you. I wanted to not cause a scene, but I'm here right now. You got to give it to me. No one's going to notice. Your day's going to go
so
fine.
just make sure that OP gets it back before the wedding's over. Is OP justified in doing this? I think so. Like it's within her rights.
Yeah.
You know, she has every right to call the police for stolen property, which is what happened. I think OP is a little bit of the a-hole for just like going as far as she did.
Yeah.
But I mean, obvious a-hole is the stepsister and the stepmother.
My mom cheated and now my uncle is my stepfather. But what she said next really blindsided me.
Wait, uncle is my Wait, was there cheating within the family?
Interfamily cheating, Samuel. My mom, 45 female, and my dad, 46 male, got divorced when I, 22 female, was 14 years old. Their marriage ended because my mom cheated on my dad with my uncle, my dad's brother. Hear me out. They probably look similar.
Yeah. Oh, honey, I thought that was you.
It was chaos. My uncle was pretty much disowned from the entire family. Wow. They got married and had my cousin brother, 5 male.
What a messed up family tree.
I do not talk to my mom that often. I do not express it, but I loathe her for destroying 2 homes because she had to be a cheater.
She had to get those rocks off.
I've lived with my dad mostly, my biological dad. He is an amazing father and has always prioritized me, unlike my mother, who settled outside of the town with her new family. So since then, it has been me and my dad. 3 years ago, he started dating Sarah, 40 female. I love Sarah. She's an incredible human. She's now pregnant with my little sister or brother. Congratulations.
Regular stepbrother.
Yeah, no cousin. I've noticed how happy my dad has become since dating Sarah. I would say even more than he was happy with mom. I mean, didn't sound fun. Their marriage wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Probably because of my mom's partying habits. But my parents lived as a civil union until now, but dad and Sarah decided that it's best that they get married soon because a new baby is on the way, of course.
Nice.
My grandfather wanted a big ceremony for this, so we've been busy with the wedding preparations. Suddenly, I get a voicemail from my mom.
Uh-oh, this is trouble.
It was weird because even though we talk on the phone, she never sends me a voicemail. I played it, and turns out it was actually addressed to my dad. She was drunk and crying the entire time. She said that it was a mistake and to forgive her.
Yo, man's moved on. Let him be happy.
She never meant to sleep with my uncle, and she only did it because she was angry with my dad.
That makes it worse.
She's not happy with my uncle because she always has my dad in her mind. She named her son the name my dad picked when he said he would use that name if they ever had a son together.
Desperate much.
I realized this must be a mistake because my dad and my name start with the same letter, or maybe she was just so drunk she just accidentally sent me the voicemail. I played it to my dad. He looked angry at first, but then he just looked disappointed. I asked him what he wants me to do. He said I should delete it. I was confused. He further explained that my mom is in the past now. She has her own family. If this voicemail gets leaked, she could lose the only people who are in her life right now. And he doesn't want to create tension in her life by exposing her.
What a great
literally,
guy.
she just blows up his life and he's like, no, I will not return fire. She already had her fair share of insults from the family and friends since her affair was exposed. Also, they have a child together and it would be traumatizing for the child too. But I think that my uncle needs to know what my mom is up to now. So would I be the a-hole if I share this voicemail to my uncle, who is unfortunately my stepdad, or should I just listen to my real father? Ladies and gentlemen, there is an update, but
we're gonna get to find out.
The question has been posed.
Would you share it to Uncle Dad? I would say no, sir. I don't think you share it just because, like, Uncle Dad made his bed, let him sleep in it. Like, I don't think he deserves the information from OP. And I don't think it really helps OP to get mixed up in it. I'm pro just deleting it and burying it and never speaking about it again. Like, don't be the one that accept the bad marriage.
Well, let's see.
Oh God, what's gonna happen?
Hello, guys. I wanted to give you an update from my previous post. I took your advice and deleted it. I know it will not do anyone any good. My dad said that he will talk to Sarah about it, so I just stayed out of it. The next day, my mom called me to say that she was sorry. She was drunk off her ass and spewing nonsense. She asked me if my dad listened to it. I said yes, but that he told me to delete it. I also told her firmly that she should stop acting like a teenager when she is the mother of 2 kids. Did she really think her little stunt will work? I told her it was her decision to cheat and leave dad. She doesn't deserve a pity party after my dad had moved on. She said she understood and thanked me for deleting the messages. I thought that was it.
I thought it was, is it not?
Today we were having lunch. My whole family was with us, including our grandparents. My uncle's stepdad came in screaming, demanding to see my dad. My mom was with him trying to get him out of our property. When my dad came, he literally jumped on my dad, telling him he was a home wrecker and calling him all sorts of names. Apparently, he'd found the voicemail on her phone. Not just that, he found several voice notes of her drunk confessions that she still loves my dad and hope that they can work this out.
He found the voicemails on her phone.
On her phone.
So why is he mad at dad?
Things turned ugly real quick. My uncle dad was not having it and said he has no right to break his family. He is already the reason why he, my uncle, is disowned from the family.
You're actions are the reason.
My real dad, who always stays calm, raised his voice saying he has no interest in him or his sloot of a wife. Uncle Dad also accused him of paternity fraud, saying that his kid is not actually his, but belongs to my real dad because he is sure that my dad and mom had an affair 5 years ago, which resulted in my brother. My mom was saying that it is not true. My dad told him he is happy to do a paternity test if that gets him off of his back. He wants nothing to do with him or his wife. My other uncles kicked both of them out. My uncle dad threatened to take my dad to court and sue for child support. How dumb are you?
What?
Well, this whole thing upset Sarah. She thought it was really disrespectful and she wants some peace. She has no energy to deal with these shenanigans. I get that. My dad is willing to make it up to her. I'm sure she doesn't believe a word my uncle says. My dad is pissed, and there was some family discussion where they said, this witch has ruined more than 2 lives. I am really ashamed of my mom. I sometimes wish she wasn't my biological mom.
Those are some big words.
I have blocked her. I only keep in contact because of my brother, but nothing more. And a quick edit, I think I should clear it out that she sent me the message from a messaging app. I forgot that most people think a voice message and a voicemail is different, but I always thought they were the same. My God, what do you think about this? I mean, truly, what do you do? How do you continue relationship with your mother if you do it?
I don't think you do. I don't think you do. At least for me, I wouldn't. So many bridges have been burned. I mean, I don't think OP or dad could do anything different though. Besides maybe dad marrying someone different all those years ago.
Yeah.
That's the thing you could
Never
have done.
boink in the wrong
Maybe
boink.
pick better. But yeah, what that woman is a witch and deserves to be burned at the stake.
Sam's moving to Winston-Salem. My best friend just confessed he's in love with me 2 days before my wedding. My fiance just found out and I don't know what's gonna happen next.
Is this dude like confessing at the altar? I object.
So I've been with my fiance for over 3 years and engaged for a little over a year. My best friend and I have known each other since freshman year of college. We're now all in our early 30s. This morning, I woke up to a long text from my guy best friend that he had sent around 6 a.m. Not a great time to receive a telenovela. Basically, it was him pouring his heart out. He said he'd been in love with me for years, but had always hoped that I'd end up breaking up with my fiance and finally noticing him.
Oh,
never a winning plan, my guy.
What do you mean? Nice guys finish first.
So my guy best friend asked me to call off their wedding and run away with him. His text said, I needed to tell you before it was too late.
I feel like it's too late.
It's too late.
You say it when you feel it, man.
I just feel gross and sad. I have no feelings for him beyond platonic love. I've drafted a response and deleted it over and over.
Yeah, what do you even say to that?
And then he fades.
The Simpsons disappearing into the bush.
We will pick who has the best one. I'm very excited to see you guys' responses. I haven't even told my fiance yet. I don't want him to have to worry about me so soon to our wedding. I know I need to, but I don't know what to do or how to phrase it. And what's worse is that he's become my fiance's friend too.
I don't know if he's really your friend, if he's trying to steal your wife.
I'm also pretty pissed that my friend chose such an unfortunate time to cause such distress. There were many times over the years he could have just bucked up and told me how he felt. But waiting up until right before I'm married, like I would just cancel my wedding and leave my fiance because of a goddamn text.
Yeah, he couldn't even say it in person. He had to do it over text.
Come on, bro.
On,
If you're-
man up. And, be like Shrek and say, I object at the wedding.
So I want to tell him not to come to the wedding. I can't trust that he won't pull something. Now, I don't even know if I want to talk to him again, but the thought also of losing my best friend is heartbreaking. Hell, the thought of not having him at my wedding is really painful. He has put me in an uncomfortable, impossible situation. I wish it wasn't on me to deal with his feelings for him.
So for her to resolve, I think he knows that he's just trying to give it one last shot.
The Hail Mary.
And then I guess he can live knowing that at least he tried.
How you get me over on this guy's side, man? I wish that he had either stopped being friends with me when he realized us ending together would never ever happen, or he had just told me a while ago. I don't want to kick him while he's down, but I need to make it clear that I have no feelings, the wedding is still on, and I don't want him to attend. Sorry, buddy.
Dude, you lost everything.
I've been crying over this all day. I almost feel disgusted knowing that this whole time he had ulterior motives. How do I even go about dealing with this. I'm supposed to get married in under 48 hours.
Oh my God, 48 hours.
Edit. I'll be showing the text of my fiance after he gets home from his brother's. I won't send anything until he's here with me. There is a sweet, juicy update, y'all.
Oh my God, I'm so excited to hear what the fiance says.
Would you bring it up to the fiance?
I think you should. Yeah, for sure. Like, as the fiance, I would be like, you probably can't be friends with him anymore.
Maybe if there was like, oh, I used to have a crush on you back in the day. Maybe depending on the situation. But this level, there's just not a shot.
But I want to know what the fiance says.
Shall we get into the update?
Let's do it.
My husband and I just got back from our honeymoon yesterday.
Congrats.
The wedding
Man
went through, baby.
did not ruin your perfect wedding.
So a lot of people really helped validate the icky mess of feelings that I was having. Thank you for that. Posting here really helped me put my thoughts into words. So that night, my fiance got home from his brother's. I let him sit down and then I showed him the text. He read it. I watched his eyes get bigger and bigger with the expression of anger.
Especially if this guy is his friend. Like, depending on how close they are,
yeah,
I would be pretty pissed.
Of course, I started apologizing like an idiot, and he even told me I didn't owe him an apology for anything. We talked, and he told me he figured the guy had a crush, but just kept it respectful. And really, he had. We were close, but beyond a side hug during greetings and goodbyes, there was no physicality. I even let him read our past messages just to see that there was no emotional affair or me leading him on.
Which is, like, I feel like what you should generally do with your partner.
Totally.
Like, you should be as open as possible with them.
I never ever vented about my fiance when we would have arguments because I knew better than to do that. I would talk to my mom. Always dishing tea with mama. So my fiance asked me, what do I want to do? And I said that while it did sadden me, I didn't want him at our wedding. I was afraid that he would try some nonsense.
Yeah, he's got to do the I object thing.
We typed up a very brief message. It said, "Friend, I'm sorry that you mistook my friendship for something more. The wedding is going to happen, and it'd be best if you didn't attend." To be clear, I let my fiance read this message, and he stands with my decision to uninvite you.
To start the message, friend, that is all you are and all you will be.
Acquaintance, to whom it may be concerned.
Ex-friend.
We wanted to make it clear it was me who wanted him not to come, not just my fiance. Knowing him, he would probably claim that my fiance forced me to uninvite him. He read that message and left it on read for a while. I honestly started getting pretty anxious over it, and fiance asked me if I wanted to block him. Part of me wanted to, and part of me did want to hear him out. When he finally responded, the text was so long that I had to click on it to read it.
I don't even know what you said. I don't know what you said.
Well, Sam, apparently it was horrible.
Oh no.
He called me a liar for leading him on for over a decade, that he hoped my fiance left me and that we were infertile. It was horrible thing after horrible thing, and I just started crying. My fiance took my phone into the other room while I sobbed. I think he called him, but I'm not sure. What I do know is that after an hour, he came back in, handed me my phone back, and told me that this friend was now blocked on everything, would not be attending, and the best man and my maid of honor knew the situation and would handle it for me.
Wow.
Round of applause for fiance there. It was like a weight was lifted off of my shoulders, honestly. After reading that message, I really wasn't so sad that friend won't be attending anymore. And our wedding effing rocked.
Oh yeah.
We had the time of our lives, surrounded by the people who loved us and we loved them. It still feels like a dream, to be honest. And if friend tried to show up, I never heard anything of it. I guess that's the update. It's not nearly as dramatic and crazy as what people had hoped for, I feel like. But I am happy.
And that's really what matters.
But what also matters, Sam, is what the OK Gang thinks. Do you think Opie was the a-hole? Do you think friend was the a-hole? The big question, I think, is how would you have handled it?
I think that's exactly how you do it. I feel like it can be really hard to have opposite sex friendships and it be platonic. I don't think it's impossible by any means, but I think like there are these cases and I feel like they're fairly frequent of like one side developing feelings. I think the fiance handled it really well. I mean, obviously the a-hole is this dude.
I think they handled it well, got it resolved, and had a happy ever after.
I would love to know what you guys like. Have you had like opposite sex relationships that have gotten complicated? I would love to know the juicy details of all of those.
I have cancer and my boss keeps dumping work on me during my chemo sessions, and he might fire me.
Well, if he die first, then he doesn't have to fire you. That's how I always get out of work.
That's right. So I work at a small branch, which is part of a larger company. My office is a manager, an assistant manager, a receptionist, and 9 other employees. I've been diagnosed with cancer. I'm able to schedule my chemotherapy on my regular days off. Since my job has no physical labor and we don't deal with
to public at all and only deal with coworkers from other offices by phone or email. My cancer treatments have not interfered with my work, and I'm still able to go in as normal.
Oh my God, OP's doing the most.
My coworkers know and have been very understanding. Each of us has a calendar where our days off, or in rare cases, meetings at other branches, are shown. The manager is supposed to have access to this, but our manager, Robert, is on the road most of the time and is rarely in our office. The receptionist, Osha, also has access so she can know who is in and who is out, and she can direct the calls appropriately. No one else is allowed to have access. The assistant manager, Ned, is not responsible for our schedules and is only responsible with dealing employees who are in the office on a given day. Recently, I was having chemotherapy. Ned showed up at my clinic.
Ned, the audacity. You're doing too much for this company. Have a freaking life.
And then he started asking me about work matters. I was completely surprised that he even knew where I was and that he was asking about my work on my off-duty time. Also while getting chemotherapy.
Man's literally in chemo fighting for his life.
The things he was asking about were not emergencies or work with deadlines. When I was back to work after my days off, Osha was waiting to speak with me and apologize. She was almost in tears because Ned had asked her about my schedule and whether I was on days off or at a meeting. She didn't want to tell him at first because the calendars are supposed to be confidential, but he threatened to fire her if she didn't tell him. And he also demanded the name of the clinic after she admitted that she knew what clinic I was going to get my chemotherapy at. It's just evil.
Yeah, this is classified information, and here Ned coming in, Ned's declassified. Like, come on.
I was really upset that Ned had threatened to fire Osha for following the rules and trying to keep the calendar confidential, and for coming to ask me about my work stuff on my time off while I was having treatments. When Robert was actually in the office, I complained to him about Ned's behavior, and he assured me it would be dealt with.
Please tell me it's dealt with.
Well, him dealing with it was firing Osha for revealing the confidential information that was on the calendar when she wasn't supposed to.
That is such bullshit.
He gave Ned access to the calendars instead. So now Ned has access to my schedule and will come to the clinic when he has questions about work.
They fired the wrong person, and Ned's still up to his classic Ned shenanigans.
Robert said that Ned isn't doing anything wrong, and when I complained to the company's HR person about both Ned and Robert, I received the same answer. HR said that Robert was within his right to terminate Osha since she had breached confidentiality and she knew that doing so was breaching our code of conduct. Then what was Robert doing? They said if she had an issue, she should have spoken to the manager instead of taking it upon herself to release confidential information. HR also said that in regards to Ned coming to the clinic, he is, quote, well within his rights to seek knowledge on my workplace related matters, and if the manager and assistant manager deem this necessary, it is up to their discretion and not a matter where I can advise them to do otherwise.
You.
I have since found out that the HR person is a family member of Robert's. I feel bad that Osha got fired, and I don't know where else to complain or what to do next, because Robert, Ned, and the HR person are all against me on this. Also, I asked the clinic not to admit Ned, but sometimes he comes in anyways or waits until no one is looking before he comes in. There have been times where the nurses have to ask him to leave or told him to get out of the room that I'm in. Sometimes he lies to them and says it's an emergency, and one volunteer told me that Ned told the nurse on duty that he was family.
There has to be something illegal Ned's doing. This can't be legal.
I keep trying to tell him that he's disturbing me during my treatment, but he doesn't listen or makes veiled references to me losing my job, which would also cause me to lose my benefits. His behavior is stressing me out even more than I already am. My God, some of these people you just want to take your fist and ground their face into a fine powder, drink it, crap it out, and light it on fire. But we do want to know how you all feel. What would you do if you were in OP's shoes?
Okay, so I was just researching this. Giving out your medical information is a violation of your medical privacy. The fact that Ned is given access to information about your medical treatments, timing, location is very likely a medical privacy violation, which is a separate violation of the ADA. Also, if OP is on call for the chemotherapy hours, freaking bill like overtime.
My husband told the court his mistress is our surrogate. Liar! I'm gonna get revenge and ruin him financially. Am I the a-hole?
Low key kind of smart though.
So I, 29 female, have an ex, 34 male, Richard. It's been 3 years since we separated due to him being abusive and cheating, but we are not divorced as divorce is expensive in my country.
Shit.
And whenever I apply for divorce, Richard insists on mediation. So divorce is not granted as one of us tries to save the marriage. He lives with his mistress and they have a kid together that was conceived while we were still together. Now, due to both of them harassing and abusing me, I have a restraining order against both of them. My husband is aware of all of this as the utility company my ex works for supplies the buildings of my husband's offices, one of the major suppliers in the country.
So your husband owns the utilities? I'm not following the logic. Like,
he supplies the utilities.
He has all the power.
My ex's family believes it's okay to have several partners and still have them be responsible for the other kids, even though they're from an affair. And according to our friends in common, he spreads a lie that I couldn't get pregnant. Oh my
Does
goodness.
that make it better?
I guess it like removes the messiness of the situation, but it's like,
wait, whoa. It doesn't remove the messiness.
It removes.
In what world does it? He man had a child with another woman. What kind of world are you living in, John, where this ain't messy?
Pause.
What
Pause.
the John?
Pause.
How many surrogate mistresses do you have?
He claims we agreed to have a surrogate, his mistress, help us with that. But then I overreacted, called it cheating, so he had to stay with her to support the kid. Wow.
Yo, low key, perfect alibi.
It's the same as what he pulled in court when we were getting divorced alongside with his, I still love her and should have communicated better, lies. So the court wouldn't grant a divorce as they believe he is trying to save the marriage and I'm being unreasonable. His family's beliefs are not normal for the country, and I'm pretty sure they'd change if the situation would be the other way around. My boss is also incredibly frustrated with the situation, so he gave me contacts of his...
So he impregnated me and we did the reverse Uno.
Thanks, boss. So he gave me the contacts of his friend who happens to be a family lawyer who agreed to help me out at a discounted rate as he owes my boss a few favors. He sees why the courts take that long and will try his best to make sure that a divorce is granted. He also works no win, no fee. And he believes that we can win the case and get Richard to cover the outstanding fees.
Huge.
That's nice. And most importantly, no, I have not been paying child support to him and was not instructed to. The bit claiming that the child is mine as his mistress is a surrogate can be a bit complicated. But my lawyer, Mr. Lawyer I Owe a Beer, said courts can't make me pay or accept it since there's no evidence of the agreement. Now to the actual events. Due to restrictions, everyone is currently working from home with a few days in the office. Richard decided to show up at my work with his kid and demanded to see me for child support money since we are still legally married.
That fucker.
As my employer is aware of the situation, the reception refused to tell him if I'm in the office or not. I was. And they asked Richard to leave. Richard did not.
I did not.
And security was called. As he was with his child, security couldn't use force to remove Richard. So the reception threatened to call the utility company he works. Richard didn't believe the reception could do it. So long story short, him and his mistress were fired with immediate effect.
Wow.
As Richard showing up to my work has been seen as gross misconduct. And they discovered that Richard was his mistress's boss. Oh my God.
That is messy.
It gets sweeter.
Oh my goodness, dude. This guy is an idiot.
Apparently, his employer didn't know they were even together, and it's strictly forbidden to have a relationship with someone who is directly employed by you.
You are an idiot, Richard.
Oh man.
The biggest dummy in the world. I don't know how he thought this lie would work.
Don't cream where you eat, my guy. Come on. The utility company apologized for Richard's actions and gave a considerable discount for their service to make sure the news of what happened wouldn't spread. Since they were fired, I'm getting calls from unknown numbers of various of Richard's / his mistress's family members and friends saying that I'm responsible for it and just a jealous a-hole for getting them fired to get Richard back.
Yeah, right, bro.
We still have some friends in common, and they believe him getting fired and losing the only source of income income that they have is too harsh. And I should have prevented that / should have spoken up in the beginning about what had happened. So am I the a-hole? Sam, I want to know what you want to have to say in a second, but please break it down for us. Was OP the a-hole for triggering the whole series of events that got this guy fired? Is this guy the a-hole for doing literally everything? Like, what are we thinking here?
Okay, I just got to come out and say it right out of the gate. This Richard is a dick and a massive a-hole.
Oh, yeah.
Massive a-hole. I am baffled that he thought that he could get away with this lie.
Yeah.
Like, that just doesn't make sense to me at all. And the fact that he doubled down and tried to get child support? Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
So, like,
it's
the
just putting you
gall.
in a more precarious situation because, of course, OP is going to refute that and take legal action. So, Richard, not only are you a terrible person, but you're dumb as fuck.
Ooh.
Dumb as fuck. But let us know what you think. And also, like, has any of this happened to you? Like, have you gone through a divorce? Have you had,
man.
like, has anyone dealt with a surrogate? Like, what's the process of doing that?
Well, this isn't even a surrogate.
I know, but I
So,
want to
yeah,
know,
what is
like,
that process?
like OP
For
used that as a lie.
Yeah.
But I want to know, like, what's the truth of it?
My mother-in-law thinks I cheated, so I took a paternity test. And the results just uncovered something huge my mother-in-law has been hiding. I, 25 female, gave birth to my daughter 2 months ago. And despite my husband, 28 male, telling me he knows I'd never cheat on him, I wanted to give our daughter a paternity test. The reason? My baby has green eyes. And me and my husband don't have green eyes.
You know, you can have different eyes than your
Guys.
child. Genetics.
Guys, pick up a 9th grade biology textbook, please. Please. Me and my husband don't have green eyes. My parents don't either, and neither do my in-laws. No one in our family has them.
Google this shit.
Literally. My husband said it was some weird genetic thing, but I wanted to test for his peace of mind. Wow. So generous of you.
I mean, at least it's the girl doing it first, the lady. You know, like
but still,
it's way
like,
worse when the
it is worse when the guy
asks.
Yeah, but still, and we've said on the show now my eyes have been open to this reading the show. They should just do paternity tests at the hospital.
Yeah.
Because why not? Why not? He kept refusing because he trusted me, but his mother keeps commenting on her eyes, as do the rest of the family who keep making comments about me possibly cheating. Even my family finds it odd that our daughter has green eyes. So maybe it's more of like she just wants the family to get off of her back.
That's kind of shitty situation.
Okay,
but I understand doing that now.
That makes a lot more sense. Okay, we were like, stupid OP.
Yeah, what are you doing?
My husband says to ignore them because he knows I'd never cheat, but I finally had enough of his family's comments and told him I wanted the test. He only agreed to get me to calm down. And well, our daughter is his.
What we always knew.
That's great. But
okay.
Turns out my husband's dad is not his real dad.
Wait, husband's dad is not his real dad? How do they figure that out? 23andMe?
I guess it tells you, like, you get the test of that and then it shows, like, I guess the rest of your family?
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But you learn something new every day. My in-laws have been married for decades, so the idea that my mother-in-law cheated on my father-in-law never crossed either of our minds. My husband wants to confront his mother, but I'm telling him to wait. That yes, she is a liar and a hypocrite, but we do need to think this through because the mom would have to have cheated.
Yeah, and it's like, do you want to unleash Pandora's box on this family?
Yeah. Yes, I agree. My father-in-law should know, but we're both tired of taking care of a newborn. We found out something shocking and we're not thinking rationally. He wants to tell his father, and so do I, but the fallout will be apocalyptic.
It would.
Yeah. I just wanted to give him peace of mind, and instead I started the end of his parents' marriage and possibly blew up his family. So am I the a-hole for forcing a DNA test and finding this DNA can of worms? Very quick edit. We did 2 tests, paternity and 23andMe. I wanted to see if maybe there was a relative we just didn't know that could have caused my daughter's eye color. Woo! Okay.
Juicy.
Wow. It sucks when someone does something she wanted to get everyone off her back, and then now it's resulted in this explosion.
I know. I mean, OP literally just wanted people to stop making comments about
That's
her.
it. It's totally innocent. Totally innocent.
Yeah.
So I don't know. The big question is, like, what do you do now
as OP, like trying to, do you tell, do you like your husband wants to tell the dad?
Ultimately, I think it's up to the husband. He's the person that has the most decision-making power because it's the person that raised him.
Yeah.
So it's not really up to you, OP, I think. And I don't think you're the a-hole. To be clear, not the a-hole at all for wanting to get this test.
I do. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, like she wanted to get people off her back.
Of course.
But yeah, I think it's up to your husband to see if he wants to go nuclear.
Or not.
Karen took me to HR for eating potatoes too sexily, but I'm going to fight her with everything I've got.
You know, maybe you don't eat your potatoes sexy enough.
It honestly feels ridiculous that I have to post about this. Yeah, I mean, the title.
But here we are.
Here we are. This is Reddit. But my coworker has been getting on to me about this for weeks. So I have to ask. My whole life, I've been eating potatoes by microwaving them, then biting into them, and then eating them hot dog style. This is the easiest, most convenient and intuitive way for me to eat potatoes, sweet potatoes or regular. I think this is how people in Japan eat them, or at least this is how I was taught by my Japanese parents to eat them. Anyone from Japan, please enlighten us.
Comment below.
Whenever I go to a grocery store, I always pick out the most easily biteable potatoes, which are generally longer and thinner than most potatoes. So I work in an office of about 30 people. We all typically bring our own lunch, and I usually just eat at my desk while doing work. No one has ever commented on how I eat potatoes, but I do eat them fairly frequently. Recently, a new person was hired, and she clearly has a problem with the way I eat potatoes. A couple of times, she pulled me aside and asked me that I eat potatoes the more normal way. I asked her what she meant, and she said that I was eating potatoes a little too suggestively.
I just noticed that you're slobbing on those starchy knobs, and I became compelled to stop you.
That's essentially what this person's saying. I am too aroused. I was a little shocked because I literally just have my eyes glued to my screen whenever I'm eating and barely pay attention to how I eat. I told her no one else seems to have a problem with the way I eat potatoes. She insisted others were just too polite to say anything. I asked a few other coworkers who were all just as confused as I was about what she was saying. I figured no one else really had a problem with it. But this happened multiple times. She kept coming to me and asking me to tone down the way I eat, even accusing me of going out of the way to choose sexy potatoes. I've considered bringing them other ways, but this is just the easiest way for me to eat them. And honestly, they're so delicious. I asked her, maybe just don't watch me eat.
No, how dare you?
But apparently that's just not feasible. Unfortunately, she reported me. And now I have a meeting with HR next week. This seems really dumb to me, but am I the a-hole for eating sexy potatoes? I would understand if she was like, oh. I don't think she's doing that. But John, there is an update. Would you ever make a comment about someone eating a food too sexily? Like, what's the line for you?
There is no line.
Okay, what if someone's like eating zucchinis or something, and you just hear like on the desk over, are you truly saying there's no line here, John?
So there is a line. What I would probably do is I would record it and send it to my friends.
So I had a couple meetings with HR. The first one was on my own yesterday morning, alone with my HR woman. According to her, a coworker had reported me for and creating a hostile work environment. Not going to lie, after hearing those accusations, I got honestly pretty scared. Is a really serious charge. I told her exactly what had happened. I was eating potatoes the same way I always had in the 4 years I've worked in this office. No one else had ever had a problem with this until now. The new coworker, let's call her Karen, fitting,
nice,
approached me telling me I was eating potatoes inappropriately and told me to eat them another way. As I explained my side, I could tell HR was getting really annoyed. I don't think she believed that this was all there was to it. She pressed me for more information. Are you sure you didn't do anything to make her believe you were being inappropriate? Are you sure you weren't harassing her, even unintentionally? I told her I never even talked to her unless it was about work, and she approached me first. HR thanked me for coming in and told me she'd get back to me. I think she met with Karen after that. And later in the day, we had a meeting with the three of us. Karen says, I lied about not doing anything to make her uncomfortable. That after the first time she came to me asking me to eat my potatoes differently, I dismissed it as a joke, which to be fair, I did because deadass, which I acknowledged because who wouldn't take it as a joke? Then she claimed after each time she asked me to tone it down, I escalated by choosing increasingly sexy potatoes to eat in front of her. I think this lady's just turned on by potatoes.
Them taters are just taughting me in all the right places.
By which point, I'm pretty sure HR was trying hard not to roll her eyes. I responded by telling Karen I literally gave zero thought about her when I bought my potatoes and selected them based on ease of cooking/eating. She accused me of making eye contact with her while I was eating, which I think I did every time she watched me eat.
Hey, eye contact, that's just courteous.
Because it's really uncomfortable having someone watch me eat. And I told her that I had repeatedly asked her to stop watching me eat. She then pointed out that no one else eats potatoes this way. And the only reason I would do this was to try to be provocative. I just showed her a video of Japanese people eating potatoes with your hands and biting into them.
There we go.
HR woman knows me and knows I'm not the type to harass someone or deliberately make a hostile work environment. And at the end, she just said something like, "I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Perhaps it really would be best to look another way while your coworker is eating." Basically trying to politely tell Karen to get her head out of her frickin'. She tried yet another angle, claiming that the way I ate them with my hands was a COVID risk and that I was putting the safety of the office in jeopardy by eating this way. HR then said that if she was so concerned, she was welcome to work from home, as is currently company policy.
Oh, wow.
I work in hardware, so it's harder for me to work from home, but Karen works in support, so it would be relatively easy. Eventually, Karen had to concede she had nothing left. So we were all dismissed. There is a little bit more of an update.
Wow. There's more.
I actually got called into a meeting this afternoon with my boss, who's also one of the founders of the company.
Oh.
He confessed that he didn't like Karen either, and that she had multiple complaints about her within the first month of her being hired. She's been here just under 2, and that he had hired her as a favor to his wife because she is his wife's cousin and had lost her job due to COVID. He apologized to me on her behalf and assured me that he would talk to her. I decided to keep my harassment claim with HR and have another meeting tomorrow. We'll see how this goes. Thank you for all your tips and suggestions. I will keep eating sexy potatoes for the foreseeable future. And that is a wrap, folks. What would you do if you were eating those sexy potatoes? Would you stop or would you keep deep throating them as far as the eye could see and as far as your throat could take? But John, what do you think about this whole story? Is OP an a-hole?
I mean, it was just too damn sexy.
Too dang hot.
Not the a-hole. And here's what I would do. I would take my fries, take my potatoes, get a little peeler, and start peeling it. So, the top of the potato
looks like it has a little head.
And then I would just go, make it so obvious, and then get everyone else in on it.
Every day at 12, you just hear the whole office go.
Get in where you fit in. That's what I always say.
Amen, brother.
And fit in taters in your mouth. But maybe we're pooping on the party. But I ain't touching this nasty kid's birthday cake with a 10-foot pole. The mom is pissed.
What's in the birthday cake?
Maybe it's a cheesy biscuit applesauce cake.
That sounds gross.
It's delicious.
Would you eat that?
I do to this day. My husband's aunt recently adopted her ex-husband's son. A little backstory first, as that's probably confusing. My husband's aunt, 55 female, separated from her husband several years ago, 60 male. He ended up getting with this lady, which he had a child with. She had a medical emergency and unfortunately passed away last year at just 39 years old. Due to his age, her ex-husband gave custody of his son to his ex-wife, with his oldest son being next in line if anything happens to her. The kid turned 4 years old a few days ago, and we were invited to his party. Myself, my stepdaughter, and her husband, plus my 4 younger children all attended. While we were singing happy birthday, the little boy started licking all over the top of the cake. Immediately, my stepdaughter looked at me funny, and I knew she was not going to touch that cake with the 10-foot pole.
Which she shouldn't.
Nope. My husband's aunt found it hilarious and started recording it. Then another 4-year-old started joining in and started licking on it as well. My youngest children, 8 female, 6 female, 4 male, and 2 male, were just kind of standing on the side in amazement. And my 8-year-old son said, "Mom, I don't have to eat that, right?" When it comes to cake cutting time, she approaches us, and since we all have the biggest group, she said that she would give us the biggest, largest slices of the cake.
No, thank you.
I declined and declined for my children as well. She starts throwing a fit and says that this cake cost her $100 and we have to eat some because she bought a larger cake because of my large family. My stepdaughter chimed in and told her it was wet and she wasn't eating anything covered in spit. She should have stopped him from licking all over the top. The aunt ended up getting really angry, so we just left to go home. Since I've received several nasty messages from extended family saying that we could have just scraped the icing off and she spent more money because of us, that we need to apologize.
Bro, that's bizarre.
Okay, there is a short edit, but the question is, what do you do as the mom in the scenario? Like, what options do you have?
You do nothing different.
You do nothing different. Let's get into to this edit. So she's still very mad over the whole thing.
How?
She called my husband to say that we disrespected her in her home and made her son feel bad that no one ate his cake with him. She claimed that we should have been more understanding of him since he lost his biological mother. He watched her have her medical emergency and talks about it often. She's now using that as a pawn to excuse his behavior. We just didn't want to eat it since it was soggy. She claims that we could have ate around it to spare the child's feelings. It became an entire ordeal. I don't think I'm going to invite them to my son's birthday party this weekend, as I don't know how she's going to behave. I have a feeling like she would try to ruin my son's cake on purpose just to be spiteful.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, so here we are. What do we do?
I mean, this is a pretty unreasonable thing. I would invite them to a less high stakes event. So I would like not invite them to the birthday, and then it would be like, hey, you can come to this next thing, and then see if they're still weird, and if they are, just like, I don't know. I didn't even know if I would invite them to anything else. Like, I think I would distance. Like, this is a pretty unreasonable
Nothing
ask.
food based. Hey, we're going to the park to like swing on the swing set.
Yeah.
Oh, now he's licking that too.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't want to sit on the swing anymore.
but you know, maybe we're crazy. Maybe we should be eating spit cake. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Turning the slide into a slip and slide.
Yeah, literally, he's doing us a favor.
Yeah.
Come on.
I stole $1,500 from a girl with Asperger's, but she deserved it. Am I the a-hole?
Every summer, my community has a cook-off competition.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Usually about 20 to 30 individuals or couples try to cook XYZ, and then they can win a portion of the entry ticket fees while the rest go into community parks. It's not summer yet, but they decided to do it a little early. This year, it was pasta sauce. Delicious. Italian pasta.
Italiano.
Italiano. I've been going to these for years, ever since my wife and I moved here, but this is the first time I entered as a competitor.
This pasta sauce competition is gonna get
I'm a marinara monster.
One of the other competitors, I know her somewhat only in passing, is a 15 or 16-year-old with Asperger's syndrome and autism. I don't know much about this condition, evidently. I'll call her Jessica. I guess a lot of people got wind of her being a part of the competition that we had news crews here taping her to put her on the news. Also, there must not be like a ton going on if like someone with autism entering a pasta competition is newsworthy.
Local pasta sauce kitchen takes the city by storm. Jennifer, how's that marinara hanging, girl?
It's made with the blood.
Marinara monster!
We've never had this before, as far as I know. To make the story short, I won the competition and $1,500.
Ooh, big buckaroonies.
There's no second or third place prize. It's winner takes all. My wife and I were in shock because I like to think of myself as a decent home cook and take pride in my pasta sauce specifically. But to win a contest, I was tickled pink. We celebrated for about 20 minutes when the event organizers came to us. There was another girl in the competition that had a mental disability. You might be able to guess where this was going, but they asked us if we'd give our prize to Jessica as a gesture of goodwill. They said they'd get some good publicity since news reporters are here. We obviously said no. $1,500 is a lot of money. So they asked us if we'd like to split it 50-50 with Jessica. And likewise, we said no. I guess some nearby patrons overheard the conversation and chimed in. Apparently, we're assholes and jerks for not sharing the prize, at least. After a few moments, there might have been 10 other people clamoring to us and how we're a disgrace to the community. Okay. If you wanted to give it to the autistic person, just say the most autistic person wins the $1,500. We had to leave and haven't collected our winnings yet. We're meant to go tomorrow from the mayor's office, but I can't even imagine what's going to happen tomorrow. Are we the assholes for not splitting our winnings with a disabled child for a cooking competition? Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
I don't know. I mean, let us know what you think in the comments. Like, would you give your winnings to the autistic girl? Would you not? Please put your answers in the comments. I'm kind of like unsure. But John, what do you think?
So my initial thought, right, is like, they wanted to give it to her. Why not just make her win? You can't like announce it and be like, oh, just kidding. We're just going to like take it away.
We're going to take it away.
It's like, then why did you make me the winner in the first place? So like, Is he the a-hole for not splitting it? It's one of those things you just won't look good.
You won't look good.
Even if you're not at fault.
Yeah, it sounds like you're taking money from the autistic girl.
It's not the best look. I almost feel like I would do it just out of like, I don't want to be the a-hole. Like, even like,
okay, what
I
if you're
don't
late
know.
on rent though?
Late on rent, I might have to be a big old a-hole. So I don't know. How about you?
What would you do?
Scapegoat.
I'm more okay with giving it away.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like shitty on the organizers' part.
They're the real a-holes.
Yeah, like if this is your plan, don't announce OP as the winner. Just say like why not just announce the autistic girl as the winner?
Literally. Then it's like the whole thing is great and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
like
I think OP, you're not in the wrong for taking it, but what is more important, your reputation or the money? And
is your
choose
reputation
one.
worth $1,500?
Maybe it is, dude. I don't know. But what would you do? Put your answers in the comments.
My girlfriend freaked out when I was looking at pictures of other local women. I was in medical school and it was a textbook assignment, but you won't believe what she did next. So, some backstory. My fiance Annie and I have known each other since we were children and began dating junior year of high school. After high school, we both went to our state schools and I asked her to marry me our junior year of undergrad. I have always dreamt of being a doctor, as has she. When the application process began, we applied to a good mix of MD, Doctor of Medicine, and DO, Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine, schools of varying degrees of selectivity, though all med schools are insanely selective. Now, I had initially planned on continuing my education at my state institution because I did not want to take on too much debt. Very smart. I did end up getting into my state's med school, but I also unexpectedly was offered a spot at one of the best medical schools in the country.
Harvard Med.
It's one of the top 3 in New England. It's Harvard.
It's for sure Harvard.
Oh, yeah. So you
Man
thought you
got
could
to
hide
Harvard.
it. You thought you could hide it.
Oh,
but
yeah. We know.
Master detectives. I would have been inclined to reject the offer.
From Harvard? Are you freaking crazy, dummy?
Had I not also qualified for a partial but still significant scholarship. It would still cost me more out of pocket than my state school would, but not significantly so.
Oh, okay. That's not
Maybe
too
a
bad.
couple of thousands of dollars more. Annie, despite pleas for myself, our parents, professors, advisors, etc., applied to only our state school and to some insanely selective top 10 schools that she, to be blunt, had no chance of getting into given her mediocre grades and research experience. Damn!
Oh,
come on, bro. Obviously, this crushed her, and I've tried my best to support her during a difficult time and to help her remain optimistic.
Oh man, that sucks a lot.
That's rough.
That sucks a lot, especially seeing that like he got into like the top one in the country.
That sucks so
that
bad.
sucks so hard.
Our situation is now this. I'm currently enrolled at the aforementioned New England Medical School, Harvard, while Annie has decided to take a year off to strengthen her profile with research experience, physician shadowing, etc. And she's currently living with me. There were no jobs open related to her undergrad major, political science, here or in our home state that would be able to give her sufficient time off for research.
Not the most employable degree.
Yeah.
Hey, to be clear, I don't think you need a degree at all. I studied mechanical engineering and I did not
And
work.
look what you do now.
Yeah, look, I'm a bum on the street now.
So now she's currently working part-time in the retail industry. I've tried my best to be completely supportive of her as I know it's a difficult time for her, and I have never ever said, I told you so, or anything along those lines.
Please continue not saying that.
Please. This is what ended up happening Friday night. I was at home studying for a test on Monday when Annie came home from work. She asked me over to the desk and kissed me. I asked her how her day went, and she didn't respond. And she suddenly looked very pissed off. After a few moments, she said, "What the f*** is wrong with you, OP?" while pointing at an anatomical diagram of a vagina in my textbook.
Bro, this lady does not deserve to be in medical school. What are you looking at pictures of other naked women? Yeah, I mean it's part of the exam. Like I need to know the female body.
No. You must go in blind. Feel it in your soul. I was speechless. After regaining my composure, I managed to let out a surprised, "What do you mean I'm studying?" To which she said something along the lines of, "You know what the f*** I mean? Why the f*** are you looking at pictures of women's vaginas?"
No one's wanking to those medical vaginas. Unless that's like the only wank material you have.
This was very strange because she knows I
Usually masturbate to hentai. So
Yeah, come on. I occasionally watch corn, and she has no problem with it. In fact, I know that she enjoys corn from time to time as well. I explained to her that I have to take anatomy in medical school, and she wasn't having it.
Bro, I think she shouldn't be a doctor. I don't think she understands what doctors look at. She's like, all right, and now can you disrobe and put your smock on? Oh my God, I can't believe you would get naked in front of me.
How dare
What is this,
you?
a strip club?
She took my textbook and stormed off to our bedroom and locked the door. I could hear her crying, and I kept apologizing. After a few minutes, she opened the door and threw her engagement ring at me before slamming it shut again to continue crying.
Wow. Okay.
Whoa.
All right.
Whoa.
Yo. I'm fucking suspicious.
This is blowing out of proportion.
No.
Yeah, I know.
No.
There's something under the surface.
There's something here.
There's a Claymore mine waiting to burst.
I smell something fishy,
Ooh.
and I like it.
I continued apologizing, but she did not respond at all. I spent the rest of the night on the couch. Saturday morning, she wasn't home. I checked my phone and there was a text from her saying that she was staying with a friend and that she was done with us. Unless I dropped out of medical school and found another job because, and this is honest to God text from her, she doesn't want me oogling at vaginas like an effing pervert.
Wow, this girl is insecure as fuck.
There we go, baby. This was completely out of character for her. She has always been level-headed and reasonable and has no history of mental illness or anything like that. I'm not a stupid person.
We get it. You went to Harvard Medical School.
Oh my God,
I'm not a stupid person. Yeah, we get it. We get it.
I could cut the grape.
I went to a school in New England.
Oh. I know that this has way more to do with a picture of an effing vagina in an anatomy textbook, but I have no idea what to do right now. She stopped responding to text and won't pick up her phone. I spoke to the friend she's staying with who basically called me an effing a-hole and said that Annie is crying and getting drunk and that neither of them want me coming over to speak with her.
What?
Her parents passed away when we were young children and she doesn't have any siblings or much family. I have no idea what to do anymore. I love her more than anything, but there is absolutely no way I'm dropping out of medical school for her.
Yes, do not do that.
Yeah. And I would rather we break up than I bend to her completely unreasonable demands. But I'm very concerned for her mental health right now and just need any advice I can get. Okay, there is an update.
Okay, I'm excited for that juice of an update.
Everyone right now, let's take a quick breather, super quick. What are we thinking? Is OP the a-hole for not having
all right, so I think the real question is, do you stay with her through this period of insanity? Or do you break up with her?
Yep.
She's obviously incredibly insecure. Her life is not working out in the way that she envisioned.
Yeah.
She's taking it out on OP. That much, like, we know for sure. I think it is okay for your partner to have moments of being crazy.
Yeah.
Right? Like, especially if you've been together for a couple of years, there's going to be moments where, like, their actions just don't make sense because sometimes people go berserk.
It happens that way.
Right?
It happens.
Yeah, it just happens, right? But to what length are like if they're constantly saying drop out, it may make sense at this point to take a break. Like if this doesn't get resolved within a week or two, because this is a pretty big delusion to have to say drop out of medical school. I say give it a week or two. I mean, you're engaged, so you probably want to save it if you can.
Yeah.
So give it a week or two. If she's still saying drop out of medical school, then say, hey, I think we should go on a break. And then, but reach out to me if you ever want to talk, and then see if she ever wants to talk.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. That's good advice. But
Thanks.
Are you ready to dive into the madness?
I hope it goes smoothly.
Dive into the madness.
But I know it won't.
Okay. Update. I'll save you all the trouble. She wasn't cheating, nor was she pregnant.
Okay. So she's just insecure.
Well, we shall see.
Okay.
It's the update, Samuel.
All right.
Yesterday, I decided that enough was enough, and I headed over to see where she was staying, intent on ending the relationship. When I got there, she was half drunk, and what followed was a lot of screaming and cussing directed at me. I learned why she wanted me to drop out. It had nothing to do with textbook vaginas.
When I was a sophomore, 2 of my friends dropped out of college to work on their tech startup full time and invited me to come work with them. My undergrad degree was in computer science. I rejected the offer because I wanted to concentrate on my dream, becoming a doctor. Fortunately, their startup did very well, and last year they sold to a large tech company for a very large sum of money in the low 8 figures. Congrats to them.
Damn.
Nice work.
Yo, 8 figures is like minimum 10 million.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a pretty good exit.
I was thrilled for them after they sold the company. Both of them obviously had large lifestyle changes. One of them proposed to his girlfriend with a ridiculously effing big diamond, and they frequently vacationed in exotic locations with their family and their significant others. Apparently, their success and lifestyle made my girlfriend extremely jealous, and she came up with the vagina thing as a way for me to drop out of medical school because she thinks that I can easily get a job making $150K a year at a bank so we don't have to live like effing refugees. And that I'm an effing idiot for not doing so.
I still think she's salty for not getting into medical school because this was her dream until very recently.
If that's the obvious choice, why are you continuing with academics?
Exactly.
Still, I was confused. I asked her about our dreams of being doctors. Turns out she never really wanted to go into medicine, but only claimed to because it was all I ever talked about.
Oh, break up with her.
I guess that explains her application strategy.
Break up with her.
I was done. I broke up with her on the spot and told her not to contact me again. She's going to continue staying with a friend while we find out a living arrangement.
No, smart.
Okay, so here we are. This is the final countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, did OP make the right decision?
100%.
Are you sure?
This bitch crazy. No, she's super insecure and also sounds like she is a people pleaser to the point of being pathological liar.
Yeah.
To lie about your dream of going to medical school for that long. That's kind of crazy.
Bad.
And also you should especially early on when you don't have any reason for I understand if you have a kid that you're trying to raise together and you're hey, you might need to be more realistic with your dreams, right? But when you're single, you should both be encouraging each other's dreams that. That's why you have good partners.
At a bare minimum, if this was and it's obviously insane, so it doesn't matter. But if this was truly something that she thought would be good for him, she should be like, "Hey, I just had this idea and I wanted to share this with you and wanted to see but
yeah."
She crazy.
She crazy. Good decision, OP, to break up with her. I'm sure you'll find a bunch of really good-looking Harvard models.
Hot
Harvard models in my area.
Yeah. My sister gave up her kid for adoption and didn't tell anybody. I'm trying to find her kid now, and it's worse than I thought. So, my sister had a second child, and we were all thrilled for her. Congrats. She lives a few states over, and we haven't seen her since last year. She had one child 2 years ago with her boyfriend, and the other one was born last month. Yesterday, we had a family Zoom meeting to see the baby and say hi to my other Nibbling.
Nibbling's a cute name.
That is very adorable. We got on, and the family starts to load in. Everyone is basically there thrilled to see the baby. We get to meet her new baby boy. And after a bit, I asked to see my niece as well. She got quiet and very quietly said that she didn't have her. My aunt questioned this, and I was also confused. After a few minutes, my sister said that in the beginning of January, she put her daughter up for closed adoption because she couldn't care for 2 kids.
Wait, the older daughter?
The older daughter.
Somehow that is worse.
It is.
That sucks. Imagine being given away by your parent.
After a few minutes, everyone lost it. The whole Zoom was a mess. We didn't know. We never got to say goodbye. She didn't have to do this because any one of us would have taken my niece. I could have taken her. I've had multiple miscarriages and fertility issues, and although I'm currently pregnant and stable...
Wait, so the whole family could have...
The entire... basically
why would you do that as a first, a first action?
So I have the resources to have taken in a toddler as well as my own baby. Important. My sister has always said that she wanted to be a boy mom.
Yo, she just one child policy'd herself.
Oh my God. She just CCP'd. My goodness.
I will only take care of man because man can till the field.
She CCP'd, but she's about to get CPS'd.
Oh, Child Protective Services. Let's go.
I lost it. I called my sister a narcissistic punt. I asked her when she'd get bored of their new baby and get rid of that one too.
Valid question.
I asked her how the hell she could do this without reaching out to the family. I know my sister, and I know deep down she just doesn't want a daughter. She was depressed when she found out that she was having a girl, but got thrilled for this entire recent pregnancy with the boy. I called her a monster for treating the children that she didn't want to care for like they were a novelty. I said some other things too. At this point, my grandma is a complete mess and says her chest hurts, so I stop. My aunt, who is with my grandmother, goes to help her and turns off the camera.
Oh no.
My grandmother ended up having a panic attack that they thought was a heart attack at first.
Holy shit.
I am so glad that she is okay. My sister has since cut off all contact from the entire family. My father is pissed at me for blowing up. I was
What?
the only one who did.
But are you, dude, the OP rightfully blew up.
He said that he could have tried to convince her to reverse it, but with my verbal lashing, it completely ruined any chance of getting my niece back. I don't think he understands what a closed adoption means. Also, adoption takes a minute. So for her to have completed it by January makes me feel that the entire process was in place for a minute. I don't think there's any chance of seeing my niece again when the father and mother both signed her to be adopted.
Oh my God.
He's mad at me because he lost his granddaughter and is now afraid he'll never know his new grandson. My dad thinks I'm an a-hole for freaking out and nearly giving my grandmother a heart attack.
Wait. OP is being blamed for this? You
I
gotta
think
be joking.
We're directing the anger in the wrong direction, my guy. I'm feeling guilty that my grandmother had such an extreme reaction, but I feel that's more because she lost her great granddaughter.
Yeah, that's definitely the reason.
Edit. I've also contacted local child protective services in my sister's area, local courts, and I have a lawyer looking into this for me, starting tomorrow as I just obtained him. Thank you for all the helpful comments pointing out all the issues with this. Especially thank you to those in social work who reached out to me privately. I didn't realize how many options I had to fight this or to see if it was legit. I'll update you when I find out more from the lawyer. Lots of people think this is fake. I really wish it was. This has been a nightmare. Thank you again to the people with helpful suggestions and feedback. All right, so we got a decent bit of updates here.
Okay.
But I have to check in with you all. Did OP overreact? Like, technically speaking, one could say that this reaction, you know, if she had held it in, maybe the sister would be still in the picture.
But honestly, it seems like there's a ton of other options. So I say the reaction is completely valid.
Yeah.
Especially given the reasoning, like, oh, I just want a boy. Like, that's pretty fucked up.
The dumbest thing ever to abandon a child that you've been raising.
Especially your older child. That just seems fucked.
Yeah. Something about it just does feel worse.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because like that feels worse to me, but maybe we're not seeing something here. So yeah, let us know in the comments, but let's go to the update.
All right. We got a good
little juice.
Meaty update here. First update, I'm pursuing legal custody. And due to this, I will not be providing more updates. My lawyer recommended this. The kid comes first. I can say a few things. 1, they found her.
Oh.
The adoption process started a year ago in silence as a private rehoming.
Year ago. Wow.
It was explained to me that we could fight it as they skipped steps in the process. My sister told them that she had no family and that the family she does have is abusive.
So she just lied.
She just lied. There was abuse on our mother's side, but they are long gone now. 3, there's an open investigation into my sister already because of the way she surrendered custody of her daughter. Number 4, I'm going to temporarily move into an apartment in that area so I'm close by in case CPS takes custody of my nephew. It was explained that this is the only way that I could actively fight for custody by being available and close.
Wow, OP is really making a lot of sacrifices here.
A lot of sacrifices. Like, shout out to OP. Honestly.
Yeah, shout out. OP is a saint.
Yeah. I'm unsure how to react to this new information. I'm 6 months pregnant with my first after multiple losses. My mother-in-law informed my husband that she won't be getting anything for us for our baby shower because she's setting up her own nursery. She's using my old crib, which my husband originally thought we would get. I'm fine with not getting this old crib. I would actually rather buy a new one. We may be getting custody of my sister's children as well. It says children, plural.
Whoa.
And my mother-in-law made it clear that they wouldn't be welcome, but she had room for my future child. She sent pictures for her nursery and it's almost complete while we didn't start ours. Honestly, it's gorgeous. We just bought a house and we were saving for the possibility of taking in my sister's children. We aren't going all out on a nursery. We're being frugal and mindful of it. Meanwhile, she clearly spent thousands of dollars already. It's just odd that she's building a full-blown nursery. I'm a bit confused on why she's doing this. She doesn't talk to me much, so she doesn't know that I plan on exclusively breastfeeding for a bit and doing attachment bonding. Frankly, I don't think my child would be spending the night till after 6 months. I'm unsure of how to react to this.
Oh, so basically, like it's like, hey, I'll help out with you raising the kid. I'll have this nursery,
That
so
I
if you
built.
ever need help, I can take care of it. But I'm not going to take care of your sister's kids.
Interesting.
That's weird. There's a whole bunch of weird family
There's
dynamics
a lot
here.
going on here, honestly. So, okay. I guess the big question is, we've heard everything. What would you all do in this scenario as OP? You have like the new kids, which seems like you might be able to get both of them, and the mother-in-law that's now like seems trying to kind of encroach.
Well,
on
I think it's more like
them.
it seems like she's offering to help
Yeah.
raise the baby that is like biologically related to her.
Yeah.
But she's like, no, I don't want to take care of those other kids with all the drama. Like
Yeah.
that's your deal. But I'll help take care of the other kid. Like your
Almost in like if you spend all this money on a nursery, are you trying to like almost like kidnap them in a way? Like I'll give me the baby so I can raise it.
That's like almost what it feels like. It
Yeah.
feels a little. It feels weird. There's a
Yes.
weird subtext going on here. I want. Like, are you guys like a little creeped out by this? I feel like I'm a little.
Yeah.
I'm a little wary about this. I would love to know what you guys think, but I think OP is doing the best she can with what she's got.
Yes. Yes.
Shitty hand that was dealt. She's doing her best, and low-key a saint for adopting those kids from what seems to be like a pretty fucked up home.
Like literally she, moved to try and get them. She's like saving on a big home to accommodate everything. And, she was this whole time planning on just having one child. Now she's going to have three children,
Yeah.
and like a newborn, a toddler, and, a baby that's a few months old.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
I've struggled with infertility, so my brother pranked my husband saying that I'm pregnant. Should I kick him out of the wedding?
That is a terrible prank.
I, female 34, have been with my fiance, Jack, male 36, for over 7 years. We've had infertility issues for years, and the topic of children has always been sore spot for us after trying for years without succeeding. Jack has always wanted kids, and we decided to adopt as our last option, but after we got married. Everything was going smoothly, our wedding invitations had been sent out, and my brother, Sam, 22 male.
Me? I swear I didn't do it.
Clearly.
I swear.
My brother Sam likes to joke a lot. They call him Sammy the Jokester.
That's a lame name.
I don't find him funny because his jokes tend to be cruel, and I do not have the best relationship with him due to that. He's already joked about my infertility issues in the past, but my family would excuse his behavior
Because it was hilarious. Because he made it so damn funny.
He was just so good. Days ago, I was visiting my parents' house while Jack was out working. I left my purse on the coffee table and went inside the kitchen to help my mom. Sam was in the living room watching TV. We had dinner and talked a bit, and then I opened my purse to check my phone. I had turned it off, so I started it back up again and found that there was 15 missed calls from my fiance, Jack. I freaked out thinking that he had gotten to an accident or something. I called his number immediately and put him on speaker. He asked me about the text I sent him an hour earlier, and I asked, what text? He said there was a text telling him that I was pregnant. Sam suddenly started laughing.
That's an evil prank. Bro.
God.
Sam.
Cancel all Sams.
No, don't cancel
across the board. He asked if it was true and why I didn't tell him in the morning. I was shocked and said I didn't send anything. He told me to check my messages, and I did. And I saw that at 7:30 p.m., someone sent Jack a message saying that I was pregnant. I was confused as heck. Sam kept laughing and admitted to sending it right away. I lost it on him, and he said that it was just a joke to mess with Jack, and that's all. That's it, just a harmless little joke.
That, like, to think to tell someone something that they think, like the thing that they've been wanting for ages, and then to rip it away. Not a good prank.
I asked how he could think of this as a joke, knowing him how hard it was for Jack, even if he believed it for 1 second.
Yeah.
Sammy argued back that he didn't think Jack would take it seriously, but it was sent from my phone, so it was supposedly sent by me. I said his behavior has gotten out of control, and after the stunt, I no longer want him at my wedding, and he was uninvited because I only want supportive people at the wedding, and he was being far from that.
I think Sammy deserves it.
My parents said that I should calm down before reacting like this over a silly little joke, and that Sam was just telling this nasty little prank. No big deal. But I refused to keep arguing. I grabbed my stuff to go deal with the trauma Sam caused Jack with his joke.
Ugh.
Jack was so upset, but unusually quiet. He cried in the middle of the night right after I apologized to him for what happened. My parents kept calling me, asking me to calm down and to reinvite Sam, but I refused. They offered that they apologize to Jack, but Sam refused to apologize, insisting it was a teasing joke and nothing more. Nothing more. My goodness. Okay, gang, please tell us, do you think Sam is the a-hole? But more importantly, what would you do you imagine your OP right now? You've made the decision to remove Sam from the wedding. What do you do? What do you do? Yeah, you're out.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
I'm done for.
Sam is over.
Okay, so I just feel bad for the husband. Because like I would almost kick it out because of the emotional damage the husband has received.
Yeah.
He just like, Sammy's got to get his shit together, and he obviously doesn't. And that's a really mean prank.
Terrible.
Yeah.
And he won't, like, he just.
And also, what is he going to do at the wedding?
Ooh.
You know?
That's a great
Mr.
point.
Prankster Sammy. I don't want him ruining my wedding. Get the out of here.
And just like the unfunniest thing, at least make it funny. At least be good.
That's not even a good bit, bro.
It's not at all.
You take that to the Laugh Factory, you're getting booed.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I think Sammy deserves some justice.
Yep.
And he needs to be taught a lesson. And so, Sammy, no invite to the wedding. But what would you do to Sammy? Put your favorite torture methods in the comments below.
Please do.
My baby daddy is a scumbag. He's married and I'm pregnant. Now, this guy thinks he gets to make decisions about my child? Last summer, I, 33 female, started sleeping with this guy, 45 male. In December, I found out I was pregnant. Ouch. And while I'm pro-choice, I decided to keep it. I was already feeling like we were at the beginning of the end of the relationship. So I said, hey, look, I'm pregnant. I've made this decision, but it's up to you if you want to be involved, and it's okay if you want to bail. I have the resources to do it alone. You can be free.
Dude.
He said a baby wasn't something he wanted, and I said, hey, that's totally fine. I won't even put your name on the birth certificate. We can treat this like a sperm donor situation, because that's all that you are, is a space of sperm.
Bye, Daddy.
He agreed. After that, he predictably started pulling away and we broke up. 3 months post-breakup, when I was 6.5 months pregnant, this woman DMs me and says, hey, were you sleeping with my husband recently?
Oh, have you seen that new Marvel movie? Like, it's pretty good. And also, by the way, were you sucking my husband's dick?
It turns out that he had a wife and a 13-year-old daughter. Like, find out if like they're actually divorced first.
Yeah. Do your research.
Do your research. His wife was/is in the process of getting a divorce from him and is gathering evidence of what turns out to be a wild amount of infidelity.
Oh.
So she was relatively cordial and believed me when I said I had no clue. Dang.
Wow.
I'm just imagining the questions this like wife is asking. It's like, so have you slept with my husband recently? What positions? For how long? What was the birthmark on the tip of his penis? It's not a birthmark.
It's genital herpes.
Even before we'd broken up, I told him that if it was a girl, I wanted to name her Samantha. Samantha isn't the actual name, but it's similar, long, girly name with multiple nicknames. It was my sister's name before she passed away, and even before that, it was the name I loved for aesthetic reasons. We always talked about naming our daughters after one another before she passed.
It's so sweet.
Pretty cute.
Yeah.
He expressed dislike, but I jokingly, but not really, said it wasn't really his decision.
Yeah.
You said he didn't want to be a part of it.
Come on, bro.
Get out.
My man clicked unsubscribe to fatherhood.
Also, hit subscribe.
To us, yeah.
After everything came out in the open, I found out that the reason he was against the name was because his 13-year-old daughter is named Samantha.
Oh, who cares?
Now that everything is out in the open, he said, so what are you going to name her? And I said, what do you mean? I already told you, Samantha. And he said, you can't do that. That's my other daughter's name. I said he lost naming privileges a long time ago. And if anyone asks, I was happy to make it clear that I'd be the one to pick the name. I also reminded him that I still wasn't obligating him to be involved in any way. And given how he lied, I frankly don't want him to be. Honestly, OP, great decision.
Yep.
But if and when he chose to be involved, I was going to hold him to it and expect child support, visitation, etc. Which from his POV is not ideal because he doesn't want the responsibility of care and especially doesn't want the responsibility of child support and asset splitting. So he just wants to name the kid and have a little control, but with none of the responsibility.
Can I have all the benefits and none of the work, babe?
Rather, he wants to have his cake and eat it too. I take on all the responsibility. There's no paternity test, a blank father's name on the birth certificate, but he still gets to have opinions, which frankly suits me as well because I don't want to be legally tied to him. But when I told my friend, she said that while he didn't deserve custody, it was an unkind thing to do to his 13-year-old. So, am I the a-hole? I want to know what all of you think. Put it in the comments right now. Tippy tap on those keyboards. But John, is this an a-hole move?
She gave him all the opportunities in the world. She had the big screen, the big button that says, if you like the benefits that come with this package, you can click subscribe. He declined. He declined. So he lost any and all privileges. And plus, he's not even, it's not even like, oh, this kid is going to be like living with him and there'll be like 2 Samanthas, which even still isn't that big of a deal. And it's like, you want to control the name? Like it has no actual true like consequence.
Yeah. And it's also like, I actually don't get the comment at the end of, oh, like what about the Samantha that's 13? Like when is this kid and Samantha ever going to interact? Because like, it sounds like the father is not going to be involved in the kid's life. So it doesn't matter that they're both named Samantha.
But Sam, only once you have, there can be no other Johns in the world. There can be no other Sams.
It's true.
Ever.
It's
especially
true.
that are like somehow close to you in your like orbit of life. Like,
No.
Cancel.
I actually literally unsubscribed from friendships with other Sams.
Wow.
I will be the only one.
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart.
Well, I hope you're not the only one that's commenting. But if you are, go tippy tap in those comments. Tell us what you think. Also, we love you and we'll see you soon. You watching right here.